Hey guys, I'm back from my vacation in hell, and I'm more butthurt than ever. So there's tons of examples of governments being linked with organized crime. The Ukrainian Semyon Mogilevich is one of the most notorious mobsters in the world. He's been linked with drug trafficking, international prostitution, and trading in nuclear material. And according to an ex-KGB spy, he's had a good relationship with Vladimir Putin. The former head of the Ukrainian Security Service has also made the same claim. In the Ukraine, Hennedy Kearns is the current mayor of Kharkiv. Kearns is alleged to be a former organized crime boss in the region. Evgeny Zhilin, a former officer of the Ukrainian Department of Organized Crime Control, once blew up Kearns' car. Zhilin would end up being killed by a hitman in a restaurant. Now back on Semyon Mogilevich, he's been alleged to be heavily involved in the gas trade when it comes to Russia, the Ukraine, and other former Soviet states. The current president of the Ukraine, Petro Poroshenko, is known to have a close relationship with the gas tycoon Dmytro Firtash. Firtash has been linked through his business ventures with Semyon Mogilevich, and he's even made the claim that without links to organized crime individuals, he could not have built his natural gas empire. In Japan, Shinzo Abe is the current prime minister. In this old picture, you can see him with Arkansas's governor Mike Huckabee and Ichiro Nakamoto, a reputed gangster of the Yamaguchi Gumi clan, which is Japan's largest Yakuza organization. Back in the early 90s, a top politician in Japan, Shinkane Maru, resigned from parliament. His reason being public criticism over a corruption scandal that ended up exposing links between the Japanese government and organized crime. Former Italian Prime Minister Silvio Berlusconi has been linked many times with the Sicilian Mafia. Berlusconi's political party is called Forza Italia, and in 2004, Del Oltri, a co-founder of Forza Italia, was sentenced to 9 years for having associations with the Mafia. According to one Mafia informer, both Berlusconi and Del Oltre were in direct contact with Salvatore Riina, who was the head of the Sicilian Mafia in the 80s and 90s. And according to another Mafia informer, Berlusconi was also in contact with Stefano Bentetti, another top Mafia boss. There's also the Graviano brothers, who were the bosses of the Palermo Mafia. They allegedly made deals with Berlusconi through a middleman. Vittorio Mageno was a Sicilian Mafia member and a stablekeeper for Berlusconi in the 70s. During this time, he was suspected of arranging the kidnapping of a friend of Berlusconi's. And according to one informer, both Mangano and Del Oltri assisted in sending money to the Sicilian Mafia. In the year 2000, Mangano was charged with the murder of 2 men and sentenced to life in prison. He died only a few days afterwards of cancer, having already been locked up for 5 years on other charges. Nicola Constantino was an undersecretary in the Italian Economy Ministry from 2008 to 2010. In 2010, he was involved in a scandal related to wind energy systems. This was related to the disclosure of the new P2 Masonic Lodge, of which Berlusconi was a member. Constantino was also related to the boss of the Casalisi clan, and he was alleged by a boss of the Camorra to have permitted the illegal treatment of toxic waste in exchange for a fee. The Italian Prime Minister from 1989 to 1992 was Giulio Andreotti. According to the statement of an informer, Andreotti had exchanged a kiss with Salvatore Riina, who again was the head of the Sicilian Mafia. He's also alleged to have arranged the assassination of an anti-mafia fighter and a journalist. He went to trial in 1993 and was accused of basically exchanging favors with the Sicilian Mafia, although he ended up being acquitted in 1999. But in 2002, he was sentenced to 24 years after a retrial, but then he was acquitted again by the Italian Supreme Court in 2003. Now, if you look at American presidents, Donald Trump tried to build a casino in Sydney, Australia in the mid-80s, but his bid to do so was refused when police expressed concerns over his links with the Mafia. In New York, one of Trump's mentors was Roy Cohn, a lawyer who had ties to local Mafia figures. These included Tony Salerno, who was an underboss of the Genovese crime family, Carmine Galante, who was boss of the Bonanno family, and John Gotti, who was boss of the Gambinos. Another of his clients was Aristotle Onassis, an important figure who I'll be talking about later. Yet another of his clients was the Catholic Archdiocese of New York, and there's a lot more big names than that. Also, Roy Cohn is believed to have been gay. In the 80s, the subcontract for Trump Plaza was awarded to S&A Concrete. This company is believed to have been partially owned by Tony Salerno. His family, the Genovese, is the oldest of the 5 families of New York, founded by Lucky Luciano as the Luciano family and later renamed after Vito Genovese. Anyways, Trump bought the property for his casino in Atlantic City through intermediaries from Salvatore Testa, nicknamed the Crown Prince of the Philadelphia Mob. Now, as for Obama, his government provided guns to the Mexican drug cartels. This was the result of an operation with the stated goal of tracking the guns as they went to the higher-ups in the drug cartels. These guns, including military-grade weapons, continue to be found at the scene of crimes related to the cartels. These incidents actually started in the late Bush years, but Obama has invoked executive privilege when it comes to certain documents in relation to these incidents. In other words, he's got something to hide. In 2007 and 2008, Obama received over $250,000 in campaign contributions seemingly coming from Tony Rezko. Rezko co-founded Brezmar Corporation, which in 1990 offered Obama a job, and in 1995 Obama would receive some of his first political contributions from Resco. In a high-profile court case in 2008, Resco was sent to prison on several charges, including fraud and soliciting corruption. In 2007, Alexei Gianalias arranged a fundraiser for Senator Obama. Gianalias has tons of reputed mob ties, including Michael Giorango, who has been convicted of bookmaking and encouraging prostitution. George H.W. Bush, or Bush Sr., has an older brother named Prescott Bush Jr. Prescott is known to have given investment advice to a firm connected with the Japanese Yakuza, in particular Samusu Ishii, who was then chairman of the Inagawakai, Japan's second-largest Yakuza organization. The firm in question, according to some media reports, was under the control of Ishii. Now as for the Clintons, Bill Clinton has a brother named Roger, and back when Bill Clinton was governor of Arkansas, he pardoned Roger after Roger was charged with possession of cocaine. A former top FBI official has referred to the Clintons as an influence-peddling crime family. As you can see in this picture, in 2007, Hillary Clinton met with Giovanni Gambino, a cousin of the former head of the Gambino crime family. Richard Nixon's earliest campaign manager was Murray Chotiner, a lawyer known for defending members of the mafia, and it's through Chotiner that Nixon is alleged to have exchanged favors with major underworld figures. Los Angeles gangster Mickey Cohen is known to have made major contributions to Nixon's political campaigns. Nixon was known to be friends with James Crosby. Crosby was in the gambling business and the chairman of a firm connected to major mob figures. In 1972, two members of the Nixon administration admitted to plotting to kill a journalist, Jack Anderson, by poisoning, and that they were under orders from a top aide of the president. This plot was aborted when these two were arrested in relation to the Watergate scandal. After his death, decades after this incident, the FBI went through Anderson's papers and confiscated anything that they deemed classified. President John F. Kennedy was rumored to be connected with Sam Giancana, a former head of the Chicago outfit. Rudy Giuliani was the mayor of New York City from 1994 to 2001. His father, Harold, had associations with the mafia and had been convicted of felony assault and robbery. Harold worked as an enforcer for his brother-in-law, Leo DiVenzo. In India, the Russian mafia is said to be very active in the region of Goa on the western coast, with the Goan government reportedly looking the other way when it comes to their activities, which mostly involves selling drugs and prostitution rings. Mukhtar Ansari is an Indian mafia don who joined the government. He's been accused of killing another political actor, Krishnanan Ray. Also in India, in 2014, many prominent people were arrested in connection with the Sarada Group financial scam. This included two members of Indian Parliament and a former West Bengal Director General of Police. Also, Madan Mitra, a former minister in charge of sports and transportation in West Bengal. This scandal was caused by the collapse of a Ponzi scheme ran by the Sarada Group. Narendra Modi is the current Prime Minister of India. In this picture, you can see him sitting down with some higher-ups in the liquor mafia, the same mafia that has produced bad liquor that both killed and blinded people. In the Uttar Pradesh NRHM scam, several top government people have been alleged to have siphoned off massive amounts of money from the National Rural Health Mission. At least 5 people are known to have been killed in an attempt to cover up the scam. In 2011, an Indian truck driver was allegedly assaulted for refusing to pay a bribe to transportation department staff. He died shortly afterwards from his injuries. Truck drivers having to pay these kinds of bribes to transportation officials and police is so commonplace in India that an estimated $40 million in bribes is paid daily. In China, the businessman Liu Han was convicted of murder, running a mafia-style group and other charges, and executed in 2015. Liu Han had founded the Hanlong Group and was close with Xiao Bin, a son of Xiao Yongkang, who was then a senior leader in the Chinese Communist Party. Yongkang was expelled from the party in 2014 and arrested, presumably due to charges of corruption. Yongkang was also known to be close to Jiang Zemin, who was previously the head of the China National Petroleum Corporation. Zemin was arrested in 2013, shortly after getting a job in the Chinese government, and according to media sources in China, he was sentenced to 16 years for having accepted bribes. In Korea, former President Park Geun-hye was forced out of office in 2007 after being accused of corruption. She was close with Choi Soon-sil, the daughter of Choi Tae-min, who was the leader of a Christian sect in Korea, and who was known to be a mentor to Park until his assassination in 1979. Anyways, Choi Young-sil was accused of receiving bribes in exchange for government favors given out by Park. The result of this was Choi Soon-sil being given a prison sentence. South Korea has a reputation for having so-called errand men who will do things for business and government people that the police won't, such as chasing away squatters and street vendors, and they're linked to organized crime groups in South Korea. Nam Cam, who was executed by firing squad in 2004, was known as the Godfather of Vietnam. He was a former soldier and shipbuilder, and his operation was based out of Ho Chi Minh City. He ran gambling dens, hotels, and restaurants that were fronts for brothels, and he was said to be so close with the local police that they had to bring in authorities from other regions just to arrest him. Before being executed, he was put on display in a large show trial, in which 153 of the other people being tried along with him were high-ranking members of the Communist Party. Now in Thailand, Songchai Kumpluem was the longtime mayor of Sayin Suk. His son Suntea was the Minister of Culture under Prime Minister Yingluck Shinawatra and was the Tourism Minister under Prime Minister Thaksin Shinawatra. Both of these prime ministers were effectively removed from their positions by a coup and charged with abuse of power. Somchai is recognized as an organized crime boss and referred to as the Godfather of the East in Thai media. He has been involved in smuggling during the Vietnam War and the Cambodian Civil War, and he is said to have made most of his fortune in construction and real estate. Vitana Asvahame was once known as the Godfather of Pak Nam and had many connections in business and government. Vitana himself had been in senior government positions such as the Interior Minister and the Prime Minister's Office Minister. In 2008, Vitana was sentenced to 10 years in jail in absentia on charges related to corruption in relation to the Klong Dan wastewater treatment project, and he's said to have never been seen in Thailand since. His son Chong Suwat has done jail time in relation to electoral fraud. Hun Sen is the current Prime Minister of Cambodia. His birth name was Hun Bunal, but he changed it 2 years after joining the Khmer Rouge. Hun was the commander for the Khmer Rouge and later became a leader in the rebel army that defeated them, and since then he's been in various senior positions in the Cambodian government. Hun Sen's government has leased out 45% of Cambodia's landmass primarily to foreign investors, which has threatened an estimated 150,000 Cambodians with eviction. Theng Bunma, who died in 2016, was one of Cambodia's wealthiest businessmen. He has been described as a significant figure in Cambodia's international drug smuggling trade. He's also been called a trigger-happy tycoon because of his habit of brandishing handguns. In one incident, he shot out the tire of an airplane after complaining about the airline service. Bunma has alleged ties with Hun Sen and other top government officials, and he is said to have provided members of the government with large amounts of funding. Recep Erdogan is the current president of Turkey, and under his government, the country is alleged to have received oil tankers from ISIS-controlled territories, and the membership of Turkish parliament is said to include family members of organized crime groups, and furthermore that only crimes not sanctioned by this greater family are prosecuted with the full force of the state. Also, Erdogan's son Bilal has been suspected by judges in Italy of being involved in money laundering. Back during the Kurdish-Turkish conflict in the mid-90s, a close relationship between the Turkish government and organized crime was revealed after a car crash in what's been called the Susurluk scandal. In Australia, a member of the government named Matthew Guy met with an alleged mob boss named Tony Mataferi at a restaurant, and according to transcripts of phone calls leading up to this meeting, it was meant to be kept confidential. Many members of the Australian government are reportedly linked with and exchanging favors with members of the Calabrian Mafia, also known as the Ndrangheta, and mafia clans like the Sergi, Barbano, and Pamphylia are known to have been active in Australia through their affiliates for quite some time. In Germany, the government in general has been criticized for not cracking down on Italian mafia clans. These clans are said to have infiltrated the German construction industry, and in general, Germany for them is said to be a place for money laundering and for getting involved with more white-collar crime. According to investigators, the Sicilian mafia is particularly active in the Rhineland, and back in the 80s in Berlin, a network between organized crime figures and government officials was revealed in a big scandal. Viktor Orban is the current Prime Minister of Hungary. He has been connected with Simeon Mogilevich, having reportedly received bribes from Mogilevich and the Russian mob back in the 90s. Sandor Pinter is the Hungarian government's Minister of the Interior and a former top police official, and he too is said to have received money from Mogilevich in the mid-90s. According to a statement from the now-dead Muammar Gaddafi, Switzerland is a mafia state. He went on to say that the country is a haven for large-scale money laundering, and that laws allowing for assisted suicide are used as a cover for the assassination of rich foreigners with Swiss bank accounts in order to get a hold of their money. In Zurich, despite accusations of drug dealing, racketeering, and attempted kidnapping, the local Hells Angels have been declared to be not a criminal organization, and in 2014, a high-level meeting of the Calabrian Mafia was recorded in a small town in Switzerland. Mary Jean Bosey was the mayor of the Corsican commune of Grosseto Prugna Porticio from 2001 to 2002, when she was convicted of being the madame of a prostitution ring. She again became mayor in 2005, but resigned in 2008 after being convicted of tax fraud. She was assassinated in 2011, in what was suspected to be a score settling between mafia factions. Former French President François Hollande was alleged and all but confirmed to have been having an affair with actress Julie Gayat, and that they would have rendezvous at a property connected with the Corsican Mafia. Another former French Prime Minister, Nicolas Sarkozy, has also been accused of having ties with the Mafia, and in particular, his government's interference in Corsica has been accused of serving Mafia interests. Now in Spain, in the late 90s, a former interior minister was sentenced to 10 years in prison for his involvement in what's known as the Spanish Dirty War. The court found him and other members of the government guilty of misuse of public funds and kidnapping. The organization of security forces and assassins they are said to have formed is alleged to have killed at least 28 people, with many of their targets having no connection to the Basque separatists they were supposedly fighting. Jose Ramon Barro was for 8 18 years the mayor of Ponte Vedra city. He resigned in 2001 after being detained for smuggling tobacco and for allegedly laundering the proceeds through the British Virgin Islands. Alberto Núñez Fijo is the president of Junta de Galicia, a position he was chosen for by King Juan Carlos I. He has admitted to traveling with convicted smuggler Marcial Dorado in the mid-90s. You can even see them together in this picture. Carl XVI Gustaf is the current king of Sweden. He is alleged to have, in his younger years, frequented mafia-run clubs. People named in these allegations include the Serbian gangster Mile Markovic, who himself claimed it to be true before his death from gunshot wounds in 2014. 3 suspects were arrested in connection with his death, but all 3 were released. Allegedly, a good sum of money was paid to another nightclub owner in order to get him to retract his claims about the king, and money was paid to other mafia figures to get them to silence Markovic. The government of Amsterdam has been criticized for employing Hells Angels members, and the government claimed it intended to weed out Hells Angels members after an incident when a city employee and Hells Angels member was sentenced to 8 years for placing a live hand grenade underneath a car. A Dutch prince, Johan Friso, renounced his claim to the throne after the government refused to support his marriage. The reason being, his bride was connected with a dead gangster, Klaus Bruinsma. According to a former bodyguard of Bruinsma, the two were very close, and she was a regular guest of Bruinsma's yacht at nighttime, although by her own account, the two were only slightly acquainted. In the UK, evidence has come to light about a relationship between Lord Boothby, who was a member of the government, and Ronnie Cray of the criminal Cray twins, a relationship with a homosexual element to be exact. During his lifetime, Boothby received a libel payout after similar allegations were made. Jim Mason, a member of the Tewkesbury Borough Council, was revealed in pictures taken in 2009 to have been a full-patch member of the Outlaws biker gang. The Outlaws are generally considered to be an organized crime group by police forces around the world, and they're known to have been in violent conflict with members of the Hells Angels. Sadiq Khan is the current mayor of the City of London. Khan is known to have been in circles with the likes of Yasser al-Sari, a militant who was given a death sentence in Egypt but received asylum from the English government. Khan has also been seen talking to Babar Ahmad, who has been accused of providing material support to militant groups through a website that he set up in the UK, and has spent a total of 11 years in prison. Former Mayor of Toronto, Canada, Rob Ford, has been linked with several organized crime groups. In one instance, he posed in a picture with Hells Angels, which they put up on their Toronto website. Ford is more famous though for a video of him apparently smoking crack, the drama over which has led to government employees resigning and at least one death. There was also a clip released of him apparently speaking in Jamaican patois about his counter-surveillance measures, and yet another of him apparently talking about how he needs 10 minutes to make sure somebody's dead. Frank Zampino is the former chairman of the executive committee of the Montreal government. During this time, Zampino allegedly received 300,000 Canadian dollars from Paolo Catania in exchange for Catania being able to buy a parcel of city land valued at 50 million Canadian dollars for just 5 million. Catania is also alleged to have given Zampino other favors, such as a $250,000 kitchen renovation for free, and that this exchange of favors was an ongoing thing. And in 2012, Zampino was charged with fraud after the investigation based on these allegations. Paolo Catania's father, Francesco Catania, was close with former mob boss Niccolo Rizzuto, and Paolo is said to have used his close ties to the Sicilian mafia to build his own personal fortune. Former Montreal Mayor Gerald Tremblay resigned after allegations were made that he was receiving money from mafia-linked construction firms in exchange for municipal infrastructure contracts. The current president of Mexico, Enrique Pena Nieto, has alleged ties to the Juarez cartel, and under his government, key cartel figures have been suspiciously released from prison. And after an investigation, it was said that the Juarez cartel helped to fund Nito's party's campaign, in part by using a company called Monex to fund thousands of cash cards. Thomas Yarrington, a former member of Nito's Institutional Revolutionary Party, has been accused of laundering money for the Gulf Cartel and Las Zetas. Tariq al-Asami is the current vice president of the Venezuelan government. There's been allegations of him being involved in money laundering, drug trafficking, and corruption. According to the United States Government Treasury Department, Asami has a history of drug trafficking throughout his previous positions in the Venezuelan government, having facilitated shipments of narcotics leaving Venezuela by both air and sea, in particular shipments destined for the Las Zetas in Mexico. He's also alleged to have offered government protections to drug lords Walid Macled Garcia and Daniel Barrera. Rodrigo Duterte is the current president of the Philippines. He's also the former mayor of Davao City. Now, according to the claims of self-confessed former assassin Edgar Matobato, Duterte had ordered death squads to kill certain criminals and opponents of his in the government. Rodrigo's son, Paulo Duterte, is the current vice mayor of Davao City, and he has been since 2013 when Rodrigo was still mayor. Paulo is also alleged by Edgar to have ordered numerous extrajudicial killings, including the killing of businessman Richard King, whom Rodrigo has said was involved in the drug front. Paulo has been named during an inquiry about a large amount of money smuggled through the Philippine Bureau of Customs, with Paulo being alleged to have been involved with the transactions of a certain Davao group. Now, Rodrigo's daughter, Sarah Duterte, is the current mayor of Davao City. Patty. In a Facebook post, she has thanked tattoo artist Edwin Miraflores for a triad tattoo. Paulo is also alleged to have a triad tattoo, and that money in question was smuggled into the country from China. Jacob Zuma is the current president of South Africa. Zuma has been in countless scandals and is said to be turning South Africa into a mafia state, mostly in reference to his connections with the Indian Gupta family, including business connections through the company Oak Bay Investments, and they've employed members of Zuma's family in some of their various companies in South Africa, all presumably in exchange for government favors. It's to the point where this family gets referred to as the shadow government of South Africa. The Gupta family has also been accused of running a criminal enterprise in South Africa and engaging in racketeering and money laundering with Jacob Zuma. Vito Roberto Palazzolo has been given a sentence of 9 years for charges related to mafia association. He is alleged to be a mafia treasurer and linked to the Sicilian mafia boss Bernardo Provenzano, who has been given a life sentence along with his predecessor Salvatore Rina. Anyways, Vito Roberto Palazzolo has spent years in South Africa, having arrived using a fake passport, which he allegedly obtained from a fellow inmate at a prison in Switzerland. And while in South Africa, he obtained a new name and passport. He was known as Robert von Paulus Kolbat-Schenko, essentially claiming to be from a German nobility clan. And according to investigations into this, he invested more than 25 million rand into businesses in South Africa and Namibia, and he was close with many members of Zuma's African National Congress Party, and he was allegedly linked with, among other companies, the Anglo-Cape Diamonds Company. Luis Inácio Lula da Silva was president of Brazil from 2013 to 2011. During this time, he granted refugee status to Cesare Battisti, who has been given a life sentence in Italy after being connected to 4 assassinations, 2 of which he allegedly carried out himself, and all of which were part of the activities of the Armed Proletarians for Communism, or PAC group, in Argentina, where President Mauricio Macri has stated that drug cartels operate with total impunity. Former anti-drug chief Jose Ramon Guarnero has been accused of facilitating the importation of massive quantities of ephedrine, which can be used for the production of methamphetamine, and the amounts imported were well above what official pharmaceutical operations required in the country. Former President Fernandez B. Kirchner also has alleged ties to both Guarnero and the pharmaceutical companies that were also implicated in this. Guarnero's private secretary Miguel Zacarias, who is said to have managed these imports, also reportedly has ties to Kirchner's family, and he has a brother named Maximo Zacarias, who has been accused of importing 1,000 kilos of ephedrine from Mario Segovia, an associate of the Sinaloa cartel. The North Korean government is said to have run a production operation of meth, opium, and other drugs out of a department called Office 39, with the drugs being intended for export, but it's also been claimed that the consumption of meth inside the country is fairly commonplace, and that the government is more or less complicit with the operations of local drug dealers. In Australia, in 2004, a ship named the Pong Su was seized along with its North Korean crew, most of whom were deported, with the ship being said to have been engaged in importing heroin into the country. So guys, as you probably noticed, the last video got hit. Of course it didn't stay down, but they shut it down long enough to kill any traction it may have had without giving the appearance of hard censorship. It's a tactic I've seen used elsewhere many times, and I also got hit on one of my more popular old videos recently. But anyways, do you remember the people who I gave a shout out to last time? Well, I showed you those channels on purpose so that you could see that videos that focus on exposing the Jews actually rarely get deleted, while a video that even begins to expose the Germanic Mafia gets shut down in 2 weeks. If you really think about it, this Jew stuff is actually pretty out in the open. It only gives the appearance of being suppressed. In fact, a lot of people already know that it's not the Jews at the top, and that they're really just meat shields. So yeah, they bought the bait taking down that video. Now, that last video was really just an introduction, and not serious compared to this one. I mean, I acted like a bit of a crazy person, and I barely exposed the Germanic Mafia on purpose to try and keep it up for a while. It worked too, and that video still served as a good introduction, and for me it was a decent warm-up for this one. But there was one mistake that I made that I want to correct though. As far as me making the claim that there was no moon landing, well, in hindsight, there just isn't enough hard facts on the topic for me to be making that claim. I mean, hey, I'm only human, and the sheer amount of information to sort through is incredible. More importantly though, and what I should have focused on instead, is that NASA is sucking up billions of dollars of tax money with no useful results. Something like that should be funded by private companies instead of just taking working people's money. It's just another method, an excuse for keeping people poor basically, especially during the Cold War era when it was also an excuse to keep Russians poor. Now before we really get into this, I want to address some things brought up in the comments of the last video. This way everyone can hear my answer. So right off the bat, multiple people have cited the fact that the video is still up to imply that I'm a shill. Again, when they finally took notice, they took it down only for a couple weeks to avoid exposing themselves. Another thing is, I've been told that spreading the truth isn't enough to make a change. But as I also said in the last video, a woke population puts a massive amount of pressure and eyes on government and other institutions. Also, don't forget that their power ultimately comes from the people. People who play their little nonsense voting games, pay their taxes, and supply young men for their militaries. The legitimacy of all that and more will be shattered when enough people wake up. As for waking up normies, people just need to realize how this affects them directly and right right now. In other words, jobs, and how the mafia is robbing everyone, including Germanics. It's a very exclusive club, you see. Throughout history, they've often referred to themselves as nobles or something similar. You see, right off the bat, the mind games begin. These aren't noble people, they're con artists. And indeed, right now, they appear to mostly associate with Germanics and have a lot of Germanic blood, but that certainly doesn't make them Team Germania. We need look no further than World War II to prove that much. And we will be looking at it in this video. I've devoted a whole section to it. And on that note, Germanics who agree to go to wars in the Middle East and elsewhere are only contributing to the mafia schemes, which ultimately hurts people everywhere. Not to mention helping to justify the absolutely ridiculous military budget in the US, which in turn lends legitimacy to keeping people poor through taxes. And of course, it's not always been the Germanic mafia. The mafia are the Phoenix people. When one dominant power falls, they migrate and intermarry into the next. And at the moment, I think the mafia intends to shift towards associating with Africans, in addition to Middle Easterners, as well as Latinos. And based on my research, I also think that most major members of the mafia at this point in time are quite old, and that they're getting more and more desperate to hold on to power, doing things like rapidly pushing the development of automation to destroy jobs. Also, when it comes to that topic, you can clearly see that there are people in Japan that are involved as well, but we'll get more in depth on that and I'll give you some examples later. And remember, any localized revolutions will ultimately fail so long as they control all the militaries. That's why waking people up everywhere is so important. Anyways, basically everything else that was brought up will be addressed throughout this video. Now then, the next thing we'll look at is examples of businesses and recognized organized crime groups working together. In Russia in 2001, Boris Grayslov, who at the time was the interior minister, made the claim that the Tambov gang controlled up to 100 industrial enterprises in St. Petersburg, including the Petersburg Fuel Company and 4 major seaports. And in 2007, the Prosecutor General of Russia, Yuri Chaika, announced that the Tambov gang had recently taken over 13 large enterprises in St. Petersburg. Dmitro Firtash is a Ukrainian businessman who has worked as a middleman for the Russian natural gas giant Gazprom. He reportedly told the US ambassador that he required permission from Simeon Mogilevich in order to do business in Ukraine in the 90s. Firtash himself has been accused of bribery and creating a criminal organization. Russia supplies 30% of Europe's gas, and the largest pipeline in Europe is called the Bratstvo, meaning brotherhood, and it's a popular term for organized crime in Russia. An Israeli lawyer named Ziv Gordon, who has represented Mogilevich for over 20 years, created Ural Transgas, or ETG, in 2002, and reportedly registered the company in Dmitro Firtash's name. ETG was suspected of being a front for Gazprom and had bank accounts in Vienna. Afterwards, Gazprom and ETG established Rus-UKR Energo, or RUE, which was registered in Switzerland. Mogilevich is alleged to have been involved with RUE and by some accounts has been the man in charge. In the US, the famous auto industry tycoon Henry Ford reportedly relied on mafia thugs in order to prevent his employees from forming a labor union, and according to an FBI file, he had links to several prominent organized crime figures of his day. His right-hand man, Henry Bennett, was also known to be close with the mafia. According to Michael Franzese, who is known as the Yuppie Don and is the alleged former head of the Colombo crime family in New York, the people on Wall Street collaborate often with mafia figures. Hollywood's connections to organized crime are basically an open secret. In this picture, you can see the prominent actor and director Sean Penn meeting with the Mexican drug lord El Chapo Guzman. John Roselli was an organized crime figure nicknamed the Henry Kissinger of the mob. He was associated with the Chicago outfit as well as the Italian Los Angeles crime family. Roselli was also connected with major Hollywood figures, including alleged connections with Frank Sinatra, Donna Reed, Lana Turner, and Betty Hutton. The adult film industry has been linked to a scam carried out by members of the Gambino crime family, and there are alleged ties between content being produced and mafia-controlled prostitution rings. Robert DiBernardo was a subordinate to John Gotti and was reputed to control a large portion of the adult film business in the US. He was an associate of Ruben Sturman, who was known as the Walt Disney of porn. In this business, Sturman is alleged to have had protection and support from the highest levels of the Cosa Nostra. In Italy, it's been said that the mafia is the country's biggest business enterprise, and in recent years they've also been called Italy's #1 bank. In the Italian energy business, Vito Nicastri is known as the Lord of the Wind. Nicastri has been linked with organized crime figures including Matteo Messina Denaro, who is alleged to be the unchallenged godfather of the Sicilian mafia after the death of Salvatore Rina in 2017. These links were revealed during an investigation into whether Nicastri was engaged in money laundering. Major government subsidies have gone into the wind and solar industries, which, according to Italian prosecutors, have been deeply infiltrated by the mafia for years, especially in Sicily. Organized crime is also reportedly in control of Italy's agriculture and food businesses, and allegedly the fake oil scams like the one revealed in Operation Mamma Mia were thought up and executed by organized crime members. In Germany, the resources going to police for the purposes of dealing with organized crime have dramatically decreased in recent years, and few investigations into reported cases of organized crime are undertaken. The Deutsche Bank, a German global banking and financial services company, has been implicated in the Grand Laundromat scheme where billions of dollars were laundered out of Latvia. This money is said to have been of criminal origin. In Japan, the Yakuza have a great amount of control over the entertainment industry, and many of the major talent agencies are known to be connected with them. This industry is also said to have a strong drug and casting coach culture, similar to Hollywood. Samushu Ishii was the head of the Inagawakai Yakuza gang when in 1985 he set up a property development company, which became known as the gang's Business Activities Bureau. He bought heavily into blue-chip Japanese companies like Nippon Steel, Mitsui Metals, and Tokyo Corporation, and other Yakuza gangs are said to have followed his example. In 1990, it was revealed that Yakuza members were involved in the Itoman Trading Company. A Korean businessman named Ho Young-chung, who was known to have extensive Yakuza connections, bought a 19% stake in the company. The three biggest banks in Japan have been investigated over alleged ties to organized crime, after Mitsuho Financial Group reportedly loaned over $2 million to people with Yakuza ties. This led to the resignation of the chairman of Mitsuho, Takashi Tsukamoto. The cleanup of the Fukushima Daiichi nuclear power plant after the 2011 tsunamis is alleged by a whistleblower to be managed by a chaotic system of subcontractors with organized crime connections. These subcontractors reportedly often ignore safety rules such as radiation exposure guidelines, and organized crime groups are said to be involved in extortion and blackmail in relation to these operations. By the way, isn't it strange that RT would have access to Yakuza members? In South Korea, there are a handful of massive industrial conglomerates known as chaebols, with many of them being family-run. These families, which are basically Korean nobility, are often said to be involved with organized crime groups. As one example, Kim Sung-yeon, the chairman of Hanwha Group, reportedly kidnapped some bar workers with the help of bodyguards and some organized crime group members, and beat them down for having damaged his son's face. The chaebol Samsung has been referred to as the main mafia of South Korea, and several Samsung executives have been convicted for bribing members of the government. And according to one whistleblower, this company has a $200 million slush fund for buying people off. In Argentina, Ibar Perez Carati, who has been involved in the pharmaceutical industry, has been extradited to the US and arrested on charges related to ephedrine trafficking. He has also had a warrant for his arrest issued in connection to the triple crime, which refers to the murder of 3 men connected to the Argentine pharmaceutical business. Allegedly, the reason for these killings was to prevent these 3 from entering the ephedrine trafficking business. In China, a man named Li Qiang, who is an alleged crime boss, has been sentenced to 20 years on charges related to running a criminal enterprise and bribing officials during the Chongqing gang trials. He is said to have based his gang around his transportation company, Chongqing Yuqiang Group, and had them support his business interests from the outside by doing things like causing traffic jams and putting illegal buses into use in the city in order to dominate the transportation market. The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, or ICBC, has had several senior managers in its Madrid branch arrested, and Spanish prosecutors have accused the company of being involved in laundering funds from tax fraud and smuggling carried out by Chinese criminal organizations. In India, there exists a recognized mafia raj of government officials, businessmen, NGOs, organized crime, and so on. And the Indian coal mafia, for example, has been claimed to exist within the Ministry of Coal by PC Parakh, who was at the time the coal secretary. He has also said that the industry is fully under the control of mafia. Suresh Singh was known as the Coal King of India and the head of the coal mafia of Danda until he was assassinated by gunfire from 3 men while he was attending a wedding ceremony, with the assassination being a killing between rival coal clans. There is also a sand mafia, which is destroying beaches and riverbeds along with the livelihoods of people in nearby communities in order to make money supplying India's construction industry. Based out of Brazil, the company Odebrecht is Latin America's biggest construction firm. It is said to have paid out over $800 million in bribes between 2001 and 2016. Marcelo Odebrecht, who is the former CEO of Odebrecht, has been sentenced to 19 years in prison on charges related to bribery, money laundering, and organized crime. In 2017, Marcelo, his father, and his brother were named in the Paradise Papers, which was a release of confidential documents relating to offshore investments, to have used at least one offshore company as a vehicle for paying bribes in connection to Operation Car Wash. Operation Car Wash refers to an ongoing investigation that started in 2014 to investigate money laundering, but has since also highlighted allegations of corruption at the Brazilian government-controlled oil company Petrobras. According to this investigation, a group of Petrobras officials colluded with an organized cartel of 16 companies to overcharge Petrobras for construction and service work in exchange for bribes and kickbacks, with the bribes set to total up to nearly $3 billion. And people implicated included, as I mentioned, the former president Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, as well as Eduardo Cunha, who was in the government position called President of the Lower House and was sentenced to 15 years. And after protests, former President Dilma Rousseff was impeached and removed from her position. Of course, this is a little off topic since since recognized organized crime figures don't feature prominently in this scheme, but I thought it was worth going over now as an example of the levels of collusion that go on behind the scenes. Anyways, as I mentioned before, in Africa, the diamond industry is connected with the Cosa Nostra. Antonio Messicati Vittel is known to be a high-ranking member of the Sicilian Mafia, where he is said to be the boss of the Villa Bay crime family. He is said to have colluded with Zimbabwean businessmen to smuggle $500 million worth of diamonds out of the Chadwa mining fields in Zimbabwe. He has also been charged with murder, illegal arms trafficking, human trafficking, money laundering, drug dealing, and other crimes, which he allegedly did through a company called Zimbabwe Diamond Opportunity. British American Tobacco, or BAT, reportedly claimed in an internal document in 1993 that only 5.4% of their business in China went through legal channels. Allegedly, it was the triads that were behind an operation to smuggle billions of cigarettes into China and Taiwan from Hong Kong, Singapore, and the Philippines. In 1995, former BAT director Tommy Choi was killed in a Singapore harbor in what was said to be a triad style, and an alleged triad member was sentenced to 27 years in connection to this murder. Choi had spoken to police and claimed that there was high-level corruption at BAT, and it is believed that this killing was a message to others who might do the same. Another company that has been said to be at the center of this operation was the Hong Kong company Giant Island, which was founded in the mid-80s to export cigarettes. The city of London is one of those places that are notorious for money laundering. Even Osei Tutu II, the Emperor of Asante, who has been called the King of Ghana, has been accused of laundering £350,000 in cash in the city. A bank official named Mark Arthur, who lost his job as a result of these allegations, claimed that he was unable to say no because it would offend the king. According to the National Crime Agency, hundreds of billions of US dollars of criminal origin will almost certainly continue to be laundered through UK banks. Several recognized organized crime groups are involved in money laundering in the city of London, and the London property market is reportedly built largely on laundered money. Now let's talk a little bit about the Vatican and the activities of the Catholic Church. Just by going through pictures like these, you can see that the Pope, who is considered the absolute monarch of the Vatican State, along with the Catholic organization he represents, has connections to top government officials, officials from other organizations, and so on. The Catholic Church, by the way, is said to be the largest non-governmental provider of education and healthcare services in the world. The truth is that the church is really just another form of government anyways, and we'll really get into that a little later on when I start talking about religion in general. But for now, let's just look at the crimes associated with this organization. So first off, the Catholic organization has quite a reputation with sexual abuse scandals. I won't go into detail since it's so well known, and you can just pause the video on any of these articles for an example. But basically, members of this organization are provided with certain privileges, especially the more well-connected ones, and some of them use that to engage in predatory behavior. What basically happened when this whole thing broke was that there was a lot of whistleblowers, which forced them to throw several priests under the bus, while at the same time there are many incidents where the church has seemingly protected offenders from consequences, such as shuffling predatory priests around whenever rumors start spreading about them locally, and cases where the Vatican government has claimed to be handling these incidents internally and then more or less just go silent on the matter. And then there's the claims that a certain graveyard fund is actually intended as hush money for victims and those around them. Anyways, recently, Vatican police are said to have broken up a gay sex orgy at the home of a secretary to one of the Pope's main advisors. The location belonged to the Vatican's Congregation of the Doctrine of the Faith. Illegal drugs are also said to have been found at the location. The Vatican Church's connections to the drug trade go much deeper than that though. In Mexico, the cartels have reportedly offered money to the church in order to fund public works and other activities. In 2010, a plaque thanking an alleged kingpin of the Zetas cartel was seen at a church in the Mexican city of Pachuca. Roberto Calvi, referred to as God's banker, is alleged to have been linked with Pablo Escobar. Calvi had close ties with the Vatican Bank and was found hanged under the Blackfriars Bridge in London after a scandal broke that involved the P2 Masonic Lodge and the Mafia. I'll be talking more about that whole situation later. In 2014, Pope Francis announced that the Mafia was excommunicated from the Catholic Church, but only a few weeks later, a religious procession carrying a statue of the Madonna took a detour to the home of a convicted mobster under house arrest in what was called a show of honor. In southern Italy especially, the Catholic organization and the Mafia are known to be deeply intertwined, with local priests said to often be complicit in criminal activities, and Mafia buildings are often covered in Catholic symbols and objects. The Institute for Religious Works, also known as the Vatican Bank, reportedly shut down over 4,500 accounts in 2013 after Pope Francis took the throne. Many of these accounts were implied to have been involved in tax evasion and money laundering schemes, and some of these accounts were also rumored to be connected with the Spatola and Inzerillo crime families, members of Silvio Berlusconi's Forza Italia political party, which, as I mentioned, has several connections with recognized organized crime, are also close with the Vatican. 3 members of that party are also members of the Catholic sect Comunione e Liberazione. The Catholic priest Edoardo Scordio, along with the Arena clan of the Calabrian Mafia and a Catholic volunteer group called Mercy have been said by members of the Italian police to have skimmed millions from a government migrant fund. According to the writings of Emmett McLaughlin, who was a former Catholic priest in the Franciscan Order, American gangsterism during the Prohibition era was a largely Roman Catholic monopoly. Now, you wouldn't get the full picture by just looking at recent events, so let's look at just a few of the activities of the Catholic Church throughout its 1700 years or so of history. There are many cases of the Church being complicit with slavery. According to a document that was the product of the Third Lateran Council in 1179, Christians who aided in the war efforts of the Saracens could have all their possessions confiscated and could be captured and turned into slaves. According to the papal bull Dum Diversas, which was issued in 1452, the Portuguese had the right to attack, conquer, and subjugate Saracens, pagans, and other so-called enemies of Christ wherever they were found. They were also permitted to take over the lands that these people inhabit, seize their possessions, and render them into perpetual slavery. In 1545, Pope Paul III affirmed that the inhabitants of Rome were permitted to publicly buy and sell slaves of both genders. This is alleged to have been due to a shortage of slaves in Rome. Now, the papacy has also been historically connected with prostitution. Pope Sixtus IV, for example, was known to collect a church tax on prostitutes and charge priests for keeping mistresses. By one account, there were 6,800 public prostitutes in Rome in 1490, which was a huge number in proportion to the population. Pope Alexander VI's son, Caesar Borgia, reportedly held what was called a banquet of chestnuts at the papal palace. The account of this event describes there being 50 prostitutes that were made to crawl on their hands and knees picking up chestnuts, and that it later turned into a competition of who could have sex with the prostitutes the most often. Pope Leo X was said to be exceedingly devoted to the flesh and to have saw the papal court as a center of amusement. He is said to have engaged in excessive luxuries and drained the papal treasury during his time as pope. To make more money, he began selling indulgences. Basically, this meant that Catholics were told they could be forgiven for their sins in exchange for a fee. Unlike normal confession, where the church effectively gets a bunch of dirt on its members for free, the Catholic Church has also been connected to many acts of war, genocide, and general brutality. For example, the best-known Catholic military crusades, those into the so-called Holy Land, produced a death toll estimated at around 2 million, and which included people identified as Jews, Christians, and Muslims. The Northern Crusades in the 12th and 13th centuries were sanctioned by the Pope, and they included the Wendish Crusade of 1147, where the tribal Wendish people of northern Germany, also known as the Polabian Slavs, were forcibly subdued and made to identify as Catholics, while their lands were made part of the Holy Roman Empire. The Stedinger Crusade of 1230, where a group of peasants were labeled as heretics by the Archbishop of Bremen, and he convinced the Pope to summon a crusade that proceeded to massacre them. And the Livonian Crusade, where mostly Germans of the Holy Roman Empire and Danes invaded Latvia and Estonia. The Cathars, also known as the Arians, were a competing ideology in the early history of the Catholic Church. In 1208, Pope Innocent III launched the Albigensian Crusade, also known as the Cathar Wars, where the Crusaders employed mass indiscriminate slaughter to inspire terror in those who might oppose them. They seized and burnt many cities in southern France and committed unspecified atrocities. And ultimately, not much is known about the Cathars because they aren't around anymore. This crusade has been called an act of genocide. The Waldersons were a group expelled from the Roman Catholic Church in the 12th century. This was allegedly over a dispute about how the Bible should be read to people, and it led to over 80 of them being burnt to death in Strasbourg, France. The Bosnian Crusade was launched in 1221 against people said to be sympathetic of the Bogomilism sect, which was allegedly similar to Catharism. The Crusaders failed to conquer all of Bosnia, but the Dominican order took control of the Catholic Church in that area, and the Archbishop of Bosnia, who was accused of sheltering heretics, was replaced by a German Dominican. The Lollards of England had a revolt against the Catholic Church and the English King Henry V in 1414. This revolt was crushed, and reportedly all but one militant was burned at the stake or hanged after being charged with treason and heresy. The Spanish Inquisition, which went on from around 1478 to 1834, was led by a Catholic agent with the title of Grand Inquisitor. There are conflicting accounts of what went on during the Inquisitions, but by conservative estimates, around 2,000 people were burnt at the stake, often as part of a public ritual called the Act of Faith. Now, Catholic agents absolutely played a part in the acts of genocide against Native Americans. In the colonial region designated as New Spain, the natives were concentrated into what were called the Indian Reductions, where they could be better controlled, taxed, and have the ideology pushed on them. Most of their original villages in these regions were destroyed, and these native tribes had their original cultures destroyed, as they were made to mix with people from faraway tribes and made to identify as Catholic, similar to what was done with the Wendish tribes of northern Germany. I'll be going more in depth on this topic later when we get on the subject of the Jesuit order. The German Peasants' War, which lasted from 1524 to 1525, is considered by historians to have been the largest popular revolt in Europe before the French Revolution. It was part of the Protestant Reformation, which was basically a breakaway movement from the Catholic organization. This peasants' war failed and resulted in 100 to 300 peasants and farmers being slaughtered. The Huguenot Wars, also known as the French Wars of Religion, was another bloody event of the Protestant Reformation where the death toll is estimated at 3 million. This war is best known for the St. Bartholomew's Day massacre, in which there were a number of targeted assassinations and rampant Catholic mob violence, directed against those identified as Huguenot Protestants. Now the 30 Years' War is an even bigger and bloodier event, and is considered by historians to have been the deadliest European religious war, with the estimated death toll at around 8 million. I'll also be talking more about this event later when we get to the Jesuits. The Goa Inquisition was proposed by the Jesuit Francis Xavier in 1546 to the King of Portugal. This Inquisition, which lasted from 1560 to 1820, involved many trials and executions, including burnings at the stake, but most of this Inquisition's records were burned by the Portuguese involved, although victims are known to have been at least in the thousands, and by some Indian accounts in the millions. Before these Inquisitions even began, Portuguese troops destroyed around 300 Hindu temples, and Indians who have been made to identify as Catholic were accused of practicing crypto-Hinduism by Jesuit clergy. Catholic missionaries reportedly burnt any books written in local languages that they could find, and families were ordered to send their children to the Jesuit College of St. Paul to be baptized. These Inquisitions also targeted local Muslims, other Christian sects, people identified as Jews, and even Catholics who were accused of sympathizing with Hindus. The Francoist Spain period refers to Spain from the years 1936 to 1975, when Francisco Franco was the head of the Spanish government. This period began with the Spanish Civil War, and ended with Franco handing over the head position to King Juan Carlos I upon his death. This civil war was said to be supported by Catholics, and later on, Catholic clergymen were given certain legal privileges in Spain that had been previously abolished in the mid-19th century. A Catholic charity called Caritas oversaw foodstuffs being sent from the U.S. during the Reconstruction period. By contrast, the privileges for those identifying as Protestants were restricted, with public activity and announcements being prohibited, and there were reportedly occasional acts of violence against their meeting places. The Catholic organization also integrated itself into the framework of Spanish public education in the 40s and 50s. Now then, in the last video I merely introduced the idea that nobility families are really running things, and historically, especially those referred to as the black nobility. Well, now it's time to really get down to it and look at some of the major families and their roles throughout history and into today. The common usage of the term black nobility, at least according to sources like Wikipedia, specifically refers to the powerful families that are closely interconnected with the papacy. Almost all of them have had one or more of their members become popes. So here's some of the major nobility clans that have been closely connected with the Catholic organization. The Farnese family is said to have first become prominent in the early 15th century, when Ranuccio Farnese was commander-in-chief of the Republic of Siena's troops, who defeated those of the Orsini clan members at Pitigliano and gained territory for the family. Alessandro Farnese, better known as Pope Paul III, occupied the throne from 1534 to his death in 1549, and is best known for his sanctioning of the Jesuit order. Members of the Farnese were the dukes of the duchies of Fermo and Castro in Italy, both of which were basically created by Pope Paul III for the benefit of his family. And leading up to the Wars of Castro in the mid-17th century, Odoardo Farnese, who was then the Duke of Fermo, and whose mother was a member of the Aldobrandini clan, got into a dispute with Pope Urban VIII of the Barbini clan. Basically, the Barbini family wanted to take the Duchy of Castro for themselves. This war is said to have ended in a stalemate and a treaty between the two families. Odoardo's son, Ranuccio II Farnese, who inherited the title of Duke of Fermo, refused to pay any reparations for the war and was blamed for the murder of a newly appointed Bishop of Castro. And as retribution, Pope Innocent X of the Pamphili clan sent troops to destroy the capital city of Castro and the family's Palazzo Farnese. Now skip ahead about 50 years and then Elizabeth Farnese became the Queen of Spain by marrying King Philip V of the Bourbon family, and their son Charles III, who had inherited the title of Duke of Fermo, became the next king and founded the House of Bourbon Two Sicilies. He also married the daughter of the Polish King Augustus III, and Charles III's brother Philip founded the House of Bourbon Fermo. Currently, Prince Carlos, who is the head of the Bourbon Fermo family, claims the title of Duke of Fermo as a descendant of the Farnese. He is a nephew of former Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, and he has worked for ABN AMRO Bank in Amsterdam. Meanwhile, Prince Pedro, the Duke of Calabria, and Prince Carlo, the Duke of Castro, are the disputed heads of the Bourbon Two Sicilies family, and all three of them are the disputed heads of the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George, and all three are also Knights of Malta. The current King of Spain, Felipe VI, is also a descendant of the Farnese, and he has met with the Grand Master of the Order of Malta, and Henry, the current current Grand Duke of Luxembourg, is a member of the Bourbon family. He's also a Knight of Malta. Fidel Alejandro Castro's father emigrated to Cuba from the Galician region of Spain, and based on his surname, his family very likely has some connection with the Duchy of Castro, and by extension the Farnese family. Fidel looks similar to depictions of the Farnese Pope. Now, given the Farnese family's historical connection with the Jesuit order, and the fact that their most prominent descendants are connected with the Military Order of Malta, it's interesting to note that the U.S. Department of Defense's Pentagon has a similar design to the Palazzo Farnese in Caprarola. The Borghese family is said to have become prominent in Rome in 1605, when Camillo Borghese became Pope Paul V. This pope founded the Bank of the Holy Spirit, which at the turn of the millennium merged with a couple banks to form the Capitalia Bank, which has since been bought out by Unicredit. After Camillo became pope, the family became major landowners in the Roman Campania region, which surrounds Rome, and where they had monopolies on things like milling grain and permission to run inns. They also acquired quite a number of titles which have been passed down in this family. During the Napoleonic Wars period, another Camillo Borghese married Napoleon Bonaparte's sister Pauline, and he was made a prince of the French Empire. The current head of the family is Scipione, the 14th prince of Sulmona, the 15th prince of Rossano, and so on. Information on Scipione is difficult to find online, which is a problem I've run into over and over with these families. I'm even finding traces of stuff being deleted, especially on Wikipedia, but I did find that he married Barbara Massimo of the black nobility Massimo family. The Borghese family have intermarried with several black nobility families, including the House of Torlonia, which we'll talk about soon. A George Borghese is said to be a high-ranking member in the Philadelphia crime family. The black nobility Aldobrandini family is said to have rose to prominence when Ippolito Aldobrandini became Pope Clement VIII. Before becoming Pope, Ippolito was a cardinal stationed in Poland, where he is said to have secured the release of Maximilian III, who was the Archduke of Austria and the Grand Master of the Teutonic Order, and who had been imprisoned while trying to claim the Polish throne. In doing this, he gained the favor of the Habsburg family, who occupied the throne of the Holy Roman Empire. As Pope Clement VIII, he issued the Congregatio de Auxilis, which settled a dispute between the Jesuit and Dominican orders. The Aldobrandini intermarried with many of the other major black nobility clans, and Olympia Aldobrandini married Apollo Borghese in 1638, and a year after Paolo's death, she married a Camillo Pamphili, who was a nephew of Pope Innocent X. According to historians, she was the sole heir of the family fortune, and thus her wealth and property passed on into the Pamphili family when she died. She had several children with both men. The Aldobrandini name was picked back up by Don Camillo Borghese, Prince Aldobrandini, who was born in 1816 and was a descendant of the Olympia Aldobrandini I just mentioned. Another Olympia Aldobrandini married David René de Rothschild in 1974. The current head of this family is named Prince Camillo Aldobrandini, and his heir is named Don Clemente Aldobrandini. The black nobility Orsini family is believed to have originated from the older Bobani family of Rome, and the Orsini claim to descend from the Julio-Claudian family of ancient Rome. The Orsini have had at least 5 popes and at least 34 cardinals in the Catholic organization, and are known to have had positions in other governments. The Orsini have had a rivalry with the Colonna family which lasted for centuries, which was allegedly ended by a papal bull in 1511, and in 1571 the heads of both families married nieces of Pope Sixtus V of the Peretti family. Matteo Rosso Orsini, not to be confused with a cardinal of the same name, was the father of Pope Nicholas III, who he basically single-handedly brought to that position. Matteo was the senator of the city of Rome, and had enough influence to disregard being excommunicated by Pope Celestine IV. He was also said to be a personal friend of St. Francis of Assisi, and supported the Franciscan order that St. Francis had founded. This order is alternatively known as the Order of Friars Minor or the Seraphic Order. The Orsinis have intermarried with major nobility families from outside of Italy, like the Juvenals des Ursins in France, and the Bohemian Rosenberg family, which later spread to Austria and Germany. With the latter example, the Orsini-Rosenberg family of Austria were said to be subject only to the court of the Holy Roman Emperor. This kind of mixing is significant because it shows that a high-level black nobility family like the Orsini had reason to gravitate northwards into more Germanic lands. The Orsini affair, which was connected with Freemasonry and the Young Italy movement, involved Felix Orsini and 3 others throwing bombs underneath the carriage of the French Emperor Napoleon III in 1858. I will go into more detail on this later on when talking about the Freemasons, but it is one example of a member of these noble families taking part in one of the various orders that pop up all the time, and which these families are often shown to be backing. The current head of the Orsini family's Dukes of Gervina line is Don Benedetto Orsini. Don Benedetto is recognized as the Prince of Valletta, which is the capital city of the island of Malta, from which the Order of Malta gets its name. He is also a Neapolitan patrician, Venetian patrician, Genoese patrician, and has other titles. While doing research into this family, I came across mention attention of an Edgar Orsini, who has been charged with conspiracy and distribution of cocaine after an investigation, which allegedly connected him with a network involving the militant group Hezbollah. The Medici are another major black nobility family, and they've had 3 popes. In 1478, members of the Pazzi family, including Pope Sixtus IV, attempted to assassinate Lorenzo di Medici and his brother Giuliano di Medici, who were the rulers of Florence. This plot failed, with only Giuliano being killed, and as a result, the Pazzi were banished from Florence. The Medici family have often been noted for their wealth and association with banking. They created the Medici Bank, which was the largest in Europe in the 15th century, and managed the fortunes of members of several royal families. They even issued their own currency called the florin, which was accepted throughout Europe. Now, this could be just a coincidence, but a handful of Federal Reserve buildings in the US, including the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, have a similar design to the Palazzo Medici in Florence. Given the Medici's strong historical connection with banking, it's definitely possible that this family and or their descendants have some level of influence over these banks. The main house of Medici officially ended in 1737 after having mixed with several other major nobility clans, like the former French royal house of Bourbon, the Orsinis, and the Habsburgs. Among several branch families, the princes of Ottaviano are considered the closest descendants to the main line today. The princes of Ottaviano have been prominent in the Kingdom of Two Sicilies and have included 1 pope. The current head of the princes of Ottaviano is Giuliano di Medici di Toscano di Ottaviano, who is the president of the International Medici Association. The Breakspear family is said to have first become prominent when Nicholas Breakspear became Pope Adrian IV in 1154. Adrian IV, who was the only English pope, issued the papal bull Lauda Biliter, which urged the Angevin king Henry II of England to invade and govern Ireland. Bozo Breakspear, an Italian cardinal, is said by some sources to have been a nephew of Nicholas Breakspear, while other accounts say he was born in Tuscany. There is actually a theory that a branch of the Lancelotti or Lancerotti family of Italy became the Breakspears of England to gain influence on that island, which might help explain Pope Adrian IV seeking to gain Catholic control over Ireland through an English king. Rotti means broken and Lance means spears in Italian. The Lancelotti have intermarried with several other black nobility families, including the powerful Massimo family. Currently, Michael Lancelotti is known to be a capo in the Philadelphia crime family. Cindy Breakspear is a former Miss World who had a relationship with the famous musician Bob Marley, which produced a son named Damian Marley. She has claimed descent from the Breakspear Pope. Mark Breakspear, who was born in Oxford, is a visual effects person and has worked on many major Hollywood movies. And Michael Breakspear has written several papers on computational psychology and has studied the effects of things like facial expressions in films in relation to human behavior and mental illness. The Sforza family were the rulers of Milan for about a century before losing that position to the Spanish Habsburgs. They also controlled some other areas, and a few members moved to Rome to create the branch family called the Sforza Cesarini. In 1837, Duke Lorenzo Sforza Cesarini married an English woman named Caroline Shirley. One of their sons, named Francesco Sforza Cesarini, became a senator of the Kingdom of Italy, and allegedly he and his brother had allowed guns to be stored in their palaces to support the new kingdom, which caused the papal government to confiscate all their properties for a while. Francesco married Vittoria Colonna Doria of the black nobility Colonna family. Francesco's son, Lorenzo Bozio Sforza Cesarini, married Maria Torlonia of the Torlonia nobility family. Now, I tried to trace this family directly to their modern descendants, but with these families, a generation or so, usually around the turn of the 20th century, is made very difficult to find on the internet, and I wasn't able to. But anyways, a Morino Torlonia, who was born in 1961, and was the 4th prince of Civitella Sessi, is said to have been a descendant of Ludovico Sforza, who was a Duke of Milan, and the current and 7th prince of Civitella Sessi is named Giovanni Torlonia. Giovanni is the grandson of Infanta Beatrix of Spain, who was the grand aunt of the current king of Spain. The Torlonia are best known for having administered the finances of the Vatican starting in the 18th century. Prince Alessandro Torlonia, who lived from 1925 to 2017, was one of the 2 recognized prince assistants to the papal throne, which is a position that was held by the head of the Orsini until 1958. Since this position is considered hereditary, it will presumably go to his firstborn son, Carlo Torlonia. Alessandro was also the president of the Bank of Fucino. The Villa Torlonia in Rome was rented by the family to Benito Mussolini for 1 lira a year from the year 1920 until it was abandoned in 1945. Princess Sibylla of Luxembourg is a Torlonia on her mother's side. Duke Leopoldo Torlonia is reportedly the president of St. Peter's Circle, better known by its Italian name Circolo San Pietro. These noble families, by the way, often get involved in Hollywood and the entertainment industry in general. The actress Brooke Shields is the granddaughter of a Donna Marina Torlonia. Luigi Luca Cavelli Sforza is a population geneticist and a professor at Stanford University. The Forza Italia party, connected with Silvio Berlusconi and the Sicilian Mafia, is said to be named after the Sforza family. There's a picture going around that is said to be Berlusconi's front lawn with a Biscayne symbol on it, and after a little digging I found out that it was the Villa of Macerio, which Berlusconi is associated with. This symbol is also found on the Sforza coat of arms and is associated with Milan. The Barberini family, which is said to have originated in Tuscany, reached its height in prominence when Maffeo Barberini became Pope Urban VIII. And by the way, when I say prominence, I don't necessarily mean power. Many of the top families prefer to keep a low profile, especially in modern times. Anyways, Pope Urban VIII was educated by the Jesuits and canonized the major Jesuit figures Ignatius of Loyola and Francis Xavier. As Pope, he is said to have practiced nepotism on a grand scale, and many members of his family became wealthy simply because of his position. As I mentioned earlier, he launched the Wars of Castro that ultimately led to the capital of that Farnese-controlled duchy being destroyed. He was interested in military affairs and aggressively extended papal territory. In 1627, Maffeo's nephew, Taddeo Barberini, married Anna Colonna. Taddeo had been given the positions of governor of Borgo, commander of Sant'Angelo, and prefect of Rome by his uncle. He was also made commander of the papal army for a while. When the next pope, Innocent X, took the throne, Taddeo and his brothers were forced into exile, but Anna Colonna is said to have convinced this pope to allow him to keep his property. The current head of the Barberini is Benedetto Francisco Barberini, Prince of Palestrina, who was born in 1961. Urbano Barberini, Rio Sforza Colonna di Schiero, is an Italian actor. The Barberini have also mixed with the Este family. The Conti family are an Italian noble family known to have had 4 popes. Many members of this family acted as military commanders, such as Torquato Conti, who was a general field marshal of the Holy Roman Empire during the 30 Years' War. The Colonna family claimed to trace their lineage past the Count of Tusculum to the Julio-Claudian dynasty of the ancient Roman Empire. And as you can see, the symbol on their coat of arms is a column. Colonna can also be translated to mean column. In 1417, Oddone Colonna became Pope Martin V, and is said to have authorized a crusade into Africa the next year in relation to the slave trade. Prospero Colonna Doria, who was born in 1858, married a Maria Massimo, mixing those two families. And going back up their family tree to the 1500s, we see a Colonna marrying a member of the Doria family. A prominent member of the Doria family named Francesco Doria was a banker at Seville and financed Christopher Columbus's expeditions into the New World. As you probably know, Christopher Columbus was not the name the man actually went by. His Spanish name was Cristobal Colon, while his name in Italian was Cristoforo Colombo, and he is believed to have been born in Genoa, and is a possible descendant of Peter di Colonna, who founded the Colonna family, which would explain a Doria family member backing his venture, as the two families have intermarried. Columbus's son, Diego Columbus, married Maria di Toledo, who is said to have been the highest-ranking noble in America in the 16th century, and their son, Luis Colon di Toledo, married Anna di Castro Orsoio of the Orsini family. The Order of the Knights of Columbus is named after Christopher Columbus, and with a little digging I have found 3 people with the last name Colonna associated with this Catholic order. A Prospero Colonna, who was born in 1858, was the mayor of Rome for 2 separate terms, including the duration of World War I, and he was a Knight of Malta. Guido Colonna di Piliano is a former EU commissioner and a member of the Trilateral Commission. In the 30s, he was a vice consul for Italy, and he has been described as a diligent fascist. Jerry D. Colonna is an advisor at Webelow Incorporated and co-founded Flatron Partners venture capital firm. In 2002, Jerry was named a partner with JP Morgan Partners. Jean Jerome Colonna was an alleged godfather of South Corsica. Ivan Colonna is a Corsican who was convicted for the assassination of Claude Arignac, a prefect of Corsica. The Julia Colonna epoxidation is a chemical reaction which has been reported on originally by Sebastian Julia and later further elaborated on by both Julia and Stefano Colonna. The reaction has since been scaled up to industrially useful levels and is in use most notably by the German pharmaceutical giant Bayer and Evonik Industries, which is also based in Germany and which is said to be the largest specialty chemicals company in the world. A man named João Doria is the 62nd and current mayor of Sao Paulo, Brazil. The Chigi are a black nobility family said to be descendant from the Counts of Ardengesca of southern Tuscany. The Roman branch of the family was founded by the prominent banker and Sienese ambassador to Rome Mariano Chigi in the 15th century. Mariano's son Agostino Chigi became an even more prominent banker and is said to have lent huge amounts of money to Pope Alexander VI as well as other monarchs of his day. He was also the treasurer of Pope Julius II and had the salt monopoly in the Papal States and the Kingdom of Naples. He was said to be indisputably the richest man in Rome, and he had a villa built that later became known as the Villa Farnesia after the Farnese family took it over, and which later went to the Bourbons. In 1655, Fabio Chigi became Pope Alexander VII. Fabio supported the Jesuits, and before becoming Pope, he was an inquisitor on the island of Malta. Like most, if not all popes, he heavily engaged in nepotism. He made his family into Roman patricians, and gave his nephew Agostino the titles of Prince of Farnese and Duke of Aricia. Agostino was also made a Prince of the Holy Roman Empire, or HRE, by Emperor Leopold I. In 1735, another Agostino Chigi married a Julia Albani, of the Venetian patrician Albani family, which is said to be of Albanian origin. From then on, the family has been known as the Chigi Albani family. The Albani are themselves said to have originally gone by the surname Chigi, suggesting the two families were originally one well before this marriage. The Albani also had one pope named Clement XI. Prince Ludovico Chigi Albani della Rovere, who was born in 1866, was the Grand Master of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta from 1931 to 1951. In other words, the entire duration of World War II, with padding on both ends. He married a Donna Anna Aldobrandini. The current head of the Chigi Albani family is Mario Chigi Albani della Rovere, who inherited the titles of Prince of the HRE, Prince of Farnese, Prince of Campagnano, and Prince of Soriano, and he was born in 1929. The heir to the headship is his son, Flavio Francesco Chigi Albani del Rovere, whose grandmother is a Torlonia. The Palazzo Chigi at Via del Corso in Rome is the official residence of the Italian Prime Minister. Information online is particularly scarce when it comes to the Somaglia family, partly due to how members of this family have tended to avoid using the name. One branch of the Somaglia are known to have been a patrician family of Milan. There was a Corona Cavazzi Somaglia who lived in the early 16th century. She married a Camillo Borromeo of the ancient Borromeo nobility clan of Lombardy. A Charles Borromeo was appointed as Catholic Archbishop of Milan in 1564. Within the papal government, he was also appointed supervisor of the Franciscans, Carmelites, and Knights of Malta. He had an uncle named Julius Caesar Borromeo, and another uncle named Giuliano Angelo Medici, who became Pope Pius IV. Giulio Maria della Somaglia was a Secretary of State under Pope Leo VII, and later became Secretary of the Inquisition. He was also given the title of Patriarch of Antioch, and is said to have been considered seriously as a candidate for Pope. Gianluca Cavazzi della Somaglia was born in 1841 and was a Knight of Malta. He married Gwendolina of the Doria Pamphili Landi family. Gian Giacomo Cavazzi della Somaglia, born in 1869, was a senator of Italy and was president of the Italian Red Cross during the First World War. He was a knight of the then reigning Italian House of Savoy's Order of Saints Maurice and Lazarus and a patrician of Milan. Anyways, this family, like almost all of the noble families that I have come across, has very little record online of the generations around the turn of the 20th century, but they do appear to have mixed with the Trivolsio family. And following that line, a possible head of the Somaglia is Gian Giacomo Attolico Trivolsio de Conte di Aldelfina, who was born in 1953. A Gian Giacomo Attolico Trivolsio, probably the same person, is on the board of directors of the Banca Leonardo, which was founded in Milan, and which is in the wealth management business in Italy and Switzerland. The Somaglia family lended their name to the Villa Somaglia Balconi in the Italian town of Brucario in Milan. In Verona, there is a family known as the Somaglia di Stapazzola. A Cesare Somaglia di Stapazzola is a senior consultant at the Conciti Management Consultant firm. The black nobility Gaetani family, also known as the Gaetani family, had two popes and reportedly have Roman and Gothic origins. They are also said to descend from the Gaetae Indo-European tribe, which was similar to the Goths. They had disputes with the Colonna family during the 14th and 15th centuries that caused a few civil wars. Members of this family are noted to have been prominent in government and education during the 19th and 20th centuries. The main Gaetani line has allegedly died out, and the current head of the Gaetani dell'Aquila da Aragona branch family is Don Bonifacio Gaetani dell'Aquila da Aragona, who was born in 1950. Galacio Gaetani da Aragona is involved in the wine business and founded Net Wine Italy, which is described as the first national network of small and medium-sized companies in the wine sector. Ivana Trump, who was born in Czechoslovakia and was the first wife of Donald Trump, is known to have later dated Prince Raffaello Gaetani dell'Aquila di Aragona. Salvatore di Aquila was born in 1873 in Sicily and emigrated to the U.S. in 1906, where he became a captain of the Morello crime family of East Harlem. He went on to form the Di Aquila crime family and became the new boss of bosses. The Di Aquila crime family would later become known as the Gambino family. As I mentioned, Donald Trump has been connected with the lawyer Rory Cohn, who was an associate of former Gambino boss John Gotti. The black nobility Pamphili family were at their most prominent in the 16th and 17th centuries. They are said to have originated in Umbria, and in 1644 a Giovanni Battista Pamphili became Pope Innocent X. Giovanni's nephew Camillo Francesco Maria Pamphili married an Olympia Aldobrandini in 1647. The Palazzo Doria Pamphili was built in the 17th 17th century and contains one of the most valuable painting collections in the world. This palace was also used as a headquarters of the famous Italian general and honorary Grand Master of the Freemasonic Grand Orient of Italy, Giuseppe Garibaldi. A Filippo Andrea V Doria Pamphili, who was born in 1813, was the second mayor of Rome, holding that position from 1870 to 1871. He was also a Knight of the Order of Saints Maurice and Lazarus. Prince Filippo Andrea VI Doria Pamphili became the mayor of Rome in 1944, right at the end of the Nazi occupation of Italy. The current representatives of the family are Princess Jacine Pogson Doria Pamphili and Prince Jonathan Doria Pamphili, who was adopted. Jonathan is said to have a Brazilian boyfriend and 2 children from surrogate mothers. Princess Jacine allegedly tried to take him to court to make it so his children couldn't have his inheritance, by using a technicality in Italian law. Also, an Olympia Pamphili, who was born in 1672, married a Filippo Colonna. The Sciarra Chura family are not officially considered black nobility, but the related surnames Sciarri and Sciarra are. Members of the Sciarra Chura family have been the counts of Piemonte, Sasso Corveo, and San Donato. But overall, online information is very scarce when it comes to most of the history of this family. Domenico Sciarra Chura, who was born in 1860, was considered a member of the black nobility, a count of the papal nobility, and he was a knight of the Golden Spur. Sylvian Sciarra Chura, who was born in 1982, is a member of the Belgian branch of this family, and the last male member of the line of Giuseppe and the heir of the surname Sciarra Chura of France is Jimmy Sciarra Chura. The Massimo family are said to have produced 2 popes in the first millennium AD. They are considered one of the oldest noble families in Europe, and according to the historian Onofrino Panvino, they descend from the Maximi or Maximus clan, also known as the gens Fabia of ancient Rome. The gens Fabia themselves are noted as being one of the most ancient and prominent patrician families of ancient Rome. Marcus Fabius Ambustus was the Pontifex Maximus, meaning the high priest of Rome, when the city was taken over by the Gauls of Brennus in 390 BC. His 3 sons were sent as ambassadors to the Gauls. Quintus Fabius Maximus Rolanius occupied high positions in the Roman government and commanded Roman troops during the Samnite Wars. Quintus Fabius Maximus Furuscosus was a Roman general in the 3rd century BC who was involved in the Second Punic War. The Massimo are said to be one of the most powerful noble families overall and have mixed with many other major nobility families. A Donna Giuseppina Massimo, who was born in 1799, married Ottavio Lancelotti, the Prince di Loro, which started the Massimo Lancelotti family. A Massimiliano Camillo Massimo, born in 1770, married Christina di Sassonia, who was a daughter of Xavier of Saxony, who was Prince of Poland and Lithuania and the younger son of King Augustus III of Poland. A Camillo Vittorio Massimo, born in 1803, married Princess Maria of Savoy-Carignano of the Savoy family, which included the royals of Italy from 1861 until they went into exile at the end of World War II. Don Fabrizio Maximo, born in 1868, married a Princess Beatrice of Bourbon. Currently, the family is said to be represented by Fabrizio Massimo Brancasio, Prince of Arsoli and Prince of Trigliano, born in 1963, as well as Stefano Massimo, Prince of Roccasecca dei Volsci, born in 1955, who is a fashion photographer and who is involved in so-called reportage photography. Stefano's father, Prince Vittorio Emanuele Massimo, married the British-born Hollywood actress Dawn Adams. A Prince Carlo Massimo Lancelotti was for 20 years the ambassador of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta to the Arab Republic of Egypt. In 1937, he gave the Discobolus sculpture to Hitler, who had allegedly paid 5 million lire to the Italian Minister of Foreign Affairs for it, and it was later returned in 1948. Buying expensive art is known to be a popular method for money laundering. Valerio Massimo di Roccasecca and Edward Spencer Churchill are both co-founders of SCM Capital and Octus Industries. Edward Spencer is the son of the Duke of Marlborough and is related to the former UK Prime Minister Winston Churchill and by extension the UK royal family. In the picture on the right, you see him standing next to Cara Delevingne, who is related to English nobility. A Fabrizio Massimo is reportedly the CEO of the Belgian-based technology company Heideltech and a co-founder of LED Italy. A Joseph Massimino is allegedly the current underboss of the Philadelphia crime family. The Borgia black nobility family had 2 popes, with 2 more being closely related, and they are said to have originated in the region of Aragon in Spain. Rodrigo di Borgia, better known as Pope Alexander VI, issued the papal bulls Eximiae Devotionis, Inter Cetera and Dudum Sequidum, which basically authorized the kings of Castile and Leon to colonize much of the New World. Rodrigo's second son, Cesare Borgia, is said to have been the inspiration for a work called The Prince, written by Niccolò Machiavelli. The Prince describes behaviors such as dishonesty and killing of innocents as being normal and effective tools for people involved in government and similar roles, and in some cases even seem come to endorse these methods. This ideology has come to be known as Machiavellianism. Tupac Shakur is said to have promoted gang violence between factions on the east and west coasts of the US through his music, which could be seen as a classic divide and conquer tactic. Almost 2 months after his alleged death, an album called The Don Killuminati, The 7-Day Theory, was released with Tupac using his alternative stage name of Machiavelli. Anyways, Caesar had a daughter named Louise Borgia, who married a Philippe de Bourbon. Lucrezia Borgia was another daughter of this Borgia pope, and she married a Giovanni Sforza, an Alfonso of Aragon, and Alfonso I of Este, who her brother Caesar may have had murdered. The Borgia family is connected with the Jesuit order. A Francis Borgia, born in 1510, provided them with financial support and was their third superior general, or black pope. He was descended from King Ferdinand of Aragon on his mother's side. Juan de Borgia y Castro, born in 1533, was the top servant in the household of the Empress of the Holy Roman Empire. He also married Lorenza de Onez y Loyola, who was the niece of Ignatius of Loyola, who was the first black pope. Juan was given several titles in Spain and Portugal, and was made president of the Council of Portugal and a member of the Spanish Council of State. Rodrigo Borgia Cavallas is a former president of Ecuador, and is said to be a direct descendant of Pope Alexander VI. He is known to have been close with former U.S. President George Bush Jr. The Odosalci family are said to have originated in the Como commune of Lombardy. They founded a bank in Genoa in 1619 and became prominent bankers, and later got involved with a Catholic organization. In 1676, Benedetto Odosalci became Pope Innocent XI. A claim made by historians for centuries was that Innocent XI secretly funded William III of Orange of the Netherlands, who was identified as Protestant and who became the King of England, Scotland, and Ireland, after invading and deposing King James II, who identified as Catholic. Carlo Odosalci, who was born in 1785, was appointed by the Pope as Grand Prior of the Order of Malta and later became a Jesuit. The current head of the family is Carlo Odosalci, who was a prince of the HRE and was born in 1954. His grandfather, also named Carlo, was a member of the board of Gantz, which was then Hungary's largest industrial enterprise, and his father Paul worked for IBM, for which he ran a training center in the Netherlands. A Dominique K. Odosalci reportedly works at IBM as a manager. A Vida Odosalci reportedly works or worked at IBM. A Daniel Odosalci is president of Strategic Advantage International. Princess Lucia Odosalci is involved in the jewelry business. The Ruspoli family are said to originate from Florence and have been bankers and merchants. They also claim descent from the Mary Scotties of Bologna, which includes Marius Scotus, who was born in Scotland and who was a general under Charlemagne in the 8th century. Scotus commanded troops against the Germanic Lombards in Italy. Members of the Ruspoli family have the title of Prince of the Holy Roman Empire. Bartholomew Ruspoli, who was born in 1496, moved to Rome and married Maria Ardinhelli, whose uncle was a close associate of Alessandro Farnese, who would become Pope Paul III. From there on, the Ruspoli became members of the papal court and intermarried with different black nobility families, including the Farnese and the Sforza, which they tend to use as a first name, and they have several princely titles in Italy and Spain. Constantino Mario Ruspoli, the fourth prince of Poggio Sueza, was born in Brazil and is commander of the Sovereign Order of Fraternal Integration Italo-Brazilian. Carlo Emanuele Ruspoli, followed by a paragraph of titles, was born in Italy, and he is a knight of the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George, which, as I mentioned, is headed by descendants of the Farnese. Carlo is also a knight of Malta and a knight of the Papal Order of St. Gregory the Great, and he is associated with the Foundation for Sustainable Development. Carlos Ruspoli was the Duke of Valcudia, Duke of Sueca, and Count of Chinchon, and a knight of Malta. He is also a member of the Maestrante, or Rural Militia of Granada. Enrique Jaime Ruspoli, the 19th Count of Benares, was born in Spain, and he is a Maestrante of Granada, a knight of Malta, a papal gentleman, which means attendant to the Pope, and a noble guard, meaning the Pope's personal guard, which is really more of a sign of privilege with the Vatican. Francesco Ruspoli, who was born in Rome, is the Prince of Cerveteri, Marquis of Riano, and Count of Vignanello. He has been involved in banking in Rome, Paris, and London. Francesco's father, Alessandro Ruspoli, was heavily involved in the film industry, and was close with many of its big names in the 50s and 60s. So now let's look at some of the more Germanic nobility families. The Este family is believed to have a Frankish origin and is named after the region of Este in northern Italy. They have an older branch called the House of Wealth. In 1771, Maria Beatrice de Este married an Archduke Ferdinand, who was a son of the Holy Roman Emperor. This created the Austria Este family, also known as the Habsburg Este. Est. The current head of the Austria Est is Prince Lorenz of Belgium, and who is considered a member of the Belgian royal family. Lorenz is a Knight of the Golden Fleece and has worked at various banks in London, Paris, and Rome. His heir, Amedeo, is also very involved in banking, and currently working at the Gutzweiler Private Bank in Basel, which is located where the Swiss, French, and German borders meet. The House of Welf was founded by Welf I, Duke of Bavaria, who was a member of what's called the Elder House of Welf, which was related to Charlemagne's Carolingian dynasty. The House of Hanover is considered the last surviving branch of the House of Welf. Queen Victoria, who was the Queen of the UK from 1837 to 1876, was the last UK monarch of the House of Hanover. She married her first cousin Albert of the Saxe-Coburg and Gotha family, who have been the royals of the UK ever since. The current head of the Hanover family is Prince Ernst August, who was born in 1954, and is alleged to have beaten a man with a knuckle duster. He married Princess Caroline of Monaco, who is the daughter of Rainier III, the Prince of Monaco, and the actress Grace Kelly. His son and heir, also named Prince Ernst August, has worked at the First Energy Bank in Bahrain and London. The House of Glucksburg, which is actually the House of Schleswig-Holstein-Sonderburg-Glucksburg, is a branch of the House of Oldenburg, which was founded by a count of the Oldenburg region of Lower Saxony. Margaret II of Denmark, Harold V of Norway, Constantine II of Greece, Queen Sophia of Spain, and Charles the Prince of Wales are all members of branch families of the House of Oldenburg. Christoph, the Prince of Schleswig-Holstein, is the current head of the elder branch of the Glucksburgs, and technically the head of the entire Oldenburg family. He is a co-founder and the chairman of the advisory board of GLC Glucksburg Consulting Group, which is involved in agriculture, forestry, and real estate. The Romanov family reigned over Russia from 1613 until 1917, when Tsar Nicholas II abdicated. Charles Frederick of the Holstein-Gottorp, which is a branch family of the Oldenburgs, married Anna Petrovna of Russia, and from then on the Romanovs have also descended from the Oldenburgs. Currently there are two disputed heads of the House of Romanov. One is Maria Vladimirovna, who was a Knight of Malta, and the other is named Andrew Andreevich Romanov. King Carl XVI Gustav of Sweden is the head of the Bernadotte branch of the Holstein-Gottorp. The Furstenberg family are most likely descended from a Franconian family called the Eurochinger, who had established themselves in Italy. Egon VIII von Furstenberg-Heiligenberg, born in 1588, was a warlord of the German Catholic League during the 30 Years' War. He married an Anna Maria of the Hohenzollern family. One of their sons, Franz Egon Furstenberg von Heiligenberg, was prime minister for the Archbishop of Cologne. A Wilhelm Egon von Furstenberg-Heiligenberg, born in 1670, was involved in the formation of the League of the Rhine, which was made up of more than 50 German princes, and was said to be primarily intended to weaken the position of the Habsburg Holy Roman Emperor. A Maximilian D. Furstenberg, born in 1904, was a Catholic cardinal and a military chaplain for the duration of World War II, and after that became an apostolic delegate to Japan, and later to Australia, New Zealand, and Oceania. Heinrich was Grand Master of the Order of the Holy Sepulchre, and a Knight of the Belgian Order of Leopold II. Heinrich I of Furstenberg is involved in the timber company, Leginis GmbH & Company, along with other formerly royal families in Germany. He's also a Knight of Malta. Prince Egon von Furstenberg was born in 1946 in Switzerland, and was a banker, a fashion designer, and an interior decorator, and he was openly bisexual. His son, Prince Alexander von Furstenberg, was born in the U.S., and is on the board of directors of the Bermuda-based management firm WP Stewart & Company, and the U.S.-based internet conglomerate Interactive Corp, or IAC. Alexander is also a partner and director at Diane von Furstenberg Studio, and he's a former chief investment officer at Arrow Investments. Alexander's sister, Tatiana, is involved in the film industry. Barry Diller is the chairman and senior executive at IAC and Expedia, former chairman and CEO of Fox, and former chairman and CEO of Paramount Pictures. He married Diane von Furstenberg, who was previously married to Prince Egon von Furstenberg, and is the mother of Alexander and Tatiana. Diane is the president of the Council of Fashion Designers of America. The Esterházy family originated in Hungary as a branch of the Salomon clan. Nicholas Esterházy, who was born in 1583, was made Palatine of Hungary, which was the highest government position in the Kingdom of Hungary by the Holy Roman Emperor, and he was also a Knight of the Habsburgs Austrian Order of the Golden Fleece. His son, Prince Paul I Esterházy, was a field marshal and commander-in-chief of the military frontier of southern Hungary, and is said to have participated in 16 battles against Ottoman troops, and later in battles to put down Hungarian rebel factions. He was a Knight of the Golden Fleece and was made a Prince of the Holy Roman Empire, a title which extended to his descendants, who went on to become the largest landowners in the Habsburg Empire. Count Marek Esterházy, born in 1881, was the Prime Minister of Hungary and was one of the 5 biggest landowners in the country, and his son Peter Esterhazy was a writer and a commander of the Order des Arts et des Lettres, and was given many awards in different countries. Joseph Anthony Esterhazy is a Hungarian-born writer who has worked on Hollywood films. His father Istvan was investigated by the U.S. Department of Justice over allegations that he was involved in writing propaganda for the Hungarian Nazi government. Count Janos Esterhazy de Galanth is receiver of the Common Treasure of the Order of Malta. He is a founding member of the Karl Friedrich von Weizsäcker Gesellschaft organization in Switzerland, a former board member of the German-American Chamber of Commerce, and he went to the Jesuit St. Blasian College. A very possible relative of the Esterhazys is Josephine Esther Menser, who was born in New York and whose parents were Hungarian immigrants. She married Joseph Lauder, who she co-founded the cosmetics company Estee Lauder with. Their son Ronald was a Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense under Ronald Reagan and was a U.S. ambassador to Austria. She was a Knight of the French Legion of Honor, which was originally established by Napoleon. The Rothschild family has origins in the Bacharach family of the Rhine-Palatinate region of Germany. Rothschild means red shield, and this family, formerly referred to as court Jews, deal with a lot of exposure while handling the finances of the higher-ups. For example, N.M. Rothschild & Sons is the family's UK banking branch and was founded in the city of London in 1811. The financial advisory division of this bank is known to serve members of the British nobility as well as the British royal family. This bank's non-executive chairman, Evelyn Rothschild, is said to be a personal financial advisor of Queen Elizabeth II, who made him a Knight's Bachelor. Evelyn is also a former director of IBM United Kingdom Holdings and De Beers Consolidated Mines. Evelyn's wife, Lynn Forrester, is the CEO of E.L. Rothschild, and she has publicly supported political actors like Hillary Clinton. Leopold David de Rothschild was a partner at the family's UK bank and was a Knight of the British Empire. David René de Rothschild is the chairman of the Rothschild Continuation Holdings Company, which is based in Switzerland. He's also reportedly a former chairman of N.M. Rothschild & Sons, former vice chairman of Rothschild Bank AG, former vice chairman of Rothschild & Say Bank, which has employed Emmanuel Macron, the current president of France. David René is also on the board of the French mass retailer group Casino, on the board of De Beers Group, and chairman of the governing board of the World Jewish Congress. He is the Rothschild who I mentioned married Olympia Anna Aldobrandini. Jacob Rothschild, the fourth Baron Rothschild, is reportedly a member of the Council for the Duchy of Cornwall for the Prince of Wales, a member of the International Advisory Board for the Blackstone Group, and chairman of J. Rothschild Capital Management. He is said to have been close with Diana, the Princess of Wales, who died under suspicious circumstances, and he is an associate of Henry Kissinger and many prominent people in government, banking, and business. Jacob is a Knight of the British Empire. Jacob's heir, Nathaniel Rothschild, is on the International Advisory Board of the Barrick Gold Corporation, which is the largest gold mining company in the world. He's also on the International Advisory Committee for the Washington, D.C.-based Brookings Institution, and he is chairman of the investment advisory business JNR Limited and former co-chairman of Asia Resource Minerals PLC, and he has generally been involved in investments in commodity industries such as coal, oil, and metals. Now, compared to almost all the other families I'm listing here, the Red Shields get a ton of exposure, especially as the ultimate example of so-called Jewish power. For such a supposedly powerful family, though, a lot of its members die under mysterious circumstances. Salomon James de Rothschild, born in 1835, died at the age of 29, allegedly from the excitement of gambling on the stock exchange. Alphonse James de Rothschild, born in 1827, had a letter bomb sent to him, although this assassination attempt failed and the bomb instead injured the chief clerk at the de Rothschild Freres office. Oscar Reuben von Rothschild, born in 1888, died at the age of 21 of alleged suicide. Leopold de Rothschild, born in 1845, was shot at with a revolver by a man named William Tebbit in 1912, although he survived. Nathaniel Charles Rothschild, born in 1877, is said to have cut his own throat in 1923 in order to end his suffering from encephalitis. And Michel James Mayer de Rothschild, born in 1955, was reportedly found hanging in his bathroom at the Hotel Bristol in Paris in 1996. Raphael de Rothschild, born in 1976, allegedly died of a heroin overdose in the year 2000. The Hohenzollern family originate from the Hohenzollern County of the Holy Roman Empire. They supported both the Hohenstaufen and the Habsburg Holy Roman Emperors, and were given many titles like Burgrave of Nuremberg. They were also the Margraves of Brandenburg, which in the 17th century gained the Duchy of Prussia in modern-day Poland, and later became the Kingdom of Prussia and then the German Empire. German Emperor Frederick Wilhelm II Hohenzollern was also the last king of Prussia. He went into exile at the end of World War I and spent most of the rest of his life at Doom in the Netherlands, from where he sent a telegram to Hitler expressing his wish to have the monarchy restored. restored. After the Netherlands government surrendered to the Nazis, George Frederick Ferdinand, Prince of Prussia, is the current head of the Hohenzollern family. George married Princess Sophie of Isenburg, which is another family that controlled territory in the former Holy Roman Empire. As the head of the Hohenzollern, George Frederick is the sovereign of the Prussian Order of the Black Eagle and 7 other orders. He is involved with the Princess Kira of Prussia Foundation, and a firm that reportedly focuses on helping universities bring innovations to the market. Princess Maria Theresa of Bourbon-Sicilies was his grandmother, and his grandfather, Franz Joseph, was a Nazi party member and a member of the SS. Prince Johann Georg von Hohenzollern, who was born in 1932, was a Director General of the Bavarian State Painting Collections and President of the Concert Society Munich. He married Princess Birgitta of Sweden, who is the sister of the current King of Sweden, and he was a Knight of the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George and a Knight of Malta. Karl Frederick, born in 1952, is the head of the princely house of Hohenzollern, and allegedly the head of the Royal House of Romania. He is the chairman and owner of the Prince of Hohenzollern corporate group, which is primarily involved in real estate, forestry, and investment into steel, engineering, and wine. Karl is a Knight of the Black Eagle, and he married Countess Alexandra Schenk of the Stauffenberg family, who were counts in the Holy Roman Empire. Michael I was the last official king of Romania and a member of the Hohenzollern-Sigmaringen family. He married Princess Anne of the Bourbon-Parma family. The Liechtenstein family have been advisors to the Habsburg royals of the HRE and are named after Castle Liechtenstein in Lower Austria. In 1719, HRE Charles VI united Vaduz and Schellenberg, creating the Principality of Liechtenstein, named after his servant Anton Florian of Liechtenstein. This family continues to be the royals of what is now the country of Liechtenstein. Francis Joseph II was the reigning Prince of Liechtenstein from 1938 to 1989, and during this time the country was reportedly left out of the carnage of World War II. He was the first monarch of Liechtenstein to live in the country full-time, and oversaw many large companies coming to the country, partly due to low corporate tax rates. He was a Knight of the Holy Sepulchre, Knight of the Teutonic Order, and a Knight of the Golden Fleece. The current monarch of Liechtenstein is his son, Hans Adam II, who currently owns Liechtenstein Global Trust, or LTG Banking Group, and an extensive art collection. Hans is a Knight of the Golden Fleece. Hans has threatened to leave the country if he wasn't granted the official position of absolute monarch, and apparently the people voted in favor of the idea. This could be interpreted to mean that without this family and their connections, Liechtenstein could no longer continue to be a rich tax haven, and many of its citizens know it. His brother, Prince Philip von Liechtenstein, is the chairman of LGT, and has formerly worked at the Bank Rothschild in Paris. He is the founding member of the European Center for Austrian Economics Foundation, and governor of the European Financial Forum in London. In 2008, LGT and several other banks in Liechtenstein were investigated in connection to reports of tax evasion and money laundering. These investigations occurred mainly in Germany, but also countries like the US, the UK, Finland, and Spain. One of the several bank groups in Liechtenstein is Bank Frick & Company. In 2014, Jürgen Frick, who was the CEO of the bank, was shot dead in an underground parking garage, reportedly by a former fund manager named Jürgen Hermann. The Blumenthal family is said to have originated from Brandenburg, Prussia. They have also claimed descent from the Roman Emperor Florianus. George von Blumenthal, born in 1490, was a Catholic bishop and a prince who was a privy councillor of the Hohenzollern Margravate of Brandenburg. George was reportedly the last Catholic sovereign in northern Germany. Ludwig I Blumenthal, born in 1666, was made a count in the Holy Roman Empire and was a chamberlain to King Frederick I Hohenzollern of Prussia. Joachim Christian Count von Blumenthal, born in 1720, succeeded his uncle Ludwig as president of the Prussian General War and Finance Directory and was a Knight of the Black Eagle. Gustav von Blumenthal, born in 1879, commanded one of the 3 columns of German troops during the Maji-Maji Rebellion in German East Africa, modern-day Tanzania. James Arnold Baker, who is a member of the Blumenthal family, is the former CEO of BBC Enterprises and Oxford University Press. He also was the founding chairman of the UK's leading medical website. Ulrich von Blumenthal is a former supervisor of the United Nations Legal Department. The royal family of the Netherlands, known as the House of Orange-Nassau, is a branch of the House of Nassau, which is named after Nassau Castle in the Rhineland-Palatinate region of Germany. The orange part of their name comes from Claudia of the Chalon-Orange family of French Burgundy, who was born in 1498, marrying Henry III of Nassau-Breda. The Orange-Nassau have been councillors, generals, and stadtholders of the Habsburgs. In 1581, during the Dutch War of Independence against the Habsburg Empire, the Republic of Seven United Netherlands was established. This was a part of the Protestant Reformation, with an estimated 100,000 Dutchmen dying, and William I of Orange is said to have been the main leader in the revolt. Before the war, he was a member of the court of the governor of the Habsburg Spanish Netherlands, named Margaret of Parma, who was an illegitimate daughter of the HRE. Like all major nobility clans, the Orange-Nassau have intermarried with many others, including the Hohenzollern, the Stuart family of the UK, and the Romanov family. In 1841, William VI of Orange became King William I of the Netherlands. This was reportedly largely made possible by the prestige that his ancestor gained the family during the War of Independence. He was also the Grand Duke of Luxembourg. Currently, this family is rumored to have a large stake in Dutch Royal Shell, Philips Electronics Company, KLM Royal Dutch Airlines, and the Holland America Line cruise ship company. The current head of the family is King William Alexander of the Netherlands. He has been appointed as chairman of the United Nations Secretary-General's Advisory Board on Water and Sanitation, which is something to keep in mind because I'll be talking about certain chemicals in the water supply later. He's also a former honorary member of the World Commission on Water for the 21st century and patron of the Global Water Partnership. William Alexander is also a former member of the Supervisory Board of the Dutch Central Bank, and he has held high positions in the Netherlands Royal Air Force, Navy, and Army. His mother, former Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, reigned for exactly 33 years. The number 33 has significance in secretive societies like the Freemasons. Beatrix married Prince Claus, who was a soldier in the German army during World War II, and before that was a member in the Hitler Youth. She is a Knight of Malta, a Knight of the Golden Fleece, a Knight of the Royal Victorian Order, a Knight of the Garter, a Knight of the Japanese Order of the Chrysanthemum, and several other orders. Prince Friso of Orange-Nassau was a chief financial officer for the uranium enrichment company Urenco, a vice president at Goldman Sachs International in London, a managing director of the investment and advisory firm Wolfensohn and Company, and he was involved with the Netherlands Organization for Applied Scientific Research and the worldwide management consulting firm McKinsey and Company. This is the same Prince Friso who I mentioned earlier was kicked out of the royal house for marrying a woman who had alleged connections with a Dutch drug baron. The Netherlands Trading Society, or NHM, is a trading company established by King Willem I of the Netherlands and was involved in trade, shipping, and agriculture, and over the years developed a large international branch network and got heavily involved in banking. This led to the establishment of the ABN AMRO Bank, which today reportedly has a 40% stake in the Saudi Halandi Bank, which is now known as Alawal or First Bank. Prince Carlos of Bourbon-Parma, who I mentioned before while talking about the Farnese, is the son of Princess Irene of Orange-Nassau. He has worked for ABN AMRO in Amsterdam and was reportedly involved in preparations for the introduction of the euro currency. He has also worked as a public affairs consultant for the company European Public Policy Advisors. Prince Carlos has a brother from the same parents named Prince Jamie of Bourbon-Parma, who has been the Dutch ambassador to the Holy See since 2014 and a Knight of Malta. So the Habsburg family, also known as the House of Austria, were the royal family of the Holy Roman Empire for by far the longest time. They are named after Habsburg Castle in Switzerland and developed into two main branches, one in Austria and the other in Spain. I'll talk more about them when we get into the history of the Catholic Church. But for now, let's look at some of the family's current members. Karl von Habsburg is the current head of the family. Like his father, he is known as an advocate of the pan-European movement, and he is a former member of the European Parliament for Austria. He has been president of the Austrian branch of the Pan-European Union, which predates the European Union, and which had as its founding president Richard von Coudenhove-Kalergi, who was the product of a marriage between the Austro-Hungarian Coudenhove-Kalergi noble family and the wealthy Japanese Oyama family. In 2002, Karl was appointed as Director General of the Unrepresented Nations and Peoples Organization, or UNPO, which is an NGO. Karl is the Grand Master of the Austrian Order of the Golden Fleece and the Order of St. George, and he's a Knight of Malta and a Knight of the Teutonic Order. George von Habsburg is a former president of the Red Cross in Hungary and former Hungarian ambassador extraordinary to the European Parliament. He is known to be in support of the enlargement of the European Union. He's also a Knight of the Golden Fleece. While Birga Habsburg Douglas is vice president of the Pan-European Union and a board member of the Institute for Information on the Crimes of Communism. She is also a member of the board of the Arab International Media Forum in London and a Knight of Malta. Edward Habsburg Lorraine is ambassador of Hungary to the Holy See and the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, and he is a Knight of the Golden Fleece. Edward's father, Michael von Habsburg Lorraine, is a former ambassador of the Order of Malta to Hungary. He is a Knight of Malta, and he has also been the ambassador of Austria to Hungary. The Fugger family, who today are occasionally called the Huggers or the Fudgers, are said to have originated in the Swabian city of Augsburg, and they became prominent as bankers. They took over many of the assets of the Medici family and financed the Habsburg family while they were on their way up. They were also the first German trading house and a direct business business relationship with the Roman Curia. Jacob Fugger, born in 1459, is said to have financed the rise of Habsburg HRE Maximilian I, as well as his successor Charles V, and funded the marriages which gained the Habsburgs the kingdoms of Bohemia and Hungary. Jacob also financed the initial recruitment of the Swiss Guard for the Pope, which is today one of the oldest military units in the world. The first Fugger private bank, which was founded in 1945, is said to be maintained by all members of the Fugger family today. Karl Ernst Fürst Fugger von Glott, born in 1859, was president of the Imperial Council of the Crown of Bavaria and Royal Colonel Marshal of the Kingdom of Bavaria. He was chairman of the supervisory board of the Bayerische Hypotheken und Wechselbank. He was a Knight of the Order of St. Gregory the Great. Prince Hubertus Fugger is the current head of the Fugger-Babenhaus family and owns the Barnsley Gardens Resort in the U.S. state of Georgia. Information about this family online is scarce, but given the fact that they were said to be one of the richest families in the world in the Renaissance era, and that they had connections to both the Holy Roman Emperors and the Vatican, it seems possible that they are a lot more powerful today than they let on. The Saxe-Coburg-Gotha are one of the most prominent noble families, and they often take the role of royalty, or in other words, mafia frontmen, or as I like to call them, the white nobility, because their main role is to present a clean image for the organizations they represent, and they aren't necessarily the ones handing out the more important directives. This family originated as a cadet branch of the Saxon-Wettin family, which reigned over the Duchy of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha. The current head of the original ducal house of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha is Prince Andreas, who was born in Germany and is a first cousin of the King of Sweden. Andreas has been involved in the forestry industry in Germany and the Mitsui & Company General Trading Company in Japan, which was originally established in 1876 by the son of a Hakodate Bugyo, meaning something similar to a commissioner under the Tokugawa shogunate. Andreas has also been commissioner of the Coburg Family Foundation and protector of the German Shooting Society. His grandfather Charles Edward was notorious for his connections to the Nazi government. In fact, members of most, if not all of the more Germanic noble families, and many of the other families I'm mentioning here had connections to the Nazi government. I'll get into that and give you many more examples when we get into World War II later on. Charles Edward was also a prince in the United Kingdom and a Knight of the Black Eagle. Before Charles Edward, the Duke of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha was his uncle Alfred, who was a son of Queen Victoria of the UK and the Duke of Edinburgh. Alfred was a commander of various fleets in the British Navy and was stationed in Malta for several years. He was Admiral of the Fleet, which is the highest rank in the British Royal Navy. He was a Knight of the Garter, Knight of the Bath, Knight of the Royal Victorian Order, Knight of the Black Eagle, Knight of the Golden Fleece, Knight of the Austro-Hungarian Order of St. Stephen, Knight of the Portuguese Order of the Tower and Sword, a Privy Councillor to the Monarch of the UK, and a Knight of the Golden Lion of Nassau. He is also said to be the first European prince to visit Japan, where he met with Emperor Meiji. The current head of the Belgian line of the Saxon-Coburg-Gotha is King Philip of the Belgians. He has been chairman of the Belgian Foreign Trade Board, and his successor, the Foreign Trade Agency. He is a Knight of the Golden Fleece, Knight of Malta, Knight of the Bath, Knight of the Chrysanthemum, Knight of the Holy Sepulchre, and a Knight of the Order of Orange Nassau. The UK line of the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha renamed themselves the Windsors because they wanted to mask the fact that they are closely related to the German nobility during World War I. Queen Elizabeth II of the UK and many of the British Crown slave states is the head of this line and the Grand Master of the Order of the Bath, the Order of the Garter, the Royal Victorian Order, the Order of Canada, the Order of Australia, the Order of New Zealand, the Order of Burma, the Order of the Star of India, and many more. She is the Supreme Governor of the Church of England, the Commander-in-Chief of the Canadian Armed Forces, the head of the New Zealand Defence Force, and the Commander-in-Chief of the British Armed Forces. She is a Knight of the Spanish Golden Fleece, a Knight of the Chrysanthemum, and a Knight of the Portuguese Order of St. James of the Sword. The current head of the Bulgarian branch of Saxe-Coburg-Gotha is Simeon, who is the former Tsar and former Prime Minister of Bulgaria. Simeon has been the chairman of the Spanish subsidiary of Thomson, which is a French technology and defense group. He is a Knight of the Golden Fleece, Knight of the Holy Sepulchre, Knight of the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George, and a Knight of Malta. There is also an extinct Portuguese branch of the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, who were the royals of Portugal from 1853 to 1910 when the monarchy was abolished. The last king of Portugal was Manuel II. He was a Knight of the Garter, Knight of the Royal Victorian Order, Knight of the Golden Fleece, and a Knight of the Holy Sepulchre, and he died suspiciously. The Luxembourg family originated in the Holy Roman Empire. In 1312, a member of this family became Holy Roman Emperor Henry VII. After the previous Habsburg king was assassinated, he died a little over a year after becoming emperor, and he had also been the King of Italy and the Count of Luxembourg and Arlon. In 1355, another Luxembourg member became HRE and King of Italy Charles IV. He was also King of Bohemia. The third and last Luxembourg HRE was Sigismund, who was born in 1368, and who was also king of Hungary, Croatia, Germany, and Bohemia. He was a knight of the Garter, and he founded the Order of the Dragon, which is said to have flourished during the first half of the 15th century. Many European nobles, especially in Germany and Italy, were knights in this order. This family intermarried with a branch of the Nassau-Weilburg family, which is considered a branch of the Bourbon-Parma, to create the Grand Ducal family of Luxembourg, who are currently the royals of what is now the country of Luxembourg. The current head of the family is Henry, the Grand Duke of Luxembourg, who is the first cousin of the King of Belgium. He has been the chairman of Luxembourg's Board of Economic Development. He is a Knight of Malta, Knight of the Spanish Golden Fleece, Knight of the Royal Victorian Order, Knight of the Chrysanthemum, and a Knight of St. James of the Sword. Now let's talk about some major families in the United States. Just like the families before, these have mostly Germanic and Italian roots. The Johnson family are best known for the pharmaceutical giant Johnson & Johnson, which is based out of New Brunswick, New Jersey, and was founded by the brothers Robert, James, and Edward Johnson. The origins of this family are fairly well hidden, but one theory is that they are a branch of the Germanic House of Hanover. New Brunswick is named after Brunswick in Germany, where the House of Hanover has reigned. In fact, the House of Hanover were originally called the House of Brunswick-Luneburg, and they have reigned over Great Britain as well. Many locations around the world are named after Brunswick, and especially places associated with the British Empire, like the Canadian province of New Brunswick. Anyways, Robert Wood Johnson IV, who is a grandson of Robert Johnson, is the U.S. ambassador to the UK. He is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, or CFR, and he is chairman and CEO of Johnson Company, which is a private investment firm. He has given over $1 million and engaged in fundraisers for political actors. The Clinton family are said to be of English and Scottish descent, and have family lines going back to the original 13 colonies. Bill Clinton was inducted into De Molay International, which is an international fraternal organization named after Jack de Molay, who was a Grand Master of the Knights Templar. This organization is connected with Freemasonry. Bill and Hillary's daughter, Chelsea Clinton, is on the board of IAC, which again is a US-based internet conglomerate connected with the Furstenberg family. Chelsea is also on the board of the Clinton Foundation, Clinton Global Initiative, and Common Sense Media. The Bush family is one of the most prominent families in North America, and they are said to be mostly of English and German descent. Their specific origins are once again fairly well covered up, but here is what I suspect. There is an old Bush nobility family that has origins in Germany, and in particular the Rhineland region, and which has many branch families. And from the 17th to 20th centuries, many Rhinelanders made the trip to North America, and a few of these Bushes are known to have been among them. Baroness Gosta van den Busch Hadenhausen was the mother of Prince Claus, who had Nazi associations and who married Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands. Baroness Gosta spent World War II in Tanzania, where her husband was the manager of German-British tea and sisal plantations. Prescott Bush, born in 1895, was a banker and was close with Nelson Rockefeller. Like many in that family, he was a member of the Skull and Bones Society at Yale University, and later became a member of the Yale Corporation. He was on the board of directors of Columbia Broadcasting Systems, or CBS. He was also a founding member and one of the directors of Union Banking Corporation, which was suspected of holding gold on behalf of Nazi leaders. Jonathan Bush, born in 1931, founded J. Bush & Company, which provided discreet banking services for the Washington, D.C. embassies of foreign governments for many years. In 1997, Riggs Bank bought J. Bush & Company and made this Bush CEO and president of Riggs Investment, a firm based in New Haven, Connecticut. He was also a member of Skull and Bones. George Herbert Walker Bush, better known as George Bush Sr., is the son of Prescott Bush and Dorothy Walker of the Walker family and is named after her father. George is a former director of the CIA and a Knight of the Bath. He is a Skull and Bones member and was chairman of the First International Bank of Houston. He has also been the U.S. ambassador to the UN, the chief of the U.S. liaison office to the People's Republic of China, the U.S. vice president, and the U.S. president. He's also been a director of the CFR. His grandfather on his mother's side, George Herbert Walker Sr., was a director of Union Banking Corporation and president of the W.A. Harriman & Company investment firm. He was also a director of companies like American International Corporation, Georgian Manganese Corporation, American Ship and Commerce Corporation, Missouri Pacific Railroad, and Texas and Mexico Railroad. He was also president of the United States Golf Association and was involved in building the 1925 version of Madison Square Garden. One of his grandsons, George Herbert Walker III, was the U.S. ambassador to Hungary from 2003 to 2006, and George Herbert Walker IV is the CEO of the Neuberger Berman Group investment firm. William H.T. Bush is the brother of George Bush Sr. He has been on the board of Engineered Support Systems, which is a defense contractor that has worked for the Pentagon in Iraq and Afghanistan. William is the founder and CEO of Bush O'Donnell & Company. George W. Bush Bush, or George Bush Jr., is a member of Skull and Bones, and was involved in the oil industry before becoming president. His mother is Barbara Pierce of the Pierce family. His sister Dorothy married Robert P. Koch of the Koch family, who is involved in the alcohol industry. Another sibling of George Jr. is Marvin Bush, who has worked for the insurance company Tokyo Marine HCC. He was also on the board of directors of Securicom, which sold security-related equipment to the New York Port Authority for the World Trade Center. Another sibling, Jeb Bush, is a former governor of Florida. More on him later. Alright, next let's talk about some African nobility families. The House of Solomon in Ethiopia is named after King Solomon of the Kingdom of Israel, who lived in the 10th century BC. They claim descent from this king and the Queen of Sheba, who by some accounts was Ethiopian. According to this tradition, their child Menelik I was the first Solomon emperor of Ethiopia. The restorer of the most recent Solomonic dynasty was Ikuno Amlak, who reigned from 1270 to 1285. He is said to have traced his ancestry to the last king of Askum, which was an ancient empire located in present-day Eritrea and Ethiopia. This empire was regarded as one of the four great powers of its day, along with Rome, Persia, and China. During the scramble for Africa period in the 19th century, only Ethiopia and Liberia are said to have remained independent. Liberia, on the west coast of Africa, was a settlement set up by the American Colonization Society for migrating former slaves and freeborn blacks to the continent of Africa. So basically, Ethiopia was the only real African country said to have remained independent, and by 1974 was one of only 3 countries where the head of government was called the emperor, the other 2 being Iran and Japan. Haile Selassie was the last emperor of Ethiopia, and is perceived as the messiah in the Rastafari ideology that began in Jamaica, which was then still an official colony of the British Empire. Haile was chairman of the Organization of African Unity, and he was a Knight of the Bath, a Knight of the Garter, a Knight of the Royal Victorian Order, a Knight of the Tower and Sword, and a Knight of the House of Savoy's Order of Saints Maurice and Lazarus. He was emperor when in 1935 Italian troops invaded Ethiopia, and he ended up going into exile. In 1936, Benito Mussolini declared Ethiopia to be a province of the new Italian Empire, and the head of the House of Savoy, Victor Emmanuel III, was proclaimed as the new emperor of Ethiopia. Meanwhile, Haile spent most of his exile in England. During this conflict, the Nazi German government provided material support to the Ethiopian troops. The Italian occupation of Ethiopia ended in 1941 during the East Africa campaign of World War II, and Haile returned. In 1974, Haile was deposed, and his grandson and 2 former prime ministers were executed during a revolution said to have been backed by the Soviet government. Many of the members of the House of Solomon went to London. The first president of Ethiopia was Mengistu Haile Mariam. His mother is alleged to have been the illegitimate daughter of a nobleman who was crown counselor to Emperor Haile, and who himself was suspected of being the illegitimate son of Emperor Menelik II. The current head of the House of Solomon is the acting crown prince, Zera Yacob Amha Selassie. He is the sovereign of several orders, including the Order of St. Mary of Zion, which he founded, and he is a knight of the French House of Orleans Order of St. Lazarus, knight of the Rwandan Order of the Drum, and a knight of the Russian Order of St. Andrew. He went to Oxford University and has worked as a banker in the U.S. Another member of this family is Prince Ermias Sahil Selassie, who is a former governor of Walenga province, and heir to the throne of the former Walenga kingdom, and president of the Crown Council of Ethiopia. He is a knight of the Bourbon Two Sicilies Order of Francis I, a knight of the Grand Priory of England's Order of St. Lazarus, and a knight of the Drum, and he's been involved with charity organizations and NGOs. The House of Dlamini are the royals of Swaziland. Nitfami of Swaziland is the joint head of state with the title of Queen Mother. She was one of the reported 110 wives of the last King Sabuza II, who was a knight of the British Empire. Her son Mswati III is the current king and considered the current administrative head of government. Mswati has attended the Diamond Jubilee of Queen Elizabeth II and the wedding of her grandson Prince William and Kate Middleton. He has been criticized for having an annual household budget of $61 million, while 63% of Swazis make less than $1.25 a day. The Alawite dynasty are the royals of Morocco, and they claim descent from Fatima, who was the daughter of the Muslim prophet Muhammad. This family is said to have entered Morocco at the end of the 13th century. The Alawites have been close with the British royals, and the 2 countries have engaged in arms deals. Morocco's government has also been historically close with that of the United States, and Morocco is said to be the first country to officially recognize the U.S. as an independent country. Sultan Abd al-Hafid of Morocco signed a protectorate treaty with the French government and abdicated from the Sultanate in 1912. He then spent time in France, and his brother Yusuf was proclaimed Sultan several months later. Yusuf remained Sultan until his death in 1927. He was the Knight of the Order of Saints Maurice and Lazarus, the Spanish Order of Isabella the Catholic, the UK Order of St. Michael and St. George, the Egyptian Order of Muhammad Ali, the Tunisian Order of Blood, the Belgian Order of the Crown, and the French Legion of Honor. In 1956, Sultan Sultan Muhammad V negotiated with the French and Spanish governments to have Morocco officially recognized as an independent country again, and in 1957 Muhammad's title changed to king. The current head of the family and king of Morocco is Muhammad VI. He is also called Morocco's leading businessman and banker, as his family holds a majority stake in Société Nationale d'Investissement, or SNI, which is a holding company involved in mining, tourism, banking, insurance, construction, telecommunications, energy, retail, alcohol, and more. Muhammad VI is a Knight of the French Legion of Honor, the Royal Victorian Order, the Order of Charles III of Spain, the Order of the Nile, the Order of the Chrysanthemum, and the Belgian Order of Leopold. Prince Moulay Hicham of Morocco has been involved with NGOs including Human Rights Watch and the Carter Center. The Muhammad Ali dynasty was started by Muhammad Ali Pasha in 1805. Pasha was an Albanian commander of the Ottoman army who was sent to drive Napoleon's troops out of Egypt, but after he did this he took over and had the Ottoman Sultan recognize him as Wali, which basically means governor of Egypt and the Sudan. Now skipping ahead a few generations, Hussein Kamel of Egypt was made the Sultan of Egypt in 1914 after British troops deposed his nephew, and the newly created Sultanate of Egypt was declared a British protectorate. Hussein was a Knight of the Bath, a Knight of States Maurice Lazarus, a Knight of the Swedish Order of the Sword, and a Knight of the French Legion of Honor. Farouk I, who became King of Egypt and the Sudan in 1936, had gone to a Royal Military Academy in southeast London. In 1952, he was forced to abdicate by the Egyptian Revolution and went into exile in Italy and Monaco. He was known to be close with Prince Rainier III of Monaco, and he sent a letter to Hitler saying an invasion of Egypt would be welcome. Farouk was a Knight of the Iranian Order of Pahlavi, the Order of the Tower and Sword, the Order of Isabella the Catholic, and the French Legion of Honor. His sister Fawzi married Mohammad Reza Pahlavi, who would later become the Shah of Iran. One of Farouk's daughters, Fadia, married Pierre Alexievich Orlov, who was a descendant of the Russian royal family. Prince Muhammad Ali of Egypt is considered the current head of the family, and he married a granddaughter of the last king of Afghanistan. He went to the Institut La Rosie in Switzerland. Now looking more at the Middle and Near East, the House of Osman were the royals of the Ottoman Empire. As early as 1581, they signed an agreement with the English government, which granted English merchants preferential trading rights in the region. Murad V, who was the Ottoman Sultan for 3 months in 1876, was known to be a Freemason and was said to be highly influenced by French culture. He was deposed after a short reign on the grounds that he was mentally ill, which might have been the work of Sultan Abdulhamid II, who was reportedly afraid of Masons. The Young Turk movement has also been linked with Freemasonry. Abdulhamid II, who reigned from 1876 to 1909, is said to have been the last sultan to have any real control over the empire. He was a Knight of the Golden Fleece and the Black Eagle, and the last recognized sultan was Mehmed VI, who reigned from 1918 to 1922. He oversaw the empire's final collapse after the First World War. His daughter Ruqayyah Sabiha married a member of the Muhammad Ali family of Egypt, and their grandson Prince Abbas Himli helped establish the Concord Group asset management firm's Cairo office, and he is currently a senior managing director at Concord. He also became the first foreign member of the London Stock Exchange in 1970. Salim Suleiman Soman has worked in the insurance industry in the city of London, and is said to currently work at AON, which is based in London, and has been ranked the world's largest insurance broker by revenue. The House of Saud are the royals of Saudi Arabia. This family originates with Mohammed bin Saud, who founded the Emirate of Diriyah, also known as the first Saudi state, in 1744. As I explained in the last video, he was reportedly backed by the British Crown, and he had an alliance with Muhammad bin Abd al-Wahhab, who founded the Wahhabi ideology and was reportedly a Jew from a Turkish tribe. This ideology, which is considered a branch of Islam, is associated with the Daesh militant group, also known as ISIS, and other similar groups, which have been especially active during the breakup of the Ottoman Empire. Most of the new governments that were formed out of this breakup were closely connected with the British Crown and other organizations based in Europe, as I'll show soon. Anyways, the founder of the third Saudi state, commonly known as Saudi Arabia, was Abdul Rahman bin Abdulaziz Al Saud. Like his predecessors, he commanded an army connected with the Wahhabi ideology to establish this territory, and he collaborated with British troops and agents to do so. One such agent was William H. Shakespeare, who, like the more famous William Shakespeare, was possibly related to the Breakspeare family. William is said to have made the first official British contact with Abdul Rahman, and was his military advisor from 1910 to 1915, when he was shot and killed while standing on the sidelines of the Battle of Jarab. Percy Cox, born in 1864, was a British Indian Army officer and a colonial office administrator in the Middle East. He was active all over the Middle East and is referred to as one of the main figures who established the current order in the region. Percy had an alliance with the same king, and while he was the High Commissioner of Iraq, he played a large role in establishing the borders between the two countries. Percy was a Knight of the British Order of St. Michael and St. George, the Indian Empire, the Star of India, and the Order of the British Empire. He signed the Treaty of Dharan with the Saudi king, which aimed to guarantee the sovereignty of Kuwait, Qatar, Qatar and the Trucial States. St. John Philby was a British colonial intelligence officer and a knight of the Indian Empire. He was an advisor to the same Saudi king and is said to have encouraged him to become the king of all Arabia and to negotiate petroleum deals with the UK and the US. The Muslim World League is an NGO based in Mecca, which is in Saudi Arabia and which has the stated goal of propagating Islamic teachings. It has reportedly been funded by the Saudi government since its creation in 1962. This NGO is regarded as promoting the Wahhabism ideology in particular. The Saudi King Faisal, who reigned from 1964 until his assassination in 1975, oversaw the creation of this NGO. He was also the first Saudi royal to visit England when he was 14, and he was the Knight of the Royal Victorian Order. Salman of Saudi Arabia is the current king. He is referred to as the owner of the Saudi Research and Marketing Group, and him and his family are involved with many media companies. Some of the charity organizations he has been involved with have been accused of terrorism. Prince Khalid bin Bandar bin Sultan Al Saud is the Saudi ambassador to Germany and former advisor to the Saudi ambassador to Washington, D.C. He has married a niece of the British Duke of Northumberland. Prince Khalid bin Faisal Al Saud is the current governor of Mecca province. He is known to be close with Prince Charles of the UK, and he is a knight of the Bourbon Two Sicilies family's order of Francis I and the Portuguese order of Prince Henry. The Al Saud family's net worth has been reported at around 1.4 trillion. The Al Thani family are the royals of Qatar, which was officially a British protectorate from the end of the Ottoman Empire until 1971. They have invested billions of pounds into buildings and businesses in the UK. The current head of the family and Emir of Qatar is Tamim bin Hamad Al Thani. He is a knight of the Italian Order of Merit and the French Legion of Honor. Emir Tamim has been the chairman of the Qatar Investment Authority, or QIA, which is Qatar's government-owned holding company. The current CEO of which is Abdullah bin Mohammed bin Saad Al Thani. Abdullah is also chairman of the Ooredoo Group, which is an international telecommunications company. The QIA has bought the HSBC Banking Group's global headquarters building in London. Hamad bin Jassim bin Jabir Al Thani is a former Prime Minister of Qatar. Through Paramount Services Holdings, he reportedly owns 3% of Deutsche Bank, and through Precision Capital, he reportedly bought Bank Internationale à Luxembourg and KBL European Private Bankers. The Qatar government has made a £500 million arms deal with BAE Systems, after which £7 million were placed into two Jersey trusts, with Hamad being named the beneficiary. These funds were frozen by the Jersey Financial Services Commission, who started an investigation and court case, which was dropped after Hamad paid them £6 million. The Al Khalifa family are the royals of Bahrain. Hamad bin Isa Al Khalifa is the current head of the family and king of Bahrain. He has good contact with the British royal family and was invited to the wedding of Prince William. He went to the Leys School in Cambridge, England, and the U.S. Army Command and Staff College at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas. He is a knight of the British Order of St. Michael and St. George, the Order of Isabella the Catholic, and the French Order of Merit. The Crown Prince of Bahrain is his son, Salman, who went to American University in Washington, D.C. and Queen's College at the University of Cambridge. Many members of this and other Middle Eastern royal families went to similar schools. He was appointed chairman of Bahrain's Economic Development Board in 2002 and has had many other high positions in the government. The Al Nahyan family are the royals of the United Arab Emirates, or UAE. Their current head is Khalifa bin Zayed Al Nahyan, who is a knight of the bath. He is the chairman of the Abu Dhabi Investment Authority, or ADIA, which manages the Emirates' excess oil reserves. ADIA can be connected with British Petroleum, and a former BP chief economist, Christoph Ruhl, has become the first global head of research at ADIA. BP has signed a 40-year agreement with the Supreme Petroleum Council of the Emirate of Abu Dhabi and Abu Dhabi National Oil Company that granted them 10% interest in the ADCO onshore oil concession. The Al Maktoum are another noble family with high positions in the UAE. Sheikh Ahmed bin Saeed Al Maktoum is the CEO and chairman of the Emirates Group, president of the Dubai Civil Aviation Authority, chairman of Dubai World, chairman of Noor Takaful Insurance, and chairman of the Dubai Supreme Fiscal Committee. He went to the University of Denver and has an honorary degree from City University London. Ahmed also owns the Grosvenor House in Dubai, which is named after the Grosvenor House in London, which in turn has been the townhouse of the Grosvenor family, who have been the Dukes of Westminster since 1874. The current head of the Al Maktoum family is Mohammed bin Rashid. He is the vice president and prime minister of the UAE and the ruler of Dubai. He formed Dubai Ports World, or DP World, in 2005. DP World has operated port facilities in major U.S. cities like New York and New Orleans. He is also a majority owner of Dubai Holding, which is involved in luxury hotels, real estate, and telecommunications. Mohammed is a knight of the Order of St. Michael and St. George and a knight of the British Empire. Sultan Ahmad bin Suleiman is the son of an advisor to the Al Maktoum family, and he is the group chairman and CEO of DP World. He went to Temple University in Pennsylvania. The House of Hashim, also known as the Hashemites, are the royals of Jordan and former royals of Iraq, Syria, and Arabia. They They claim descent from a son of Fatima. Hussein bin Ali al-Hashimi was appointed the Emir of Mecca by the Ottoman Sultan in 1908. During World War I, he allied with British imperial troops, and in 1916 proclaimed the Arab revolt against the Ottoman Empire. He had been promised an empire encompassing the span between Egypt and Persia for initiating this revolt by the British High Commissioner in the Sultanate of Egypt, Henry McMahon. Shortly afterwards, he proclaimed himself King of the Arab countries, although this title didn't actually get much recognition. In 1921, the British government made Hussein's son Abdullah King of Transjordan, and another son named Faisal King of Iraq and Syria, although he only remained King of Syria for 2 years. In 1924, when the Ottoman Caliphate was abolished, Hussein proclaimed himself as the Caliph, but abdicated later that same year, when the British refused to help him in his war with the Saudis who were invading his lands. Hussein was a Knight of the Bath. His eldest son Ali continued to resist Saudi troops, and was King of Hejaz and Sheriff of Mecca from 1924 to 1925 when the positions were abolished by the Saudis. Ali was a Knight of the British Empire. The 14th of July Revolution in Iraq in 1958 overthrew the Hashemite monarchy in that country, and now they are only the royals in Jordan. The current head of the family and King of Jordan is Abdullah II. His mother Muna is the daughter of a high-ranking British army officer named Walter Percy Gardiner. Abdullah is a Knight of the Order of St. Michael and St. George, the Order of the Bath, the Royal Victorian Order, the Order of Prince Henry, and the Order of Isabella the Catholic. He went to Oxford University and Jesuit Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. Now let's look at East Asia. In China, the Manchu Aisin-Juro clan were the royals of the Qing dynasty, which lasted from 1644 to 1911. In Manchu, Aisin means gold, and Juro is a place in Heilongjiang province in the northeast of modern China. During the Qing dynasty, there was intermarriage between Aisin-Juro members and Mongol nobility. The Guangzhou Emperor was the second last of the Qing, and he was a Knight of the Black Eagle and a Knight of the Chrysanthemum. And the last was Pu Yi. He was forced to abdicate in 1912, and was later made Emperor of the Japanese puppet state Manchukuo from 1934 to 1945. Pu Yi is said to have had no children, and by some accounts was more interested in teenage boys than his wives. A Scottish diplomat named Reginald Johnson was a tutor and advisor to Pu Yi. Johnson was a Knight of St. Michael and St. George and a Knight of the British Empire, and he was the last colonial governor of Wei Highway, and he had gone to Edinburgh University. Pu Yi's first wife was Wanrong of the Jubolo clan, which is of Daur ancestry. Daurs are also associated with northern regions, including Heilongjiang and Inner Mongolia. Wanrong went to an American missionary school in Tianjin. She had a tutor named Isabel Ingram, who was the daughter of a missionary. According to some historians, Wanrong and Pu Yi never had sex, and Pu Yi had given her permission to start smoking opium, which he became a very heavy addict of. Her elder brother married Pu Yi's first sister, and her younger brother married Pu Yi's third sister. Pu Yi's brother Pu Ji went to the Gakushuin Pier School in Japan, and the Imperial Japanese Army Academy. He first married Tank Shixia of a Manchu noble clan, and later married a Japanese noble named Sagahiro. In 1985, Pu Ji was appointed as deputy head of the China-Japan Friendship Group. Jin Yuzhang is considered the current heir of the Qing dynasty, and he has been the vice director of the Chongwen district government in Beijing. The Yamato dynasty refers to the royals of Japan. In Japan, the Nanban, or Southern Barbarian Trade Period, refers to a period of trade that began with the arrival of Europeans, in particular Portuguese missionaries and merchants in 1543. Southern Barbarian originally meant South and Southeast Asians, but it extended to mean Europeans, since they also generally arrived from the south. This period ended in 1614 with the Sakoku Seclusion Edicts put forward by the Tokugawa shogunate. Matthew C. Perry was a U.S. Navy Commodore who arrived at Tokyo Bay with a fleet of warships in 1853 as a show of force to pressure the Japanese government to open up its ports to trade again. This led to the signing of the Treaty of Kanagawa, which is regarded as the end of the Japanese period of seclusion, and the Tokugawa shogunate also ended soon after. This also led to the Meiji Restoration period, where power in Japan became more centralized around the imperial emperor, rather than the shogun as it had been for roughly 265 years. This period was named after Emperor Meiji, who reigned from 1867 to 1912. Meiji was a Knight of the Order of the Garter, the Order of the Spanish Golden Fleece, the Swedish Order of the Sephirim, the Greek Order of the Redeemer, the Order of Saints Maurice and Lazarus, and the Order of the Black Eagle. After his death, his son Yoshihito became Emperor Taisho, who reigned from 1912 to 1926, and was a Knight of all the same orders as his father, with the addition of Poland's Order of the White Eagle and Bavaria's Order of St. Hubertus. Next was his son Hirohito, who reigned from 1926 to 1989 as Emperor Showa. He was notably a Knight of the Order of the Bath, the Order of the Spanish Golden Fleece, and the German and Italian Orders of Merit. As the head of the Japanese government, he was said to be complicit in the invasion of China that began in 1931. He also reportedly approved of the attack on Pearl Harbor, which occurred simultaneously with an invasion of the Philippines. Philippines. Now while we're here, let's talk a bit about Pearl Harbor. It's important to note that up until this event, US citizens were generally unenthusiastic about the idea of getting involved in another massive war. They were even somewhat supportive of Nazi Germany, which makes sense considering a large chunk of the American population was of German origin. Now when this event occurred, it actually did little damage to the US Navy's capabilities. Most of the ships that were sunk were outdated at this point, and the US Pacific Fleet's 3 aircraft carriers were all suspiciously absent. Another target that would have crippled the Pacific Fleet were massive fuel storage tanks on the island that were spared. It's strange to say the least that the Japanese command wouldn't consider them a worthwhile target, considering they dealt with persistent fuel shortages throughout the war themselves. Leading up to this event, James O. Richardson was the commander-in-chief of the United States Fleet. He had protested against the redeployment of the Pacific Fleet to Pearl Harbor as a forward defense, saying that it was neither practical nor useful, and that the Pacific Fleet would then be a logical first target for Japan. He was relieved of his command in February 1941 and replaced by husband E. Kimmel. Kimmel acknowledged that a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor was a possibility, and stated that his people were taking practical steps to minimize damage and to ensure that the attacking force will pay. 10 days after the attack, he was relieved of his command, and he ended up retiring in early 1942. He then worked for the military contractor Frederick R. Harris Incorporated. According to the Roberts Report, which is a confidential document said to have been doctored before being released to the public, Kimmel and General Walter Short were the ones to blame for this attack, but subsequent reports have spread the blame to top commanders like General George Marshall, who was then the U.S. Army Chief of Staff and who became the U.S. Special Envoy to China, the U.S. Secretary of State, and then the U.S. Secretary of Defense, Admiral Harold Stock, who was at the time the U.S. Navy Chief of Naval Operations, and Cordell Hull, who was at the time the U.S. Secretary of State. Anyways, after the war, Douglas MacArthur, who was the Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces, was appointed to exercise authority over the Japanese government, including Emperor Hirohito, who was allowed to keep his position along with several other members of the Japanese nobility. He blamed the actions of Japan on what he called a few militant extremists, who had allegedly hijacked the country in 1931. Meanwhile, Hideki Tojo, who was the Prime Minister of Japan from 1941 to 1944, and who is said to have given the order to attack Pearl Harbor, was hanged in 1948. Hirohito continued to play a prominent role in the Japanese government, and met with the likes of Queen Elizabeth II, Gerald Ford, and Ronald Reagan. The current head of the Yamato and Emperor of Japan is Akihito. He is a Knight of the Order of the Golden Fleece, the Order of the Garter, and several African orders, including Ethiopia's Order of Solomon. During the American occupation of Japan following the war, Akihito was tutored in English language and Western culture by Elizabeth Gray Vining, who was allegedly handpicked by Hirohito and who was awarded the Order of the Sacred Treasure. He married Michiko Shota, who came from a Roman Catholic family. The Crown Prince of Japan, Naruhito, went to Oxford University, during which time he met with many of the royals of Europe. He is said to have met his wife Misako at a tea party held for a sister of the King of Spain. Naruhito is an honorary member of the World Commission on Water for the 21st Century, and patron of the Global Water Partnership, which was established by the United Nations, the World Bank, and the Swedish Agency of Development. He is also the honorary vice president of the Japanese Red Cross, and a Knight of the Danish Order of the Elephant, the Belgian Order of Leopold, the Gold Lion of the House of Nassau, the Swedish Order of the Sephirim, and he has received the Austrian Grand Decoration of Honor. The House of Yi were the royals of the Joseon dynasty of modern-day Korea. Joseon was generally known as a tributary state to China's Qing Empire, which exerted influence over the Joseon court. This kingdom's prosecution of Catholics is said to have led directly to the French invasion of 1866, and the U.S. expedition to Korea in 1871. Both events apparently failed to get Korea to open up to foreign trade, but then in 1876 the Joseon government signed a trade treaty with Meiji Restoration-era Japan when Japanese ships threatened to fire on Seoul. The First Sino-Japanese War, which lasted from 1894 to 1895, also took place on the Korean peninsula. Gojang of Korea was the king of Joseon during all these events, and he later became the first emperor of Korea in 1897. The change from kingdom to empire is said to have been primarily to demonstrate that they were no longer a tributary state to the Qing. Gojang was notably a Knight of the Order of the Black Eagle, the Order of Saints Maurice and Lazarus, the French Legion of Honor, the Order of Leopold of Belgium, Denmark's Order of the Elephant, the Order of the Chrysanthemum, Russia's Order of Saint Stanislaus, and China's Order of the Double Dragon. The Japan-Korea Treaty of 1905 declared that Korea was a protectorate of Imperial Japan, and is said to have resulted from Japan's victory in the Russo-Japanese War, which left Korea occupied by Imperial Japanese troops. According to historians, Gojang refused to sign, but 5 government officials signed the treaty under threat of bodily harm. In 1907, he was forced to abdicate by the Japanese, who are said to have later poisoned him when he died in 1919. He was replaced by his son Sunjong. The Japanese Empire abolished the Korean Empire in 1910, and annexed the country, which became known as Japanese Korea until the end of World War II. After the dethroned Sunjong died in 1926. His half-brother Yi-un became the head of the family and the pretender emperor of Korea. Yi-un was a lieutenant general in the Imperial Japanese Navy and Air Force during World War II, and it wasn't until 1963 that he was granted official permission to return to Korea. He identified as Roman Catholic, and he was a knight of the British Empire. Yi-un's son Yi-gu became the next head of the family in 1970. Yi-gu went to school in Japan and then the US, where he worked as an architect for I.M. Pei and Associates in Manhattan. Members of I.M. Pei's family have been directors of the Bank of China, and Pei himself designed the Bank of China Tower in Hong Kong. The current head of the Yi family is contested between several members, including Yi Wan, Yi Heiwan, and Yi Suk. The imperial clan of Genghis Khan and his successors is known as the Borjigin, and after the Yuan dynasty of China fell, its territory was reduced to the Mongolian steppes, where it was known as the Northern Yuan. And when the Qing dynasty began, with some Mongol nobles having backed the Manchu takeover, Borjigin nobles continued to reign over their subjects in Mongolia under the Qing. In modern times, it's hard to say who exactly is from this clan, because when the Soviet communists took over, they executed an estimated 30,000 Mongols, including Borjigin nobles, as a part of their attempts to destroy Mongolian culture. Part of this involved removing the relevance of clan association in their society and banning clan names, to the point where many families today are said to have lost knowledge about their clan associations. When this ban of clan names was lifted in 1997, a disproportionate number of families registered themselves as Borjigin clan members because it was the most prestigious. So basically, it's hard to know who the real Borjigin members are. The last official Kagan, though, was Bogd Khan, who began his reign in 1911 after Otto-Mongolia declared independence from the Qing after the Xinhai Revolution. He was also considered the spiritual leader of Otto-Mongolia's Tibetan Buddhism, and when he died in 1924, the Mongolian Revolutionary Government, which was a puppet state of the Soviets, declared that his reincarnation couldn't be found, and established the Mongolian People's Republic. Bogd was actually the son of a Tibetan official, and I'll explain that in more detail soon when we get into religion. And by the way, Russians hated Mongolians and their monarchy for having been ruled over and made into slaves for about 200 years by the Golden Horde, so it would have been easy for the Russian government to justify some very brutal acts. The first prime minister of Mongolia was Togs Achiran Namnan Surin. He died in 1919 from what was suspected to be poisoning. Abjargal Jambal Jems is reportedly the current richest man in Mongolia. He is the chairman and largest shareholder of the Mongolian Mining Company, or MMC. Another major shareholder of MMC is Kerry Group Limited. The Kerry Group is associated with the Kok Group. Kok Kun Yen, who is the chairman of Kok Singapore, is the director of Kerry Group and managing director of Kerry Holdings. He is a member of the wealthy Kok family that moved from China to Malaysia at the turn of the 20th century, with many members now living in Hong Kong. His father, Robert Kok, is known as the Sugar King of Asia and the Cooking Oil King, and he's also known for the luxury hotel brand Shangri-La. Robert worked for the Japanese during the occupation of Malaysia from 1942 to 1945, and was promoted to the head of their rice trading department. In 1993, his Kerry Group reportedly acquired a 34.9% stake in South China Morning Post from Rupert Murdoch's News Corporation. Robert Cook also co-founded Wilmar International in 1991, which is today Asia's largest agribusiness group, with its main product being palm oil. The current chairman of Wilmar is his nephew, Kok Kun Hong. Robert's brother, Philip Kok Hockney, was a Malaysian ambassador to Germany, Yugoslavia, Belgium, Luxembourg, Netherlands, and Denmark. One of Robert's daughters, named Kok Hui Kwong, went to school at Harvard University and worked as an analyst in the investment banking unit of JP Morgan. Alright, so now we have a pretty good grasp of many of the so-called nobility families in the world, and I'll be talking more about these and many more families before this video is through. The next thing I want to get into is the role and history of the major religious organizations of today. So basically Catholicism, Islam, and Buddhism. There are other ones that I could also get into, but I don't think it's necessary to get my points across. So let's start with Islam. Now, aside from the claims from alleged ex-Jesuit priest Alberto Rivera that the Vatican actually created Islam to make use of Arab manpower as a proxy to destroy their competition, there are many connections between the two religions. For one, there is the case of Fatima, who I mentioned is if not the only daughter of Muhammad, and an important character in the Muslim religion. She's been compared many times to the Virgin Mary. Interestingly, a town in Portugal called Fatima was allegedly named after a Muslim princess from the Reconquista era. This is where in 1930 the Catholic Church officially deemed that claims of an apparition of the Virgin Mary having occurred in that town were worthy of belief. This apparition has since been called Our Lady of Fatima, indirectly linking the two female characters. The Muslims, and in particular the Arab Muslims that took over over the Iberian Peninsula were essentially a minority ruling over the majority, and for the most part just extracted a special tax from non-Muslims called the jizya tax. Abd al-Aziz ibn Musa was the first governor of Al-Andalus, which was a territory in modern-day Spain and Portugal. He was the son of Musa ibn Nasir, the governor of Ifriqiya. Abd al-Aziz directed the Islamic conquest of the Visigoth kingdom in Hispania, and he married the widow Aguilon, who had been the wife of the last Visigoth king, Roderick. Odo the Great, who lived at the turn of the 8th century, was the Duke of Aquitaine and Gascony, which were in the southwest of modern-day France. He married his daughter, who was probably named Lampegia, to the Muslim Berber rebel lord Uthman ibn Nasa, who the Franks called Manuza, and who was the deputy governor of what would later be called Catalonia. Now, the Crusades to the Holy Land happened when the Muslims were in the process of taking over the Eastern Roman Empire, aka the Byzantine Empire, which had a different sect of Christianity from the Catholics. These wars, as always, involved a lot of destruction and plunder, but also business. Groups such as the Templars profited tremendously from the conquest and occupation of Jerusalem, and much of the rest of the Holy Land until the Muslims retook it, starting with Saladin, who is considered the first Sultan of Egypt and Syria. Despite the Crusaders' slaughter of the locals when they originally conquered Jerusalem in 1099, Saladin granted amnesty and free passage to all common Catholics, and even to the defeated Christian army, as long as they were able to pay a ransom. Saladin and the Crusader kings actually seemed to give each other a great deal of praise, despite all the brutal slaughter that was going on. This draws a lot of parallels with the modern-day version of the Crusades, where, as I've shown, most if not all Middle Eastern royalty seem to be on friendly terms with those in Europe, and in particular the UK. And based on what we know about nobility clans, I go so far as to say that even then they were probably related. King Richard the Lionheart of England proposed that his sister, Joan of England, Queen of Sicily, should marry Saladin's brother, and that Jerusalem could be their wedding gift, although apparently Saladin rejected the idea when Richard insisted that his brother start identifying as Catholic. Now, the Ottoman Empire's rulers claimed caliphal authority after Murad I's conquest of Edirne in 1962. Later on, Selim I, through conquering and unification of Muslim lands, became known as the defender of the holy cities of Mecca and Medina, which further strengthened the Ottoman claim to caliphate in the Muslim world, the caliph being the one who claims leadership of the Muslim world, claiming successorship to Muhammad, a lot like the Pope does with St. Peter, or how the Dalai Lama is claimed to be in a line of succession of living Buddhas. The Orthodox Christian Byzantine Empire would gradually be replaced geographically by the Muslim Ottoman Empire, with Mehmed the Conqueror having taken the Byzantine capital of Constantinople in 1453. Now, according to many historians, the Ottoman Empire was really just a Byzantine Empire with an Islamic veneer, their government being structured much the same, and they were a very multi-ethnic empire just as Rome was. Their sultans were themselves very mixed, as their mothers were often foreigners. For that matter, members of the previous Paleologos dynasty of Byzantium were known to still be involved in government, notably when it came to tax collection. For example, Mehmed Pasha was an Ottoman statesman of Byzantine Greek origin, and a nephew of the Byzantine Emperor Constantine XI. He spent time as the Grand Admiral of the Ottoman Navy, and he was even named as the Grand Vizier in 1501, and was sent to suppress a rebellion in Anatolia. Mahmud Pasha Angelovic, who was the Grand Vizier from 1456 to 1466, was a descendant of the Byzantine Angelos family, who had married a daughter of Sultan Mehmed II. The Ottomans were also known to continue government cooperation with the Orthodox Church. Anyways, the Ottoman Empire officially began with the conquering of Constantinople, which was, as I mentioned, the capital of the Eastern Roman Empire, and located at an important crossing between Europe and the Near East. After that, this empire continued to expand into Arab lands in the south, to the Caspian Sea in the east, and as far west into Europe as to be on the doorstep of Vienna and the Republic of Venice. Now let's look at some more examples of intermarriage. And again, the Ottoman Sultan was considered the Caliph of Sunni Islam, which is sometimes referred to as Orthodox Islam, and which today makes up about 90% of those identified as Muslim. Nilufar Hatun was the wife of Erlan, the second Ottoman Sultan, and the mother of the third. There are accounts of her being the daughter of the Byzantine ruler of Beletchik, with her original name being Holofira. Other historians claim she was the daughter of other Byzantine nobility, such as a Greek princess named Theodora. Mara Brankovic was the daughter of the Serbian monarch Durad Brankovic. She entered the harem of Sultan Murad II and became an advisor to him. Hurrem Sultan was the wife of Suleiman the Magnificent and the mother of Selim II. She was born in the Kingdom of Poland and the daughter of an Orthodox Christian priest. According to historians, she acted as Suleiman's advisor on matters of state and foreign policy. It's also been noted that she wrote letters to the King of Poland, and that during her lifetime, the Ottoman Empire and the Polish government had generally peaceful relations. Her husband Suleiman was also the first Ottoman Sultan to go into an open military alliance with a European king, allying with Francis I of France against the Habsburg Holy Roman Emperor Charles V. This alliance would continue intermittently for over 250 years and into the Napoleonic Wars. The Great Siege of Malta Malta took place in 1565 when the Ottoman Empire tried to invade the island of Malta, then held by the Knights Hospitaller. These knights are famously said to have withstood the siege and repelled the invaders. This is considered by many to be the turning point in the overall conflict between Catholic Europe and the Muslim Ottomans. It also provided the knights, now known as the Knights of Malta, with a great deal of prestige, and highlighted the ongoing hostilities between the Muslim Ottomans and the Habsburg Holy Roman Empire in particular. Now at the time, the strategically important island of Malta was technically a vassal state to the Habsburgs. As a part of the Crown of Aragon under Habsburg Spain, the island had been granted to the Knights Hospitaller, better known today as the Knights of Malta, by Charles V in 1530. In 1761, Sultan Mustafa III signed a peace treaty with the government of Prussia, again based around an alliance against the Habsburg Holy Roman Empire. Mustafa is said to have been an admirer of Frederick the Great. By the time of the signing of the Congress of Paris in 1856 at the end of the Crimean War, the Ottoman Empire was officially recognized as a member of Europe's family of nations, but by then the empire was already starting to fall apart, with Serbia having broken free in 1804 and the Greek War of Independence in the 1820s. There was also the issue of the British-linked Wahhabist Saudi state fighting for control of the Arabian Peninsula. The empire lost its North African territory to the Italians in 1911, and nearly all its European territory in the Balkan Wars in 1912 and 1913. And in addition to that, there was the British agent T.E. Lawrence, better known as Lawrence of Arabia. He was a nobleman and a knight of the Bath. He cooperated with King Faisal of Iraq during World War I to lead the Arab revolt against the Ottomans. By the end of the First World War, the Ottoman Empire had lost its Middle Eastern territory, with much of it having been divided up into mandates with the involvement of the League of Nations. And shortly after that, the Ottoman Sultanate and Caliphate were abolished, and the state of Turkey was created from what was left. The last Sultan, Mehmed VI, went into exile in Malta and later lived on the Italian Riviera. And that more or less brings us to the order of the Islamic ideology today. Like all major religious ideologies, Islam has been and continues to be linked closely with government. As I mentioned, the head of the Hashemites, who had connections to British agents, proclaimed himself caliph after the Ottoman Osmans lost that title, although that didn't last long. In recent history, the Daesh, or ISIS organization, has also declared a caliphate. Similar to the Hashemite head, they can easily be linked with American agents and funding. I've gone into that connection in the last video already, so just look it up yourself if you're not aware. I want you to be fact-checking me anyways, for that matter. Now let's talk about the Catholic Church and the Holy Roman Empire. So after the Western Roman Empire lost much of its power, the city of Rome and the Vatican became vulnerable to invasions by Germanics and Huns. Eventually the Pope came under the protection of the Germanic king of the Franks, Charlemagne, who was declared the first Holy Roman Emperor. He was also king of the Lombards. Charlemagne was actually invited by Pope Adrian I to come and take over Lombardy, which comprised modern-day northern Italy. Lombardy was named after the Germanic Lombard people, who had previously allied themselves with the Byzantines, and had taken over the region as early as 568. This kind of collaboration between Germanics and Rome was by no means a first though. When Attila the Hun was raiding both northern Italy and Constantinople, it was a coalition of the Roman army and Visigoth and Frankish troops, commanded by the Germanic king Theodoric I, that is said to have finally broke Attila's momentum. In the Battle of the Catalanian Plains in 451, a future Western Roman emperor named Avitus had visited Theodoric, lived at his court, and taught his sons. Avitus was of Gaul descent, and during his time as emperor, many Galio-Romans entered the Western Roman government. He was also known to be close to Theodoric's successor, Theodoric II. So skipping ahead to the late 9th and early 10th centuries, Holy Roman Emperor Louis the Blind married the daughter of the Byzantine Emperor Leo VI. In the late 10th century, Hre Otto II married Theophanu of Byzantium, who is believed to be either the granddaughter or niece of Byzantine Emperor John I Tzimskis. At the same time, it's worth noting that another Byzantine princess, Anna Porphyrogenita, was married to Vladimir the Great of Kiev, and is said to be a major factor in Vladimir converting his kingdom of Rus to the Orthodox Christianity of Byzantium, and this is part of the reason for later claims that Russia was the Third Rome. Another notable nobility group that intermarried with the Byzantines were the Dukes of Austria. For example, Duke Leopold VI married the great-granddaughter of a Byzantine emperor named Theodora Angelina, and his grandfather Henry II married Theodora Komnena, who was the daughter of a Byzantine prince. Their family, the House of Babenberg, would be replaced as the Dukes of Austria by the House of Habsburg in the mid-13th century, but these two families would go on to intermarry anyways, such as when Albert III of Austria married Beatrix of Nuremberg, a descendant of the Babenbergs, or when Habsburg Hre Ferdinand I married Anna of Bohemia and Hungary, another descendant of the Babenbergs. Now, as I mentioned, the House of Habsburg is the family most associated with the Holy Roman Empire. 16 emperors were Habsburgs, if you include the last 4 emperors who were of the Habsburg-Lorraine branch family. The Holy Roman Empire was officially dissolved in 1806 during Napoleon's rampage over Europe. The last emperor, Francis II of Habsburg-Lorraine, married his daughter Mary Louise to Napoleon. Their son Napoleon II was for a few days the unproclaimed emperor of the French. judge, and king of Rome, and is said to have been a Roman Catholic, although he died at the age of 21 with no confirmed heirs. So the next and last emperor of the French was Napoleon III, the son of Napoleon's daughter and brother. Anyways, the Habsburg-Lorraine family carried on as the Archdukes of Austria until the Austro-Hungarian Empire dissolved at the end of World War I. Now if we go back and look at the papacy, you'll see that most popes come from a prominent nobility clan of their time, and likewise almost every single pope is known to have used the seat to benefit his family and or himself, all while claiming to be the successor of St. Peter. One of the early popes, Sylvester I, was close with Holy Roman Emperor Constantine, who came to be known as the first Christian emperor, and after whom the Greek city of Byzantium was renamed Constantinople, which means Constantine's city, and this city, which was sometimes referred to as New Rome, was declared the new capital of the empire, until Rome split between East and West for the last time and it became the capital of only the East. He also gave Christianity imperial preference in Eastern Rome, where it would develop into the Eastern Orthodox Church, while the West became Roman Catholic under the Roman Pope, who is also known as the Roman Pontiff or the Bishop of Rome, and sometimes as the Pontifex Maximus, who as I mentioned was the High Priest of Rome. The capital of the Western Roman Empire was actually moved to modern-day Milan as of 286, and then to Ravenna in 402 until the empire collapsed in 476. At this point, Flavius Odoacer, who was probably Germanic, was declared king of Italy after a revolt. Odoacer was formerly a magister militum, meaning he was a top-ranked officer in the Roman army. He also had the support of the Roman Senate, and it said that although he was an Arian Christian, he recognized the authority of the Pope. After reigning for 17 years, Odoacer's kingdom was invaded, and he was overthrown and killed by the Ostrogoths. Next came the period called the Byzantine papacy, as the emperor of the Byzantines had taken control of the city and would handpick popes. During this time, many popes were from Greece and Syria, such as the Greek Pope John VII, who was the son of a Byzantine official and who was known to have had a good relationship with the Germanic Lombards, who at the time controlled much of Italy, or the Syrian-born Greek Pope Constantine, named after the Roman emperor I mentioned earlier. Constantine was also the last pope to visit Constantinople until Pope Paul VI in 1967. His successor, Pope Gregory II, is known to have been from a Roman noble family. As a side note, Justinian II of Byzantium had married the Khazar Kagan's sister, who produced a son named Tiberius, who reigned beside him as co-emperor, although he was killed in 711 when his father was overthrown and later killed himself. Ironically, the Khazars assisted in this revolt. Now 2 popes later, the Greek Pope Zachary was the last of the Byzantine papacy period. Zachary endorsed Pepin the Short becoming king of the Franks. Pepin split his Frankish kingdom between his sons Carloman and the more famous Charlemagne, who had the whole kingdom to himself after Carloman died mysteriously at the age of 20. Interestingly, both Carloman and Charlemagne had married a daughter of the Lombard king Desiderius, whose kingdom Charlemagne would later destroy after breaking it off a year into the marriage. Pepin the Short's rise to power and alliance with the Roman Church marked the beginning of what's been called the Frankish papacy, as well as the Germanic Holy Roman Empire with his son Charlemagne. Pepin the Short, also known as Pippin, and his son gave control of certain territories in northern Italy to Rome that would later become known as the Papal States. By the way, that family's Carolingian Empire and the Abbasid Caliphate had an ongoing relationship and partial alliance. The Carolingian dynasty gradually fell out of prominence, seemingly because they had kept up their tradition of dividing territories between sons. This also led to the separation of modern-day France and Germany, which was punctuated by a civil war between Charlemagne's grandsons. So on that note, keep in mind that both German and French people have Germanic roots, although in France it's become somewhat diluted. For that matter, the Anglo and Saxon tribes that made up the Anglo-Saxons of England were Germanic. Also, Scandinavians and the Vikings that sailed from Denmark were as well. And the Spaniards have a good amount of Germanic blood too, between the Goths and the Reconquista. I'll be talking more about ethnicities later, but this is a good primer and something to keep in mind throughout the video. Now back on the topic of the papacy, Pope Sergius II, who was of Roman nobility and who was pope from 844 to 847, was known to have sold various church positions to the highest bidder. This was also a time of heavy Muslim Arab raiding into Italy. His successor, Leo IV, ordered the mariner cities of Italy to send a fleet against the Saracen pirates as they approached Rome, which led to the Battle of Ostia. They won, but nonetheless the Arabs maintained a foothold in what was then called the Emirate of Sicily until 1091. Pope John VIII was actually made to pay tribute to the Emirate of Sicily, who had allied themselves with local Christian nobles. He too had his own papal fleet, but by then lacked a strong Holy Roman Empire to back Rome up. He was also the first pope confirmed to have been assassinated. Things became more bloody than usual in Rome after that, with most popes lasting only a few years of reign and some just a few days. This was a period where the aristocratic families of Rome were in a violent struggle for the power and prestige of the church and the papal states. In particular, the Spoleto clan. The Dukes of Spoleto ruled most of central Italy at that time, and as proof of their continued significance in the modern era, the last Duke of Croatia was also a Duke of Spoleto, and a Prince of the House of Savoy. So anyways, a period called the pornocracy began in 904 with Pope Sergius III. Sergius was said to have had an affair with a noblewoman named Marozia, who was the daughter of Theophylact. The pornocracy was the term for the effective reign of these two women through male surrogates for the first half of the 10th century. This included relatives such as Pope John XI, who was the son of Marozia. According to some sources, Marozia was a member of the Crescenti family, which is said to have ruled over Rome from the mid-10th to early 11th centuries. John Crescentius was the last prominent Crescenti of this era. He assumed supreme authority in Rome after a rebellion he likely had a hand in caused the Pope and the Emperor to flee Rome. The Crescenti name continued on in its more modern Crescenzi form, with many high-up officials in the Church and Rome bearing that name, especially in the 17th and 18th centuries. Another powerful clan in this period that had 3 popes in a row were the Counts of Tusculum. They are related to the Crescenti, and it's believed that the Colonna family I mentioned earlier are their descendants. Nonetheless, their first pope, Pope Benedict VIII, actually got the papacy's latest Germanic allies, the Normans, to attack Crescenti fortifications and subjugate them. Now let's talk a bit about the Black Death, where 30 to 60% of the population of Europe is estimated to have died in the mid-14th century from bubonic plague. In the early 13th century, Pope Gregory IX issued the papal bull Vox in Rama, which declared that black cats are the incarnation of Satan and should be eradicated. As a result, the cat population in Europe took a big hit, and the population of rats in Europe boomed. Now, according to some historians, the actual plague rats were likely brought to Europe on merchant ships, and the Jew clans in Europe were historically heavily involved in the merchant trade. At the time of the plague, one king that was known to be especially friendly with Jews was King Casimir III of Poland. By some accounts, he had a Jewish mistress named Estherka, who had a large impact on his attitude towards the Jews. And whatever his true reasons may have been, during his reign he allowed Jews to settle in Poland in great numbers. This is significant because Poland was actually left relatively untouched by the plague, the king having quarantined Poland's border regions and isolated different towns. Pope Clement VI also helped Jews to survive the pogroms that resulted from the Black Death being blamed on Jews by issuing 2 papal bulls, although it didn't really work and Jews continued to be killed and made to flee to Poland. Now, in addition to the actions of the King of Poland, there is some evidence that certain people had a basic understanding of how the disease was spread from the beginning. For example, during the same time period, the Islamic Golden Horde Mongols catapulted plague-infested bodies over the walls during the siege of Kaffa in Crimea. This is known as one of the first cases of biological warfare, and a candidate for where the main wave of plague entered Europe. The grandfather of the Khan that ordered the attack had actually been on good terms with the Roman Catholic Church, along with Genoese and Venetian merchants who traded in the region. Now, looking at the map again, you can see that according to it, 2 other places that were left relatively untouched by plague were Milan and Andorra, which is on the border of modern-day France and Spain. The government of Milan was known to have taken steps to quarantine the sick from the healthy. Now, it's important to keep in mind that before the plague, Europe was going through a population boom that roughly coincided with the medieval warm period. This growth ended abruptly with the Great Famine of 1315 to 1317. This famine caused the deaths of millions, but much more concerning to the nobility was that people were turning their backs on the Catholic Church for failing to alleviate their suffering, and governments in general were quickly losing their prestige and legitimacy with the people. So what I'm saying is a massive, but relatively quick depopulation was exactly what the nobility needed to reassert their control over the population. Now, while all this was going on, the period from 1309 to 1376 is referred to as the Avignon Papacy, where 7 popes in a row resided in France, and all appear to have been influenced by the French monarch. The first of these popes, the French Pope Clement V, had decided to reign from Avignon, which is in France. He was the pope who abolished the Templars, who to him had apparently outlived their usefulness. He was also the pope who sent the Franciscan John of Monte Corvino on a mission to Beijing in Yuan, China to spread the religion. John established the first missions in China and India, and visited the monarchs of Persia and Ethiopia, among others. Europeans are known to have already been in contact with Mongols since at least 1220, having often proposed an alliance against the Muslims that apparently never seemed to pan out. The Mongols were tolerant of Christianity in general, even having some Nestorian Christians in their court, and allowing the Roman Church's agents to set up missions in China. Pope Benedict VII was visited by an embassy from the last Mongol emperor of China, which was led by a Genoese in 1336. They brought letters from the emperor that apparently requested a new spiritual guide to represent the Catholic Church in China. But when the Ming took over, all Christians were officially kicked out of China. Pope Gregory XI of the French noble Beaufort family was the last Avigenian pope and finally returned the papal court to Rome. He died shortly afterwards, and an angry mob broke into the College of Cardinals to force the Italian Pope Urban VI in. The college, being full of French cardinals, later elected another Avignon pope, Clement VII, who was the son of the Count of Geneva, and he was considered considered the anti-pope or the Avignon claimant. During the War of Eight Saints, Pope Clement personally commanded troops and gained the nickname the Butcher of Cassina after the massacre of thousands of civilians. Meanwhile, the Roman Pope Urban VI had several of his own cardinals tortured and then brutally murdered for questioning his authority. Anyways, this trend of there being a pope in both Rome and France continued for a while, and it was called the Western Schism, which finally ended with the election of Pope Martin V, whose father was a Colonna and whose mother was a Conti. Pope Martin had denounced the enslavement of Christians, but authorized a crusade into Africa in 1418. This combined with the papal bull in 1441 essentially sanctioned the Portuguese trade in African slaves. Of course, this is by no means the first time the papacy permitted and ultimately benefited from a major slave trade. For example, back in the Charlemagne days, a significant source of income for the Germanic Empire was in selling captured non-Christian Slavs to the Muslims in Spain and elsewhere. In the late 15th century, Pope Innocent VIII was actually given a gift of 100 more slaves by the King of Aragon that he distributed among his cardinals. Now, I've already talked about most of the major papal families from this point on, and I'll be getting into the activities of the Jesuits and other orders later, so let's move on and get into Buddhism. In Greco-Bactria, which was a result of Alexander the Great's conquest towards India, Buddhism had gained a lot of traction. The Greco-Bactrian king Demetrius I invaded the Indian subcontinent in 180 BC, establishing this Indo-Greek kingdom which lasted in northwest South Asia until the end of the 1st century. Buddhism became very prominent under the Indo-Greek and Greco-Bactrian kings, and it has been suggested that their invasion of India was intended to show support for the Mauryan Empire and to protect the Buddhist ideology from the alleged prosecutions of the Shungas. The third king of the Mauryan Empire, Ashoka, converted to Buddhism in 263 BC, and another Indo-Greek king closely associated with Buddhism was Menander I, who became a patron of the ideology. According to Greek authors of the period, the Greeks from Bactria were even greater conquerors than Alexander the Great, and Menander and Demetrius were the two Bactrian kings who had extended their power into India the furthest. Now, in the 2nd century BC, Emperor Wu of Han China had sent Zhang Chang to visit and bring back information about Central Asia. This established contact with the Indo-Greeks, and according to historians is what began the development of the Silk Road. And based on murals in the Mogao caves in China, Emperor Wu himself had golden Buddha statues. Shortly after this, the Indo-Greeks were replaced in the area by the Indo-Scythians. This group continued many Buddhist practices and had Buddhist symbols on many of their coins, and this nomadic group would in turn be replaced by the nomadic Kushan Empire in the early 1st century. And the Kushan's most famous emperor, Kanishka the Great, is considered to have been a great patron of Buddhism. According to historians, Kanishka was close with the North Indian Buddhist scholar Ashvaghosha, who became an advisor to him, and his patronage funded people like Lokaksema, who was the first known Buddhist monk to have translated Mahayana sutras into Chinese, and who traveled to China as a missionary. And between the mid-1st and mid-3rd centuries, Buddhism became established in China and surrounding countries via the Silk Road. Now, it's important to note that while all of this was going on, this region was also in steady contact with the West, including East Africa and Rome, and there was still a significant Indo-Greek population in the Kushan Empire. Now, in either the 5th or 6th centuries, Bodhidharma is the one traditionally credited as the transmitter of Chan Buddhism to China, and for starting the Shaolin martial arts tradition. Different traditions also say he traveled to Japan and Southeast Asia spreading the ideology. The Japanese accounts describe him as Persian, and the Southeast Asians say he's the son of an Indian priest, while the actual Chan texts call him the blue-eyed barbarian. Buddhism in China would be repressed by the Tang Emperor Wuzong's great anti-Buddhist prosecution in the 9th century, which had the stated goal of getting rid of foreign influence. Wuzong had called out Buddhism in particular for using their ideology to leech people's wealth in an imperial edict. By that point in history, the ideology had already spread to Japan and Korea, and Wuzong's successor, who identified with Buddhism, stopped these prosecutions. In Japan, the Sohei were Buddhist warrior monks who existed from around the 10th to 17th centuries. They had turf wars between rival Buddhist clans and took part in major conflicts, like the Genpei War in the 12th century and the Annan War in the 15th. Tibetan Buddhism is said to have officially began with King Songtsen Gampo, who lived in the late 6th and early 7th centuries. He is said to be responsible for the creation of the Tibetan alphabet and bringing Buddhism to Tibet. He had many temples built and commissioned the translation of Buddhist texts from Sanskrit to the new Tibetan written language. In the 13th century, the Mongols invaded parts of Tibet, and the region was included in Kublai Khan's new Yuan dynasty in China. The Yuan ended up adopting Tibetan Buddhism as the official state religion, and took on Buddhist scholars such as Sakya Pandita into their government. People such as Karma Pakshi, the Lama of the Karmapa branch of Tibetan Buddhism, took the chance to travel to both China and Mongolia spreading their ideology. Marco Polo noted Karma's presence in the Yuan court. The overall relationship between the Mongol nobility and Tibetan Buddhist officials seemed seems to have bore a lot of similarities with that of the Roman Church and the Holy Roman Empire in the West. And on the topic of different branches, the Mongols are known to have raided certain Tibetan monasteries while leaving others alone. So the Yuan dynasty fell in the mid-14th century, largely as a result of the Red Turban Rebellion. This rebellion was heavily influenced by the White Lotus Society, which had its roots in the Pure Land school of Buddhism. This sect of Buddhism had first appeared in China several centuries earlier. The White Lotus Society was founded in the 12th century by a monk named Sizhao, and by the time of this rebellion, they were spreading the idea that the Buddha would soon descend from heaven and save mankind, which according to them included overthrowing the Yuan. The later Heaven and Earth Society, aka the Hongmen, is considered a branch of the White Lotus tradition, and by extension the modern-day Triads are as well. Both the Hongmen and the Triads are still active in the political theater in Taiwan, and there is a Hongmen political party in the mainland. This is in addition to the Triads' known associations with criminal activities, notably in Hong Kong and other secret societies. But anyways, a little while after the fall of the Yuan, the first emperor of the Ming appeared, known as the Hongwu Emperor. He was a former commander of a rebel force who had joined with the Red Turbans, as well as a former monk at a Buddhist monastery. His son, who became the Yongle Emperor, was also identified with Buddhism. One of the Hongwu Emperor's major known actions was that he officially broke contact with the Byzantines and other Christian officials and nobles of the West that the Yuan had. Meanwhile in the West, the Golden Horde Mongols continued to have an off-and-on alliance with the Byzantines until the mid-14th century. After the Mongol Empire collapsed, Tibetan Buddhism again became tied to the Mongolian nobility in the 16th century. Mongolians from the western province of Ordos had invaded Tibet in 1566, and in 1578, Altan Khan struck a deal with a Tibetan ruler named Sonam Gyatso. He gave the Tibetan the title of Dalai Lama, although technically he was recognized as the third Dalai Lama since his two predecessors were included. Altan also recognized him as the reincarnation of the first imperial preceptor of the Yuan dynasty, which basically meant the top Buddhist advisor in the Yuan court. Sonam in turn proclaimed Altan Khan to be the reincarnation of Kublai Khan. Altan Khan had provided Sonam's school of Buddhism with his patronage, and it became the most prominent power in Tibet with Sonam Gyatso at the head. Over the next century or so, this school of Buddhism, called Gelugpa or Yellow Hat, also spread all over Mongolia. In 1601, Altan Khan's great-grandson Yonten Gyatso became the fourth Dalai Lama after Sonam's death while traveling at the age of 45. The fifth Dalai Lama came from Tibetan nobility and is known to have met with European explorers and missionaries. He also re-established official relations with the government of Ming and later Qing China. Meanwhile, an important figure in the late Ming and early Qing era was a man named Zanabazar, who was the son of a Mongol Khan. He managed to unify many of the different tribes of Mongolia as well as the two main sects of Buddhism in the region, and he became recognized as the spiritual leader of the largest subgroup of Mongols called the Khalkha. He also had the ear of the highest Khan of his day, and allegedly talked him into submitting to the Qing's Kangxi Emperor, who Zanabazar was also close with and who subdued the Dzungar Mongol hordes that were threatening the Khalkha from the west. The Dzungars would later be genocided by the Qing in the mid-18th century, in and around the western province of Xinjiang. Zanabazar is also said to have designed the Buddhist Soyombo symbol, which appears on Mongolia's national flag and money. Now in Qing China, the White Lotus Society was still active, and China experienced the White Lotus Rebellion at the turn of the 19th century. Despite the Manchu Qing government being fairly weak at that time, this rebellion was ultimately crushed, with reports of around 100,000 rebels dead. This rebellion had a smaller precursor rebellion under the martial artist Wang Lun, who was also with the White Lotus. Now after the White Lotus Rebellion came the 8 Trigrams Uprising of 1813. This uprising was started by the Heavenly Principle sect, which was a branch of the White Lotus. They made it as far as breaking into the Forbidden City, but ultimately failed with over 20,000 of their members dying in the process. There were many other bloody rebellions around this time, but the next rebellion that could be linked with the White Lotus was the Red Turban Rebellion of 1845 to 1856. This time, the Red Turbans were headed by the Heaven and Earth Society, with one of its leaders also being in the God-worshipping society, a Christian sect led by Hong Xiuquan, who proclaimed himself as the younger brother of Jesus. Hong was known to have earlier been in contact with a Southern Baptist priest from South Carolina named Asachar J. Cox Roberts. Hong would also go on to found the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom in 1851. This led to the massive 21-year-long Taiping Rebellion, which had a death toll estimated to be between 20 and 100 million. The UK and French governments also sent troops to assist in putting them down in the later stages. Also, some of the survivors later joined Sun Yat-sen's revived China Society, and Mao Zedong, whose ideology killed a similar number of Chinese, is said to have admired Hong. Now back on the topic of Buddhism, the Qing court endorsed the Gelugpa school of Tibetan Buddhism that I mentioned earlier. This led to the Taiping rebels killing thousands of monks early on in their rebellion, before their leadership seemingly intervened and put a stop to these particular killings. China was visited by Angarika Dharmapala in 1893. Angarika had gone to several Christian schools as well as the Royal College of Colombo in Sri Lanka. He was the major contributor to the revival of Buddhism in India after several centuries of being virtually extinct. He was also tied to the Sri Lankan independence movement, which itself was tied with Buddhism. This resurgence of Buddhism was assisted by the American colonel Henry Steele Olcott, who helped establish several Buddhist schools. Now in Tibet, during the official training period of the 12th Dalai Lama, Europeans were banned from entering the country. This was said to be because Britain was at war with the states of Sikkim and Bhutan, which were largely under their control, and Christian missionaries were at their doorstep. In 1904, the British launched an expedition into Tibet, and the 13th Dalai Lama fled to Mongolia, and later China. This expedition turned out to be largely a massacre of Tibetan conscripts because of more advanced British weapons, followed by looting and general colonial behavior. The Qing then asserted sovereignty over Tibet, and then came to some agreement with the British occupiers who then left. But then in 1905, the Tibetan Lamas started a rebellion, and started massacring Qing officials, French missionaries, and Catholics. Qing General Zhao Erfang led troops carrying weapons manufactured in Germany into Tibet. There he gained the nickname Zhao the Butcher, and all Lamas involved in this rebellion were executed, and the government of Tibet was put under the direct control of the Qing. Erfang also caused the Dalai Lama to go into exile a second time in 1910, this time to India. He arrived back in Tibet in 1912, a year after the Qing was overthrown and declared Tibetan independence. The 14th and current Dalai Lama also fled Tibet with the help of the CIA during the Tibetan Uprising of 1959. This uprising reportedly led to 80,000 Tibetans being killed. This current Dalai Lama has received many honors and awards from mostly Western universities and committees, including the Nobel Peace Prize in 1989. He also continues to live in India as a refugee. Currently, there are an estimated 480 or so million Buddhists, with the greatest concentration living in Southeast Asia. And as an example of Buddhist activities in that region, in Thailand, the king is constitutionally stipulated to be a Buddhist. Buddhism arrived in Siam, or modern-day Thailand, from India around 250 BC. In the mid-19th century, King Mongkut, a former monk for 27 years, reformed Buddhism in Siam to be more centralized and more linked with royalty and government. The two became so interwoven that his successor, King Chulalongkorn, was nicknamed the Royal Buddha. The modern-day King Vajiralongkorn has also spent time living as a monk, as is customary for Thai Buddhist men. In his case, this time was spent at the Temple of the Emerald Buddha. Meanwhile, Buddhist monks are known to be involved with all sorts of criminal activities. For example, in 2012, 3 monks from Pranjanburi province were caught dealing in hard drugs. And there's many other cases of monks being exposed for dealing in meth. Monks have also used their status and prestige to do all sorts of sex crimes, no different than what we see with many authority figures of other organizations. There are also many cases of monks being involved in violence and murder, with the victims often being other monks. Now, I've gone through all this just to really show you that religious organizations are just another branch of the one mafia. These organizations act essentially as governments and are often heavily tied with the governments of countries that they dominate in. A couple more obvious examples include the Church of England, of which the Supreme Governor is also the monarch of the UK, and then there's Japanese Shintoism, of which, as I've said, the emperor has been traditionally placed at the head. In many countries, religious institutions and organizations are tax exempt, being given a legal status similar or identical to non-profit charity organizations. Meanwhile, these same institutions are always taking money from people. They collect money directly from their followers, and indirectly through their connections with other groups like organized crime and government. Although of course there's a lot of overlap, and the lines between the three become more blurry and arbitrary the more you research and think about it. Anyways, in many of the more Germanic countries and Italy, there is a sometimes optional church tax for followers of mostly Christian institutions. Buddhist temples take donations from their followers and have major patrons. A modern example of this is the Thai government's tradition of giving formal gifts to temples, as well as privileges for their officials such as free transportation. Muslim mosques are much the same with their donation boxes and fundraisers and such. There are governmental religious institutions in countries such as Saudi Arabia and Egypt. In Saudi Arabia, the Grand Mufti, the most senior religious official in the country, is appointed by the king. The Grand Mufti has heavy influence over the Saudi court system. In addition, the Saudi government is known to provide direct funding to mosques, such as when they gave $100 million to a Kabul mosque. Meanwhile, all these groups lack transparency. Certainly, a lot of money goes into constructing impressive buildings and blinging out their officials to add to their prestige. And as a tactic to boost their legitimacy, religious institutions also claim to be the moral backbone of society. I even had a commenter write something similar on my last video, and what I responded to that with is that as intelligent and social animals, humans have evolved to follow certain codes to assist in social cohesion, and those who didn't would be ostracized or killed. Are there still cheaters with no morals though? Absolutely. And you'll find plenty of them hiding behind the prestige of religious organizations. Another thing to be aware of with religion today is the apparent push to bring them together, potentially to create the much talked about one world religion. The United Religions Initiative is an NGO that has consultative status with the United Nations Economic and Social Council, along with partnerships with other UN agencies. The founder and president of this initiative is Reverend William E. Swing, a former Bishop of California for the Episcopal Church. Swing has attended and later received a further honorary degree from the University of San Francisco, a Jesuit school. In Pakistan, the United Religious Initiative, or URI, regional coordinator is James Channon. He has been appointed by Pope John Paul II to work with the Vatican's Commission for Religious Relations with Muslims, and has been a consultant to the Vatican's Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue. James has received the African Interfaith Harmony Award, which was first proposed and is sponsored by King Abdullah II of Jordan. Again, Abdullah went to Jesuit Georgetown University. Another thing to consider is many of the messages coming from Pope Francis, who again is the very first Jesuit Pope. Back in 2014, the Vatican hosted Islamic prayers and readings from the Quran for the first time ever. In September of 2015, Pope Francis made a speech at St. Patrick's Cathedral in Manhattan. During this speech, he stated that Muslims were worshipping the one God, with the obvious implication that Catholics and Muslims worship the same God. Also that September, he made a speech at the UN General Assembly talking about universal fraternity. The product of that assembly was the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. This agenda declared that all countries and stakeholders in the UN will act in a collaborative partnership to implement their plans. And among its very padded and often vague wording, the agenda claims to seek effective, accountable, and inclusive institutions at all levels. In January of 2016, the Vatican released a video that featured authority figures of different major religions, and Pope Francis saying that all religions are seeking and meeting God in different ways, and that ultimately they are all children of God. In May of 2016, the Pope hugged and kissed the Sheikh Ahmed Al-Tayyid, who is recognized as the current highest authority in Sunni Islam. He then said the words, "Our meeting is the message." A one-world religion would bring the major religion organizations officially under a central authority, with its figurehead presumably being the Catholic Pope, as it's the Catholic organization that's clearly going to the most effort for this. The Holy See has observer status with the African Union, the Arab League, the Council of Europe, the Organization of American States, the International Organization for Migration, the United Nations, and several UN agencies. Joan Enric Vives e Cecilia is a Catholic archbishop and co-prince of the Principality of Andorra, a region which again was relatively unaffected by the Black Plague. The other current co-prince of Andorra is the President of France, Emmanuel Macron. Macron, by the way, was educated at the Jesuit Lake La Providence School. His 24-year-older wife, Brigitte, was a teacher at the school when he attended. So now another thing that we'll look at are the ethnicities of the officials of the Catholic Church. The official working languages of the Holy See are Italian and French, and communication at the Vatican City is said to be mostly done in Italian, English, French, German, or Spanish. Meanwhile, the Swiss Guard uses German for all its commands, and its members are said to be ethnically German, French, or Italian. It's important to remember at this point that most, if not all of the black nobility families, who have historically been connected closely with the Catholic organization, have intermarried with Germanic nobility families, as I've shown. For that matter, North Italians in general have a significant amount of Germanic blood, from interacting with and being invaded from the north, with the wealth of Rome often being the target in the latter case. So now let's look at some officials. The current Pope Francis's parents are both from North Italy. The current Cardinal Secretary of State is Pietro Parolin, who was born in the Vicenza province, which is in North Italy. Parolin is said to have re-established contact between the Holy See and Beijing, and as a former deputy foreign minister, he dealt with the Holy See's relations with the government of Vietnam. He is a Knight of the Orders of Merit of Italy, Germany, and the Order of Malta. He is also a Knight of Mexico's Order of the Aztec Eagle and the Star of Romania. Before him, Tarcisio Bertone was Cardinal Secretary of State from 2006 to 2013. Bertone was born in Piedmont, which is in North Italy, and he is a Knight of the Orders of Merit of Italy and Poland, the Order of the Holy Sepulchre, the Portuguese Order of St. James of the Sword, and he's also received an award from the Knights of Columbus in 2007. Now, if we look at the distribution of Catholic cardinals, the largest number by country are identified as being of Italian nationality, with the second largest being in the US, the third largest being in Spain, the fourth largest being in Brazil, which has historical ties with Portugal, and then there's France and Germany if you counted them together. But there are also many cardinals spread out across other nationalities, including African ones. If we look at populations identified as Catholic, the Catholic organization is prominent in more Germanic countries like the US and Australia, as well as many regions that have been colonized by primarily Spain, Portugal, Belgium, and Germany, with the governments of these countries having all had connections with the Habsburg Holy Roman Empire. Notably, for the most part, this doesn't seem to apply to regions that were colonized by France. As I've showed, it so happens that the French government had an alliance with the Ottomans against the HRE, and this is despite the fact that the papacy has been based in France, and the country itself has a significant population identified as Catholic. Basically, the governments that have been most associated with the HRE were also the most willing to cooperate with agents of the Catholic organization. And also, I know this is a little off topic, but I did notice that, as I've shown, the Sicilian, Calabrian, and other South Italian organized crime groups are known to be active in countries associated with British colonialism. Countries like Canada, Australia, South Africa, and the US. This is getting a little ahead of myself, but I suspect that these organized crime groups are fronts for the Catholic organization organization, and various governments that in this example permit them to run their hustles in countries associated with the British Crown. If you remember, many of the black nobility families I went over happen to have branches in London. Anyways, in Germany, Reinhard Marx is the chairman of the German Bishops' Conference and the Archbishop of Munich and Freising. He has met with the president of the European Commission, Jean-Claude Juncker, and with regard to migrants, he has stated that Catholics are not allowed to be xenophobic. He has also traveled to Vietnam and met with the chief of the Vietnamese Fatherland Front and expressed that he hoped they would assist in developing Catholicism in Vietnam. Reinhard was made a cardinal by the German Pope Benedict XVI, who reigned from 2005 to 2013 when he resigned and was replaced by Pope Francis. The Roman Catholic Church in Germany is considered to be one of the organization's wealthiest sectors, so the church's presence in Central and South America is fairly well known, and I'll be touching on it here and there as we go. But what about the Catholic organization's presence in Africa? Of course, there are some Africans willing to join such an organization and kill their own for wealth. It's a dog-eat-dog world. The world's largest Catholic seminary, which basically means a school for Catholic agents, is in Nigeria. The Polish Pope John Paul II, who reigned from 1978 to 2005, deliberately selected many cardinals from third world countries, including African countries, from which there are now 16 cardinals. One such cardinal is Peter Turkson, who was born in Ghana and is regarded as a candidate for the next pope. He has called for the establishment of a global public authority and central world bank to rule over financial institutions that he said have become outdated. The Nigerian Cardinal Francis Arinze was a close advisor to Pope John Paul II and was considered as a possible successor. He has been the president of what would become known as the Pontifical Council for Interreligious Dialogue. Berhane Jesus Dimiru Sao Raphael is the head of the Catholic Church in Ethiopia and the Archbishop of Addis Ababa, which is the capital of Ethiopia. He was made a cardinal by Pope Francis in 2015. Now then, let's move on and get into the history of secretive societies and orders, and their continued impact on the world today. So a secretive society is set up to serve different ends, like assassinations, agent provocateur work, psyops, and just about anything you can think of. Secretive societies often present a public face where they do something like charity work, but still operate in secrecy at the higher levels, and members will go through some sort of initiation process that might involve a blood oath to help maintain that secrecy. And by the way, I know I called them secret societies earlier, and that's the common term for them, but frankly, once you know a little bit about them, they're no longer secret, they're just secretive. And on that note, there's a lot of crossover with government, religion, organized crime, and other secretive societies. The Thuggee cult of India, which was only officially discovered by Westerners in 1810, had been killing travelers for centuries. They were known as men of the noose because of their preferred method of killing. This was done for taking the victim's valuables, but also in worship to the goddess Kali. The term Thuggee means deceiver, and they would keep these activities a secret from their own wives and daughters. The thugs would live a double life, and were reportedly often well off in their normal life. When British officials, and in particular William Henry Sleeman, tried to destroy the thugs, he reported that the local police force were turning a blind eye to them, and that the local nobility was shielding them. The thugs had their own hierarchy, with the strangler being a sought-after role, and gravedigger or scout for ideal places to perform these assassinations was a job for new entrants. One rule that proved convenient for Sleeman's mission is that they weren't allowed to kill Europeans, but it's also reportedly the case that there were other exempted people. So basically, this group was protected by local authorities, and they were handed down certain rules on who they could and couldn't kill. They followed a hierarchy, with priests overseeing initiation ceremonies and giving orders. It's important to note that in India, the priest caste was considered the highest, and was heavily interconnected with and could be considered part of the local nobility. The Thuggees make for a good example of a secretive order. They're also the origin of the word thug. Another group that originated a common term were the assassins. The assassins, or Hashassims, were founded by a Persian named Hassan Sabah. Hassan had been initiated into Ismailism, having traveled to Cairo to meet the 8th caliph of the Fatimid Caliphate, who was the head of Ismailism at the time. Ismailism was itself the largest branch of Shia Islamism at that time, and the caliph itself was named after Fatima, who, if you remember, was Muhammad's youngest or only daughter, and the royal family of this caliphate claimed descent from Fatima. Anyways, this is where, according to some sources, Hassan studied under the religious leadership before traveling back to Persia. There he began getting the local population to join his ideology, and he captured a fort with both force and subversion from a local ruling family, which would become his order's base of operations. This base would come to be known as Alambut Castle, or the Eagle's Nest, and this is where he would spend most of the rest of his life, being the head of the assassins. According to most sources, the name of this order comes from hashish, or Indian hemp. According to these historians, the assassins would become intoxicated on the stuff by instruction of their local chief before a particularly dangerous mission. It's also been suggested that they actually used opium to this end, and that the name comes from a Turkish language term for opium. In reality, many missions were one-way trips, both by design and because the drugs used weren't exactly performance enhancers. The assassin killers specialized in high-profile targets, and were very thorough in their preparations, which included spending time blending into the local population. But the actual killers were a minority of the followers of Hassan's order, whose members actually called themselves the Nizari Ismailis. They also engaged in psychological and asymmetric warfare and had a presence in Syria during the Crusades. Anyways, also active in the caliphate at this time was the House of Wisdom in Baghdad, where scholars identified as Muslims, Jews, and Christians are known to have traveled. A man named Nasr al-Din al-Tusi managed to flee this school just before the Mongols arrived, taking a reported 400,000 manuscripts with him to Persia, and according to one source, al-Tusi was captured by the assassins while traveling, and became a member of the court of Alimut, while other sources say he sought their protection of his own violation. Either way, there he spent the next 25 years doing his work in their well-stocked library. In 1256, the Mongols ran over Alimut, and would for the most part destroy the assassins in the following years. They also kidnapped al-Tusi and appointed him as a minister. The Knights Templars were officially established in 1119 by some French noblemen, and in 1128 Pope Honorius II gave his official recognition of this Catholic order. Now I've already gone into a lot about the Templars past, but to quickly reiterate, they made their fortune during the Crusades by accepting financial donations and became a very popular Catholic charity, receiving lots of money, land, and businesses, and sons of noble families were arriving to join them. They basically made their fortune in the Levant, and went on to become the first real banksters of Europe. But then during the Avignon papacy, Pope Clement V ordered the suppression of the order. The order still continued on in different ways, however. For example, by being linked with the bankster stronghold of Switzerland. There's also been claims that the Templars played some part in the origins of Scottish Rite Freemasonry, and there is actually a lot of Templar-style groups and ranks in Freemasonry, although most claim to have no real descent from the original order. Quite possibly the best candidate for their most direct successors, though, is the Order of Montesa in Spain, named after the castle of Montesa in the province of Valencia, which is on the east coast of Spain. This order inherited the possessions of the Aragonese branch of the Knights Templar, and was said to be territorially limited to the old crown of Aragon, which includes Sicily and the southern part of the Italian peninsula, both regions notorious for organized crime activity. In 1587, the position of Grand Master within this order was unified with the position of King by Philip II of Spain, and this continued even after the monarchy was restored by Francisco Franco, with King Juan Carlos I, and then his son and current King of Spain, Felipe VI. Felipe also claims the title of King of Jerusalem, which the Templars at one time controlled. In particular, they occupied the Temple Mount, but going back to the late 16th century, the last master of the preceding order of Our Lady of Montesa was Pedro Luis de Borgia of the Borgia family, who was the half-brother to Francis Borgia, who was the Duke of Gandia as well as a Jesuit. Back to today, the current Duke of Calabria, Prince Pedro, is reportedly in charge of the day-to-day operations of the Order of Montesa, and again, Prince Pedro is also a descendant of the Farnese, and it was a Farnese Pope who officially approved the establishment of the Jesuit order. I also mentioned his co-claimant to the head of the Bourbon Two Sicilies as well as the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George, Prince Carlo, and how they're both Knights of Malta. Now Mexico is known for its drug cartels, and as I've shown in the last video and as I'll show more of in this one, drug cartels in both Central and South America are often connected with the US government. There is a cartel called the Knights Templar, and they reportedly style themselves closely after the original order. They're also known to have issued a public call for a ceasefire during a visit by Pope Benedict. These Knights Templar are known to be allied with the Sinaloa cartel, who themselves are allied with such groups as the Sicilian Mafia, the Aryan Brotherhood, and the Hells Angels. There's also the Crips and the Bloods and the Chicago Mafia, among many others across North America, known to be connected with them on the distribution end. According to former Governor of Minnesota, Jesse Ventura, who has also been a member of the U.S. Navy Underwater Demolition Team and a Sergeant at Arms of the Mongols Motorcycle Club, the Mongols, who are based out of Southern California, are about 75% comprised of what he calls Mexican Latinos, and a lot of biker club members in general are former military. The Mongols are known to be involved in the drug trade and are particularly associated with meth, and aside from just Mexico and the US, they have chapters in countries like Germany, Switzerland, Thailand, Canada, and Australia. Now the Bush family, who have been called the unofficial royalty of the US, can be connected with certain cartels, especially given Bush Sr.'s involvement with the CIA. Jeb Bush is rumored to have worked with cartel members while on a mission to Venezuela, where he opened a branch of the Texas Commerce Bank, his alleged mission being that of a financial liaison with the Venezuelan oil industry and the Colombian cartel. Also, Jeb Bush's wife, Columbia Bush, is from Guanajuato, the same region of Mexico as the Knights Templar. Jeb is a Knight of Columbus and the former governor of Florida. Now, Duke Francisco de Bourbon is a relative of the Spanish royal family and the Grand Master of the Order of St. Lazarus. Francisco is also the former CEO and chairman of the Bank of Miami, as well as the International Bank of Miami. In 2004, King Juan Carlos visited George Bush Sr. and Jr. at their ranch in Crawford, Texas for Thanksgiving. Former Mexican President Vincent Fox went to Ibero-American University, a Jesuit school, and right after Fox was replaced by Felipe Calderon in 2006, what became known as the Mexican drug war began, with the reported murder rate tapering off in the last 2 years of Calderon's term. Calderon is a Knight of the Order of the Bath, the Order of Isabella Isabella the Catholic and the Danish Order of the Elephant. The current president, Enrique Pena Nieto, is alleged to be connected with the Juarez cartel, which is based near the border with El Paso, Texas, and is said to be at war with the Sinaloa. Enrique is a knight of the Order of the Bath, the Order of Isabella the Catholic, the Order of Prince Henry, and the Saudi Order of Abdulaziz Al Saud. Now, the western province of Sinaloa, from which the Sinaloa cartel gets its name, has historically seen a lot of Jesuit activity, with many missions having been founded in Sinaloa and neighboring Sonora to the north. So the fact that a Roman Catholic cartel would appear and show reverence to the Pope might have a lot more to it than a bunch of low to mid-level criminals merely trying to adopt the prestige of this order. These modern-day Templars are one of the biggest traffickers of crystal meth into the States. Back in the day, the original Knights Templars were themselves merchants who used violence to protect and secure their interests, and traded in all manner of goods, which almost certainly included opium. Knightly orders like the Hospitallers are known to have brought the drug to Europe. The Knights Templar also had a papal bull issued for them in 1139, which declared that they were completely above local laws and tax exempt, but that they were still subordinate to the papacy. The Knights of Malta is said to be the oldest chivalric order, and began as the Knights Hospitaller, who were established during the Crusades. The Hospitaller were a Catholic military order charged with caring for pilgrims and defending the Holy Land. Similar to what happened with the Templars, the Pope issued a papal bull which recognized their sovereignty, and it serves as the legal basis to their continued sovereignty to this day. When the Holy Land fell, they moved their base of operations to the island of Rhodes, and with time became known as the Knights of Rhodes. And later they moved to the island of Malta, where they were vassals to Habsburg Charles I of Spain. From there, they famously fought against the Ottomans and patrolled the Mediterranean. After the siege of Malta, many of the knights would become mercenaries, and had an apparent preference for working in the French Navy. The knights were also involved in privateering, raiding ships that they could claim were suspected of carrying Ottoman goods. In 1798, Napoleon's troops captured Malta, and the knights were expelled from the island. Many were given shelter by the Russian Tsar, who they gave the title of Grand Master of the Priory of St. Petersburg. This expulsion also apparently caused their Lang system, which governed their various territories all over Europe, to be dissolved, but a similar system has been reformed since. So that's a very light skimming of their background. Now let's get into the modern activities of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, or SMOM for short. By now, I've listed many nobles, political actors, and the like who were knighted into this order, such as Juan Carlos of Spain, Henry the Grand Duke of Luxembourg, Karl von Habsburg, the current head of the Habsburgs, King Philip and Queen Paola of Belgium, Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands, Vittorio Emanuele of the formerly reigning House of Savoy in Italy, Duke Franz of Bavaria, Prince Carlos of Bourbon-Parma, which again is descendant of the Farnese, Princess Elizabeth von Thurn und Taxis, Prince Alois of Liechtenstein, and Prince Jamie Bernardo of Bourbon-Parma. And if we just look at the United States, for example, you've got William F. Buckley Jr., who was a CIA agent and later founded the National Review, Dwight D. Eisenhower, a five-star general during World War II, and U.S. President from 1953 to 1961. George Bush Sr. met with Mikhail Gorbachev at Malta and is alleged to be a member. Joseph P. Kennedy Sr., bootlegger and later political actor, who had 3 political actor sons, including John F. Kennedy, was a Knight of Malta. Kennedy Sr. didn't get involved in World War II, but was known to have had Nazi sympathies. He was also close with the Archbishop of New York, Francis Spellman, who was also a Knight of Malta and was known for being strongly in support of the Vietnam War. Spellman has also been described by a biographer of J. Edgar Hoover as a sexually voracious homosexual. Joseph E. Smits was Inspector General of the Department of Defense under George Bush Jr., as well as an executive for Blackwater, and he is a Knight of Malta. He's been named as Foreign Policy Advisor to Donald Trump, and CIA directors John A. McCone, William Colby, and William J. Casey are known to have been Knights of Malta. I could really go on for a long time here, but instead I'll just mention it every time we come across a Knight of Malta throughout the video, as I have been. The SMOM is currently based in Rome at the Palazzo Malta. Both this palace and the Villa del Priorato di Malta, which hosts the Grand Priory of Rome and the Order of Malta's embassy in Italy, have extraterritorial status. The SMOM is recognized as a sovereign entity under international law and under the United Nations. Prince Carlo Massimo is the president of the Italian Association of the Order of Malta, and the current Grand Commander, as well as the acting Grand Master of the SMOM, is the Austrian Ludwig Hoffmann von Rumerstein. Rumerstein went to the Pontifical Gregorian University, the first university founded by the Jesuits. Now, despite claims to the contrary, the SMOM, as their name suggests, appears to be still very much a military order. You'll see that as we move through the video, especially when we start talking about World War II, where several high-ranking members of militaries and intelligence societies were knights. Of course, there's also plenty of examples from after the war, like Alexander Haig, who was involved in the Korean and Vietnam Wars, and became Vice Chief of Staff in the U.S. Army, and Deputy National Security Advisor. He would later become the 7th Supreme Allied Commander, and then the U.S. Secretary of State. Alexander had gone to Jesuit Georgetown University and was a Knight of Malta. Clayton P. Timothy Kerr was deputy commander of the Allied military mission to the Italian Army during World War II. After the war, he became the chief of the Army Division at the United States National Guard Bureau. Kerr was a Knight of Malta. John O'Connor was the Archbishop of New York from 1984 until his death in the year 2000. John was also the former auxiliary bishop of the Roman Catholic Archdiocese for the military services of the U.S. And before that, he was the chief of Navy chaplains. John was a Knight of Malta. Another Knight of Malta, Frank J. Shakespeare, spent a year in the U.S. Navy and later became president of CBS Television. From 1981 to 1985, he was chairman of the board for international broadcasting in the U.S. He was then appointed ambassador to Portugal and a year later ambassador to the Holy See. He is currently on the board of trustees for the Heritage Foundation, a Washington public policy research institute. Now this one veers a little bit off topic, but in England, Jimmy Savile was a popular media personality who was knighted by the Queen. He was also known to be close with Prince Charles. After his death in 2011, hundreds of sexual abuse allegations came out against him, and even when he was alive there were rumors. An investigation in 2014 concluded that he had assaulted patients at the Broadmoor Psychiatric Hospital, where he had volunteered and where his behavior was reportedly ignored. Savile also fundraised for and volunteered at Stoke Mandeville Hospital. There he reportedly sexually assaulted patients and staff without repercussions. And that's just the tip of the iceberg, but you get the idea. And there were people around him known to have been involved as well. In addition to being a Knight of Malta and of the British Empire, Savile was a Knight of the Order of St. Gregory the Great. Knight of Malta John J. Rashkop was a financial executive for DuPont and General Motors and was behind the building of the Empire State Building. He also supported different political actors. Angelo Ponte was an American organized crime figure and was reportedly associated with the Genovese family. He had various government connections and was a Knight of Malta. After the Second World War, Joseph Pigot's Construction Company was Canada's largest privately owned construction company and built several notable buildings in the country, including banks, factories, and a cathedral. During the war, he was president of Wartime Housing Limited, which built a ton of housing. Pigot was a Knight of Malta. James D. Watkins was a U.S. Navy admiral and Secretary of Energy under George Bush Sr. He was named chairman of the United States Commission on Ocean Policy in 2001. Knight of Malta. Anthony Zinni is a former United States Marine Corps general and former Commander-in-Chief of the United States Central Command. He was the United States Special Envoy for Middle East Peace from 2001 to 2003. Knight of Malta. Emilio T. Gonzalez was an undersecretary in the U.S. Department of Homeland Security from 2005 to 2008. He was also formerly a national security advisor and foreign policy advisor to George Bush Jr. and Condoleezza Rice. He spent 26 years in the U.S. Army and was part of a military attaché to U.S. embassies in El Salvador and Mexico. Knight of Malta. Sir Francis Festing was involved in World War II and afterwards became the commander of the British forces in Hong Kong. He was later appointed to positions like General Officer commanding British troops in Egypt, General Officer Eastern Command, Commander-in-Chief Far East Land Forces, and Chief of the Imperial General Staff. Knight of Malta. James Jesus Angleton was Chief of CIA Counterintelligence from 1954 to 1975. Knight of Malta. Peter Bridgman was a Lieutenant Colonel in the British Army and the grandson of the 4th Earl of Bradford. Knight of Malta. The Knights of Malta also include many high-level bank officials such as John S. Gleason Jr., who was involved in World War II and who became an officer in the U.S. Reserves. He then worked at the First National Bank of Chicago as Vice President of Business Development. This was the same bank his father had worked at. In the 70s, he spent 3 years in prison for a bank fraud sentence and then became a deacon in the Catholic Church. Knight of Malta. William E. Simon was the United States Secretary of the Treasury, who later founded William E. Simon and Sons, a global merchant bank with offices in the U.S. and Hong Kong. Knight of Malta. Victor Rothschild, 3rd Baron Rothschild, was the Knight of Malta. He was a senior executive at Dutch Royal Shell and N.M. Rothschild and Sons. During World War II, he worked for MI5, which is the British Internal Intelligence Agency. He was also a member of the Cambridge Apostles, founded by George Tomlin's son, who later became the first Bishop of Gibraltar. Victor was also a Knight of the British Empire. Archbishop Silvano Tomasi is a former apostolic nuncio and permanent observer of the Holy See to the United Nations in Geneva. He attended Jesuit Fordham University in New York, where he also co-founded the Center for Migration Studies. He is quoted as saying that 80 to 90% of Catholic sex abuse cases involve adolescent boys, and that only 1.5 to 5% of Catholic clergy were involved in sex abuse of minors. Anyways, Geneva is a hub for banksters, and Tomasi is, according to some sources, a Knight of Malta. Tomasi actually headed a papal investigation commission into the forced resignation of the last SMOM Grand Chancellor, Albright von Bolie-Saliger, allegedly for overseeing the distribution of condoms to the developing world. This commission also included the Jesuit Gianfranco Ghirlanda, who was the former rector of the Pontifical Gregorian University, former Chancellor of the Order of Malta, Jacques de Liedekerke, Mark Odendahl, who was a counselor of the order, president of the MIP Management Institute in Paris, and who who formerly worked with J.P. Morgan Chase. There was also Marwan Sanaoui, president of the Order of Malta in Lebanon. Now, if we look again at the Torlonia family, again known for administering the Vatican finances, back in the 19th century, a Carlo Torlonia was known to be a Knight of Malta. Also, another Leopoldo Torlonia was the mayor of Rome at the turn of the 20th century, and Alessandro Torlonia, born in 1925, who was the lay advisor to the Pontifical Commission on Vatican City-State, was also the chairman of the Fucino Bank. The Torlonia family is one of those families that's very difficult to get good information on, especially when it comes to their modern activities and members. Easy example, just look at the wiki page of the current head. But Duke Leopoldo Torlonia, who I mentioned earlier is the president of St. Peter's Circle, is, according to one source, a Knight of Malta. The Torlonia family is said to originate from France. During the late 18th and early 19th centuries, a Giovanni Torlonia was administrator of the Vatican finances and was given many titles including Roman patrician. This Giovanni was named the first prince of Civitelli Sessi. Now, I've already mentioned how the Torlonia intermarried with the Borghese, and how Camillo Borghese, aka Pope Paul V, established the Bank of the Holy Spirit in 1605. Well, in addition to other black nobility families, the Torlonia has also intermarried with the Javel banking family of France, who have been identified as Jews. They also more recently intermarried with the House of Luxembourg and the Spanish royal family. Edward L. Hennessy Jr. is a Knight of Malta and was a director of Lockheed Martin, the New York Stock Exchange, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and was the financial advisor to the Vatican. Three more people reported to be Knights of Malta are Pat Buchanan, William F. Buckley Jr., and Rick Santorum. Now let's talk a bit about the Knights of Columbus. So remember what I said about Christopher Columbus? And how he's connected to the Doria and Colonna families and how he was most likely born in Genoa. The Knights of Columbus, or KOC for short, takes its name from the guy, as does the District of Columbia. Also remember how there are members of the KOC with the last name Colonna, and both Colonna and Columbus are connected with the word column. A column holds things up, like how political actors in the District of Columbia help hold the mafia up. The KOC uses the Roman fasces symbol on their emblem. The fasces symbol is essentially a bundle of sticks that almost always includes an axe. You see this same symbol all over the United States Capitol. You can also find fasci in the architecture and symbols of France. In fact, those bundles of sticks can be found all over Europe. This symbol is believed to go back at least as far as Etruscan civilization, which was one of the earliest cultures to be absorbed into the Roman Empire. In ancient Rome, this symbol was used to show magisterial authority. The axe was added as it came to also signify military authority. The ideology of fascism, which took form in the decades leading up to World War II, also takes its name from this symbol. And the Italian fascists made the claim that modern Italy is the heir to the ancient Roman Empire, and that the Italian Empire could be the third Rome. So basically, the Knights of Columbus used the Roman symbol of authority in their emblem. The KOC, officially founded in Connecticut in 1882, styles itself as the world's largest Catholic fraternal organization with around 2 million members. Pope John Paul II was known to refer to the Knights of Columbus as the strong right arm of the church. Now, of course, most of these members are low levels and participate in various volunteer and charity work without much idea of what's going on up the ladder. So I'm definitely not trying to lump this huge amount of people together. The KOC are active on political stages. In 1954, this order lobbied to have the phrase "under God" added to the United States Pledge of Allegiance, which is recited as a part of primary education in the States. As a side note, this is a very basic example of using a ritual as a form of suggestion. Rituals should not be underestimated, especially when it comes to kids, but they can be used for positive things as well. Anyways, President John F. Kennedy was a Knight of Columbus.
But what were the words they said to you over the phone that
they would never embarrass him again. That SOB, the Irish Mafia, I think. He referred to him as the Irish Mafia.
As was his brother, Ted Kennedy. Raymond Flynn, former mayor of Boston and former U.S. ambassador to the Holy See, is a Knight of Columbus. Robert Finn was the U.S. ambassador to Afghanistan from March 2002 to August 2003, a period that was shortly after the 2001 U.S. invasion of Afghanistan. Finn is, according to some sources, a Knight of Columbus. Sergeant Shriver, who was married to a member of the Kennedy family, was the first director of the U.S. Peace Corps. The Peace Corps have the stated mission of providing technical assistance, helping people outside the U.S. to understand United States culture and vice versa. They were created by an executive order issued by President Kennedy. The taxpayer-funded Peace Corps has been accused of being used in conjunction with military interests, for public relations purposes, and for serving to legitimize dictators. Sergeant Shriver was a Knight of Columbus. Knight of Columbus Manuel Lujan Jr. was the U.S. Secretary of the Interior from 1989 to 1993. KOC John Volpe was the United States Secretary of Transportation and later the United States Ambassador to Italy. KOC Samuel Alito is an Associate Justice of the Supreme Court of the United States. Paul Scully Power, who was an employee of the United States Undersea Warfare Center and then worked for NASA with the title of Payload Specialist, is a Knight of Columbus. He was educated at St. Ignatius College in Riverview, a Jesuit school. Thomas J. Kelly was an American aerospace engineer. He was a member of the Quill and Dagger Society at Cornell University and was a Knight of Columbus. George J. Willman, born in Brooklyn, was a Jesuit priest who was known as the father of the Knights of Columbus in the Philippines, where he was granted citizenship for his work. He was also himself a Knight of Columbus. The current Archbishop of Manila, Luis Antonio Tagle, is also a Knight of Columbus. He was educated at the Jesuit Ateneo de Manila University. Hilaro G. David Jr. is a former ambassador of the Permanent Mission of the Republic of the Philippines to the United Nations in New York City. He is also a former Chief Justice of the Supreme Court of the Philippines. Hilario is a Knight of Columbus. William Levada is the highest-ranking American cardinal in the Roman Curia. From 2005 to 2012, he was the prefect of the Congregation for the Doctrine of the Faith under Pope Benedict XVI. In 2009, he took part in a press conference where they announced that Pope Benedict would release an apostolic constitution that would allow Anglicans to join the Catholic Church while keeping their corporate identity. This constitution is called Anglicanorum Coitibus and led to the establishment of what's called the Personal Ordinariate. William Levada is a Knight of Columbus. KOC John Patrick Foley was the Grand Master of the Order of the Holy Sepulchre from 2007 to 2011. He also was president of the Pontifical Council for Social Communications from 1984 to 2007. Michael Copps Costello was the 19th Mayor of Calgary and a Knight of Columbus. Denis Savoy is the Ambassador of Canada to the Holy See and was Deputy Supreme Knight and Supreme Treasurer of the KOC from 2006 to 2013. He is possibly related to the Italian House of Savoy that last reigned over Italy from 1861 until just after World War II. They were accused of conspiring with Mussolini and the fascists, with the male members of the royal family going into exile in 1946 when the Italian Republic was proclaimed. Mussolini's government officially recognized the Vatican as a nation through the Lateran Treaty of 1929. Jeb Bush, as I've said, is a Knight of Columbus. Al Smith, Malcolm Wilson, and Hugh Carey are all former governors of New York, and all three are Knights of Columbus. Jack Reagan, the father of Ronald Reagan, was a Knight of Columbus. The current Supreme Knight of the KOC, Carl A. Anderson, was Special Assistant to President Ronald Reagan and occupied many other government positions during that period. He later was a member of the U.S. Commission on Civil Rights, a legislative assistant to a senator from North Carolina, and a counselor to an undersecretary at the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. Anderson is also a Knight of the Order of St. Gregory the Great, the Order of St. Sylvester, and the Order of the Holy Sepulchre. The Knights of Columbus are also connected with the U.S. military. Emil Capaone was a Roman Catholic priest who was a captain and U.S. Army chaplain in Burma during World War II. He was also involved in the Korean War and was a Knight of Columbus. Burma is an important part of the Golden Triangle of opium producers, and today is the world's second biggest exporter of the material. Jesuit Daniel R. Sweeney is a professor of political science and chaplain to the Knights of Columbus of Scranton, and a chaplain in the United States Air Force Reserves with the rank of lieutenant colonel. He is also the editor of the prayer books printed and distributed by the KOC to U.S. troops. James T. Mullen was involved in the Civil War and became the sergeant of his company. He was the first Supreme Knight of the KOC. Daniel Daly was a United States Marine who was involved in the suppression of the Boxer Rebellion, the Banana Wars, and World War I, Knight of Columbus. Frank Castellano is a U.S. Navy captain and currently the commander of the Center for Surface Combat Missions. He was the commander of the USS Bainbridge when it was involved with the whole rescue of Captain Phillips event and reportedly gave the order for Navy SEALs to shoot all but one pirate. Castellano is a Knight of Columbus. The Archdiocese of the Military for the U.S., which has facilities at more than 220 U.S. military installations around the world, has received financial assistance on multiple occasions from the KOC. This includes a scholarship program to train new Catholic chaplains in the U.S. military. There are also many media people and professional sports stars and management who are Knights of Columbus. The Knights of Columbus headquarters is the KOC building in New Haven, Connecticut, the same city where you'll find Colonial Yale University and its Masonic Skull and Bone Society. Another building the KOC are connected with is the Catholic University of America in Washington, D.C. They have given this school various financial aid. Columbus University, which was established by the KOC and is also in Washington, D.C., merged with the Catholic University of America in 1954. This produced the Columbus School of Law at the Catholic University of America. Graduates of this school include Colleen Collar Cotelli, who is United States District Judge of the United States District Court for the District of Columbia, and has been the presiding judge of the U.S. Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Court. Another graduate, Joseph F. Leeson Jr., is a United States District Judge of the United States District Court for the Eastern District of Pennsylvania. Graduate Edward J. Damage is the former Chief Justice of the United States Court of Federal Claims. claims. Other graduates of the Columbus School of Law include several U.S. senators and federal government officials, as well as people occupying various other high-level law and business positions. So now let's get into Freemasonry. Like the KOC, Freemasons are also connected with columns. In their case, it's the double columns. The origins of Freemasonry go back at least as far as ancient Egypt, and they are connected with several other secretive orders that have existed throughout history. The Druids, for example, had their stronghold on the island of Anglesey destroyed around the year 61 AD by Roman troops, but their traditions and rituals are known to have still continued in secrecy. Eventually, the Freemasons adopted some of their practices and symbols, notably in Germany, where there are a reported 62 lodges in the International Grand Lodge of Druidism. There are also 7 in Switzerland, and there used to be lodges in several other Germanic countries until the trend started to fall out of favor. The Rite of Memphis Mizraim is a Masonic rite that ended up being allegedly banned, being termed counterfeit and fake by Albert Pike, a famous American 33-degree Freemason. In 1784, Joseph Balsamo, who was close to the Grand Master of the Order of Malta, Manuel Pinto di Fonseca, founded the Rite of High Egyptian Masonry, which evolved into the Rite of Mizraim. The Rite of Memphis was a variant of the Rite of Mizraim, which was later grafted back on by the Italian general and political actor Giuseppe Garibaldi. Garibaldi was an honorary Grand Master of the Grand Orient of Italy, and was a commander in military campaigns that led to the unification of Italy. There are claims that this rite still exists in various countries, and whether that's true or not, this group has been historically associated with revolutionary movements. This rite has consisted of mainly Templar and Egyptian traditions. The rite has also been linked with Montanism, an early Christian sect that is said to have come out of Phrygia in modern-day Turkey. According to a couple sources, there was a Freemasonic Lodge of Cairo that was connected to the Ishmaelites and the Assassins, and is said to have lended to the establishment of the Druzes in the general area of Lebanon at around the same time. Back in those days, the Druze ideology was said to have resembled the organization of Grand Orient Freemasonry. In 1997, footage that was allegedly filmed inside 2 separate Freemasonic lodges by hidden camera was shown on Turkish television. The footage captured what appeared to be satanic rituals, including a Grand Master drinking the blood of a goat that was killed in the middle of the lodge. They also allegedly prayed to Satan in Hebrew. In another piece of footage, alleged Masons had swords pushed into their chests, and were threatened with death, presumably as an oath-keeping ritual. Freemasons have also inferred links between their order and the builders of the Temple of King Solomon in ancient Jerusalem. This temple, also referred to as the First Temple, was built around 832 BC and was based on Phoenician designs. During the Holy Land Crusades, the Templars would take their name from the Dome of the Rock, which they believed existed at the same location as the First Temple. According to some sources, the very first Freemasonic lodge was actually right in front of Solomon's Temple, although Freemasons have a bit of a reputation for spreading disinformation, but clearly they want to be associated with Solomon's Temple. Another pretty straightforward origin to Freemasonry is actual stonemason guilds. Being a Master Mason has historically been a position of prestige and wealth. Master Masons and artisans would build impressive structures to add to the prestige of nobility and religious organizations. In modern times, organized crime is often associated with the construction industry, and on that topic, organized crime, as the term is generally used, refers to low to mid-level criminals that operate outside of the laws enforced by governments. They are generally disassociated from the higher levels because otherwise it would damage the legitimacy of these laws, but they do get certain privileges even if they are thrown under the bus from time to time. Now the whole thing about Freemasonry is that they're portrayed as being separate from Catholics, and sometimes even as being openly at odds with Catholic orders. There has been a papal ban on Freemasonry, and Freemasons have been accused of anti-clericism, and in fact one of the stated reasons for the founding of the Knights of Columbus was to be the Catholic alternative to Freemasonry. It's important to note that around the time Freemasonry really started to make its presence known, many people in Europe and elsewhere were openly rejecting the domination of the Catholic Church and by extension Catholic orders. This is highlighted by the Protestant Reformation. So naturally, in many parts of the world, people would be more tolerant of and more willing to join an order such as Freemasonry. This includes followers of other Christian ideologies like the Church of England, but not the Eastern Orthodox Church. The first known Freemasonic Grand Lodge was built in the year 1717. It was the Grand Lodge of London, and in 1813 it was united with the ancient Grand Lodge of England to create the United Grand Lodge of England. Leading up to the founding of this lodge, in 1663, the Earl of St. Albans, Henry Germain, was elected Grand Master of the General Assembly of Masons. Germain was the ambassador to Paris and The Hague and was the Chamberlain to the Queen. In 1666, the title of Grand Master went to Thomas Savage, the Earl of Rivers. 1666 was also the year of the Great Fire of London, and the Freemasons had a role in rebuilding the destroyed areas. Freemason Sir Christopher Wren was given the task of rebuilding several structures, including St. Paul's Cathedral and the Royal Naval College. Christopher Wren would later become Grand Master in 1683 and again in 1698. Wren was also a founder of the Royal Society and president of it from 1680 to 1682. The Royal Society was granted a royal charter by King Charles II and is considered the United Kingdom's and the Commonwealth of Nations Academy of Sciences. The Royal Society continues to exist to this day. Now, the founding members of the English Grand Lodge I just mentioned included James Anderson, a Scottish writer and Presbyterian church minister. He was commissioned in 1721 by the Grand Lodge to write a history book on the Freemasons, which was published a year later entitled The Constitutions of the Freemasons. Another founding member was George Payne, who was the second Grand Master of the Lodge, and was elected again after Diza Galea, who I'll talk about soon. He was involved with creating the Constitutions of the Freemasons book. Another founder was James King, the 4th Baron of Kingston, who was Grand Master from 1729 to 1730. Another was Charles Calvert, the 5th Baron of Baltimore. Calvert was also the proprietary governor of the province of Maryland. He would also become the Lord of the Admiralty for 2 years. He was a Fellow of the Royal Society, and the Prince of Wales was his 4th cousin. Another founding member was John Theophilus Diza Galea, who was a French-born philosopher, clergyman, and engineer, and a member of the Royal Society, having been invited by its president Isaac Newton. He would later be the 3rd Grand Master of the Lodge. Diza Galea is also said to have been the head of Rosicrucianism, or the secretive society of the Rose Cross. Rose Cross is said to combine elements of Kabbalah, Hermeticism, and mystical Christianity, and is known to have been popular in the early 17th century. Like Freemasons, Rosicrucianists allude to possessing esoteric wisdom handed down since ancient times. There are a few degrees in Freemasonry named after this group, and in fact, according to some accounts, all of these founding members were also members of the English Rosy Crooks. One of the most prominent rites of Freemasonry, especially when it comes to US history, is the Scottish Rite. The earliest known lodge of the Scottish Rite was at the Temple Bar in London. In 1762, the Grand Masonic Constitutions were ratified in Berlin and proclaimed for the government of all Masonic bodies working in the Scottish Rite. Stephen Moran had been appointed Inspector General for the New World the year previous. He had been elected by the Grand Consistory of Princes of the Royal Secret, meaning a meeting of 32nd degree Freemasons. This meeting was presided over by Chalon de Joinville in Paris. Joinville is said to have been a representative of Frederick the Great of Prussia, a known Freemason. Now in 1767, Stephen Moran saw to it that a Lodge of Perfection was organized in Albany, New York. John Stark, a major general in the Continental Army during the American Revolutionary War, which started in 1775, was a member of this lodge in Albany. Joseph Anderson was a captain in the war and later became the first comptroller of the United States Treasury. Joseph was a member of the Military Lodge No. 19 of Pennsylvania. He later became the first senior warden to the Princeton Lodge No. 38. Robert Andrews was the chaplain to the 2nd Virginia Regiment and was a member of the Williamsburg Lodge No. 6, where for a time he was Grand Master. Most famous among these revolutionary figures was the Commander-in-Chief of the Continental Army, George Washington. Washington had joined the Fredericksburg Lodge No. 4 in Fredericksburg, Virginia back in 1752. He would later become the first master of the Alexandria Lodge No. 22. In fact, it's pretty well known that the founding fathers of the United States had many Freemasons among their ranks. Another revolution in this period linked with Freemasonry is the French Revolution, as well as the Napoleonic Wars that followed. Most of the big names associated with this revolution were known Freemasons. This includes the philosopher Voltaire, who is associated with the French Enlightenment that led up to this revolution. Gilbert du Motier, the Marquis of Lafayette, was a French noble who was involved in the American Revolution and was on the royalist side of the French Revolution, from which he escaped with his life. Lafayette had previously met with Frederick William II of Prussia. According to historians, King Frederick had offered assistance to the royal family of France in putting down the revolution, but instead mostly invaded Poland. In 1795, he would sign a peace treaty with the new French Republic government. Anyways, Lafayette was known to be a close friend of U.S. founding fathers George Washington, Alexander Hamilton, and Thomas Jefferson, and he was a Freemason. Another Freemason involved in the French Revolution was Mary Jean Antoine Nicolas de Caratat, Marquis of Condorcet, better known as Nicolas de Condorcet. Nicolas was a philosopher who was involved in the Enlightenment and is considered to have been a leader in the French Revolution. Condorcet ended up being arrested by the new government and died suspiciously in prison. His wife worked as a translator for Adam Smith, the author of The Wealth of Nations, which is considered a fundamental work to modern economic theories and related babble. Honore Gabriel Riquetti, the Count of Mirabeau, was an early leader in the Revolution and a Freemason. Freemason George Danton has been described by historians as the chief force behind the overthrow of the monarchy. Louis Philip Joseph d'Orleans was the Duke of Orleans and was related to the Bourbon family. He was the Grand Master of the Grand Orient de France and actively supported the revolution. His son Louis Philip I would become the King of the French in 1830. Freemason Jacques Herbert was the founder and editor of the newspaper Le Père des Chaînes, which depicted abuses of power by government officials and incited revolutionaries. The Lodge of Nine Sisters was an important lodge in Paris and is said to have organized French support for the American Revolution. Benjamin Franklin was a member and became master of the lodge in 1779. Franklin was also the USA's ambassador to France from 1779 to 1785. John Paul Jones also joined this lodge. He was a naval commander in the American Revolutionary War and later became a rear admiral in the Russian Navy, including a few of the names I've already mentioned. This lodge had among its members many big figures in the French Revolution. Nine Sisters member Jean-Sylvain Bailly was an early leader in the revolution and had invited Benjamin into his home. Nine Sisters member Emmanuel Joseph Sayers was a Roman Catholic clergyman and was considered a political theorist during the French Revolution, and was involved in the French Republic's government afterwards. Nine Sisters member Joseph Ignace Guillotine was a physician and political actor who was famous for proposing a machine that would make executions quick and easy. As a result, the guillotine was named after him. Thousands of people were guillotined during the period just after the revolution, called the Reign of Terror. Another member was the Russian Baron Alexander Stroganov. He was a member of the Commission on elaborating the new code of law under Catherine the Great of Russia, who reigned from 1762 to 1796. He later became a member of the private committee of Tsar Alexander I, who reigned from 1800 to 1811. The last king of France before the revolution, Louis XVI, is said to have supported the American Revolution, having been seemingly persuaded to do so by Pierre-Augustin Caron de Beaumarchais. Pierre oversaw foreign aid to the Americans from both the French and Spanish governments, in the form of arms and financial assistance. Pierre was a Freemason, and he would go on to participate in the early stages of the French Revolution. And back on the topic of Prussians, the Prussian Baron Frederick von Steuben was appointed as Inspector General of the Continental Army during the American Revolutionary War. He is said to have assisted the revolutionaries by teaching them effective military drills, tactics, and skill sets. Steuben, by the way, had an aide-de-camp named Benjamin Walker, who some historians believe was his gay lover. There was also rumors about him and his secretary Peter Stephan du Ponceau and military officer William North. Steuben was formerly on the staff of Frederick the Great, who himself is widely believed to have been gay. Steuben had met Benjamin Franklin in France before crossing the Atlantic in 1777. He was a Freemason and a member of the Trinity Lodge No. 10 in New York City. Now it's important to know that leading up to these revolutions, the activities of the Catholic Society of Jesus, better known as the Jesuits, had become so unpopular that even Catholic monarchs had started expelling them from their countries, and demanded that the Vatican suppress them. The Pope obliged, and at least the overt activities of the Jesuits were suppressed in 1773. And this is where the Illuminati comes in. The Order of the Illuminati was founded by Adam Weishaupt in Bavaria. Adam had gone to a Jesuit school and was a professor at the Jesuit University of Ingolstadt. The Illuminati's grading structure was based on that of Freemasonry, which Adam proceeded to join, and worked to incorporate his order into Freemasonry. In 1779, Adam started the Masonic Lodge Theodore of the Good Counsel, with permission from the Grand Lodge of Prussia. The name was intended to flatter the Prince Elector and Duke of Bavaria Charles Theodore. He then invited his Illuminati recruits to join this lodge, and recruited members from the ranks of Freemasonry. The Illuminati was also known to recruit professionals from different fields and members of the nobility. Members of the Illuminati included Karl August, the Grand Duke of Saxe-Weimar-Eisenach, Ernest II, the Duke of Saxe-Gotha-Attenberg, Karl Theodor Anton Maria von Dalberg, Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, and Prince Charles of Hesse-Kassel. In 1780, Freemason and noble Adolf Nigg joined the Illuminati. He rose to a high position in the order but left in 1784, and shared his suspicion that Adam Weishaupt was a Jesuit in disguise. Duke Charles Theodore would officially disband the Bavarian Illuminati in 1785 by banning secret societies within Bavaria by government edict. At the time of this disbanding, the Illuminati was being accused of spreading anti-religious publications, and by then there were already Illuminati lodges in France, Belgium, Holland, Denmark, Sweden, Poland, Hungary, and Italy. According to many historians, the Illuminati then just disappeared from history. But even in 1797, Scottish physicist John Robison published a work that claimed that the Illuminati had succeeded in infiltrating the Freemasons. Also in 1797, Jesuit priest Augustin Barruel released a book claiming that the Bavarian Illuminati was involved in the planning and execution of the French Revolution. Of course, he avoided pointing out any possible connections between the Illuminati and the Jesuit order. In 1798, George Washington wrote a letter expressing his concern over the doctrines of the Illuminati and their infiltration of Masonic lodges. The popular term for this is Illuminized Masons. Now let's jump ahead to the end of the Napoleonic Wars. Nathan Rothschild is famous for the story of him making a fortune out of the final defeat of Napoleon at the Battle of Waterloo, by being the first to know and speculating on the London Stock Exchange with his advanced knowledge. He had also been a financier of the Duke of Wellington's regiment that took part in Waterloo. Nathan was a Freemason, and he was granted noble status by the Emperor of Austria. The end of the Napoleonic Wars, with all their destruction and death, set the stage for the Congress of Vienna, which lasted from 1814 to 1815, and which had the stated objective of negotiating a long-term peace plan for Europe, the same nonsense they would later spout after 2 world wars. As a result of this Congress, the French monarchy was restored, and in general, the results have been seen as being to the benefit of the monarchs of Europe, and the restoration of the old order of Europe. Also in 1814, Pope Pius II officially restored the Jesuit order, and they began returning to the places from which they had previously been expelled. During the American Civil Civil War in the 1860s, the French banking house Erlanger and Company loaned millions of dollars to the Confederate States government, redeemable in cotton. Emil Erlanger was a German banker said to be an agent of the Rothschild family. His first wife was the granddaughter of the governor of the Bank of France, Jacques Lafitte, who had helped to bankroll Napoleon's rise to power. Lafitte was later involved in the restoration of the French monarchy and was the 8th Prime Minister of France. Emil's second wife was the daughter of John Slidell, who was the Confederate ambassador to the court of the French king. John Slidell is said to have been a Freemason and graduated from Columbia University. Emil had inherited a noble rank from his father Raphael, who had been given the rank of baron by royals in both Portugal and Austria. Many Civil War generals are known to have been Freemasons, like George Thomas Anderson, Robert Houston Anderson, Louis Armistead, Turner Ashby Jr., William Barksdale, William Bermaggi, and several others on the Confederate side, as well as several on the Union side, including Robert Anderson, David Bell Birney, Morgan Henry Chrysler, Marcellus Monroe Crocker, and Lucius Fairchild. Freemason Albert Pike, who was himself a general on the Confederate side, was made Sovereign Grand Commander of the Scottish Rites Southern Jurisdiction in 1859, and held the position for the next 32 years. Another big name in the 19th century was Giuseppe Mazzini, who spent time as the Grand Master of the Grand Orient of Italy. Mazzini was a prominent figure in the revolutionary movement that led to all of Italy being unified as an independent state, and he had founded the Young Italy Secretive Society, which promoted the idea of a popular uprising. Mazzini's father, Giacomo Mazzini, was a university professor who was a proponent of the Jacobin ideology. The Jacobins were the most prominent group involved in the French Revolution, and Giuseppe Mazzini's mother was named Maria Drago, presumably of the Italian Drago nobility family. Maria is known to have collaborated with her son's activities. Giuseppe Garibaldi was an Italian general who was involved in conflicts in both Europe and South America. He met Giuseppe Mazzini in Geneva in 1833 after having joined his Young Italy movement. Garibaldi also reportedly joined the Freemasons in 1844 while he was in exile in Uruguay, during which time he was involved in the Uruguayan Civil War, and throughout the rest of his life he commanded troops mostly against those of the Austrian and French armies during the First, Second, and Third Italian Wars of Independence. In 1862, Garibaldi was appointed as Grand Master of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite. This was a year after the creation of the Kingdom of Italy, with the Savoy King Victor Emmanuel II of Sardinia proclaimed King of Italy. In 1871, Rome became the new capital of Italy. The Orsini affair, which if you remember was an attempt on the life of King Napoleon III of France in 1858, was carried out by members of a group called the Carbonaria. According to historians, the Carbonaria was most likely an offshoot of Freemasonry, and both Mazzini and Garibaldi are known to have been members. Even Napoleon III himself was at one time a member. After this attempted assassination, Napoleon III met with Camillo Benzo, the Count of Cavour, who was then the Prime Minister of Italy. This meeting is said to have led to the end of the conflict with France. In 1862, the Grand Orient of Italy was proclaimed, and the diplomat Constantino Nigra was elected as its first Grand Master, while Giuseppe Garibaldi was named as its honorary past Grand Master. Being also the Grand Master of the ancient and accepted Scottish Rite, Garibaldi held a Masonic Congress that led to the two Grand Masonic Orders unifying in 1873. The Propaganda Masonica Lodge was founded in 1877 in Turin, Italy. It was reportedly a lodge for visiting members of the Grand Orient of Italy who are unable to attend their own lodges. At the end of World War II, this lodge's name was changed to Propaganda II, or P2, also known as Propaganda II. Lucio Gelli was during World War II a liaison officer between the Italian government and Nazi Germany. He was revealed in 1981 to have been the venerable master of this lodge. During the investigation into the Banco Ambrosiano scandal, when this scandal occurred, the chairman of Banco Ambrosiano, Roberto Calvi, was revealed to be a member of Propaganda II. Masonic lodges were then illegal in Italy, but the real kicker was that the Vatican Bank was the main shareholder of Banco Ambrosiano. Roberto Calvi had been nicknamed God's Banker because of his close association with the Holy See. Banco Ambrosiano had been founded in 1896 by Giuseppe Tovini, a Franciscan banker and lawyer, who Pope John Paul II has stated lived a life of heroic virtue, and it's been speculated that the somewhat suspicious death of this Pope's predecessor, Pope John Paul I, which occurred exactly 33 days into his papacy, was related to the Vatican Bank and Freemasonry. George D. Nantes, a Catholic priest who spent a good part of his life looking into this curious death, alleged that there were Freemason priests at the Vatican and that they likely staged a conspiracy against this Pope. Anyways, in 1982, a year after the Banco Ambrosiano scandal broke, Roberto Calvi's body was found hanging underneath the Blackfriars Bridge in London. The day previous, Calvi had been stripped of his post at Banco Ambrosiano. When he was found, he had on him $15,000 worth of cash in different currencies and his clothing was loaded with bricks. Other reported members of Propaganda II include Adolfo Sarti, an Italian political actor who occupied various positions and was associated with the Christian Christian Democrat Party, Antonio Martino, one of the founders of the Forza Italia Party, and the Italian Minister of Defense from 2001 to 2006, Silvio Berlusconi, who as I've said is a former Italian Prime Minister, and who has had many alleged and proven connections with Italian organized crime figures, Fabrizio Cisito, a political actor who was associated with the Forza Italia Party, Pietro Musumeci, a former general and deputy director of Italy's military intelligence agency SISMI. He was convicted in 1985 for embezzlement and criminal association, as well as possessing and transporting explosives. Vito Miceli, who was chairman of Italy's Army Intelligence and Military Intelligence Services. Enrico Manco, a political actor who has worked in the cabinet of 2 Italian prime ministers. José López Riga, who was the Minister of Social Welfare in Argentina, and was later the Argentine ambassador to Spain. Raul Lastiri, who was interim president of Argentina. Carmine Pecorelli, an Italian journalist who was shot dead in Rome. Angelo Rizzoli, an Italian publisher and film producer. Michele Sedona, a Jesuit-educated Italian banker and convicted felon. Sedona had allegedly laundered proceeds from the heroin trade and was killed in prison by cyanide poisoning. Vittorio Emanuele, the Prince of Naples, and disputed head of the formerly reigning House of Savoy. Vittorio shot a man who was sleeping on the deck of his yacht who later died from his wounds. He reportedly later bragged about having fooled the French judges, which was recorded while he was incarcerated on unrelated charges of corruption, and he still hasn't been convicted of the killing. He's also been charged for recruiting prostitutes for clients at the Casino di Campione. Vittorio is also a Knight of Malta. Also, a man named Luigi Bizignani has been arrested as a part of an investigation into a so-called P4. His name is said to have appeared in records of the P2 Lodge, and he's been referred to as one of the most powerful men in Italy and as a fixer. A man named Flavio Croboni is said to have had connections to former P2 head Lucio Gelli, the mafia boss Pippo Callo, and former Grand Master of the Grand Orient of Italy Armando Corona, as well as Silvio Berlusconi. Francesco Pazienza is a former Italian secret agent and has been sentenced to 3 years in connection to the Banco Ambrosiano scandal. He has also been sentenced to 10 years for a conviction in connection to the 1980 Bologna massacre and is reportedly a Freemason. The founder and first chancellor of the German Empire from 1871 to 1890 was Otto von Bismarck, while he was Prussian Prime Minister from 1862 to 1873. The lands of Germany and Western Poland were united into this empire, with the King of Prussia being proclaimed the Emperor of the German Empire. In 1872, the Jesuits were officially expelled from Germany, followed by more anti-Catholic laws. Von Bismarck was Prime Minister and then Chancellor under Kaiser Wilhelm I, a Freemason. After Wilhelm I's death, von Bismarck continued under Frederick III, who reportedly died of throat cancer after 99 days as Kaiser. Frederick III was also a Freemason and was Master of the Order of the Grand Land Lodge. Bismarck was forced to resign by Wilhelm II in 1890. 2 years after this new Kaiser had taken the throne, Wilhelm II remained the Kaiser until the end of World War I, when he abdicated and went into exile in the Netherlands. He was said to have been sexually interested in men, and to have appointed many generals during the war simply because he found them attractive. Late in his life, Wilhelm wrote that it was the British Freemasons and Jews that caused the 2 world wars, and that by sweeping their influence out of mainland Europe, Germany was creating a United States of Europe. Meanwhile, German Chancellor Adolf Hitler was an open admirer of Freemason Frederick the Great and Otto von Bismarck, who himself is alleged to have been a 33-degree Freemason. Hitler associated his own image with both of them. He also claimed to have copied the idea of having a hierarchical order of a secular priesthood from the Freemasons. Nazi symbolism is connected to many groups throughout history, just like that of Freemasonry. Anyways, I'll be talking a lot more about World War II later, so let's just skip ahead and look at Freemasonry in our current era. Prince Edward, the Duke of Kent, who is first cousin to Queen Elizabeth II, is the current Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of England and has been for the last 50 years. He is a personal aide-de-camp to the Queen and a Knight of the Garter. His father, the previous Duke of Kent, was also the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of England. The Grand Lodge of England is also referred to as the Grand Mother Lodge of Freemasonry. In 2008, a Freemasonry lodge was reportedly being formed by staff and security members of Buckingham Palace and other residences of the UK royals. It was originally to be called the Royal Household Lodge, but the name was changed to the Mulberry Lodge. Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh and husband to the Queen, has been a Freemason for over 60 years, and at the coronation of Queen Elizabeth II in 1953, the Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge of England, who at the time was Roger Lumley, the Earl of Scarborough, pledged his loyalty on behalf of the entire Grand Lodge to the new monarch, and spoke about the connections the lodge has historically shared with the royal family. Roger Lumley was the UK's Under-Secretary of State for India and Burma and a Knight of the Garter, and in fact all Grand Masters of the United Grand Lodge of England have been Knights of the Garter. The monarch of the UK is the sovereign of the Order of the Garter and is the only person who can appoint new members. Also, several UK monarchs are known to have been Freemasons, including the Queen's father King George VI, who was the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Scotland prior to becoming king, King Edward VIII, King Edward VII, who had been appointed as past Grand Master of England, and had high ranks in various lodges around England, King William IV and King George IV, who was Grand Master of the Premier Grand Lodge of England. Other prominent Freemasons in UK history include Winston Churchill, who was Prime Minister during World War II, Cecil Rhodes, who was the Prime Minister of Cape Colony in modern-day South Africa. The country of Rhodesia, which today is called Zimbabwe, was named after him. Rhodes had also allegedly set up an inner circle called the Society of the Elect within the Round Table movement. The Round Table had been officially founded in 1919, primarily by Alfred Milner, a colonial administrator. Its official goal was to build relations between Britain and its self-governing colonies. According to historians, Rhodes had previously stated in a will that he wrote in 1877 that he wished to form a secret society to further the interests of the British Empire, including the annexation of the United States. Marshal of the UK Royal Air Force, Cyril Newall, was a Freemason and a Knight of the Bath. He was a senior officer in both World Wars. Sidney Smith was a Royal Navy Admiral, a Freemason, and a Knight of the Bath. He was involved in both the French and American Revolutionary Wars. Lord Charles Beresford was an Admiral, a Freemason, and a Knight of the Bath. He was involved in the bombardment of Alexandria during the Egyptian War of 1882 and the Nile Expedition of 1884-85. John Jellicoe was an Admiral, a Freemason, and a Knight of the Bath. Jellicoe was involved in the Anglo-Egyptian War, the Boxer Rebellion, and the First World War. He also became the first Sea Lord, which is considered the top position in the British Navy. Frederick Roberts was a Field Marshal, which is the highest rank in the British Army. He was involved in the Indian Rebellion, the expedition to Abyssinia in Ethiopia, the Second Anglo-Afghan War, and the Second Boer War. Roberts was a Knight of the Garter, a Knight of the Bath, and a Freemason. Sir John French was a Field Marshal who commanded during the Sudan Campaign, the Second Boer War, the First World War, and the Irish War of Independence, Knight of the Bath and Freemason. Claude Auchinleck was a Field Marshal who commanded mostly Indian troops during the First and Second World Wars, and during a campaign to put down the Mahman tribes in modern-day Pakistan, Knight of the Bath and Freemason. Field Marshal Harold Alexander was involved in both World Wars, the Mahman campaign I just mentioned, and the Latvian War of Independence. Alexander was a Knight of the Bath, a Knight of the Garter, and a Freemason. The Order of the Bath, by the way, also has the British monarch as its sovereign. It's been nicknamed the Order of the Bloodbath. The Prince of Wales, as the eldest son of the monarch, is the Grand Master of the Order of the Bath, and Royal Knight Companion of the Order of the Garter. Prince Filippo Rospigliosi is the Earl of Newburgh within the Scottish peerage. His family, the Rospigliosi, are an old black nobility family that are said to have originated in Milan. In 1667, Guido Rospigliosi became Pope Clement IX. His nephew, Giovanni Battista, married Maria Camilla Pallavicini. This same Giovanni Battista, whose name was also recorded as Gian Battista, had become a prince of the Holy Roman Empire in 1658, a title which has been passed on to today with Filippo. The Pallavicini family are a major Italian nobility family, who have also had a notable presence in Austria and Greece, whose power appears to go back at least as far as Alberto I, who was the Count of Milan in the 10th century. He is one of the earliest reported male line ancestors of Queen Elizabeth II. One of Alberto's descendants married a Pallavicini woman. Alberto Pallavicino was a field captain under Holy Roman Emperor Frederick II, who gave him rulership of the city of Milan and a couple other towns, mostly in the Lombardy region of Italy. In the 16th century, Horatio Pallavicino financed the British royals during the Anglo-Spanish War. In the 19th century, an Alexander Pallavicini was a member of the Hungarian Parliament, imperial and royal commander, and a member of the Privy Council. A Privy Council is a group that directly advises the head of state, which for most of Alexander's life was Habsburg Emperor Francis Joseph I, who reigned over the Austro-Hungarian Empire as well as Lombardy and Venetia before Italy was unified. Francis Joseph was succeeded by Charles of Austria, who reigned from 1916 to 1918 when the monarchy was abolished. Alexander was a Knight of the Golden Fleece and a Knight of Malta. Johann von Pallavicini was the Austro-Hungarian minister to Romania, and later the Austro-Hungarian ambassador to Turkey in the early 20th century. He is said to have had a large influence over the Ottoman Empire, and based on his writings, he was aware of the Armenian genocide. And remember, as I said, Freemasons are known to have been active in the Ottoman Empire in the years surrounding this genocide. George Jr. Pallavicini was involved in the government of Hungary, and was Secretary of State during the 2.5-month Esterhazy government of 1917. He was a member of the Counter-Revolutionary Anti-Bolshevist Committee in Vienna during the Soviet Republic period in 1919, and after the war attempted to make Otto von Habsburg the King of Hungary. George was a Knight of the Golden Fleece. Giancarlo Pallavicini was the Lieutenant of the Order of Malta. During an interim between Grand Masters in 1988, Elvina Pallavicini is referred to as the Black Queen, who led the black nobility families in the second half of the 20th century. In 2003, she organized a meeting with U.S. Vice President Dick Cheney and U.S. Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld that was in relation to the U.S. invasion of Iraq. Yahya Sergio Yahya Pallavicini is the Vice President of the Islamic Relations Community in Italy and the Chairman of the Islamic Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organizations Council on Education and Culture in the West, and the advisor advisor on Islamic affairs to the Italian Home Secretary. He's also the Imam at the Al-Wahid Mosque in Milan, where he organizes the training of imams in Italy. Prince Siguiera Diaz della Vittoria Pallavicini is the CEO of Greenwich Energy Systems and the founder and chairman of Global Wealth Management. He's also the vice chairman of Rodafarm Pharmaceuticals. Prince Moroello Diaz della Vittoria Pallavicini is a board member of Global Wealth Management. Global Wealth Management is an international finance firm based out of Milan, Rome, London, Malta, Geneva, and Luxembourg. Marquis Alfonso Pallavicini was previously a top executive at BNP Paribas Corporate and Investment Bank. In Vienna, there is a Pallavicini Palace with a double-headed eagle statue. The double-headed eagle is associated with claimed successor empires to the Roman Empire, such as the Holy Roman Empire. There is also a chain of the Order of the Golden Fleece, which has historically been associated with the Habsburg family. There's also the checkerboard pattern and the number 33 in Roman numerals on the right side of the panel, which are both associated with Freemasonry. And again, the Pallavicini have intermarried with the Rospigliosi. Altogether, this stonework bears a lot of similarities with the emblem of Scottish Rite Freemasonry. Now, all the numerals added together equals 1783. This is possibly related to the Newburgh Conspiracy of 1783, which was the plotted coup by the Continental Army near the end of the American Revolutionary War. At the time, there was discontentment among the soldiers because of a lack of funding for their pay and promised pensions. Freemason Major John Armstrong would later be acknowledged as having circulated an anonymous letter calling for a meeting to discuss their grievances with Congress and to form a plan of action. According to historians, it was George Washington who stepped in during the meeting and diffused the situation before it became a mutiny. General Walter Stewart is believed to have been the prime mover behind this attempt and may have wrote the letter himself. A year prior to this, financer of the war and superintendent of finance Robert Morris had stopped the army pay, citing it as a cost-cutting measure that would be made up for later. Morris was also one of the people involved in creating the first central bank of the U.S. Also, in 1982, Colonel Louis Nicola had written what became known as the Newburgh Letter and sent it to George Washington. The letter proposed that Washington become King of the United States. In the letter, Colonel Nicola had cited the lack of pay as his first grievance, and wrote that a constitutional monarchy would be the solution to this and other issues. Had this alleged conspiracy succeeded, the United States government would have likely either fallen apart or have become a monarchy reigned over by King Washington, a Freemason who was surrounded by Freemasons. Newburgh, New York was at the time the headquarters of the Continental Army. The land had been surveyed and named by Cadwallader Culloden after Newburgh in his native Scotland. At the time of this alleged conspiracy, the position of Earl of Newburgh in Scotland was held by Vincenzo Giustiani, the first Italian to have been given the title. The Giustiani family at that time was really more of a conglomerate that had been formed by a group of 12 Genovese patricians. This clan intermarried with the Pallavicini family, who had among them patricians of Genoa. The Palazzo Pallavicini Rospigliosi had been the French embassy in Rome before it became the property of the Rospigliosi Pallavicini family in the early 18th century. It is located 2 blocks from the current main building of the Jesuit Pontifical Gregorian University. Another Palazzo Pallavicini Rospigliosi, which is in Pistoia, had become the property of Girolamo Rospigliosi in the mid-16th century. These two intermarried families also have palaces in Florence, Genoa, and other regions where they've resided. The second mayor of Rome was Francesco Rospigliosi Pallavicini. Francesco was also on the board of directors of the newly created Roman Agricultural Bank. His father, Prince Guido Cesare Rospigliosi, was president of the Pontifical Insurance Company and later the president of the Cassa di Risparmio Bank, and after that was appointed as the president of the Chamber of Commerce of Rome. He was close with Pope Gregory XVI and was one of the first knights of St. Gregory the Great. Prince Guido Cesare was also the head of the family as the 6th Prince Rospigliosi. The 10th Prince Rospigliosi was named Guido Cesare Taddeo Cosimo Rospigliosi, and he became the 11th Earl of Newburgh during his lifetime when his first cousin once removed, Princess Maria Sophia Giuseppina Giustiniani Bandini, the Countess of Newburgh, died in 1977. Her father was the 9th Earl, so she took the 10th spot while not being technically the 10th Countess. When Guido Cesare died in 1986, all his titles as head of the family went to Filippo. Both Prince Filippo's Venetian and Genoese patrician titles appear to be handed down from the Pallavicini family, and as I mentioned, he inherited the title of Prince of the Holy Roman Empire. Filippo is said to live in Milan at the Palazzo St. Ambrogio. As you might expect, good information on the activities of Filippo is very scarce online, but based on his titles, his Pallavicini blood, and the fact that he's at the head of the black nobility Rospigliosi family, he's probably pretty high level. Also, remember what I said about the ancient and accepted rite of Scottish Freemasonry and the Grand Orient of Italy having been unified by Garibaldi at the end of Italian unification. Remember also that one of Filippo's relatives was the mayor of Rome during this period. Today, the Grand Orient of Italy headquarters is the Villa del Vascello in Rome, and the current Grand Master of the Grand Orient of Italy is Stefano Bizzi. Bizzi is a media personality and wrote a book about the relationship between the Catholic Church and Freemasonry. In 2000, 2015, Beasy met with Pope Francis and later said good things about him, and Gustavo Raffi, who was the Grand Master before Beasy, suggested in 2013 that the fact that Pope Francis is a Jesuit is a good sign. Anyways, now let's look at some more prominent Freemasons in United States history. First of all, U.S. Presidents George Washington, James Monroe, Andrew Jackson, James Knox Polk, James Buchanan, Andrew Johnson, James Abraham Garfield, William McKinley, Theodore Roosevelt, William Howard Taft, William G. Harding, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Harry S. Truman, and Gerald Ford were confirmed Freemasons. Now as far as Barack Obama, in an article published about him, a stand-in's hands were used to represent his own, and were wearing what appears to be a Freemasonic ring. And as for Trump, several statues called The Emperor Has No Balls were exhibited in major U.S. cities in 2016. One of the features of these statues was that the depiction of Trump was wearing a Freemason ring. The first director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, was a Freemason. John Jacob Astor, who moved to the U.S. from the Holy Roman Empire, and is said to have been the first multimillionaire in the United States, was a Freemason. Freemason John Pemberton was a Civil War veteran, a pharmacist, and the founder of Coca-Cola. Freemason Saleh Bradham was a pharmacist who was the inventor of Pepsi and the first president of the Pepsi-Cola Company. Freemason Samuel Colt founded the Colt's Patent Firearms Manufacturing Company, best known for its revolvers. This company provided weapons to both sides in the American Civil War. Freemason Richard Gatling invented the Gatling gun at the beginning of the Civil War. The Gatling gun is a hand-crank spring-loaded gun with a cyclic multi-barrel design that synchronizes firing and reloading, and is considered a forerunner to the machine gun. This gun was first used by the Union side in the American Civil War. Charles H. Mayo, one of the founders of the Mayo Clinic, was a Freemason. The Mayo Clinic is often ranked as the #1 hospital in the United States. Charles's co-founder brother, William J. Mayo, and Charles's surgeon son, Charles William Mayo, were also Freemasons. Henry Ford, the founder of the Ford Motor Company, was a Freemason. Walter Chrysler, the founder of Chrysler Corporation, was a Freemason. James Cash Penney, the founder of J.C. Penney, was a Freemason. Co-founder of Apple Computer Incorporated, Steve Wozniak, was a Freemason. Ray Kroc set up a franchise agreement with the McDonald brothers, and later styled himself as the founder of McDonald's. He is alleged to have been a Freemason. Dave Thomas, the founder of the Wendy's hamburger chain, was a Freemason. Harland the Colonel Sanders, the founder of Kentucky Fried Chicken, was a Freemason. Conrad Hilton, the founder of the Hilton hotel chain, was a Freemason. Freemason Daryl Zanuck was a co-founder of 20th Century Fox, having reportedly bought out the bankrupt Fox Studios with his brothers in 1935. John T. Hilton was a founding member of the Massachusetts General Colored Association and was involved in the anti-slavery movement of the 19th century. He established the Prince Hall National Grand Lodge of North America and was its first national Grand Master. Prince Hall members in North America, the Caribbean, and Liberia are primarily black, and these lodges generally portray themselves as representing black interests. Medgar Evers was involved in World War II and later became a field secretary for the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, or NAACP. In 1963, he was shot with a rifle and died later in a hospital. The apparent shooter was a former Marine who later became a Knight of the KKK, before being charged for the killing 31 years later. Medgar Evers was a Prince Hall Freemason. Jesse Jackson is a former United States Shadow Senator from the District of Columbia, and a former official in the so-called Civil Rights Movement, who worked under Martin Luther King Jr. I say so-called because rights don't really exist, only privileges do. Anyways, King Jr. was the first leader of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, or SCLC, which appointed Jackson to the head of their Chicago branch's economic arm. Jackson continued to work for the SCLC after King's death and later became a political actor. Jesse Jackson was made Grand Master on site by the Grand Master of Prince Hall Grand Lodge of Illinois in 1987. King Jr. was also declared Mason on site years after his death by the Grand Master of Prince Hall Freemasonry in Georgia. Many prominent figures with NASA have been Freemasons. Freemason Colonel Edwin Buzz Aldrin was involved in the Apollo program. Freemason Colonel Don F. Iso was involved with Apollo 7. Freemason Captain Edgar Mitchell was involved with Apollo 14. Freemason Colonel James Irwin was involved with Apollo 15. Freemason Colonel Leroy Cooper Jr. was involved with Project Mercury. Freemason Colonel John Glenn Jr. was involved with Project Mercury and the Space Shuttle Discovery. Freemason Lieutenant Colonel Virgil Grissom was involved with several missions and died in the beginning of the Apollo program. Freemason Captain Walter Shearer Jr. was involved with several missions going back to Project Mercury. Freemason Lieutenant Thomas Stafford was involved with several missions going back to Project Gemini. Freemason Captain Paul Witz was involved with 2 missions. Canadian Prime Ministers John A. Macdonald, John Abbott, Mackenzie Bowell, Robert Borden, Richard Bedford Bennett, and John Pfeffenbacher were Freemasons. Freemason Darren Owen was the Anglican Archbishop of Toronto and Primate of the Anglican Church of Canada. Freemason Tim Horton was a Canadian ice hockey star who founded the donut and coffee chain bearing his name. John Molson, the founder of Molson Breweries, was a Freemason. Freemason Samuel McLaughlin started McLaughlin Motor Car Company, which evolved into General Motors of Canada Canada. His son, Freemason John J. McLaughlin, founded the Canada Dry Soft Drink Company. Freemason Joel Roberts Poinsett was the 15th United States Secretary of War and the first United States Minister to Mexico. He is said to have introduced Freemasonry to Mexico, and the poinsettia is named after him. Australian Prime Ministers Edmund Burton, George Reed, Joseph Cook, Stanley Bruce, Arthur Fadden, John McEwen, John Gordon, and William McMahon were Freemasons. Mexican presidents Anastasio Bustamante, Benito Juarez, Porfirio Diaz, Plutarco Calles, Pascual Ortiz Rubio, and Miguel Valdez were Freemasons. The 30th president of Chile, Salvador Allende, was a Freemason. Freemason Simon Bolivar was involved in the independence movements of Venezuela, Bolivia, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and Panama. He was president of the Second and Third Republics of Venezuela, the first president of Gran Colombia, the first president of Bolivia, and the sixth president of Peru. Pedro I was the first emperor of Brazil, and was Grand Master of the Grand Orient of Brazil. Hussein was the king of Jordan from 1982 to 1999, and allegedly had the title of past Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Jordan. Ismail Pasha was the Ottoman Khedive, which basically means governor, of Egypt and the Sudan in the late 19th century, and was a Freemason. He was also a Knight of the Bath and of the Black Eagle. Carol II was king of Romania from 1930 to 1940, and he was a Freemason and a Knight of the Garter. Alexander I of Romania was also a Freemason. Emir Habibullah Khan of Afghanistan was a Freemason. Freemason Kalakaua was the last king of Hawaii. George Robinson, the first Marquis of Bourbon, also known as Earl de Grey, was the Viceroy and Governor General of India. He was the Grand Master of the United Grand Lodge of England and a Knight of the Garter. Earl Grey tea is named after him. Mustafa Ataturk was the founder and first president of Turkey. He was a Freemason and alleged homosexual and played a part in the Young Turk Revolution. Omar Bongo was the president of Gabon and the Grand Master of the Grand Lodge of Gabon. Gabon is a small coastal country west of the Congo. His son Ali Bongo is the current president of Gabon and took over his father's Grandmaster title after Omar's death in 2009. Stanford Raffles, the founder of Singapore, was a Freemason. All four brothers of Napoleon were Freemasons. And Arthur Wellesley, the first Duke of Wellington, who was the top UK commander at the Battle of Waterloo, was a Freemason and a Knight of the Bath, Garter, and Golden Fleece. Freemason Henry Dunant was the Swiss founder of the Red Cross and the first recipient of the Nobel Prize. The Geneva Convention of 1864 is said to be based on his ideas. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is rumored to be a Freemason. He is alleged to have stated publicly that he was initiated at a lodge in the United States when he was Israeli ambassador to the UN in the 80s. Freemason Dennis Rodman is a former professional basketball player. He's more recently known for his relationship with the current supreme leader of North Korea, Kim Jong-un. Kim Jong-un went to a private school in Bern, Switzerland, during which time he was said to be a fan of Freemason Michael Jordan. The Loyal Orange Institution, better known as the Orange Order, is a Masonic Protestant organization named after William of Orange of the Netherlands Orange-Nassau family, who in 1689 became the King of the UK. This order is known to have marched through Catholic and separatist neighborhoods in Northern Ireland, which has often led to violence, including skirmishes with members of the IRA. Now, let's talk about the Jesuits. The Roman Catholic Jesuit order was officially formed in 1540, with the creation of the papal bull Regimini Militantis Ecclesiae, which is Latin for "to the government of the church militants." As I mentioned before, this papal bull was issued by a pope from the Farnese family. The first superior general of the Society of Jesus, or Black Pope, was a Spanish Basque priest named Ignatius of Loyola. Loyola was a former soldier who had a reputation for getting into sword duels. After being hit in the legs with a cannonball and having his bones reset, Loyola was left with a permanent limp that forced him out of the military and eventually led him to become the founder of the Society of Jesus, aka the Jesuits, or at least that's how the official story goes. Another co-founder of the Jesuits was Francis Xavier, who became known as the Apostle of the Far East and was the first Catholic missionary to Japan. Xavier tried but failed to enter mainland China, dying in Shangtuan Island just off the coast. He had also spent time in Portuguese Mozambique and the Goa region of modern-day India, which was then under Portuguese control. You might remember I mentioned his name while talking about the Goa Inquisition. In Goa, he became the head of St. Paul's College, which would become the first Jesuit headquarters in Asia. In Japan, a man named Anjiro was the first recorded Japanese Catholic. After having committed a murder, he fled to Portuguese Malacca and later returned to Japan with Francis Xavier and 3 other Jesuits as an interpreter. He and Xavier met with a daimyo, Shimazu Takahisa, who granted Xavier the privilege to spread the Catholic ideology in his territory, although the daimyo would later retract this privilege after an alleged misunderstanding between this group and local Buddhist monks. Xavier ended up going back to Goa before making his final attempt to enter China, and Anjiro became a pirate, but still, the Jesuits had established a foothold in Japan that they had no intention of giving up. As an example of their continued activities in Japan, Gammo Ujisato, who was a daimyo in the second half of the 16th century, is known to have received a Catholic baptism, which was said to be due to the influence of another Catholic daimyo named Takayama Ukon, whose remains were buried at a Jesuit church in Manila, and who was beatified as a Catholic saint in early 2017. And even in the modern era, the Japanese princess Tomohito of Mikasa identifies as a Catholic, as does Prime Minister Shinzo Abe's wife, Aki Abe. Prince Yasuhiko Asaka, who reportedly started identifying as Catholic in 1951, is said to have been the main perpetrator of the Nanking Massacre. Another co-founder of the Jesuits was Peter Faber. Faber was a major figure in the establishment of the Jesuits in Portugal, and did a lot of preaching in Portugal and Spain. Pope Francis canonized Faber as a saint in 2013. From their inception, the Jesuits were active in setting up missions in far-flung places, and increasing the influence of the Catholic organization. They would often travel to European colonies, especially those of Portugal and Spain, and carry out their mission on the native populations. This often involved attempting to get close with local authority figures, in order to gain local prestige and privileges for their missions, and for the Catholic ideology in general. Also, in 1565, Francesco Borgia was elected as the third black pope. Borgia, as we know, came from Spanish nobility, and was the son of Pope Alexander VI. Jesuit Mateo Ricci arrived in the Portuguese colony of Macau in 1582, and would become the superior general of the China mission. Ricci traveled through Ming China, and became an advisor to the imperial court of the Wanli Emperor. Ricci's residence in Beijing became the foundation for the Cathedral of Immaculate Conception. Ricci was also in contact with the Kaifeng Jews, and by some accounts, the chief rabbi of these Jews offered Ricci the leadership, but he turned it down. Li Yingxi was a Chinese military officer who had fought the Japanese in Korea, who was said to be converted to Catholicism by Ricci, and another Jesuit named Diego de Pantoja, who had accompanied Ricci to Beijing. Li provided the Jesuits with a lot of information that they could use to further their goals. The scholar Zhu Guangqi became a Catholic and cooperated with Mateo Ricci, and another Jesuit named Sabatin de Ursus, who, just based on his last name, might have been related to the Orsini clan. Zhu Guangqi held the position of Minister of Rights and Deputy Senior Grand Secretary in the Ming government. He is considered one of the three pillars of Catholicism in China, along with Yang Tingyang and Li Zixiao. Ricci also met with the Korean emissary to the Ming, Yi Sugwang, and gave him several books on Catholicism. Another significant Jesuit agent in China during this period was Martino Martini. He arrived in China during the collapse of the Ming, and worked in the government of the southern Ming. When Manchu troops finally took the south, he simply switched to working with the Qing. The Jesuits translated and transcribed Chinese works and knowledge, and brought it back to Europe, in particular to the Vatican. Jesuit Philip Couplet returned from China in the 1680s, and gave the Pope a large collection of Christian books translated into Chinese, presumably for use and training of future missionaries. He also led a group of Jesuits that translated the works of Confucius. Couplet had also brought with him the Qing government scholar Shen Fosung, who was one of the earliest Chinese men to visit Europe in recorded history. Fosung met with King Louis XVI of France, and King James II, who is said to have been the last king of England, Scotland, and Ireland to openly identify as a Catholic. Fosung officially became a Jesuit 3 years before his death while traveling back to China. Jesuit Eusebio Kino led an expedition to Baja California in New Spain. There was controversy over the amount of wealth that Kino had and put towards his missions. The two missions he set up in Baja California ultimately failed because of hostile natives and drought. Nonetheless, the Jesuits continued setting up missions among the local Cochimi people and their neighboring populations while studying their culture. Jesuit missionary Juan Maria de Salvatierra established the Mission Loreto amongst the Moncui people of southern Baja California, which became the first successful European settlement on the peninsula. The Moncui attacked Loreto over and over, but members of the mission kept from being overrun by using gunpowder weaponry and dug in by building a fortress. By the time the Loreto mission ended in 1829, the native population in Baja California as a distinct people were said to be nearly extinct, and more compliant natives from other regions had been moved in to replace them. Jesuit Pablo Moroni was sent on a mission to the source of the Amazon in 1723, and reportedly was very successful at preaching Catholicism to the local tribes. He set up a number of reductions, which were basically settlements of gathered native populations. These concentrated populations of natives of different tribes were easier to control and preach to. Another effect of these concentrated populations was the rapid spread of disease, especially old world diseases coming from the Jesuits and other European colonists. These reductions, which have been referred to as Christianized communist republics, mostly existed in modern-day Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Uruguay, and Paraguay, and the natives worked on plantations, and according to historians were at times organized into a military force that opposed Portuguese colonial slave traders. These reductions lasted until the Jesuits were expelled from much of Central and South America in 1767 by decree of the Spanish king, in an early move that was said to be leading up to the papal suppression of the Jesuits. The Jesuits were also active in North America starting in the early 1600s. They arrived with the French colonists in New France. Jerome Lament was the original leader of the Jesuit mission in New France, and his brother Charles Lament became the superior of the Jesuit mission amongst the Huron people. Jerome also had a Jesuit nephew named Gabriel Lament, who was with the Huron mission and was tortured and killed after being captured in a Mohawk raid. The Mohawks were the easternmost people of the Iroquois League, and were known as the Keepers of the Eastern Door. They were closer with the Dutch Christian missionaries, but would later start succumbing to the Roman Church as well. Jesuit Sebastian Rail lived amongst the Abenaki people on the border of Acadia and New England. Many native raids on the New England colonists during the early 19th century have been attributed to him and referred to as Father Rail's War. Rail was ultimately killed and scalped by an English militia in 1724. In 1701, the Great Peace of Montreal was signed. It was a peace treaty signed by representatives of the Hurons, Algonquins, Iroquois, and Innus, with the governor of New France also signing. By this point in history, the Iroquois were in serious demographic decline due to near constant conflicts and disease, as well as the fur trade drying up. The Jesuits would learn and adapt to different native people's ways of life and live among them, all to gain their confidence. They also attempted to draw parallels between native traditions and artifacts and those of the Roman Church, similar to what they did in China with their understanding of Confucianism. The Archdiocese of Washington is known to often state that the Jesuits had their first mass in British North America on the shores near Washington, D.C., and in 1789 the Archbishop of Baltimore had ecclesiastical jurisdiction over the whole country. Near the end of the 18th century, the suppression of the Jesuits caused the Jesuits to go largely underground in North America as well. Anyways, this kind of Jesuit activity occurred in just about every place the Jesuits could reach, from the colonies of primarily Spain, Portugal, and France, which in addition to the places I mentioned also included parts of Africa and the Philippines, which by the way are named after Philip II of Spain. The first documented Europeans to arrive in Tibet were a pair of Portuguese Jesuit missionaries, Antonio de Andrade and Manuel Marquis. Jesuits were also heavily involved in the Counter-Reformation in Europe. This was a reaction to the first Protestant Reformation, where people switched ideologies to different Christian sects, in protest of the Roman Church, hence the term Protestant. In early 17th century Bohemia, for example, the Habsburgs and the Jesuits cooperated to remove Protestant influence, with local nobles who associated with the Protestant ideologies being executed, non-Catholic priests being expelled, and the education system being placed under Jesuit control. This is considered a part of the 30 Years' War, which was largely between the Habsburg Holy Roman Empire's forces and those following and preaching Protestant ideologies, or otherwise just plain sick of Catholics. This resulted in the death of an estimated 8 million people. In 1594, the Irish Jesuit James Archer was alleged to have been involved in a plot to assassinate Queen Elizabeth I of England. He was the chaplain to the Spanish forces under the Duke of Parma during the Anglo-Spanish War. During this conflict, another Irish Jesuit, Dominique Collins, was assigned as Archer's assistant due to his extensive military background. Collins ended up being captured by English troops and hanged. Elizabeth I was, as the monarch of England, the head of the Anglican Church. In other words, she could be considered a figurehead for Protestants. Her father, Henry VIII, had created this church in what was called the English Reformation. A popular belief among the Protestants that continues to some extent today was that the papacy was the Antichrist that the Bible prophesied. Jesuits like Francisco Ribera and Luis del Alcazar wrote commentaries on these prophecies that reinterpreted them in a way that steered away from anything that made the papacy look bad. So anyways, during the suppression of the Jesuits, and aside from all the Illuminati stuff, there was some activity in Russia. From 1801 until the official end of the suppression, they had a black pope in Russia. These Jesuits in Russia were in contact with ex-Jesuits elsewhere, and when the order was officially restored, they were able to more or less pick up where they left off. The Jesuits were expelled from Russia in 1820. In 1802, the Jesuits reportedly procured a revocation of an edict banning Freemasonry from Russia. Neapolitan noble Joseph Pignatelli was the unofficial head of the Jesuits in exile in Sardinia. He is referred to as the restorer of the Society of Jesus. He was permitted by the Duke of Parma to re-establish the Jesuits in his duchy. Pignatelli did this by bringing in Jesuits from Russia, and he was appointed the provincial superior of the Jesuits in Italy. The Jesuit foothold in Italy moved around a bit but lasted until the Restoration. Pignatelli also founded several colleges during his time in Italy. And by the way, the White Pope Clement XIV, who had ordered the suppression of the Jesuits, is highly suspected to have died from poisoning, and his successor, White Pope Pius VI, was taken captive by Napoleon's troops when they entered Rome, and he died weeks later. Pius VII, who restored the Jesuits, was also taken prisoner but was released at the end of the war. After the restoration of the Jesuits, the Archdiocese of Montreal was established. The Grand Seminary of Montreal was founded in 1840, and the Jesuits are said to have returned in 1842. By this time, Montreal was part of an English province called Lower Canada, which was united into the province of Canada in 1841. Montreal was important because of its reputation as a hub for organized crime. Even in 1806, the Archbishop of Quebec had contacted both the Pope and the Black Pope in Russia, asking for Jesuits to be put to work in Halifax and on the Upper Canada natives. Also in 1806, the ex-Jesuits of Maryland were fully incorporated, and the Black Pope allowed a training center to be set up in Georgetown in Washington, D.C. Jesuit Leonard Neal was elected president of Jesuit Georgetown University in 1799, and became the Archbishop of Baltimore in 1815, when the suppression was starting to be lifted. Also, while they weren't necessarily Jesuits, the German Empire controlled the Kyoto concession in the Shandong Peninsula of China at the turn of the 20th century. Many Roman Catholic priests entered China through this colony, many of whom were subsequently killed during the the Boxer Rebellion, which targeted Christians, Catholics, and foreign influence in general. There was also, for example, the concession in Shanghai that the French Empire had until 1946, the British concession of Hong Kong, which was returned to the Chinese government at the turn of the 21st century. The Russian government controlled the territory in the southern part of Liaodong province, which went to Japan in 1905 after the Russo-Japanese War, and the Japanese held onto it until 1945. For that matter, the Japanese invaded China and controlled a good portion of the north during World War II. And of course, the Qing itself was a government full of foreigners from the north. So anyways, that's a bit of background on the Jesuits, who have been referred to as God's Marines, based on their activities and backgrounds, not to mention the papal bull that officially created them, which literally refers to the Jesuits as militants of the church. The Jesuits appear to be a military intelligence network that works for the interest of the Roman Church and those connected with it. Now let's jump ahead and look at the Jesuits and their activities in more modern times. The current Black Pope is Arturo Sosa. Sosa was the provincial superior of the Jesuits in Venezuela from 1996 to 2004. He became Black Pope in October of 2016. Sosa has been criticized for being sympathetic of socialist and communist ideologies, which is pretty relevant considering the current state of Venezuela, where the government has taken away many privileges from the people under the guise of a socialist ideology. Back in 1978, Sosa had called a Marxist interpretation of the Christian faith and libertarian theology both legitimate and necessary. In 2004, Sosa was invited as a visiting professor at Jesuit Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. At the time, he was a professor at the Department of Venezuelan Political Thought at the Catholic University of Táchira in Venezuela. Like the current first Jesuit white pope, Arturo is the first Black Pope to come from Latin America. One term for the white pope, by the way, is the Pontifex Maximus, a title that was given to Augustus Caesar and other Roman emperors, as well as the high priests of Rome. Anyways, Arturo's predecessor, Adolfo Nicolas, was the Black Pope from 2008 until his resignation in 2016. Previous to being the superior general, Adolfo was a Spanish missionary to Japan. Adolfo studied and later worked as a professor at Jesuit Sophia University in Japan. In late 2013, President Obama was seeking approval for a U.S. military strike on Syria after an alleged chemical attack by the Syrian government on its citizens. Adolfo Nicolas, who was then Black Pope, stated in an interview that this strike would be an abuse of power and generally disapproved of the strike. Soon afterwards, this plan was scrapped and there was no U.S. strike on Syria, despite all the photographs and videos being shown in the media. The U.S. Secretary of State at the time was Jesuit-educated John Kerry. It wasn't until September of the next year that the U.S. military began airstrikes on Syria. Now the current Jesuit white pope, whose real name is George Mario Bergoglio, had a criminal complaint filed against him in relation to the 1979 kidnapping of two priests in Argentina, at which time he was the superior of the Jesuits in Argentina. This was in connection to the Argentine military junta referred to as the Dirty War, which occurred in the 70s and 80s. In this war, the Argentine government troops, security forces, and so-called right-wing death squads hunted down people who they associated with communist ideologies. In 1962, a document called the Crimen Solicitationis was approved by the Pope and signed by the Secretary of the Holy Office at the Vatican and addressed to all archbishops, patriarchs, and other local ordinates of the Catholic Church. This document regarded the procedures to be used in the case of homosexual, pedophile, and zoophile behavior by clerics. This document has been described as a written policy to cover up child sexual abuse by the clergy and to punish those who would call attention to these crimes. Cardinal Ratzinger, who later became Pope Benedict XVI, was alleged in a prominent documentary on the issue to have been the man in charge of enforcing this document for 20 years. The reason I bring this up now is that during the Dirty War, which by the way reportedly got the green light from Henry Kissinger and is connected with the CIA's Operation Condor that employed former Nazi officials, Cardinal Bergoglio is alleged to have been complacent about the government's stealing of babies of executed mothers. These incidents have collectively been referred to as the children of the disappeared. Jesuit Fidelis Mukonori was the chaplain to President Mugabe of Zimbabwe, who recently stepped down. Mukonori also mediated the process of Mugabe's exit from the position. Mugabe has been in top government positions since British colonial rule ended in 1980. He had overseen the Zimbabwe African People's Union's role in the Rhodesian Bush War. In this war, the forces under Mugabe targeted soldiers and civilians of Rhodesia and had been supplied and trained by the governments of the Soviet Union and the People's Republic of China. The result of this war was a major reduction in the white population by both death and emigration, and led to the country being renamed Zimbabwe and the people living under a mostly black government that associated itself with Marxist ideologies and with Mugabe at the head. Mugabe has stated that the white people of Zimbabwe should all go back to England and that they will never return to the farmland that they were evicted from. He has also, however, stated that whites can own properties and factories in Zimbabwe. Mugabe has been accused of instigating genocide and is a knight of the bath. Both of Mugabe's parents have been trained in their professions by the Jesuits, and Mugabe himself was educated by Jesuits and went to Jesuit Kutama College. The Jesuit Refugee Service is recognized as a non-governmental organization and was founded by Black Pope Pope Pedro Arrupe in 1980. In early 2017, the JRS reported being active in 47 countries with 10 regional offices, and said that they were currently serving about 950,000 individuals. The organization is said to have served a total of approximately 40 million people since its founding. The Jesuits have been historically and still are very heavily involved in the sciences, philosophy, and other pursuits, which top Jesuit agents like Matteo Ricci were extensively educated in and known for. In the field of astronomy, which the Jesuits are especially noted for, the German Jesuit Christopher Clavius completed the development of the Gregorian calendar in its current form, which is the most widely used system today. This calendar is named after Pope Gregory XIII and replaced the Julian calendar named after Julius Caesar. Currently, the Jesuit Guy Consul Mango is the director of the Vatican Observatory in Castel Gandolfo, Italy. Consul Mango was a member of the U.S. Peace Corps before joining the Jesuits. Now this Vatican Observatory operates a telescope at the Mount Graham International Observatory in Arizona, which has ties to the University of Arizona. The Vatican telescope in Arizona is said to be funded by private donors like Alice P. Lennon and Thomas J. Bannon. Strangely, right next to this telescope is a large binocular telescope near-infrared utility with camera, an integral field unit for extragalactic research, better known by the acronym Lucifer. Jesuit Joseph Francois Lafitau is said to have been the first European to discover ginseng in North America, where it was in use by local Iroquois. He first learned about this plant from the writings of another Jesuit, Pierre Dertot. Jesuit Pierre Teilhard de Chardin took part in the discovery of the Peking Man in Dragonbone Hill in China, the fossils of which are said to have disappeared mysteriously, en route to the American Museum of Natural History in New York, and now only 4 teeth remain. The Peking Man is said by some to be one of a subspecies of Homo erectus, and a unique ancestor to some Chinese people. Pierre also wrote the book The Phenomenon of Man, about how evolution leads ultimately to the unification of consciousness, and his work in general has been heavily criticized by evolutionary biologists. Jesuits have a massive presence in education. Jesuit schools include many, if not most, of the major schools that get tons of prestige, and have graduates and other former attendees that disproportionately get hired into high-level positions in government, military, intelligence, media, business, research, banking, NGOs, and so on. These schools include the Gregorian University in Rome, Georgetown University in Washington, D.C., Fordham University in New York City, Sogang University in South Korea, Camilla's Pontifical University in Spain, and Huayang College in Hong Kong, just to name a few of the most significant ones. I'll be talking a lot more about universities soon, so I'll save the details for then. The Opus Dei order was founded by Catholic priest Jose Maria Escriva in Spain in 1928. Escriva would later be beatified as the saint of ordinary life. This order is regarded as an organization of lay people and priests, which is in contrast to the highly educated and regimented Jesuit order. The Opus Dei has been described by Black Pope Ladomir Ledochowski as a form of Christian Masonry. He also stated that it was very dangerous to the Catholic Church in Spain. The order is alleged to have been involved with the military dictator Francisco Franco's regime when it became the dominant government of Spain in the Spanish Civil War, and ultimately reinstated the Spanish monarchy. Several members of Opus Dei were ministers in this government, including Alberto Ulastres, Gregorio Lopez Bravi y Castro, and Lopez Rodo. During the first decade of the Franco government, Escriva had been reported to the Tribunal for the Fight Against Freemasonry. In 1941, male members of Opus Dei volunteered to join Nazi Germany's Blue Division, which was stationed on the Eastern Front to impede the Soviet Red Army. In 1946, the order's headquarters were moved to Rome, and the order was officially placed under the direct governance of the Pope. The current head, or prelate, of Opus Dei is Fernando Ocares Brena, who was installed in January of 2017. Fernando was one of the professors who began the Pontifical University of the Holy Cross in 1984. This university is entrusted to the Opus Dei, and as the prelate, Fernando is also the chancellor of this university. Before Fernando, the head of the Opus Dei from 1994 until his death in 2016 was Javier Echeverria Rodriguez. Javier was chancellor at the University of Navarra in Spain and the University of Asia and the Pacific in the Philippines, both of which are closely affiliated with the Opus Dei. There are many alleged connections between Opus Dei and organized crime groups, for example with the Yakuza in Japan. In 2002, members of Opus Dei reportedly supported an aborted coup in Venezuela. Anyways, prominent members of Opus Dei include Neil Dean, who was a senior manager at Allied Irish Banks, Jacques de Chateauveau, the chairman at Bourbon, a billion-dollar offshore oil and gas company, Louis Valls Taberner, who was the president of Banco Popular in Spain, Isidre Fain, who was president of the La Caixa Bank Foundation until 2016. Fain is a board member of the Bank of East Asia and president of the Spanish chapter of the Club of Rome, among many other prominent positions. Patrick Ngogi George, who is the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya and a former advisor to the managing director of the International Monetary Fund. Jorge Fernandez Diaz is a political actor in Spain and a member of the Partido Popular Party, of which he is a former chairman. Adolfo Suarez, who was the 138th Prime Minister of Spain from 1976 1986 to 1981, working under King Juan Carlos I. Suarez was himself a noble with the title of Duke of Suarez and a Knight of the Golden Fleece. Mario Fernandez Beza, who is currently the Interior Minister of Chile. Ruth Kelly, who is a member of the British Parliament and a former UK Secretary of State for Transport. And Jose Maria Ruiz Matios, a Spanish businessman who was convicted on charges of currency smuggling, fraud, and tax evasion. Opus Dei allegedly washed their hands of him in 1986. The Order of the Golden Fleece is an order of knighthood which, as I've mentioned, has been heavily tied with the Habsburg Holy Roman Empire. There are currently 2 branches, and the current Grand Master of the Spanish branch is King Philip VI of Spain, the head of the Bourbons of Spain, and the head of the Austrian branch is Karl von Habsburg, the head of the Habsburgs of Austria. So looking at the Spanish branch first, the Knights of the Spanish Golden Fleece include Javier Solana, who is the former European Union High Representative for the Common Foreign and Security Policy, former Secretary General of the Council of the European Union, former Secretary General of the Western European Union, and former Secretary General of NATO. He is also a Knight of St. Michael and St. George. Abdullah bin Abdelaziz Al Saud, who is the King of Saudi Arabia from 2005 until his death in 2015. Nicolas Sarkozy, who was the President of France and Co-Prince of Andorra from 2007 until 2012 and is a Knight of the Bath. Enrique Iglesias, the former President of the Inter-American Development Bank and a member of the Club of Rome. Rama IX, who was the King of Thailand from 1946 until his death in 2016. Simeon II, the former King of Bulgaria, who was Prime Minister of Bulgaria from 2001 to 2005. Harold V, the King of Norway. Queen Elizabeth II, whose face is on more money than anyone else. Margaret II, the reigning Queen of Denmark. Beatrix, who was the reigning Queen of the Netherlands from 1980 to 1913, married a former Nazi, and is a member of the Club of Rome and a Knight of the Garter. Hussein, who was the King of Jordan from 1952 until his death in 1999, and was a Knight of the Bath. Emperor Akihito of Japan, who is also a Knight of the Garter. Karl XVI Gustav, the King of Sweden, who is also a Knight of the Garter. And Constantine II, who was King of the Hellenes, as in Greece, from 1964 to 1973. And Knights of the Austrian branch of the Golden Fleece include Prince Lorenz of Belgium, who is the head of the House of Austria-Est, which is a branch of the Habsburgs. Lorenz is a former managing partner at the Gutzwiller Private Bank in Basel, a former consultant to the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications, or SWIFT, a former advisor to the board of directors of the BNP Paribas Bank based out of Paris, a former director of the multinational biopharmaceutical company UCB, and various other high positions with other companies and banks. Mariano Hugo, Prince of Windisch Gratz, who is a Knight of Malta and currently the Order of Malta's ambassador to Slovenia. Alois Konstantin, Prince of Lowenstein-Wertheim Rosenberg, who is a former director for LGT Bank. Karol Schwarzenberg, the Prince of Schwarzenberg, whose name sounds similar to a certain former pro bodybuilding champion, who later had a successful film career and then became governor of California, and is of Austrian descent and identifies with the Roman Catholic ideology, and whose father was a member of the Nazi Party, and who married a Roman Catholic from the Kennedy family, who graduated from Jesuit Georgetown University. Anyways, Karol Schwarzenberg is a former Czech Minister of Foreign Affairs. Now continuing on with Knight of the Austrian Golden Fleece, Andrew Berti, who was the 78th Prince and Grand Master of the Order of Malta. George the Duke of Hohenberg, who is also a Knight of the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George. Duarte Pio, the Duke of Braganza, who is regarded as an unofficial representative for the Portuguese government, and for example met with Bashar al-Assad in Syria in 2011. Hans Adam II, the Prince of Liechtenstein and owner of LGT Banking Group. Karl, the Duke of Württemberg. Maria Emanuel, the Margrave of Maison, who was the head of the Royal House of Saxony and allegedly escaped a death sentence by Nazis after opposing their rule, and later went to work in the financial sector in Switzerland. King Albert II of the Belgians, who reigned from 1933 to 2013, and is also a Knight of the Spanish Golden Fleece and a Knight of Malta. Philip, the current King of the Belgians, who is also a Knight of Malta. Jean, who was the Grand Duke of Luxembourg from 1964 to 2000, and is also a Knight of the Spanish Golden Fleece and a Knight of the Garter. Jean's nephew Michael, the Prince of Lynn. Prince Kubrat of Panagurishte, who is a member of the former Bulgarian royal family. Edward Habsburg-Lorraine, who is the ambassador of Hungary to the Holy See and to the Sovereign Military Order of Malta. Dominican Cardinal and Archbishop of Vienna Christoph Schönborn is the chaplain of the Austrian Golden Fleece. The Schönborn nobility family has been historically close with the Holy Roman Empire, and Christoph is also a Knight of the Teutonic Order. Now, just to talk a little more about the Habsburgs, Archduke Sigismund is the Grand Duke of Tuscany, as the head of the Tuscan branch of the House of Habsburg-Lorraine, and has worked as a banker in Switzerland and is said to possess important businesses in the Punta del Este region of Uruguay. Sigismund is also the Grand Master of the Order of St. Joseph and the Order of St. Stephen, the latter of which was created by a member of the Medici family. He is descended from the Medici through his Lorraine lineage. The Bank Medici, based in Vienna, was founded by its president and majority stakeholder, Sonja Khan, who is identified as a Jew and who became known as Austria's Woman on Wall Street. In 2000, 2009, this bank was shut down for reasons connected to the Bernie Madoff Ponzi scheme. Otto von Habsburg was the head of the Habsburgs from 1922 until his death in 2007. He was the oldest child of Charles I, the last emperor of Austria, and Zita of the Bourbon Pharma clan. Otto was reportedly raised mostly in Spain by his mother to become a Catholic monarch. Otto was president of the International Pan-European Union and a member of the European Parliament for the Christian Social Union of Bavaria. He is known to have been in support of having Central and Eastern European countries join the EU, and he had passports of Monaco, Spain, and the Order of Malta. So I already mentioned the Order of the Bath, which is headed by the UK monarch, and its connection with senior positions in the UK's military. Certain foreign heads of government and other high officials have been inducted into this order as well, including Juan Manuel Santos, the President of Colombia, former economic advisor to the National Federation of Coffee Growers of Colombia, and former delegate to the International Coffee Growers Organization in London, during which time he went to the London School of Economics. Santos has admitted to his election campaign receiving illegal payments in connection to Operation Car Wash. Joachim Gauck, who was president of Germany from 2012 until March of 2017, under Chancellor Angela Merkel, president of Mexico Enrique Nieto, who as I mentioned has alleged connections with the Juarez cartel, Tony Tan, who is the current president of Singapore and is a former chairman of the Overseas Chinese Banking Corporation, Francois Hollande, who was president of France from 2012 to 2017. In 2013, Francois authorized military action in Mali to drive out Islamic militants, and in 2015, the French government authorized $18 billion in arms sales to Saudi Arabia. Khalifa Al Nahyan, who is the Emir of Abu Dhabi and president of the United Arab Emirates, he sent the UAE's Air Force to join the military intervention in Libya against Gaddafi's government in 2011. Ahmed Al-Jabbar Al-Sabah, who is the Emir of Kuwait. Hamid bin Khalifa Al Thani, who is the Emir of Qatar, which during his reign has hosted 2 U.S. military bases. The Qatar government has been accused of funding the Al-Nusra Front and other Islamic militant groups. Abdullah II, who is King of Jordan. Hassan al-Bolkiah, who is the Sultan of Brunei. Qaboos bin Said al-Said, who is the Sultan of Oman. He became Sultan after a coup against his father that was planned by MI6. Park Geun-hye, who was president of South Korea from 2013 to 2017. She is the daughter of the 3rd president of South Korea, Park Chung-hee, who was assassinated in 1979. As I mentioned, Park Geun-hye has been charged with abuse of power, bribery, coercion, and leaking government secrets, and is alleged to be connected with the so-called 8 goddesses of South Korea, with one of them reportedly being Choi Soon-sil, who is connected with Park's scandal. Susilo Bambang Yudhoyono, who was the president of Indonesia from 2004 to 2014. Abdul Halim, who was the Sultan of Kedah from 1958 until his death in September of 2017. He was also the monarch of all Malaysia for 2 5-year terms. Abdullah Gül, who was president of Turkey from 2007 to 2014, and is currently a member of the advisory panel for the president of the Islamic Development Bank. Danilo Turk, who was president of Slovenia from 2007 to 2012. He is the chairman of the board of the Global Fairness Initiative, a Washington-based NGO. Viera Veit Freiberga, who was president of Latvia from 1999 to 2007, and was involved in making Latvia a member of the European Union and NATO. She is the president of the Club of Madrid, which is referred to as the world's largest forum of former heads of state. Valdis Adamkus, who was president of Lithuania for 2 separate terms, the second one ending in 2009. He is a former regional administrator of the United States Environmental Protection Agency. Thomas Hendrik Alves, who was president of Estonia from 2006 to 2016. He is the former co-chair of the advisory panel of the World Bank's World Development Report for 2016. Alexander Kwasniewski, who was president of Poland from 1995 to 2005. During this time, the government of Poland got involved in the Iraq War and Poland became a member of the EU. Luis Inácio Lula da Silva, who was president of Brazil from 2003 to 2011, and who has been charged in connection to Operation Car Wash. Eddie French Adimi, who was president of Malta from 2004 to 2009, and this time by Malta, I mean the actual government of the island of Malta, not the order. Eddie signed the treaty that made Malta a member of the European Union. Jacob Zuma, who is the president of South Africa and the president of the African National Congress. Olusegun Obasanjo, who was president of Nigeria from 1999 to 2007. Carlo Azeglio Ciampi, who was the president of Italy from 1999 to 2006. He's also the former governor of the Bank of Italy. George Bush Sr., who has occupied senior positions in the CIA and United States government. He was president in Dallas at the time of the Kennedy assassination. During his time as president, the U.S. government got involved in the first Gulf War, with one of his stated objectives being the establishment of a new world order. Colin Powell, who was the U.S. Secretary of State from 2001 to 2005 under Bush Jr. During the Vietnam War, he was an advisor to the South Vietnamese Army, and later became Assistant Chief of Staff of Operations for the American Division. He was also the 16th National Security Advisor under Ronald Reagan. Norman Schwarzenegger Schorschkopf Jr., who was the Commander-in-Chief of the United States Central Command and commanded all coalition forces during the First Gulf War. Ibn Saud, who was the founder of Saudi Arabia, also known as the Third Saudi State. Thabo Mbeki, who was the President of South Africa from 1999 to 2008. The President of South Africa before him was Nelson Mandela. Mandela had been involved in ending the apartheid system in South Africa and spent a reported 27 years in prison as a result of various activities as a revolutionary, during which time he was associated with Marxist ideologies and close with Jews like Joe Slovo, who was the head of the South African Communist Party and a top member of Mandela's African National Congress Party. Slovo was also a commander in the ANC's military wing and later became the South African Minister of Housing under President Mandela, who was a Knight of the Bath. Still more Knights of the Bath include Otto Niemeyer, who was a director of the Bank of International Settlements from 1931 to 1965. He was also a director of the Bank of England from 1938 to 1952. Patrick Walker, who was the Director General of MI5 from 1988 to 1992. Princess Alice, the Duchess of Gloucester, who was involved with the Red Cross and the Order of St. John during World War II. She was also Colonel-in-Chief or Deputy Colonel-in-Chief to a dozen British Army regiments and was made the Air Chief Marshal in the Royal Air Force in 1990. Now let's talk about the Jews. Historically, prominent Jews have served nobility and especially royal families. They would often be tasked with duties that bring resentment towards themselves, and more importantly to their ideological communities at large, which were used as a shield and scapegoat for the higher nobility. In Europe, these were often called court Jews, and they were given certain privileges, such as being able to loan money at interest, also known as usury. Usury has been condemned in many religious and other texts as being immoral. This practice was banned by Roman Catholic authorities in Rome, and is still banned in some countries where the Muslim ideology dominates. These privileged Jews were often the exception to these laws, and would enrich themselves at the expense of the desperate lower classes, which helped keep the nobility caste in power. It's comparable to loan sharking carried out by organized crime groups. In both cases, they've been granted the privilege to do so, but both are still sometimes thrown under the bus along with the community associated with them, because they are expendable low to mid-level criminals. I call the Jews that serve the higher nobility in this and some other ways the Knights of the Shekels. Prominent Knights of the Shekels include members of the Rothschild family. Mayer and Michelle Rothschild was an apprentice to Jacob Wolf Oppenheimer before becoming a court Jew to Wilhelm IX, Landgrave of Hesse-Kassel. During the Napoleonic years, he invested heavily in London and handled British payments to Hessian mercenaries. Mayer and Michelle sent his sons to different major cities in Europe. One of his sons, Nathan Mayer Rothschild, who again was a Freemason, set up a bank in the City of London Corporation. Nathan loaned money to the Prussian government and the government of Belgium, and bought the mercury mines of Spain. Queen Victoria would authorize his descendants to start using the Baron title, granted to the family by the Emperor of Austria. Karl Mayer von Rothschild established the Naples branch of the family. He moved there at a time when Naples was occupied by the Austrian army, and set up the CMD Rothschild and Figli Bank. Karl was close with Luigi de Medici. He was a knight of the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George, and reportedly loaned money to the governments of the Papal States and to the kings of Naples, the Duchy of Parma, and the Grand Duchy of Tuscany. James Mayer de Rothschild, Baron de Rothschild, set up the French branch and founded the Rothschild de Frères Bank. James was an advisor to two different French kings, and financed the French railroad and mining industries. He was also involved in tea and wine. Salomon Mayer de Rothschild set up the branch in Austria, and was given the title of Baron by HRE Francis I, a lower mid-level nobility title, hence terms like beer baron or drug baron. This title was extended to the rest of the family. Salomon established the SM von Rothschild Bank, and financed various Austrian government projects, including Austria's first steam railway. He was close with Prince Clemens Metternich, who would be a prominent figure at the Congress of Vienna at the end of the Napoleonic Wars. And Michel Mayer Rothschild stayed in Frankfurt, where his father set up the first branch and was also made a baron. The Rothschilds are also connected with the country of Israel. Aside from the Balfour Declaration, Edmund James de Rothschild was a strong proponent of the Zionist ideology, and put a good deal of his own money towards what would become the country of Israel. He set up farm colonies and vineyards in what was then Ottoman Palestine, and established the Palestine Jewish Colonization Association. His son, James de Rothschild, also gave money towards this colonization of Palestine. Now, I've already talked about the modern Rothschilds, but basically many of them continued to be Knights of the Shekels to higher level nobility families. Members of the Rosenberg family of Bohemia often identified themselves as Jews. Remember, Knights of the Shekels are an order, not an ethnicity, so anyone with the approval of the higher-ups can join. This is often done through marriage. Like, as a possible example, Donald Trump's daughter marrying into the Kushner family. Anyways, this Bohemian Rosenberg family I'm talking about had many members in the Prague royal court, and were viewed as powerful lords in the Kingdom of Bohemia. The rank of these particular lords would have been a little high for Knights of the Shekels, which would likely explain why they didn't always identify as Jews. So the Rosenbergs made for a good good example of a presumably mid-level nobility family, which had members that became Knights of the Shekels. And as I mentioned earlier, the Rosenbergs have intermarried with the black nobility Orsini clan. The Oppenheimer family is another family of Germanic origin, whose members have often been Knights of the Shekels. Samuel Wolf Oppenheimer was a banker and court Jew to the Holy Roman Emperor. He was a major financier of the Great Turkish War of the late 17th century. When the Jews were expelled from Vienna in 1670, Samuel was allowed to stay, and was even given permission to build his own mansion in the middle of the city. Samuel's son, Simon Wolf Oppenheimer, was a court Jew in Hanover, where he established a banking house. Simon's son, Jack Wolf Oppenheimer, employed Mayor Amichel Rothschild as an apprentice. Between 1757 and 1763, Joseph Oppenheimer was a court Jew to Duke Karl Alexander of Württemberg. When Karl Alexander died, Joseph Oppenheimer was executed after being charged with various crimes. Salomon Oppenheim Jr. was a court Jew who set up an exchange house at the residence of Maximilian Francis, who would later become the Archduke of Austria. Oppenheim Jr. was one of the first self-identified Jews to move to Cologne after the Jews were expelled there in 1424, and he became a banker and tax collector for the occupying French government. He founded the private bank Sal Oppenheim, which is now a subsidiary of the Deutsche Bank. One of Oppenheim Jr.'s 12 children, Abraham Oppenheim, took over the family banking business along with his brother Simon. In 1886, Abraham stopped identifying as a Jew as a requirement to become a baron and enter the inner circle of Prussian King Kaiser Wilhelm I. Abraham reportedly advised this king on how to finance the Austro-Prussian War and was involved in developing the German railway system. He was also involved in insurance and the engineering and cotton industries. Ernst Oppenheimer, with the financial backing of J.P. Morgan, a knight of Saints Maurice and Lazarus, founded the mining company Anglo-American plc. By buying shares, Ernst became the chairman of the De Beers Mining Company, which was started by Cecil Rhodes and came to supply 90% of the diamond market, which was mostly mined in South Africa. He was known for his policy of creating artificial scarcity to keep the value of diamonds high. This South African branch of the Oppenheimer family carried on to the modern day. Ernst's grandson, Nicky Oppenheimer, is a South African businessman and the former chairman of De Beers, and former deputy chairman of Anglo-American Corporation. Nicky's son, Jonathan Oppenheimer, began his career working at N.M. Rothschild & Sons before working at various high-up positions in De Beers. He's currently the director of E. Oppenheimer & Son Limited, and has been an advisor to the governments of Rwanda, Liberia, Mozambique, Lesotho, Kenya, Swaziland, and Zimbabwe. J. Robert Oppenheimer was the wartime head of the Los Alamos Laboratory, and is referred to as one of the fathers of the atomic bomb. His famous quote, "Now I am become death, destroyer of worlds," was taken from Hindu scripture. That's worth keeping in mind because, as you'll see, the Nazi ideology has a connection to old Indian sources, which Freemasons are known to have an appreciation for as well. Anyways, Robert was chosen by Brigadier General Leslie Groves, a Knight of the Bath, to lead this project. After the war, the nuclear program was handed over to the Atomic Energy Commission, headed by David E. Lilienthal, a Jew of Hungarian descent on his father's side. Michael Oppenheimer is the director of the program in science, technology, and environmental policy at the Woodrow Wilson School, and faculty associate of the Atmospheric and Ocean Studies program at the Princeton Environmental Institute and the Princeton Institute for International and Regional Studies. He is regarded as an authority on climate change and the co-founder of the Climate Action Network. The Climate Action Network is an umbrella group of NGOs that all claim to be, quote, taking action on climate change. Peter Oppenheimer is the former senior vice president and chief financial officer of Apple Incorporated. He went to Jesuit Santa Clara University and in 2014 announced he was joining the board of directors of Goldman Sachs. Knight of the Shekels, Jacob Besevi was a Bohemian court Jew who received many privileges from H.R.E. Ferdinand II, such as being made a noble and being permitted to do any kind of business in any part of his empire, including places where other Jews weren't allowed to go. He was also exempt from paying taxes, imposts, and duties and couldn't be prosecuted. He helped finance the 30 Years' War. Knight of the Shekels, Isaac Abarbanel, was a court Jew to King Alfonso V of Portugal. The Abarbanel family had previously avoided being wiped out in the massacre of Jews in Castile in 1391, which was 46 years before Isaac was born. After the death of King Alfonso V, he became a court Jew to the House of Castile. Isaac gave considerable amounts of money towards the Castilian War with the Moors, but was ultimately banished along with the rest of the Jews of Spain in 1492 as a part of the Spanish Inquisition. Isaac ended up settling down in Venice, from where he is said to have established a commercial treaty between the Republic of Venice and Portugal. Certain excerpts from his writings are often used to support the idea that Jews ran the transatlantic slave trade, which, to be fair, many Knights of the Shekels were involved in. Knight of the Shekels, Daniel Itzig, was a court Jew to Kings Frederick the Great and then Frederick William II of Prussia. Itzig was a banker and mint master, and was one of the few Jews to have full citizenship privileges in Prussia. He assisted Frederick the Great in debasing the Saxonian currency during the 7 Years' War, meaning that less precious metal was used in new coinage. Now Nasser Kali is a British-Iranian billionaire and identified as a Jew. He is the Goodwill Ambassador for the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, or UNESCO. Nasser is an art collector, which is something commonly associated with money laundering, and he is the co-owner of the building, which is leased as Amazon's main office in London. He's also a trustee of the City of Jerusalem, a knight of the Bourbon to Sicily's Order of Francis I, and the Order of St. Sylvester. Arnold Rothstein was the son of a Jew businessman. He established a casino in Manhattan and invested in horse racing, and is said to have fixed many races. Rothstein was heavily involved in bootlegging and the general drug trade, and he had an operation that ran liquor from Canada into upstate New York. He had many high-level connections with bankers, political actors, and organized crime bosses, like Meyer Lansky, Jack Diamond, Lucky Luciano, and Dutch Schultz. Rothstein has been termed the founding father of organized crime in the United States, and the first successful modern drug dealer. He was close with the then prominent Tammany Hall organization, which was a society full of New York City political actors. George Soros, whose real family name is Schwartz, is a Jew of Hungarian descent. He went to the London School of Economics, and then worked at various investment firms, including Arnold and S. Blechrothers. The Blechroder family has produced several Knights of the Shekels, especially in Prussia, and they are close with the Rothschilds. In 1970, Soros founded Soros Fund Management, which is headquartered in New York City. Soros has also founded the Central European University in Budapest, with an $880 million endowment. This school has produced many activists and so-called political scientists. Soros also founded the Open Society Institute, now called the Open Society Foundation, and provided $18 billion to it. Open Society is an international grant-making network that provides funding to various NGOs and has been compared to the Ford Foundation and the Rockefeller Foundation, and has been linked with various color revolutions, such as Serbia's bulldozer revolution and Georgia's rose revolution. So all of this still doesn't answer the question of where and when the Knights of the Shekels, or for that matter the Jews in general, originated from. The Hebrew people were nomadic and semi-nomadic people who, according to ancient texts, existed in the Fertile Crescent from around 1800 to 1100 BC. In these texts, they were generally referred to as outlaws, mercenaries, and slaves, and as generally being of a lower social class. Even back then, they were more of a loose assortment of tribal alliances, of social rejects and desperados and the like than a consistent ethnicity. In the 13th century BC, the Egyptian vassal ruler of Jerusalem wrote to the pharaoh complaining about Hebrew plundering his lands. He asked why the pharaoh was letting them behave this way, and wrote that without intervention the Hebrew would take over the land of Jerusalem. Among these Hebrew are believed to have been the Hebrew people mentioned in old texts, sometimes interchangeably with the Israelites of Old Israel. The 15th dynasty of Egypt from around 1650 to 1550 BC refers to when the north was under the control of foreign kings from the east, referred to as the Hyksos kings. The Hyksos also controlled Thebes until around 1590 BC, and this is referred to as the 16th dynasty, and the 17th refers to when the Theban contemporaries of the Hyksos took back Thebes and held it until around 1550 BC when the Hyksos rulers were expelled from Egypt. Egypt, like much of the rest of the ancient Middle East, was a very superstitious society where the priest class had a lot of power. For example, the high priests of Amun at Thebes are said by historians to have effectively been the rulers of Upper Egypt from 1080 to 943 BC. Another important group of priests were the high priests of Ptah at Memphis, the title referring to Ptah as the patron god of the craftsman. The rite of Memphis in Freemasonry is in reference to this priesthood, so naturally the Hyksos would have been in contact with these powerful priesthoods for the 200 or so years that they reigned over the north of Egypt. They surely would have noticed the power and prestige that the priest class had acquired through their ideology, rituals, and esoteric babble. Now here's the theory. It's been said that the ideology of Mosaicism was taken out of Egypt by Hyksos people who had been inducted into these priest classes, and that after wandering the desert to the east of Egypt, a group of these Hyksos, who were then referred to as Habaru, attacked and colonized regions in the south of Canaan that came to be known as the United Kingdom of Israel, which later split into the Kingdom of Israel in the north and the Kingdom of Judah in the south, although some historians claim that the two kingdoms were separate from the beginning. Regardless, the important thing in terms of the origins of the Knights of the Shekels is the Pharisees class. For a time, they represented the inner circle of what was to become the main Jew ideology, but they had their own separate inner codes and ways, just like the high priests of Egypt, and just like the modern heads of ideologies. Con artist is a good word, and I try to avoid saying religion, because the idea that certain ideologies should be set apart is a psyop that serves to divide and conquer, just like how an ideology called atheism has been tied to another called communism, and played off against Catholicism among others. Everyone willingly caught up in it is on Team Stupid. Anyways, this kingdom, or kingdoms, were also reigned over by monarchs, the most famous of which were King David and King Solomon, although the actual existence of King David is somewhat argued against. In the case of Solomon, the Hebrew Bible claims him to have ordered the building of the first temple of Jerusalem. As I mentioned before, some Freemasons allude to having a connection with the actual builders pillars of this temple. In fact, Masonic temples in general are an allegorical reference to this particular temple. And as I mentioned, the House of Solomon in Ethiopia claims descent from these kings, as do the monarchs of the UK. I also mentioned the last ruling monarch of Ethiopia was Haile Selassie of the House of Solomon, who is viewed as a messiah in the Rastafari ideology that sprung up in the English colony of Jamaica in the 1930s. Solomon himself is said to have married the wife of a pharaoh. Anyways, this temple, also known as Solomon's Temple, was for a time the centerpiece of the ideology that would evolve into the general ideology of the Jews. This temple also had a designated high priest, which makes this an example of the priest class using their ideology to lend credibility to a monarch. According to an ancient Roman source, the people of Judah and Israel at the turn of the 1st century BC, by which I mean around the year 0 on the Gregorian calendar, were divided into 4 so-called schools of thought, or sects. Naturally, each had its own priest class, and they most likely competed for followers. One sect known to exist during this period was the Sadducees, another was the Essenes, and the Pharisees were still around. The fourth was the Zealots, who encouraged the people of Judah, aka Judea, to revolt against their Roman occupiers, which sparked the First Jewish-Roman War. This war ended with the Judeans being massacred, Jerusalem being destroyed, and the destruction of the Second Temple, the First Temple having been destroyed by the Babylonians 6 centuries previous. This sect was so forceful in pushing this rebellion that zealot came to be used as a synonym for fanaticism of any kind. They were aided in this by the Sicarii, which means daggermen, who gained the name from their policy of killing Judeans who opposed the call for war. They would also assassinate Romans in public places. So basically, either these zealots had grievously miscalculated, or they meant to provide the Roman Empire with a pretext to crush the Judeans and establish better control of the region. If the latter was the case, it would make them some of the earliest Knights of the Shekels to throw their followers under the bus. These wars between the Roman Empire and the Judeans continued until the people of Judea were scattered and settled in different lands, bringing their priest sects with them. This wasn't the first instance of the people of the kingdoms of Israel and Judea being forced to leave though. There was also the Assyrian exile and the Babylonian exile. Anyway, soon enough, communities of people who identified as Jews started appearing all over, and so did instances of Knights of the Shekels. To the Knights of the Shekels, then as now, the larger population calling themselves Jews were meat shields, who every now and then could be thrown under the bus and massacred. The real beauty of it, if you like, was that the more hatred and violence these Jews received from outside their ideological communities, the more they would stick together, which served to strengthen the position of these Knights of the Shekels at their core. Now here's some examples of these kinds of communities in places other than Europe. The Cochin Jews, who were known locally as the Black Jews, were said to be traders who ran a Jew Tangati or Jew market and had close relationships with local Indian rulers, and accordingly were granted special privileges. They were allowed to live freely, build their synagogues, and own property without any conditions. At least some of these Jews were exempt from paying tax and were permitted to collect their own tolls. In 1524, members of this community were attacked by Islamic forces, backed by the ruler of Calicut, and the Raja of Cochin gave these Jews asylum, while exempting them from having to pay tax. They were also granted a site of their own, which to this day is known as Jewtown. Now it's been argued that at least some of the Nasrani Syrian Christians, also known as the St. Thomas Christians, were in fact a branch of this Jew clan. By official accounts, St. Thomas had converted some of the Cochin Jews, as well as 4 Brahmin families to his Christian ideology. They too were given special privileges as early as the 9th century AD, and they have been observed to carry on certain Jew rituals. According to local traditions, the Chitpavan Brahmin of the state of Maharashtra in India originally identified as Jews, and according to one historian, they were ethnically Aryan. These Chitpavans were known as traders and merchants, and many of them were appointed as administrators by local governments. In 1713, the Chitpavan Peshwa Balaji Vishwanath was appointed as Peshwa, or Prime Minister of the Maratha Empire. This position was passed down in his family for a while as an hereditary title. His grandson, Peshwa Balaji Baji Rao, is said to have offered all the important offices to his fellow castemen, and gave the Chitpavans other privileges like tax relief and land grants. Other significant clans in India that are said to be descended from early Jew-identifying immigrants include the Bene Israel community, who are similar to the Chitpavans and the Marwari people. The Marwari are known to have been involved in usury in the area surrounding their own communities. They financed the Rajput kingdoms during wars, and some Marwari were essentially court Jews to these kings, and later the Mughals. When the British colonial period began, they became officially established as Sahakars, meaning moneylenders, and as inland trade brokers. Those Marwari traders that migrated inland experienced communal violence against them by the locals. In 1990, members of the Marwari community reportedly controlled nearly 24% of the business in India. Marwari are said to be in control of several major media companies in India and make up a quarter of India's billionaires. A few prominent modern Marwaris include Anil Agarwal, who who is the founder and chairman of Vendetta Resources, a global diversified metals and mining company headquartered in London. Bimal Jalan, a former governor of the Federal Reserve Bank of India. Lakshmi Mittal, who is the chairman and CEO of ArcelorMittal, the world's largest steelmaking company, which is based out of Luxembourg, while Lakshmi is based out of London. The Sassoon family, who are identified as Baghdadi Jews, were heavily involved in importing opium into Qing China from India. David Sassoon was the treasurer of Baghdad in the early 19th century, before becoming the head of a Jew community in Bombay. There, him and his family got involved mainly in the cotton and opium trades. He set up branches in Hong Kong and Shanghai, and sent one of his sons, Elias David Sassoon, to Canton. The Sassoons have also become prominent in England, and have intermarried with the Rothschild family. More modern prominent members of this family include Vidal Sassoon, a famous hairstylist and businessman, who was connected through his work to Hollywood film stars. Vidal was a knight of the British Empire. Rabbi Isaac S.D. Sassoon, who is said to be a leading scholar in the Sephardic world. And James Sassoon, a baron who has worked in the UK Treasury, as well as the UK Finance Ministry. He was the president of the International Financial Action Task Force on money laundering from 2007 to 2008. Ironically, his name came up in the Paradise Papers, with him having reportedly been the beneficiary of $236 million from a tax-exempt Cayman Island trust fund in 2007. James is also an executive director at Jardine Matheson Holdings, and is a director at Hong Kong Land Dairy Farm International Holdings and Mandarin Oriental Hotel Group, and he's the chairman of the China-Britain Business Council. In Ethiopia, there are the Beta Israel or House of Israel people. There are several theories about how they arrived in that region, and the truth is probably a combination of some sort. According to historian Menachem Waldman, there was a major wave of immigration from the Kingdom of Judah to the Kingdom of Cush. After Jerusalem was besieged by the Assyrians in the early 7th century BC, the Kingdom of Beta Israel was established in the 4th century AD, and lasted until the early 17th century when it was officially annexed by the Ethiopian Empire. This involved their king Goshen being executed, and many of the people of Beta Israel being sold into slavery, and others were made to identify as Christian, but according to a Portuguese diplomat, they were, quote, still as much Jews as they had been before, and there was a known community of crypto-Jews referred to as Beta Abraham. Now, I actually couldn't find anything strongly pointing to instances of Knights of the Shekels with this group. The reason for this might be related to writings about them made by Elijah of Ferrara in the 15th century, which alleged that the Jews of Ethiopia were unfamiliar with the Talmud. There was also the fact that this community was generally fairly isolated from other groups that associated with the Jew ideologies. Reportedly, about 90,000 members of the Beta Israel community have moved into the modern-day country of Israel by their own initiative, as well as Mossad's Operation Moses and Operation Solomon. These Ethiopians are reported to have been treated poorly by the government of Israel, and generally excluded from the rest of society, and they have the highest poverty rate of any ethnic minority identified as Jews in the country. The House of Solomon of Ethiopia, I mentioned a few times now, originally associated with the Jew ideology, but later switched to Ethiopian Orthodox Christianity. In the 16th century, Emperor Galadiwos of the Solomonic dynasty joined his forces with the Portuguese troops sent by the Jesuits to invade Beta Israel and execute their king Joram, which caused the kingdom of Beta Israel to shrink significantly. There are cases of Knights of the Shekels in North Africa. According to historians, people known as Jews have existed in Tunisia for over 2,600 years. Many of them had adopted the ideology in this region, and they were ethnically Punic, Berber, and there were also some Romans from the heart of the empire. These Jew communities were in contact with those as far away as Spain and Babylon. The Tunisian city of Kairouan was for a time known as the World Center for Talmudia and Halakhic scholarship. Isaac Israeli ben Solomon was appointed as court physician to Prince Ziyadat Allah III, who was the last emir of the Aghlabids dynasty. Later, Isaac became a doctor to the founder of the Fatimid dynasty of North Africa, Al-Mahdi Billah, who had him write down several medical works in Arabic. The wealthy Jew merchant Judah ben Joseph of Kairouan is said to have been the administrator of the Sultan's economic activities, and was privileged with the use of the Sultan's ship for his own trading ventures. His trade empire extended as far as India. Abraham ben Nathan was known as the leader of North African Jewry. He was a personal physician to Al-Mu'izz ibn Badin, a sultan of the Zirid dynasty. Now, around the mid-11th century, many of these Kairouan and other North African Jews started moving west towards Morocco and the city of Fez. This movement largely began with the destruction of Kairouan by the Banu Hilal tribal confederation. This invasion was instigated by the Fatimid Caliph as punishment for the Zirid dynasty having declared independence from the Caliphate in Morocco during the Meridid dynasty, which lasted from 1244 to 1465. The royal family was known to be close with certain Jews. In one reported instance, a Meridid sultan personally intervened to stop a pogrom. In 1275, presumed Knight of the Shekels Khalifa B. Wakaza was the steward of the household of Sultan Abu Yaqub Yusuf and Nasser, as as well as his so-called intimate counselor. The last sultan of the Marinid appointed many Jews into high government positions, which is said to have been a major cause for the 1465 Moroccan revolt, where the sultan was taken out and almost everyone identified as a Jew in the city of Fez was massacred, including the Jew vizier, Aaron ben Battash. Joseph Nasi was a famous court Jew to the Ottoman court in the 16th century. Before moving to Constantinople, Joseph was close with Maximilian, a nephew of the Habsburg Holy Roman Emperor of that day, who later himself became HRE Maximilian II. Nasi was allowed to join the Ottoman court allegedly by merit of his trading connections in Europe. While in the Ottoman court, Joseph is said to have caused the war between the Ottoman Empire and the Republic of Venice, which ended with Venice losing the island of Cyprus to the Ottomans. During this war, Nasi was in contact with the Jew community on Cyprus. Nasi's relative on Cyprus, Abraham Venevist, was arrested and charged with having set fire to the Venetian arsenal on Nasi's instigation. It is believed that Nasi was given a coat of arms by Sultan Selim II that indicated that he would be given a vice-regal rank over a Jew colony on Cyprus after the Ottomans took the island. Joseph Nasi also had the title of Lord of Tiberias, which is a city in the northeast of modern-day Israel. He encouraged the establishment of a Jew settlement in this region. He was also the Duke of Naxos, also known as the Duchy of the Archipelago. Haim Farhi was an advisor to the governors of Galilee in the late 18th and early 19th centuries. His father Saul had established a banking business that is said to have controlled Syria's finances, banking, and foreign trade. In fact, according to historians, his family were often referred to as the real rulers of Syria, which was then still a part of the Ottoman Empire. Haim was an advisor to the ruler of the city of Acre, the Bosnian Ahmed Pasha al-Jazar. Al-Jazar was a title given to this ruler which means the butcher, and Ahmed is said to have had one of Farhi's eyes plucked out, cut off the tip of his nose, and cut off his left ear. Nonetheless, Farhi continued on as his advisor, and gained influence in Acre under al-Jazar's successors. In the early 20th century, King Faisal I of Iraq was known as a friend of the Jews. He signed an agreement with Chaim Weizmann, the president of the Zionist organization. He also accepted the Balfour Declaration, which was a document promising British support for a homeland for the Jews in the land of Palestine. Now, in cities where Knights of the Shekels existed, especially those in Europe and the Middle East, they were often designated areas called Jewish quarters or ghettos. These enclaves were often permitted to have their own justice system, and were usually surrounded by walls with gates. These walls offered some protection from pogroms, which made the ghettos somewhat attractive to Jew communities, while also serving to keep them better under the control of the local monarchs and other higher-level nobility families, to whom some of the residents would serve as Knights of the Shekels. And in Rome, for example, the ghetto's gates would be locked at night by papal decree. The ghetto of Rome was under the direct authority of the papacy. Residents of this ghetto were permitted to be pawnbrokers, a profession prohibited to the Vatican's Catholic followers, and one which incited hatred towards the ghetto's residents. This ghetto, like several others, was temporarily abolished when Napoleon's forces took the city. The papacy is known to have had their own Knights of the Shekels, most notably members of the Rothschild family, who were at one time referred to as the guardians of the papal treasure. Rothschild means red shield in German, and red is the color of Rome. This family, which is said to have originally been the Bauer family, but changed to being Rothschild starting with Mayor Amichel, first came up in the Frankfurt ghetto, which had been established by Habsburg HRE Frederick III in 1462. Anyways, you get the idea. There's all kinds of orders, societies, and the like that have been put together and evolved for different purposes, and generally speaking, they tend to be organized in layers like an onion, with the core group being most in touch with a given order's true purpose and objectives. Most, if not all of these groups serve the ends of certain powerful families. These families back them and often have their own family members among them. And by the way, remember to fact check what I say and see for yourself if it holds up. An important thing to keep in mind is that these kinds of secretive societies can be easily created and discarded and even thrown under the bus. So in my opinion, the most important reason to research them is just to connect certain people. Now it's time to move on to talking about schools. But if you're interested, here's some more groups that you could look into yourself. The House of Savoy's Order of St. Maurice and St. Lazarus, the Pontifical Equestrian Order of St. Gregory the Great, the Pontifical Equestrian Order of St. Sylvester, the Holy See's Order of the Holy Sepulchre, the Order of St. Gregory the Great, the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George. As I mentioned, the sovereignty of this order is supposedly disputed between three descendants of the powerful black nobility Farnese family. This order has general consultative status to the United Nations Economic and Social Council, the Dutch Royals Order of Orange-Nassau, the Hohenzollerns Prussian Order of the Black Eagle, the Teutonic Order, which is currently based out of Vienna, the Japanese Emperor's Order of the Chrysanthemum, the Order of the Ku Klux Klan, the Nation of Islam, Scientology, the Muslim Brotherhood, the gay community. It's no mistake that a disproportionate amount of people in high positions turn out to be gay, most notably in the entertainment industry. Wealth and positions of power are easily passed on and procured through older, younger homosexual relationships, and thus naturally accumulate accumulate into what one might call the gay mafia, which lies at the core of the onion called the gay community. For example, Julius Caesar, the first emperor of Rome, had several homosexual encounters with officials in the Roman Republic during his younger years, and was rumored to have taken the submissive passive role in some cases. So other groups worth looking into include every significant organized crime group, along with most of the insignificant ones. National intelligence agencies like the CIA, MI6, Mossad, SVR, BND, and so on. Of course, the Jesuits predate all of these, having been active for almost 500 years. Speaking of which, there's also the Archdiocese of New York and other important cities. For that matter, look at the core people of ideological communities in general, and many NGOs and so-called think tanks could easily pass for secretive societies. The problem with this concept of think tanks is that there are too many people who have to be trusted not to snitch, and thus, they are most likely places where orders are passed down for agents to execute. You see, this is what happens when they get to name things. Oh, also, charity organizations. So universities are places where different powerful groups recruit agents, who end up getting hired by companies and governments who are presumably affiliated with these groups. They also function as think tanks, as you'll see. So far, I've been mentioning a lot of people who went through Jesuit schools, so let's start with them. Georgetown University in Washington, D.C. is probably the most significant Jesuit school today, and is the oldest Catholic university in the United States. This school was founded by Archbishop of Baltimore John Carroll in 1789. The current president of Georgetown University is John Day DeGioia, who is a Knight of Malta and a former student. And the school's professors include people like John Clapper, who was the United States Director of National Intelligence from 2010 until January of 2017, and is also the former director of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and has been in other high U.S. intelligence positions. He taught at Georgetown from 2006 to 2007. And George Tenet, who was director of the CIA from 1996 to 2004, and is a former student of Georgetown. Tenet was a professor at Georgetown for 3 years, starting in 2005. There's also been actual Jesuit professors like Thomas M. King, Richard A. McCormick, and Robert Drinan. Now here's some people who have attended Jesuit Georgetown University. George W. Casey Jr., a retired 4-star general in the U.S. Army, who was the commanding general of the multinational force in Iraq from 2004 to 2007. Joseph Dunford, who is a general in the U.S. Marine Corps, and the current chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, which is the most senior rank in the U.S. Armed Forces, and the primary military advisor position to the U.S. President. Avril Haines, former Deputy National Security Advisor, who before that had been the Deputy Director of the CIA. David Petraeus, who was the Director of the CIA from 2011 to 2012, and was the commander of the International Security Assistance Force from 2010 to 2011. James L. Jones, who was the U.S. National Security Advisor from 2009 to 2010, the Supreme Allied Commander Europe from 2003 to 2006, and the commandant of the U.S. Marine Corps from 1999 to 2003. John R. Allen, who is the president of the Brookings Institution, the former special presidential envoy for the Global Coalition to counter ISIL, former commander of the International Security Assistance Force, and former commander of U.S. Central Command. Michael Morrell, who was the director of the CIA from 2012 to 2013. Donald Rumsfeld, who was the U.S. Secretary of Defense from 1975 to 1977, and from 2001 to 2006. He's also a former CEO of the pharmaceutical corporation G.D. Searle & Company, former CEO of the electronics company General Instrument, and former chairman of the biopharmaceutical company Gilead Sciences. Robert Cardillo, who is the director of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, and former deputy director of the U.S. Defense Intelligence Agency. Robert B. Merritt, who was the director of the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency from 2006 to 2010, and the director of the Office of Naval Intelligence from 2005 to 2006. Robert Gates, who was the president of Boy Scouts of America from 2014 to 2016, the U.S. Secretary of Defense from 2006 to 2011, and the director of Central Intelligence from 1991 to 1993. He's also a former president of Texas A&M University, and current chancellor of the College of William and Mary. Alexander Haig, who was the U.S. Secretary of State from 1981 to 1982, and Supreme Allied Commander Europe from 1974 to 1979. Haig was also a Knight of Malta. Dennis McDonough, who was the White House Chief of Staff from 2013 to 2017. William Joseph McDonough, who was the President of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York from 1993 to 2003. John F. Kelly, who is the current White House Chief of Staff, a former U.S. Secretary of Homeland Security, and a former commander of United States Southern Command. Antonin Scalia, who was an Associate Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court from 1986 until his death in 2016. John Podesta, who was counselor to the U.S. President from 2014 to 2015, and the White House Chief of Staff from 1998 to 2001. Bill Clinton, former U.S. President and former Governor of Arkansas. Bill also went to Oxford and Yale. Male, Tony Anaya, who was the governor of New Mexico from 1983 to 1987, Mike Castle, who was the governor of Delaware from 1985 to 1992, Peter Coleman, who was the governor of American Samoa for 3 terms, and the High Commissioner of the Trust Territory of the Pacific Islands from 1976 to 1977, Michael D. Sal, who was the governor of Ohio from 1959 to 1963, Thomas W. Farley, who is the current president of the New York Stock Exchange, Philip Hart, who was a U.S. Senator, and the Lieutenant Governor of Michigan from 1955 to 1959. Hart co-sponsored the Immigration and Nationality Act of 1965, also known as the Hart-Celler Act with Emanuel Celler. This act is said to have significantly and intentionally altered the demographic mix in the U.S., with the previous general policy having preferred Northern European immigrants. Andrew von Eisenbach, who was the U.S. Commissioner of Food and Drugs from 2006 to 2009. He is also a former director of the National Cancer Institute, and he's on the board of directors of the biopharmaceutical company Biotime. John Farmer Jr., who was Attorney General of New Jersey from 1999 to 2002, and was briefly governor of New Jersey in 2002. Farmer was a senior counsel to the 9/11 Commission, and later published a book where he claimed that, at some level of government at some point in time, a decision was made not to tell the truth about the national response to the attacks on the morning of 9/11. John is currently the senior counsel to the president of Rutgers University, Paula Dobrynski, who was the U.S. Special Envoy for Northern Ireland from 2007 to 2009, the Undersecretary of State for Democracy and Global Affairs from 2001 to 2009, and she's currently a member of the Global Panel Foundation, an NGO. Michael P. Jackson, who was the U.S. Deputy Secretary of Homeland Security from 2005 to 2007, Deputy Secretary of Transportation from 2001 to 2003. He has formerly been the Chief Operating Officer at Lockheed Martin IMS's Transportation Systems and Services, and he has been a professor at Georgetown. Tina W. Jonas, who was the U.S. Undersecretary of Defense from 2004 to 2008. Jonas has also been the Assistant Director and Chief Financial Officer for the FBI, and she is currently a trustee of the Aerospace Corporation and the National Defense Industrial Association, and is a board member of the National Military Family Association and the Airbus Group North America. Mickey Cantor, who was the U.S. Secretary of Commerce from 1996 to 1997, and the U.S. Trade Representative from 1993 to 1996. He is currently co-chairman of the Pacific Council on International Policy. Robert M. Kimmett, who was the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury briefly in 2006, and Deputy Secretary of the Treasury from 2006 to 2009. Robert Klain, who was the Ebola Response Coordinator for the Executive Office of the U.S. President, or Ebola czar, from 2014 to 2015, and the Chief of Staff to Vice President Joe Biden from 2009 to 2011, and to Vice President Al Gore from 1995 to 1999. Ron is currently an external advisor to the Skoll Foundation Global Threats Fund. Jack Lew, who was the U.S. Secretary of the Treasury from 2013 to 2017, the White House Chief of Staff from 2012 to 2013, and was the Director of the Office of Management and Budget from 2010 to 2012. Mike McCurry, who was the White House Press Secretary from 1994 to 1998. McCurry is an administrator in the United Methodist Church and co-chairs the Commission on Presidential Debates. Megan O'Sullivan, who was the U.S. Deputy National Security Advisor for Iraq and Afghanistan from 2004 to 2007. Megan is a member of the Council on Foreign Relations, or CFR. Jack Quinn, who was Chief of Staff to Vice President Al Gore from 1993 to 1995. Quinn practices law at the Law Office of John M. Quinn and has represented thousands of family members of the victims of 9/11. Charles Schultze, who was the Director of the U.S. Bureau of the Budget from 1965 to 1968 and Chair of the U.S. Council of Economic Advisors from 1977 to 1981. John Liu Fo, an American general who was born in Beijing and whose father was a Manchu noble. John was involved in the Vietnam War and was a part of the Military Assistance Advisory Group in Taipei from 1973 to 1976. He has been a legal advisor to the Ballistic Missile Defense Office, the Assistant Secretary of Defense, and to the Army Chief of Staff for the Persian Gulf War, also known as the First Gulf War. He has been the Executive Vice President of Boeing China and the Chairman of Enron International China. John D. Gardner, who is the former Deputy Commander of the U.S. European Command in Stuttgart, Germany, and former Commander of U.S. Army South. Scott Gration, a retired Major General of the U.S. Air Force and former Policy Advisor to President Obama. Former U.S. Ambassador to Kenya and former U.S. Special Envoy to Sudan. Michael McDevitt, a retired Rear Admiral in the U.S. Navy and former Commandant of the National War College in Washington, D.C. Former Director for Strategy, War Plans, and Policy for U.S. Pacific Command and current Senior Fellow at the federally funded Center for Naval Analysis Corporation. Peter Pace, a U.S. Marine Corps General, former Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff and former Commander-in-Chief Chief of the U.S. Southern Command. He is a member of the Secretary of Defense's Policy Board, Chairman of the Board for Wall Street Warfighters Foundation, and he has been named Chairman of the Board of Pelican Products and as Director of ILC Industries. He's also Chair of the Board of Trustees of the Naval Institute Foundation. Pace did not necessarily attend Georgetown, but he was a visiting staff member and received the President's Medal from the university's president, Anne E. Rondeau, who is a retired U.S. Navy Vice Admiral, the President of the College of DuPage, former President of National Defense University, former Deputy Commander of U.S. Transportation Command, former Commander of Naval Personnel Development Command, former Commander of the Naval Service Training Command, and many other positions. Stephen M. Speaks, who is a retired Lieutenant General in the U.S. Army, and the President and CEO of Calmer Rough Terrain Center, which sells rough terrain equipment to the U.S. military. William D. Sullivan, a U.S. Navy officer, who is the U.S. military representative to NATO. Guy C. Swan III, who is a retired U.S. Army officer, former Commanding General of U.S. Army North, former Commanding General of the Military District of Washington, and Joint Force Headquarters National Capital Region. George H. Sylvester, who was Vice Commander, Air Force Systems Command, Andrews Air Force Base, Maryland. Debbie Dingell, who is a former President of General Motors Foundation and a member of the U.S. House of Representatives. She's also a member of the Board of Directors for the NGO Vital Voices, and former Chair of National Women's Health Resource Center and Children's Inn at the National Institute of Health. Maria Solandros Eitel, who is the President of Nike Foundation. Stacey David Stewart, who is the President and CEO of Fannie Mae Foundation. William B. Walsh, who was the founder of Project Hope, which stands for Health Opportunities for People Everywhere. Edward Jerjan, who is a former U.S. Ambassador to Israel. Thomas B. Curran, who is the President of Rockhurst University and who was inducted into the Jesuit Order in 2015. Sharon Kugler, who is the Chaplain of Yale University and former Chaplain of Johns Hopkins University. Barry F. Sullivan, who was the Chair of the University of Chicago Board of Trustees, the Executive Vice President of Chase Manhattan Bank, the Chairman and CEO of First Chicago Corporation, and Director of the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. He has also been a trustee of Georgetown University. Ong Kang Yang, who was born in Singapore and who was the Secretary General of the Association of Southeast Asian Nations from 2003 to 2007. Abhishek Verma, an Indian arms dealer and global weapons contractor, who has been charged with corruption and money laundering. Prince Guillaume of Luxembourg, King Abdullah II of Jordan, Pavlos, the Crown Prince of Greece, Pavlos' cousin, King Philip VI of Spain, Hamid bin Khalifa Al Thani, who is the Emir of Qatar and Chairman of the Qatar Investment Authority. While Hamid didn't necessarily attend Georgetown, he is a member of the university's board of directors. Georgetown opened a campus in Qatar under the patronage of Hamid and his wife, Samuel Luis Navarro, who was the first Vice President and Foreign Minister of Panama from 2004 to 2009. Ricardo Arias, who was born in Washington, D.C., and who was the President of Panama from 1955 to 1956, during which time he signed a treaty with the U.S. government regarding the exploitation of the Panama Canal. Gloria Macapagal Arroyo, who was President of the Philippines from 2001 to 2010. Jose Manuel Barroso, who was the Prime Minister of Portugal from 2002 to 2004, and who was the President of the European Commission, which is considered the top position in the executive branch of the UN, from 2004 to 2014. He's also the current non-executive chairman of Goldman Sachs International. Turki bin Faisal Al Saud, who was the Saudi Arabian Director of General Intelligence from 1979 to 2001, and ambassador to the U.S. from 2005 to 2007. He's currently the chairman of King Faisal Foundation Center for Research and Islamic Studies. He's also taught at Georgetown. Alfredo Cristiani, who was the president of El Salvador from 1989 to 1994. His family's company, Semilius Cristiani Bunker, was acquired by Monsanto in 2008 and now functions as their representative in Central America. Gallo Plaza, who was the Secretary General of the Organization of American States from 1968 to 1975 and had been the president of Ecuador from 1948 to 1952. Youssef Shamlan Al-Essa, who is the CEO of ADEX Investment Bank and the chairman of ADEX Media Limited. Joseph Arabasco, who is a former president of Blockbuster Entertainment and founding president of Toys R Us International. Charles E. Bunch, who is the director of the H.J. Heinz Company and the PNC Financial Services Group, former chairman and CEO of PPG Industries, former chairman of the Federal Reserve Bank of Cleveland, and former chairman of the National Association of Manufacturers. He's also on the board of Marathon Petroleum Corporation and Mandela's International. Charles Colley, who is the former chairman and CEO of NBNA Bank, which was acquired by the Bank of America in 2006. Mary Callahan Erdos, who is the CEO of JP Morgan Asset Management and board member of the U.S. Fund for UNICEF. James D. Farley Jr., who is the executive vice president of the Ford Motor Company and former CEO of Ford of Europe. James A. Firestone, Firestone, who is a board member of the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company, and former executive vice president and president corporate strategy and Asia operations of Xerox Corporation. He's also a former general manager of the corporate division of IBM. Gal McKinnon, who is the executive vice president for governmental affairs at the Motion Picture Association of America, and former executive vice president and chief governmental relations officer at Time Warner Cable. She has also worked in government relations at Viacom Telecommunications and Turner Broadcasting, and she's a board member of Franciscan Charities Incorporated, Washington Women's Leadership Initiative, and Polaris Project. Philip A. Marinu, who is a director at Georgetown University and has occupied high positions in many companies, including being president and CEO of Levi Strauss & Company, president and CEO of Pepsi-Cola North America, and president and CEO of Quaker Oats Company. Gary Perlin, who is the current chief financial officer or CFO of Capital One Financial Corporation and a former CFO of the World Bank. Michael A. Todman, who is a former vice chairman and president of Whirlpool International. Justin B. Smith, who is the CEO of Bloomberg Media Group. John O. Agbunobi, who is the vice chair of the U.S. African Development Foundation, board director for Magellan Health Services, chief health and nutrition officer of Herbalife, former president of Walmart's health and wellness business, former U.S. assistant secretary for health, and former member of the United States Public Health Service Commission Corps. John David F. Bartow, who has the position of research manager for the International Space Station at NASA's Johnson Space Center. George Coyne, who is a Jesuit priest and a former head of the Vatican Observatory. Mark R. Dyball, who is the executive director of the Global Fund to Fight AIDS, Tuberculosis, and Malaria, which is based in Geneva, Switzerland. Thomas Perrin Jr., who was the Surgeon General of the U.S. from 1936 to 1948 and oversaw the Tuskegee study of untreated syphilis in the Negro male and the Guatemala syphilis experiment, which involved doctors intentionally infecting soldiers, prostitutes, prisoners, and mental patients. Antonio Novello, who is the Surgeon General of the U.S. from 1990 to 1993 and the UNICEF Special Representative for Health and Nutrition from 1993 to 1996. Solomon H. Snyder, who is the University Distinguished Service Professor of Neuroscience, Pharmacology, and Psychology at the Johns Hopkins University School of Medicine, where he founded the Department of Neuroscience in 1980 and was its director from 1980 to 2006. He was involved in starting the companies Nova Pharmaceuticals and Guilford Pharmaceuticals, and he's best known for his research on the opioid receptor. Marcus Wallenberg, who is the vice chairman of the Institute of International Finance and allegedly a former member of the Bilderberg Group. Robert Emmett McDonough, who has donated $30 million to Georgetown University, where the McDonough School of Business is named after him, and he is on the university's board of directors. McDonough is the founder and chairman of Remedy Temp Incorporated. Jules B. Kroll, who founded Kroll Incorporated, which was sold to Marsh & McLennan Companies in 2004. He also founded Kroll Bond Rating Agency and K2 Intelligence. Kristen M. Fletcher, who is a trustee of various Wasatch Funds trust funds, a service manager at Wells Fargo Bank, former chairman and CEO of the Dutch bank ABN AMRO, and a former director of Lehman Brothers Commercial Bank. Melaine Verveer, who is the executive director of the Georgetown Institute for Women, Peace, and Security at Georgetown University, and former U.S. Ambassador at Large for Global Women's Issues. Melaine is a member of the CFR, the Trilateral Commission, and the World Bank Advisory Council on Gender and Development. Saadadine Hariri, who is the son of former Prime Minister of Lebanon Rafik B. Hariri, who was assassinated in 2005. Saadadine donated a scholarship to Georgetown and is the current Prime Minister of Lebanon. Jeffrey W. Greenberg, who was the chairman and CEO of Marsh & McLennan Companies from 1999 to 2004. He's currently the chairman of Aqualine Holdings and is a member of the CFR and a trustee of the Brookings Institute. Elaine LaRoche, who is the CEO of China International Capital Organization US, former CEO of China International Capital Corporation in Beijing, and a former vice chairman of JP Morgan China Securities. Susan Hockfield, who is a former president of the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. Thomas R. Fitzgerald, who was a Jesuit and was president of Jesuit Fairfield University. Jesuit Leo O. Donovan, who is a former president of Georgetown University and a former member of the board of directors at the Walt Disney Corporation. Donovan also studied under the Jesuit theologian Karl Rahner in Germany. Brian F. Linnane, a Jesuit who is the president of Loyola University, Maryland. Brian Paulson, who is the provincial of the Chicago-Detroit Province Jesuits and a former president of St. Ignatius College Preparatory School in Chicago. And John Whitney, who is the Jesuit provincial of Oregon. Also, Ivanka and Eric Trump went to Georgetown, and Tiffany Trump is said to be currently going, all three of them being children of Donald Trump. Now, many of the people I just listed, especially those involved with the U.S. and other governments, had specifically gone to Georgetown University's Edmund A. Walsh School of Foreign Service, which was established in 1919 1914 by the Jesuit Edmund A. Walsh, with the stated goal of expanding United States involvement in world affairs after World War I, and was founded 6 years before the U.S. Foreign Services did. Edmund A. Walsh, who you can see here with General Douglas MacArthur, the Supreme Commander of the Allied Powers in Japan, was a consultant to the U.S. Chief of Counsel 7 Years' War trials. Douglas MacArthur, by the way, was a 33-degree Freemason, and was said to be a key figure in spreading the order to Japan. Edmund Walsh was also the Director General of the Papal Relief Mission to Russia, and wrote a history book on the end of the Russian monarchy. Edmund was Assistant Educational Director for the New England States, while simultaneously being the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences at Georgetown. And in 1946, he was appointed to the U.S. President's Advisory Commission on Universal Military Training, before becoming a member of President Truman's Committee on Religion and Welfare in the Armed Forces. Welsh was also given the task of organizing and directing the Catholic Near East Welfare Association, or CNEWA, which is still active and headed by John E. Kozer, who is the former director of the Pontifical Mission Societies in the U.S. The current chairman of the Board of Directors of Georgetown is William Doyle, who is a former CEO of Potash Corp., the world's largest fertilizer company by capacity, where he was said to be the highest paid CEO in Canada by far. Vice Chairman Timothy J. O'Neill is the global co-head of the Investment Management Division at Goldman Sachs. Vice Chair Paul Tagliabue is a former commissioner of the NFL. Vice Chair Daniel Villeneuve is a Jesuit, and the Vice Chair Director General of Fundación Intricacies, an NGO ran by Spanish Jesuits. Now, another major Jesuit school in the U.S. is Fordham University in New York. Fordham was founded in 1841 by the Catholic Archdiocese of New York, and the president of the school is Jesuit Joseph Michael McShane. So here's a few people who went to Jesuit Fordham University. John Sexton, who is a former president of New York University, former chairman of the board of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and former chairman of the Federal Reserve System's Council of Chairs. Harold Ridley, who was a Jesuit and who was the president of Loyola College in Maryland. Michael Holman, who is a Jesuit and is the principal at Haythrop College at the University of London. Holman is a former Jesuit provincial of Britain. Timothy S. Healy, who was a Jesuit and who was the president of Georgetown University before becoming the head of the New York Public Library. Darcy Antonielis, who is the CEO of Ubiquity and is a former president of Warner Bros. Technical Operations. Donna Reddle, who is managing director at the World Economic Forum, where she founded the Women's Leadership Initiative. Joe Moglia, who is the chairman and former CEO of TD Ameritrade. Rosemary Vrablick, who is managing director and senior private banker of Deutsche Bank's U.S. private wealth management business. Anna M. McCauley, who is a former chair and CEO of Xerox Corporation. Robert B. McKeon, who was the chairman of Veritas Capital Management and was on the board of trustees of Fordham and a member of the CFR, where he endowed the Robert B. McKeon Endowment Series on military strategy and leadership. Lubomir Hisar, who was the major archbishop of the Ukrainian Catholic Church. Patrick O'Boyle, who was the Archbishop of Washington, D.C. Theodore Edgar McCarrick, who is a former Archbishop of Washington, D.C. Terence Pendergast, who is a Jesuit and a former Archbishop of Ottawa. Francis Spellman, the Vietnam War supporter and alleged voracious homosexual who was Archbishop of New York. Eugene Antonio Marino, who was the Archbishop of Atlanta from 1988 to 1990 and is known as the first African-American Archbishop in the U.S. Virginia Apuzzo, who is a former executive director of the National LGBTQ Task Force in the U.S., former vice chair of the New York State AIDS Advisory Council, and former assistant to the president for management and administration under Bill Clinton. Hage Geingob, who is the current president and former prime minister of Namibia. Donald Trump, who is the current president of the U.S. and former head of Trump Organization, which was founded by his father and grandmother. Martin Glenn, who was governor of New York. Malcolm Wilson, who was governor of New York. Andrew Cuomo of the Kennedy family, who is the former governor of New York and former U.S. Secretary of Housing and Urban Development. William Casey, who was director of Central Intelligence and a Knight of Malta. Edward Gerald Corrigan, who is chairman of Goldman Sachs Bank USA, a member of the Group of 30, former president of the Federal Reserve Bank of New York, and former president of the Federal Reserve Bank of Minneapolis. Jack Keane, who is a retired U.S. four-star general, former vice chief of staff of the U.S. Army, and currently the chairman of the board for the Institute for the Study of War. John N. Irwin II, who was the U.S. ambassador to France, U.S. Secretary of State, and who was an aide to General Douglas MacArthur. Laurette Miller Roop, who was U.S. ambassador to Norway, and a director of the Peace Corps. Habsburg Archduchess Charlotte of Austria, who is said to have been a welfare worker in Manhattan. Stonyhurst College in Britain was founded in 1596 by the Jesuit Robert Persons at St. Omer, and was later moved to Stonyhurst in Lancashire in 1794. People who went to Jesuit Stonyhurst College include Eduardo Lopez de Romana, who was president of Peru, Edgar Unsworth, who was Attorney General for Northern Rhodesia and Chief Justice of Gibraltar, and was a King's Counsel to the UK monarch, Vernon Walters, who was U.S. Ambassador to Germany, Deputy Director of the CIA, U.S. Ambassador to West Germany, and U.S. Ambassador to the UN. George Herbert Walker Sr. of the Walker family, who started the banking and investment firm G.H. Walker & Company, was president of the W.A. Harriman & Company investment firm, and was a director of several major U.S. corporations. Frederick Weld, who was Prime Minister of New Zealand, the Governor of Western Australia, the Governor of Tasmania, and the Governor of the Straits Settlements, which consisted of Malacca, Penang, and Singapore. He was a Knight of the Order of Pius IX, and the Order of St. Michael and St. George. Queen's Counsel Michael Hogan, who was Chief Justice of Hong Kong, and a Knight of St. Michael and St. George. B. Jarrett, who was a Dominican friar, and founded the Blackfriars Priory at the University of Oxford, officially re-establishing the Dominican order at that school for the first time in around 400 years. Gabriel Leung, who was the Dean of the Li Ka-shing Faculty of Medicine, and the Chair of Public Health Medicine at the University of Hong Kong, an advisor to the World Health Organization, the World Bank, the Asian Development Bank, and the Chinese Center for Disease Control and Prevention, and former Undersecretary for Food and Health in the Hong Kong government. Jesuit Randall Lithgow, who was the Provincial of the Society of Jesus in England, and the founder of Mount St. Mary's College. Jesuit John Pinnacazzo, who was president of Jesuit Santa Clara University. Mark Thompson, who was the CEO of the New York Times Company, former Director General of the BBC, and former Chief Executive of Channel 4. The Pontifical Gregorian University in Rome was founded in 1551 by Ignatius of Loyola, and is the first university founded by the Jesuits. It is named after Pope Gregory XIII, who provided the school with a new headquarters at the Piazza Collegio Romano. As I mentioned, this school is a short walk from the Palazzo Pallavicini Rospigliosi, and it's also near the Palazzo Doria Pamphili, the Villa Aldobrandini, and the Palazzo Colonna, and other sites connected with major black nobility families. Jesuit San Francis Borgia, who was the Duke of Gandia and Viceroy of Catalonia, gave large amounts of money to the development of the school, of which he is also considered a founder. As I mentioned, Borgia became Pope in 1565, and is said to have dramatically increased missionary activity in Japan, India, and Brazil. Anyways, people who went to the Jesuit Pontifical Gregorian University include Popes Innocent X, Pius XII, Paul VI, and John Paul I. Jesuit Avery Dulles of the Dulles family, who was a cardinal deacon. Raymond Leo Burke, who is the Archbishop of St. Louis, and former patron of the Sovereign Military Order of Malta, having been suspended by the current Grand Chancellor. William Joseph Levada, who is a former Archbishop of San Francisco, and former Archbishop of Portland. He's been accused of covering up cases of sexual abuse while he was Archbishop in each region. Johann Adam Schall von Bell, who was a German Jesuit, and was an advisor to the Shunji Emperor of Qing China. Adolfo Nicholas, who I mentioned was the Black Pope or Superior General of the Jesuits from 2008 to 2016. Robert Serra, who is a Guinean Cardinal, and the Prefect of the Congregation for the Divine Worship and the Discipline of the Sacraments. Serra has been mentioned in the media as a possible candidate for the next white pope. Richard William Smith, who is the Archbishop of Edmonton, and the President of the Canadian Conference of Catholic Bishops. Narcissus Bedros XIX, who was the Patriarch of the Armenian Catholic Church. Edward Egan, who was the Archbishop of New York from 2000 to 2009. Raphael Farina, who is a former archivist of the Vatican Secret Archives, and former librarian of the Vatican Library. Filippo Grandi, who is the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. The Massimiliano Massimo Institute was established in Rome by Ignatius of Loyola in 1551, and has a similar history to the Pontifical Gregorian University. The school's current name comes from the Italian Jesuit Massimiliano Massimo, who provided the Palazzo Peretti to the order, to use as the main building for this school in 1879. The Massimo family, as I mentioned, is a major black nobility family that produced at least 2 white popes, and the name of the school can be translated to be the Maximilian Maximus Institute. People who went to Jesuit Massimiliano Massimo Institute include Mario Draghi, who is the president of the European Central Bank, former chairman of the Financial Stability Board, former governor of the Bank of Italy, and former vice chairman and managing director of Goldman Sachs International. Draghi is also a former member of the board of directors of the Bank for International Settlements, and a current member of the Group of 30. Based on his position and surname, Draghi likely descends from nobility. Not to mention, it's difficult to find any information on his lineage online, and it looks like there's been efforts to cover it up. Luca Cordero di Montezemolo, who is a co-founder and former president of Italian Futura, former president of Ferrari, former president of Fiat, and former president of the Italian Federation of News Publishers. Luca is descended from Piedmontese nobility. Cristiano Radazzi, who is president of Fiat Argentina. Giovanni Di Gennaro, who is the president of the Italian defense company Leonardo, former special commissioner for the waste emergency in Campania, and former chief of the Italian police. Elisabetta Bologna, who is the secretary general of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation of the Republic of Italy, which is located inside the Palazzo del Farnesio, named after the Farnese Pope Paul III, who authorized the foundation of the Jesuits. Staffan de Mistura, who is the United Nations and Arab League envoy to to Syria, former UN Special Representative of the Secretary General in Iraq and later Afghanistan, former personal representative of the Secretary General for Southern Lebanon, and former director of the UN Information Center in Rome. Francesco Rutelli, who is the president of the Italian National Association of Audiovisual and Multimedia Cinematographic Industries, and a former mayor of Rome. Paolo Susia, who is the director of TechEdge, a major software supplier to broadcasters and media agencies. Luigi Abbott, who is the president of the Banco Nazionale di Lavoro, and a member of the Aspen Institute Italia. The Aspen Institute is headquartered in Washington, D.C., and funded by foundations like the Carnegie Corporation, the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, and the Ford Foundation, and at least 2 more mayors of Rome, Salvatore Ribaccini and Amerigo Petrucci. The Camillus Pontifical University in Spain was founded in 1890, when Pope Leo XII founded the Seminary of St. Anthony of Padua and entrusted it to the Jesuits to be used as a school. The current chancellor of the school is former Black Pope Adolfo Nicolas. Now here's a couple people who went to Jesuit-run Camillus Pontifical University. Enrique Barón Crespo, who is a former president of the European Parliament. Braulio Rodriguez, who is the current president of Toledo and Primate of Spain. Diego López Garrido, who is a former Secretary of State for the European Union in the Spanish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Cooperation. In Hong Kong, the Huayan College Hong Kong was founded in 1919 by Peter Soy and transferred to the Jesuits in 1932. This school has a brother school called the Huayan College Kowloon, which was established by the same Peter Soy in 1924 and handed over to the Jesuits in 1933. Peter Soy, who was also the first principal of Huayan Hong Kong, is described as a Catholic convert, an architect and contractor, who built the Sheklo Colonial House, also known as Peter's Lodge, where he permitted Catholic ceremonies. He later became a successful rubber planter and hoteler in British North Borneo. Anyways, here's some people who went to Jesuit Huayan College Hong Kong and Huayan College Kowloon, which is also in Hong Kong. Paul Kat Chung Soy, who was Peter Soy's son, and who was made an assistant fire officer during the Battle of Hong Kong, although no bombs fell in the area that he was assigned to. After that, he became a civilian secretary to the British Army Aid Group, where he worked as an agent running officer, and after the war became the first Chinese administrative officer of Hong Kong. Paul was also made a Knight of the British Empire. Stephen Lam, who is a former Hong Kong Chief Secretary for Administration and a Knight of the British Empire. Donald Tsang, who is a former Chief Executive of Hong Kong, former Chief Secretary for Administration and a Knight of the British Empire. Jesuit Dominique Tang, who was the Archbishop of Canton, and who in 1958 was charged by the Chinese government of being the most faithful running dog of the reactionary Vatican, and is said to have spent 22 years in jail due to his continued refusal to sever contact with the Pope. Lawrence Ho, who is the chairman and CEO of Melco International and Melco Crown Entertainment. Ho has been called a game changer in the Asian gambling industry. Gordon Wu, who is the chairman of the board of Hopewell Holdings, which is an infrastructure firm most active in Hong Kong and Guangdong. Wu is a Knight of St. Michael and St. George. Stephen Nig, who is the chairman and managing director of Wharf Holdings Limited, which is headquartered in Kowloon, Hong Kong. John Chan Cho Chak, who is a non-executive director of Transport International Holdings Limited, the Kowloon Motor Bus Company, Long Win Bus Company, Roadshow Holdings, Hang Seng Bank, Guangdong Investment and Swire Properties, former chairman of the Hong Kong Jockey Club, former chairman of the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology, and a Knight of the Order of the British Empire and the Royal Victorian Order. Arthur Leong, who is the former Chief Justice of the High Court of Hong Kong. Michael Ying, who is a former chairman and CEO of eSpirit Holdings Limited, a major clothing company headquartered in Kowloon and Ratingen, Germany. Sophia University in Japan was founded in 1913 by the Jesuits, and in particular the German Jesuit Hermann Hoffmann, who was a Jesuit superior in Tokyo and became its first president. Hoffmann was also the superior of the mission station in Hiroshima for 5 years. So here's some people who went to Jesuit Sophia University. Sumihiro Koyama, who is a former chairman of the United Nations Joint Inspection Unit and has been in many other positions with the UN. Koniko Inoguchi, who is a former Japanese Minister of State for Gender Equality and Social Affairs. Morihiro Mosokawa, who is the former Prime Minister of Japan, and like many Japanese government officials, descends from Japanese nobility. Li Lindsay, who is a consultant to Chiang Kai-shek, and is referred to as a key facilitator of the China-Germany relationship in the 30s, as well as a pioneering figure in the China-Europe cultural exchange, and also as a major proponent of the Chinese government's participation in the League of Nations. Lindsay has been called China's Mahatma Gandhi, and he was a co-founder of the China Institute of World Cultural Cooperation at the League of Nations, and later the China branch of the United Nations. Lindsay's son, Li Shenzhou, played a similar role, although he didn't go to Sofia. Shenzhou was considered an authority on international law and China-US relations, and in particular the international law of the sea and China's ocean affairs. Sean Layden, who is the president and CEO of Sony Interactive Entertainment America, and as I mentioned, former Black Pope Adolfo Nicolas went to Sofia and was a professor there for 20 years. Sogang University in South Korea was founded in 1960 by the Jesuits, who had only officially established themselves in the country after the Korean War, although Korea had previously had its fair share of Catholic activity in general, which included the arrival of several Jesuit-authored texts as well as Catholic samurai, who were involved in invasions from Japan. Now here's some people who went to Jesuit Sogang University. Kim Tae-young, who is a former South Korean Minister of National Defense, and former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff of the Republic of Korea Armed Forces. Park Yoon-hae, who I mentioned was president of South Korea, until she was impeached and arrested over charges of influence peddling, along with her top aide Choi Soon-sil, the daughter of a Christian sect leader. Jeong Jin-hang, who is the president of Hyundai Motor Company. Lee Hoi-sung, who is a former president of IBM Korea. And Jung Eun-young, who is president of HSBC Korea. Alright, so that's enough on Jesuit schools. All these people I listed who went to Jesuit schools are essentially Jesuit trained, and thus connected to some extent with this order. In general, Jesuit schools are considered to be very prestigious institutions. By merit of the high positions people who go to them often end up in. In fact, even gaining a just decent job is known to be much more likely through these schools than other ones that I'm listing. That's not the entire story though, as many of the people that I listed came from powerful families to begin with. To quote George Carlin, it's a big club and you ain't in it. Anyways, next we'll look into some of the schools connected with the British Crown, including the colonial colleges founded in New England before the American Revolution. Let's start with Harvard University, which was founded in Cambridge, Massachusetts in 1936, and named after clergyman John Harvard, who had gone to the University of Cambridge. This school was brought into existence by a vote at the Great and General Court of the Massachusetts Bay Colony. Harvard is the oldest university in North America and is said by some to be the most prestigious in the world. Now here's some people who went to colonial Harvard University. Sanan Dichin Wangchuck, who is a princess of the royal family of Bhutan, Princess Kron Lena of the Dutch royal family, and the Bourbon Pharma family, Prince Maximilian of Liechtenstein, who is the CEO of LGT Group, and who was formerly involved with JP Morgan and Chase Manhattan Corporation, Princess Misako, who is the wife of Naruhito, the heir to the Japanese royal throne, Aga Khan IV, who was born in Geneva, and is the current Nizari Ismaili Imam, which is basically the continuation of the Fatimid Caliphate, Mohammed Sabah al-Salim al-Sabah, who is the son of the second Emir of Kuwait and brother to the third. Mohammed is a former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Kuwait, and former Deputy Prime Minister. Frederick, the Crown Prince of Denmark, Xi Mingxi, who is the daughter of the current chairman of the government of China, Xi Jinping. Stephen A. Schwarzman, who is the chairman and CEO of the Blackstone Group. Schwarzman also chaired President Donald Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, which consisted of gatherings from February to April of 2017. Lloyd Blankfein, who is the current CEO and chairman of Goldman Sachs. Robert A. Bradway, who is the current chairman and CEO of the multinational pharmaceutical company Amgen, which is considered the world's largest independent biotechnology firm. Jamie Dimon, who is the chairman, CEO, and president of JP Morgan Chase. Louis V. Gerstner Jr., who is the former chairman and CEO of IBM. He is also a former member of the steering committee of the Bilderberg Group and former chairman of the Carlyle Group. Darius Adamczyk, who is the CEO of the multinational conglomerate Honeywell, which is involved in automation. Bill Gates, who is a knight of the Mexican Order of the Aztec Eagle. The Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation is said to be the world's wealthiest charitable foundation and has given billions to things such as UN agencies and NGOs, as well as donations to universities like Cambridge. James Murdoch, who is the son of Rupert Murdoch and the CEO of 21st Century Fox, chairman of Sky plc, and former chairman and CEO of News Corp Europe and Asia. He's also an independent director on the board of Tesla. Mark Zuckerberg, whose family is descended from Germany, Austria, and Poland. Frank Carlucci III, who is a former U.S. Secretary of Defense, former National Security Advisor, former Deputy Director of the CIA. He was chairman of the Carlyle Group from 1992 to 2003, and has been involved with several companies including General Dynamics, Nortel, and Quaker Oats. Carlucci is a member of the Board of Trustees of RAND Corporation, and is affiliated with the Project for a New American Century, and he is reported to be a Knight of Malta. Lobsang Sangay, who is the president of the Central Tibetan Administration, also known as the Tibetan Government in Exile, which is headquartered in India. Lee Hsien Loong, who is the current Prime Minister of Singapore. Klaus Schwab, who is the founder and executive chairman of the World Economic Forum, former member of the UN High-Level Advisory Board on Sustainable Development, former vice chairman of the UN Committee for Development Planning, and former member of the steering committee of Bilderberg Group. Klaus is a Knight of the Order of Merit of the Federal Republic of Germany, the Order of St. Michael and St. George, the French Legion of Honor, and the Japanese Order of the Rising Sun. Andrew Chung, who is the current Chief Justice of the High Court of Hong Kong. Julia Chang Block, who is a former U.S. Ambassador to Nepal, and the founder and current president of the U.S.-China Education Trust. Ben Bernanke, who is a former chairman of the U.S. Federal Reserve. U.S. Presidents John Adams, John Quincy Adams, Rutherford B. Hayes, Theodore Roosevelt, Franklin D. D. Roosevelt, John F. Kennedy, George Bush Jr. and Obama, Leonard Wood, who was Governor General of the Philippines, Chief of Staff of the U.S. Army and Military Governor of Cuba. He was a Brigadier General in the Spanish-American War, which occurred mainly in Cuba, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Philippines. Ban Ki-moon, who was the Secretary General of the United Nations from 2007 to 2016, and Henry Kissinger. St. John's University, which was located in Shanghai, China, was regarded as the Harvard of China. It was founded by Joseph Sherishchewski and William James Boone, who were both Anglican bishops in Shanghai. This university had official Anglican affiliations, which of course connects it with the British Crown. Song Si-ven had gone to this school as well as Harvard and Columbia University. He was the premier of the Republic of China in 1930 and was a brother to the three Song sisters, who married Sun Yat-sen, Chiang Kai-shek, and financier and premier of the ROC, H.H. Kung. Now another thing to consider with these schools is the secretive societies associated with them, many of which most likely serve as advanced recruitment centers for agents. Now I've already talked about plenty of secretive societies, so I won't be getting into a whole bunch of these. At any rate, after a bit of research, my impression is that the majority of these secretive school societies are connected with Freemasonry and/or the Crown, while the Greek fraternities appear to be connected with both Germanic and Greek nobility, and of course the Jesuits can be considered a secretive society to begin with. So again, I decided not to really dig into this cause it's just more of the same, but just as an example, I will dig into just one. The Masonic Skull and Bones Society at Yale University, which could be considered the #2 colonial college, was co-founded in 1832 by William Russell. Russell's ancestor, Noadiah Russell, was one of the 10 founders of Yale in 1701, along with Noadiah's cousin, Samuel Russell. The Skull and Bones at Yale is incorporated in the tax-exempt Russell Trust Association. Brown Brothers Harriman and Company in New York is the current trustee of this association. Several partners at this company have been Skull and Bones members. The other co-founder of the Skull and Bones at Yale was Freemason Alphonso Taft. He became the Secretary of War under President Ulysses S. Grant. His son, William Howard Taft, was the 27th President of the U.S. and also a Freemason. George Bush Jr. is known to have been a member, and he had a handful of other members join the U.S. government when he became president, including William H. Donaldson, who is the chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission from 2003 to 2005, and Roy Leslie Austin, who was appointed as ambassador to Trinidad and Tobago from 2001 to 2009. Other people who were in the Skull and Bones include Stephen A. Schwarzman, who I mentioned chaired President Trump's Strategic and Policy Forum, John Kerry, who I mentioned is a former U.S. Secretary of State, and Winston Lord, who is a former Special Assistant to the U.S. National Security Advisor, former President of the CFR, and former U.S. Ambassador to China. Other major societies at Yale include the Book and Snake and the Manuscript Society. The University of Oxford in England goes back at least as far as the year 1096, and Cambridge University branched off from this school in 1209. These two are the oldest and second oldest universities in England, and both are considered members of the Golden Triangle of English universities, along with 4 schools in London. Oxford uses a symbol very similar to that to the Order of the Garter. The current Chancellor of Oxford is Chris Patten, who is the former Governor of Hong Kong and a member of the Privy Council, which again is a formal body of advisors to, in this case, the monarch of the United Kingdom. And the current Chancellor of Cambridge is David Sainsbury, who is a Baron and a member of the Royal Society and the Royal Academy of Engineering. He's also a former UK Parliamentary Under-Secretary of State for Science and Innovation, former chairman of Sainsbury plc, which is the second largest supermarket chain in the UK, and he is said to be the first Briton to donate more than £1 billion to charity groups. Now here's some people who went to the ancient English universities of Oxford and Cambridge. Kings Edward VII, Edward VIII, and George VI of the UK, Naruhito, the Crown Prince of Japan, Andrew Bertie, who was Grand Master of the Order of Malta from 1988 until his death in 2008, Harold V, the current King of Norway, Mohammed V, who is the King of Malaysia, King Abdullah II of Jordan, Dina bint Abdul Hamid, former Queen of Jordan, King Jigme Kheser, Namgyal Wangchuk of Bhutan, Letsi II, the current King of Lesotho, who is also a Knight of the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George, Margaret II, the Queen of Denmark, at least 40 UK Prime Ministers, including Tony Blair, David Cameron, and Theresa May, Bill Clinton, who also went to Georgetown and Yale, 7 Prime Ministers of Australia, including the current Prime Minister, Malcolm Turnbull, Canadian Prime Ministers John Turner and Lester Pearson, both of whom were on the Queen's Privy Council, and Pearson was a Knight of the British Empire, Louis Mountbatten, the first Earl Mountbatten of Burma, and the last Viceroy and first Governor-General of India. During World War II, Louis was the Supreme Allied Commander, Southeast Asia Command, and he was later the First Sea Lord, the Chief of Defense Staff, and the Chairman of the NATO Military Committee. He was the uncle of Prince Philip, and a Knight of the Garter, a Knight of the Bath, a Knight of the Star of India, Knight of the Indian Empire, which is also headed by the UK monarch, Knight of the Royal Victorian Order, a member of the Privy Council, and a member of the Royal Society. He was assassinated using a bomb, with the IRA claiming responsibility. Indian Prime Ministers Jawaharlal Nehru, Indira Gandhi, Rajiv Gandhi, and Manmohan Singh, and Indian Presidents Sarvepalli Radhakrishnan, Fakhruddin Ali Ahmed, Mohammad Hidayatullah, and Shankar Dayal, Prime Minister of Singapore Lee Hsien Loong, and former Prime Minister of Singapore Lee Kuan Yew, John Bernard Philip Humbert, the 9th County Salas Soglio, who was an International Committee of the Red Cross delegate and envoy, a Knight of Malta, a Knight of the Golden Spur, Knight of the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George, SMOM Ambassador to Thailand and Cambodia, a President of the SMOM Swiss Association, a President of the Committee Internationale d'Ordre de Malta, and a Count of the Holy Roman Empire, Martin Sorrell, who is the CEO of WPP, the world's largest advertising group, Edmund Leopold de Rothschild, who has been called a key figure in developing British interests in post-war Japan. He was a Knight of the British Empire. Many other members of the Rothschild family also went to these two schools. David Kwok Po Lee, who is chairman and CEO of the Bank of East Asia, and a Knight's Bachelor, meaning he's a British Knight but not in any particular order. D.E. Lawrence, better known as Lawrence of Arabia, who was an important British agent in the Middle East during the breakup of the Ottoman Empire. Anyways, it's interesting to note that during World War II, the German forces avoided bombing Oxford, allegedly because that was where Hitler wanted to make his new capital. Tsinghua University in China was founded as a result of a scholarship program for Chinese students to study in the States, and in particular at certain schools like Yale, Harvard, and MIT. This program was funded by indemnity payments from the Chinese government that were one of the results of the Boxer Rebellion. A preparatory school for these students was created in Beijing in 1911 that would become Tsinghua University. Now first off, here's some people who received this Boxer Indemnity Scholarship. Jianzhu Sen, who went to the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, and the California Institute of Technology, or Caltech. He was in Theodore von Karman's group at Caltech, and was a co-founder of the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory at the school. He has become known as the father of Chinese rocketry. In 1950, Zhu Sen attempted to return to China, but was held under house arrest for 5 years, and was later exchanged for American POWs captured during the Korean War. Jia Chaolin, who was also a member of von Karman's group at Caltech, and who became a professor at MIT. Hu Ning, who was also in von Karman's group at Caltech, and who later returned to China and became a professor at Peking University. This Theodore von Karman I'm talking about was born in Austria-Hungary, and was nobility. After founding the Jet Propulsion Laboratory with the help of talented people from China and elsewhere, he went on to become chairman of the Scientific Advisory Group for Aeronautical Technologies for the U.S. Air Forces, and was involved in the founding of AGARD, which is the NATO Aerodynamics Research Oversight Group. He was a Knight of the Order of Merit of the Federal Republic of Germany, and a member of the Royal Society. Sun Li-Zhen, who was Commander-in-Chief of the Republic of China Army, he was suspected of plotting with the CIA to take Chiang Kai-shek's position as the President of Taiwan. Sun was a Knight of the British Empire. Now, if we look a little closer at Tsinghua University, the Tsinghua School of Journalism and Communications, which was founded in 2002, has a graduate program sponsored by Bloomberg LP and the International Center for Journalists, which is based in Washington, D.C. The Tsinghua School of Economics and Management, or SEM, was set up in its current form around 1979, during what was called the Chinese Reform and Opening Up period, which Deng Xiaoping functioned as the face of. The founding dean of this school was Zhu Rongqi, who is also a former mayor of Shanghai, former governor of the People's Bank of China, and former premier of the PROC. This school collaborates with the MIT Sloan School of Management to create what they call a global MBA program. So some prominent people who went to Tsinghua University include Xiao Xiaotuan, who has been the governor of the People's Bank of China since 2002 and who is a member of the Group of 30, and Xi Jinping, who is the current General Secretary of China. Xi is the son of Xi Zhongzun, who was head of the propaganda department under Mao. Zhejiang University in the Zhejiang province of China has collaborated with the University of Edinburgh in creating a biomedical campus called the Zhejiang University of Edinburgh Institute. The University of Edinburgh's current chancellor is Princess Anne, who is the only daughter of Queen Elizabeth II and a Knight of the Garter, Knight of the Scottish Order of the Thistle, Knight of the Royal Victorian Order, and Knight of the British Order of St. John. The Massachusetts Institute of Technology, or MIT, was founded in 1861 by William Barton Rogers, who was a professor at the University of Virginia. There were reportedly attempts in the early 20th century to merge this school with Harvard. They are both located in Cambridge, Massachusetts. During World War II, Vannevar Bush, who was vice president of MIT and dean of the MIT School of Engineering, was appointed to the National Advisory Committee for Aeronautics in 1938 and became its chairman. He also became chairman of the National Defense Research Committee and later director of the Office of Scientific Research and Development. He is said to have initiated the Manhattan Project, and he co-founded the Raytheon Company, which is a major defense contractor and industrial corporation. He was also involved in the founding of the National Science Foundation and was a Knight of the British Empire. And in general, MIT has been heavily involved with the US military and also NASA, and has received a lot of government funding, with the university being a member of the National Space Grant College and Fellowship Program administered by NASA. In 2009, the US government reportedly gave over $500 million to this school to fund various programs, and MIT is reported to be heavily involved in the development of robot technology. Mick Mounts, who went to this school, is the founder and CEO of Kiva Systems, which creates order fulfillment systems for mobile robots and warehouse automation. But anyways, I'll talk more about automation later. But what I'm getting at right now is that universities, and in particular these sorts of institutes, are probably the real think tanks. If you think about the way they pool talent, especially from countries like China and India, and then carry out government-funded projects, and how people who go to these schools commonly found major companies in tech and other fields. Of course, once again, it's an exclusive club, and for the most part, only people from powerful families and people with connections end up in high positions, while the rest are there to make the schools money and to give the illusion of social mobility. Basically, what I'm saying is that by and large, only those who are connected with major mafia fronts and people end up with good jobs, or sometimes even jobs at all, while everyone else is getting screwed. The two big examples I gave being people connected with the British Crown and people connected with the Jesuits, and by extension the Vatican and Catholic organization. And for that matter, it's only logical to assume that both the Crown and the Vatican have backers, just like any other corporation, and they have their own directives which are filtered down the pipeline. Again, people who get jobs through these schools have shown their ability and willingness to serve these backers and are chosen to work for them. And it's at these universities and colleges that I think most of the real plotting is done. Just consider the sheer amount of time people spend drilling away at these schools, when the only purpose a school should really serve is to prepare people for jobs that exist or will foreseeably exist in the future. Other people have made good videos on how the school system fails to do this, so I won't get into it, but heads up, always watch out for when people might start shilling in an otherwise informative video. And on that note, friendly reminder to fact check this video for yourself. But yeah, think about what else is going on at these institutions. There's so much money going into research projects, or at least that's where they say it goes, and connected people participating, who then get appointed to high positions in business and government, presumably to act as agents. And for example, look at Theodore von Karman's group at Caltech, where talent was imported and this Hungarian noble got the majority of the credit. As I mentioned, von Karman was a member of the Royal Society, which as I showed was from the beginning connected with English Freemasonry, with the heads of English Freemasonry being connected with the UK monarch's Order of the Garter. And of course, to state the obvious, the Royal Society has the word royal in it, and again, the crown itself is just a corporation, and a corporation is really just a name or a front that serves the interests of those behind it. Two of the most obvious examples of this is all the noble families who invested heavily in the City of London Corporation and the British East India Company, which are both interconnected with the crown, which offers to its backers a name, face, and the image of prestige, and also a scapegoat if it really comes down to it. Monarchies, like all other forms of government, are just a platform for con artists. Anyways, I want to talk a little bit more about schools in China in particular because, as I said in the last video, waking up the Chinese people is very important, so it's good to have lots to share about the One Mafia's activities in China. Ma Xiangbo was a Chinese Jesuit who lived from 1840 to 1939. He had gone to the Jesuit college St. Ignace in Shanghai, where he later became a teacher and joined the Jesuit order. Xiangbo founded Aurora University and Fudan University in Shanghai, and he co-founded the Catholic University of Peking. He is also said to have been a diplomat of the Chinese government to Europe and the United States. Aurora University spent most of its history being directly run by French Jesuits in Shanghai's French Concession, before it merged into East China Normal University and Fudan University in 1952. Fudan University, on the other hand, is still active, although it's no longer an official Jesuit school. Fudan is a member of China Center Austria and considered a partner of the University of Salzburg Business School, or SMBS, which is located in Austria. In 2008, Fudan launched the Fudan University Development Foundation, which has an office in the US where it is considered a non-profit and collaborates with Yale University. This school also set up the Nordic Center in Shanghai, which is a joint project between Fudan and 14 universities in Nordic countries, and is affiliated with the Nordic Institute of Asian Studies at Copenhagen University in Denmark. Fudan is also noted to have cooperated with Goethe University in Frankfurt, Germany, and has established partnerships with Freie Universität Berlin, the University of Cologne, the University of Tübingen, and the University of Konstanz, all of which are in Germany. This university also has exchange programs with a long list of schools in countries like the US, Japan, UK, France, and Sweden. Anyways, here's some people who went to the formerly Jesuit Fudan University. Charles Chow, who is the CEO and president of Sinacorp, a major online tech company headquartered in Beijing and Shanghai. Xu Min, who has been deputy governor and other senior positions at the People's Bank of China, and executive assistant president at the Bank of China, Hong Kong. He's also more recently been deputy managing director at the International Monetary Fund, and from 1995 to 1996 he was a chief technical advisor for China's Agenda 21 at the United Nations Development Program, and Chen Jian, who is a former president of the UN Association of China. Now, the Catholic University of Peking that Ma Xiangbo co-founded ended up moving to Taiwan in 1961 and is now called Fujian Catholic University. It is said to be the oldest Catholic and Jesuit-affiliated university in the Chinese-speaking world. And aside from Xiangbo, the other co-founder was his friend Ying Lianxi, a Manchu bannerman. This school was founded by order of Pope Benedict XV. One of the historical chairs of this school was Song Mei Ling, also known as Madame Chiang Kai-shek. Chiang switched from associating with Buddhism to Methodist Christianity before marrying her. The current chairman is Peter Liu Changcheng, a Catholic archbishop and vice president of the Regional Conference of Catholic Bishops of China, and the current president of the university is Vincent Hansung Chiang, who is also a former president of the Association of Christian Universities and Colleges in Asia, which has member schools in Hong Kong, India, Indonesia, Japan, South Korea, the Philippines, Taiwan, and Thailand. The president before him, Bernard Lee, is known as the founder of Fujian Catholic School and the Fujian Catholic University Academic Institute, and he is a knight of St. Gregory the Great and the Holy Sepulchre. People who went to Jesuit-affiliated Fujian Catholic University include Keishiro Ogawa, who was the first Japanese ambassador to the PROC, Andrew Yang, who is a former Minister of National Defense of Taiwan, and Lin Chuan, who is a former Premier of Taiwan. Another person who was close with Jesuit Ma Xiangbo was Kai Yuan Pei, who was president of the Control Yuan branch of the Taiwan government and was a president of Peking University. Yuan Pei had gone to Leipzig University in Germany and founded the Academia Sinica in Nanking in 1928, which in 1949 was reformed in Taiwan. The first president of this school was Hu Shi, who had earlier been accepted in the Boxer Indemnity Scholarship Program and went to Cornell, Columbia, Harvard, Yale, and Oxford. He was also the Republic of China ambassador to the U.S. from 1938 to 1942. So while Kai Yuan Pei was president of Peking University, he recruited people like Yu Shi, Chen Duziu, who co-founded the Chinese Communist Party and was its first general secretary, and Lu Xun, who was the leader of the League of Left-Wing Writers Group in Shanghai. Mao Zedong was a librarian's assistant at Peking University, and this is where he allegedly first adopted the Marxist ideology. Mao was a co-founder of the Communist Party of China and was chairman of the Central Committee of the Communist Party of China from 1945 to 1976. Li Dazhao, who was the librarian that Mao was assistant to at Peking, was another co-founder of the Chinese Communist Party. He had previously gone to Waseda University in Japan. Jiang Guotao was a founding member and a prominent official within the Communist Party of China. He was a military commander in the Red Army during the Chinese Civil War. It's said that he lost almost all of the 80,000 troops that he commanded, although by some accounts this was the result of sabotage by Mao. He ended up retiring and moving to Canada. Liu Shipei supported the warlord Yuan Shikai, trying to become emperor, and Liu later became a professor at Peking University. He also created the Yellow Emperor chronology. Now here's some people who went to Peking University as students. Li Haopei, who completed the drafting of the first criminal law of the People's Republic of China. He was also involved with the International Criminal Tribunal. Jian Sanqing, who came to be referred to as China's father of the atomic bomb. Wang Dan, who also went to Harvard and who is said to have been a leader of the Tiananmen Square protests. He is currently the chairman of the Constitutional Reform Association. Bang Lizhe, who has been connected to the Tiananmen Square protests and who received the Robert F. Kennedy Human Rights Award. And Mulatu Teshome, the current president of Ethiopia. Peking University has an ongoing partnership with Free University of Berlin and the Higher School of Economics in Moscow. The HSBC Business School at Peking University, also known as PHBS, is named after the British multinational banking and financial services holding company HSBC, which made a large donation to the school. This school collaborates with the University of Hong Kong and the Chinese University of Hong Kong. The majority of the staff at the PHBS are not Chinese and went to school at places like Columbus University, the University of Pennsylvania, and Oxford University. Peking University School of International Studies has launched joint degree programs with the London School of Economics, the Paris School of International Affairs, with Senda University in Tokyo, the University of Tokyo, and Seoul National University. This school also has a joint research center with Stanford University. The Sun Yat-sen University in Guangzhou is a merger of several schools including Lingnan University, which was set up by American missionaries in 1888, Pak Sai Hospital, which was founded by the missionary John Glasgow Kerr in 1859, and Kung Yi Medical School and Hospital, which was at least partially missionary sponsored, and one head of which was Li Shu Fan, who had gone to Edinburgh University. Sun Yat-sen University has received large donations from Run Run Shah, who founded the Shah Brothers Studio and was a knight of the British Empire. Shah donated billions of Hong Kong dollars to various schools in Hong Kong and mainland China. Shah was also a co-founder and chairman of Television Broadcast Limited, which is considered the dominant television company in Hong Kong and was chairman of the Hong Kong Arts Center's Board of Governors. Over 5,000 buildings on Chinese college campuses are named after him. The business school at this Sun Yat-sen University has exchange programs with schools like Oxford, Queen's University in Canada, and the City University of Hong Kong, and partnerships with companies like IBM, DHL, and Coca-Cola. And Lingang College at this university has an international MBA program with the MIT Sloan School of Management, said to be the first English-taught MBA program in China.
Due to the lack of proper education on race, some people view these children in stereotypical ways. This includes distrust and fear. This is a kind of racial discrimination.
So while we're on the topic of education in southern China, both the most wealthy and the most educated Chinese people live in the south. And the US military pushing this whole South China Sea issue is most likely to make life uncomfortable for people in this region. Certain people want these wealthy people in southern China to move out to foreign countries because it will cause an economic drain in the region where there's a lot fewer people who can buy things, since it's just a scare tactic anyways, and because of the One Belt One Road, which, as I explained in the last video, exports resources and technology out of China and into places like Iran, Germany, Italy, and Spain, with very little benefit to the Chinese people as a whole. There will be no real attack on China, but there might be an event similar to 9/11 as a further attempt to scare these wealthy Chinese away. This isn't the first time something like this has been attempted. For example, in Hong Kong, the 1967 riots, which involved bombings and assassinations, caused some of the more wealthy Chinese residents of this colony to move to places like Southeast Asia, South Africa, and South America, and they were referred to as the yacht people. And in 1983, the UK government had a plan to resettle 5.5 million Hong Kongers in Northern Ireland. If these wealthy Chinese fall for this South China Sea stuff and move to foreign countries, these certain people, who I can't exactly pinpoint, will bring in migrants, mainly from Africa, in order to destroy cultural identity in southern China. Anyways, before we move on, let's look at a few of the oldest universities still in operation in Europe. The University of Bologna in Italy was founded around the year 1088 and is considered the oldest still running school, with Oxford being considered the second oldest. It is said to have formed from mutual aid societies of foreign students in the region. The school received a charter in 1158 from Holy Roman Emperor Frederick I of the Hohenstaufen family. A major figure from the early period of this school was Irenaeus of Bologna. Irenaeus is often regarded as the founder of the University of Bologna and as the father of modern civil law. He is believed to have had German roots, and in old documents he was implied to have had some official position under the Holy Roman Emperor Henry V of the Frankish-Salian dynasty. The headquarters of the University of Bologna is at the Palazzo Poggi, which was originally built as the home of Giovanni Poggi and his brother Alessandro. Giovanni would later become a Catholic cardinal and a nuncio to the Spanish court of HRE Charles V. Giovanni associated with the Jesuits. Now here's some people who went to the University of Bologna. Rodrigo Borgia, better known as Pope Alexander VI, and who reportedly had an affair with Julia Farnese, who was married to Orsirio Orsini. Popes Gregory XIII, Gregory XV, Innocent IX, and Nicholas V. Alfonso Salmeron, who was one of the first Jesuits. Stefano Domenicali, who is the current CEO of Lamborghini. Giorgio Armani, who is the most successful fashion designer to ever come out of Italy. And Mauro Moretti, who is the former CEO and general manager of the Italian defense company Leonardo. He is also president of the Aerospace and Defense Industries Association of Europe and chairman of the Italy-Japan Business Group. Heidelberg University is the oldest in Germany. It was founded in 1386 by a papal bull from the Roman Pope Urban VI. This university was not bombed during World War II, and during this period it was considered a Nazi university. People who went to Heidelberg University include William Backhouse Astor Sr., who was the head of the Astor family business empire, Prince Maximilian von Baden, who was the last chancellor of the German Empire, George Bancroft, who was the secretary of the U.S. Navy and established the U.S. Naval Academy at Annapolis, Albert Victor, who was the Crown Prince of Britain, Jürgen Dorman, who has been the CEO of ABB Group, which is based in Switzerland and is involved in automation technology, King Constantine I of Greece, Fritz Haber, known as the father of chemical warfare, Helmut Kohl, who was Chancellor of Germany from 1982 to 1998, George Wilhelm von Siemens, who was owner and chairman of Siemens AG, George von Siemens, who was a co-founder of the Deutsche Bank, and who financed the Northern Pacific Railway and the Baghdad Railway, Arnold J. Toynbee, who was a director of the Royal Institute of International Affairs, and Manfred Warner, who was a Secretary General of NATO. Johns Hopkins University in Baltimore is is said to have adopted its concept of a graduate school from Heidelberg University and to have built upon the education model of Wilhelm von Humboldt. The University of Freiburg in Germany was founded by the Habsburg dynasty in 1459. This institution became known as the Albert Ludwig University of Freiburg after Louis I, the Grand Duke of Brabant, financially secured its continued existence in 1820. People who went to this school include Konrad Adenauer, who was the first Chancellor of West Germany, Herbert Marcuse, who worked for the OSS from 1943 to 1950. The OSS was the predecessor to the CIA. Max Weber, who is referred to as one of the three founders of sociology, along with Karl Marx and Emil Durkheim, and Joseph Goebbels, who was the Reich Minister of Propaganda of Nazi Germany from 1933 to 1945. Now, some other types of schools that offer good leads include expensive boarding schools, especially in Switzerland, such as Institut La Rosey, where wealthy and connected families send their children, including many nobility families. Schools linked with certain families and people, such as Rockefeller University and the Wharton Business School at the University of Pennsylvania. Now, basically, after a ton of research, not just into universities, but into everything I talk about in this video, I think that the two groups most involved in recruiting agents are the British Crown and the Jesuit Order, but there are many other groups also involved. Again, these schools are considered the most prestigious because they are the ones from which you really see people getting hired, and logically, this means that the majority of people who got their job through universities are serving people connected with these groups and schools. And with that, it's time we moved on to talking about ethnicities. So Germanics are said to have become a distinct people around the early 1st millennium BC. They were, and frankly still are, tribal people, but they were uniform and or unified enough that the Romans referred to them by one word, the Germani, and they considered them less civilized and more physically hardened than the Celtic Gauls. Although the distinctions made between the Gauls and the Germani have sometimes been criticized as being arbitrary. So while researching into the origins of the Germanic tribes, one theory that seemed to pop up constantly, even once in the comments section of the last video, are that today's Germanics are descendants of people from the Assyrian Empire. So let's look into that. The Neo-Assyrian Empire, which almost certainly was one of, if not the biggest mafia-backed venture of its day, conquered many lands in the Middle and Near East, and its troops gained a reputation for brutality and cruelty. The Assyrians have been referred to as the Romans of the East. They are said to have been originally Semitic peoples indigenous to Mesopotamia, but over the centuries they mingled with non-Semitic tribes from elsewhere. As I explained in the last video, war has always been a huge wealth generator for the nobility clans, and putting people into debt has always been an effective means to generate war. It's a simple fact that you can never create more of anything by charging interest on a loan. You can only have the lendee produce more wealth through their actual labors, often becoming literal slaves of the lenders, or by taking it by force from others, which has always been a huge component of war. I also explained that the Neo-Assyrian Empire ultimately fell apart because of excessive conquests, which spread the population too thin, and from a series of brutal civil wars, which would have been easy to ferment because again, somehow, there was never enough to go around. Meanwhile, the nobility, the Phoenix people, just walk off with their loot towards the next big venture. So anyways, the Neo-Assyrian Empire was reigned over by its original territories in the north, which subdued and installed puppet kings in the south. The original Assyrian Empire, which was also in the north, was followed geographically by the Kingdom of Mitanni, which had Indo-Iranian kings. This kingdom had an alliance with Egypt against the Hittites of Anatolia, and was later absorbed into the Middle Assyrian Empire. Now based on what we've seen, especially in Europe, it's very likely that these Indo-Iranian nobility clans intermarried with those of the Assyrians, meaning that the Assyrian nobility clans had some connection to those in North India and Persia. Like the Neo-Assyrians, these Indo-Iranians are said to have been very warlike. So according to many historians, Germanics are notorious for having hidden the knowledge of their origins. But according to accounts from the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, one German tribe is descended from the Assyrian Chatti people that lived mostly in Asia Minor. The Chatti were also referred to as Hatti, and in some old documents this tribe was simply referred to as Assyrians. The Chatti Germanic tribe are said by modern historians to have lived in central and northern Hesse and southern Lower Saxony. The name of the region of Hesse is the result of a sound shift turning Hatti into Hesse. According to the Roman Tacitus, who was born in 56 BC, the Chatti had a tradition of not allowing their hair and beard to grow until they have killed at least one opponent in battle. The Alemanni tribe was first mentioned by the Roman historian Cassius Dio, while describing a military campaign in the year 213, describing them as people who lived to the south of the Chatti. This tribe would go on to conquer and settle a large part of modern-day Switzerland. They also became synonymous with the Swabi people, from which the region of Swabia gets its name. The Alemanni had such a strong presence that to this day the Spanish word for German is Alman, and the French word is Allemand. The Almani or Halmani was the name of an Assyrian tribe, whose territory is said to have been in the region of the middle and upper Tigris River. According to the historian Jerome, who was born in 340 AD, people he described as Assyrians were in his day invading Western Europe along the Rhine. The city of Trier is said to be the oldest in Germany. Local legends say that Trier was founded by Tribeta, the stepson of the Assyrian queen Semiramis. The American linguist Edgar Howard Sturtevant is known as the father of the Indo-Hittite hypothesis, with Hittite in this case referring to the Anatolian language family as a whole, including that of the Hatti. He worked to show that this language family had an Indo-European character. The two-headed eagle, which has long been a symbol associated with the Germanic Holy Roman Empire and other empires claiming successorship to Rome, is actually claimed by historians to appear very often in the pictorial legacy of the ancient Near East, and especially in the Assyrian sphere. The Hittites adopted this imagery and are known to have used it as a royal insignia, and after the late Bronze Age collapse, there was an over 2,000 year gap before this symbol started appearing again, meaning it was never actually a symbol of Rome. As I mentioned, there is also a possible connection between the Assyrian Empire and the nobility of India. Ashur is the name of the original capital of the Assyrian Empire, as well as the name of the head god of the ancient Assyrian pantheon, and also the name of a biblical figure who the Assyrians are claimed to be descended from. It's been theorized that this deity has some connection to the power-hungry Ashura deities found in the Hindu, Buddhist, and Jain religions, which were all at least partly developed in India. The Rajput of India are a caste made up of several clans, which were historically associated with warriorhood, and have controlled their own kingdoms in north and central India. Their origins are debated, but some historians acclaim them to be the descendants of invading Scythians, or Hunnits, sometimes called the Hethalites. The Indian historian Chintaman Vinayak Vaidya believed the Rajputs to be descended from the ancient Vedic Aryan Kshatriyas. The Vedic period in India lasted from around 1700 to 500 BC, meaning it overlaps with the Assyrian and Neo-Assyrian empires. So it is possible that some of the notoriously warlike members of the Assyrian nobility rolled into northern Italy during this era. The Assyrians have often been compared to the Mongol hordes in terms of brutality and empire building, but as it turns out, there is quite a real connection between the two. According to historians, over half of the Mongol hordes who conquered much of Asia were members of the Assyrian Church of the East, and the first Mongolian system of writing used the Assyrian alphabet. And when Marco Polo visited Yuan, China, he reported seeing Assyrian priests at the Yuan royal court. By this point in history, the Assyrian nobility that had remained in the Middle East had established what has been called a religious empire that at the end of the 12th century was bigger than the Greek Orthodox and Roman Catholic churches combined, and spanned the entire Asian continent. And as we know, religion is just another form of government. In other words, it was the Assyrian priests that could be considered a large part of the government of the Mongol hordes. And as a part of the Mongol nobility, not only did the Yuan court welcome Assyrian priests, but when the Mongol hordes reached Assyrian lands, they were said to be sympathetic of the local Christians, and to not have harmed them, with the notable exception of Tamerlane or Timur in the 14th century, who seemed to go out of his way to massacre Christian sects, and who has been identified as a Muslim. But this was already after the fall of the Yuan, and Timur's troops were said to be very multi-ethnic, and he never used the title of Khan, presumably because he wanted to distance himself from Chenghis's legacy. In Mongolia though, it's likely that these Assyrian priests integrated themselves and intermarried with the local nobility. So now let's jump ahead to when the Manchus proclaimed the Qing dynasty. As I mentioned, the former royal Aisin-Juro clan was associated with Heilongjiang, and the Manchu nobility mixed with that of Mongolia, and they most likely had been mixing since long before the Qing began. Hong Taiji is considered by some to have been the first real emperor of the Qing. Reportedly all 5, although some accounts say 7, of his primary wives were from the Borjigin clan of Khorezm Mongols. As I mentioned, the Borjigin are the former imperial clan of Genghis Khan. Before becoming the emperor of the Qing, Hong Taiji was Khan of the later Jin Khanate in the northeast. The later Jin's regional predecessor was the northern Yuan, and the Ming Hongwu emperor is said to have set up military commissions in Manchuria in order to suppress remnants of the northern Yuan. Manchuria is a region connected with the Manchus that is in roughly the same region that the later Jin Khanate was, and as I mentioned, the Japanese puppet state of Manchukuo was in Manchuria. Now, as I mentioned earlier, the Dzungars, or Western Mongols, were genocided by Qing troops in modern-day Xinjiang. Reportedly, 80% of the Dzungar people were wiped out, and the area was resettled, and today is associated with the Uyghur people, who make up the majority of the population in that region. Uyghurs are generally regarded as being Caucasian or Mongoloid in appearance. The term originally referred to a small coalition of tribes in northern China, Mongolia, and the Altai Mountains, and based on how things played out, these tribes were most likely allied or even related to the eastern Mongolian tribes that intermarried with the Manchus, and the mixed nobles of the Qing used their position to settle old scores with the Western Mongols. During the Mongol hordes under Genghis Khan's conquests westwards, the Uyghur rulers were among those allowed to retain control of their kingdoms. Xinjiang today is considered a Uyghur autonomous region. Also, Also, Uyghur traditional medicine up until the Qing era were said to be based on ancient Greek theories, suggesting origins in Greco-Bactria or otherwise from the West. Their traditional system is said to have introduced the medical use of, among other things, opium to the Chinese. The Sampol tapestry, which was found in Xinjiang, appears to depict a Greek soldier from the Greco-Bactrian kingdom. There is some evidence to suggest that the Uyghurs have some connection with the Germanic nobility. The World Uyghur Congress is an NGO based in Munich, Germany, and among its 5 official languages are English and German. The Uyghur American Association is a tax-exempt non-profit based in Washington, D.C. This organization receives money from the National Endowment for Democracy, which in turn is said to receive almost all of its funding from U.S. government agencies, and has had the likes of Henry Kissinger on its board. The Eisenjiro also had a connection to Japan. Kawashima Yoshiko, who was actually a Manchu and whose birth name was Eisenjiro Xianyu, worked as a cross-dressing spy for the Japanese government during the Second Sino-Japanese War. And by the way, on a related note, people living in the region of the former Lijian city in the northern Gansu province of China are noted for having many physical traits associated with Europeans. There are many theories as to why this is, such as the locals being descended from Roman mercenaries who had been captured at the Battle of Jiji, which for the most part was between Xiongnu and Han troops. But anyways, let's get back on the topic of Germanics and their role throughout history. So to sum up quite a bit of history, which also includes that of the Romans, and most of which I've already touched on. As I mentioned in the last video, the Phoenician trading empire based out of Canaan was named by the Greeks. There is some evidence to suggest that the ancient Greeks had some Phoenician roots, such as them adopting the Phoenician alphabet and certain deities. In the ancient Greek pantheon, the god Phoenix was either the brother or the father of the goddess Europa, after whom Europe was named. At the time of early Rome, the royals of Egypt were of the Macedonian Ptolemaic dynasty, which goes back to Alexander's conquest. Egypt officially became a province of Rome after Cleopatra VII Philopator married Mark Antony. Not long after this, Rome changed from a republic to calling itself an empire. As the land of milk and honey and also wheat, Egypt played an important role in feeding this empire, and is considered to have been the wealthiest Roman province outside of Italia. Roman patricians often shrouded their origins in mythical stories that trace them back to the original founding of Rome, and Rome is generally believed to have been originally settled by Greeks, so assuming Roman and Egyptian nobility intermarried, which is likely, they both already had significant Greek roots. Meanwhile, Roman troops never fully conquered Germania, but the opposite can be said for a few instances. And like I said, northern Italy has a lot of Germanic DNA. But anyway, skipping ahead to the Greek Byzantines, and then the Ottoman Empire, which as I've shown had many descendants of Byzantine nobility among its own. Due to this, along with the structure of its government, it's been said that the Ottoman Empire was the most legitimate successor to the Roman Empire in its day. And ironically enough, they were played off against the Germanic Empire that called itself the Holy Roman Empire. Now let's skip ahead to the early 20th century and the breakup of the Ottoman Empire. It was British agents who worked to establish the current order in the Middle East in the absence of the Ottomans. In other words, Anglo-Saxon Germanics. There's also the French, who are associated with the formation of modern-day Syria and Lebanon. As I mentioned before, French do have Germanic blood, but it isn't as pure as what you might call the main Germanic countries, and the French government has previously allied itself with that of the Ottomans against the HRE. Unlike modern-day Germany, all of modern-day France was once part of the Roman Empire, as was much of Britannia, where the Romans founded the city of Londinium, now called London. And once again, don't just take my word for it, fact check me. Now with all that said, I think that the Mafia, or Phoenix people, have always played one empire off against another, to keep the wars going and to keep people afraid of outsiders, thus legitimizing their governments. And this duality of empires seems to have generally fell along an Assyrian Germanic line and a Greek Roman line, although there's definitely exceptions. So for example, the Assyrian Empire was played off against the neighboring Babylonian Empire. The Greek states and later the Macedonian Empire were played off against the Persian Empire. Rome was played off against Germanic tribes, who as I've shown were at least to some extent descendants of Assyrian tribes. The Germanic Holy Roman Empire was played off against the Ottomans, who had partial Greek and Roman roots. Of course, I've shown that the Germanic nobility mixed with that of the Byzantines and the Romans, and especially the black nobility that was closely tied with a Catholic organization. In fact, they were all fairly intermarried, and I suspect that they have been for a very, very long time. The Mafia are ruthless con artists, and caring about things like ethnic purity would only get in their way. We can see that easily nowadays, with their agents promoting an ethnicity mixing agenda in Europe. Of course, ethnic differences among the general population are often played up to produce strife and war. Same goes for ideologies, which in the case of the HRE and the Ottomans, is represented by the Roman Church being played off against Sunni Islam, and to a lesser extent, the Eastern Orthodox Church. The French Empire was played off against much of the rest of Europe multiple times during the Napoleonic Wars. Then of course we have the First World War, where Germanics killed their cousins. The Middle East was carved up into a new order, and in general, the fog of war allowed them to make many big moves without much criticism. Then World War II, with more destruction and more big moves, which we'll get into soon. The so-called Cold War, where the idea of nuclear Armageddon and the played-up difference in ideology between capitalism and communism continue to legitimize government through fear. By the way, I'm still not convinced that nukes are even real. Whether they are or not, though, is the idea of nukes that has been a powerful tool to inspire fear in populations. The so-called war on terror and other wars in the Middle East, where mostly Germanic troops and drones from the US were and are being sent to achieve different ends, but mainly to destabilize the region and rearrange a few governments. And like I said before, whoever serves the mafia ultimately hurts everyone, including Germanics, and the US is clearly the mafia's hammer for the time being. It's not really about oil, and it's not really about Israel. Just consider how many governments and nobility in the region I've shown have ties to the nobility in the UK, elsewhere in Europe, and in the US. And in the case of Syria and Lebanon, they have historical ties with France. And on the topic of Israel, the Israeli government has ties to the governments of Germany and the US. In 1998, Israel was designated as a major non-NATO ally by the US government, which is an official status that means that the US can hand over or sell outdated military equipment to the country. Foreign Military Financing, or FMF, is a US program that provides grants and loans to purchase weapons and other military equipment produced in the US, as well as acquiring certain services and military training. Israel reportedly received $2.4 billion in FMF in 2008. Meanwhile, Germany is said to be Israel's second most important trading partner after the US, and the German government was a significant early supplier of arms and military equipment to Israel. There were efforts to keep this cooperation a secret in this era, and more recently, the German government supplied Dolphin-class submarines to Israel. So with all that said, what is the general ethnicity of people living in Israel? The largest wave of immigration, which occurred just after World War II, came primarily from Eastern Europe, and to a lesser extent Central and Western Europe. After Hebrew and Arabic, Russian is reported as the most widespread language in the population. Meanwhile, English is incorporated into their education system. And again, the US does the most trade with Israel. So basically, ignoring all this Jew stuff, Israel has been populated with mostly Eastern Europeans, and the Israeli government has close ties to Germanic countries' governments, like that of Germany, the US, and the UK. Yiddish, the historical language of the so-called Ashkenazi Jews, is said to be based on Old High German with elements of Hebrew, Aramaic, as well as Slavic and Romance languages. Now, if you remember, the Assyrians forcibly relocated many of the people of the old kingdoms of Judah and Israel to regions elsewhere in their empire. Some of these people presumably made their way to Central Europe with other tribes of the Assyrian Empire, bringing their orders and ideologies with them. To be specific, Ashkenazi Jews are defined as a distinct community that formed in the Holy Roman Empire around the end of the first millennium. Of course, there's also the Khazars, which could explain the significant populations in Eastern Europe that have identified as Jews, and would naturally associate themselves with the already prominent Jew clans in Germania. Currently, the country with the largest population identified as Jewish is either Israel or the US, depending on whose figures you go with. The third largest, France, has a fraction of the population of those two countries. In the case of people identified as Ashkenazi Jews, however, the US has by far the most, followed by Israel, Russia, then Argentina. As you'll soon see, the country of Argentina has been connected with many Nazi officials, and today has a significant Germanic population. According to published census data, around 87% of Argentinians self-identify as white. Argentina and Brazil grouped together have the largest German diaspora after the United States. Argentina is part of the southern cone of South America, which is considered the most prosperous region in the continent. Afrikaners are a South African ethnic group that are descended from primarily Dutch settlers that arrived in the 17th and 18th centuries to what was then known as the Dutch Cape Colony. There were a reported 2.7 million Afrikaners in South Africa in 2011. At the turn of the 19th century, the British Navy showed up at Cape Colony, and in 1814, the Dutch government formally ceded sovereignty of the Cape to the British. These Dutch settlers became known as the Boers. This term is especially associated with those who left Cape Colony to settle in the Orange Free State and the other Boer republics of the Transvaal. The First Boer War, which lasted from 1880 to 1881, involved UK troops attempting to annex the Transvaal from the Boers. The Boer militias ultimately won this conflict, using mobility, stealth, and sharpshooting against British troops, who lacked the training and flexibility to counter such tactics, and a peace treaty called the Pretoria Convention was signed. Then came the Second Boer War, which lasted from 1899 to 1902, and was on a much larger scale. Once again, the Boers used guerrilla warfare and sharpshooting. This time, British troops used a scorched earth policy, and moved Boer women and children into internment camps, over 26,000 of whom reportedly died of disease and starvation. A reported 20,000 black Africans who had allied with the Boers had also died in separate camps. This ultimately led to the Boers surrendering, with the Treaty of Vereeniging, and the Boer republics were annexed by the British Empire into what became known as the Union of South Africa. At the beginning of World War I, a group of Boers started what became known as the Maritz Rebellion. At the time, South African troops had been sent to the border with German Southwest Africa. Among them were many Boers, and many of them refused to fight with Germans, and some, like General Manny Maritz, sided with the Germans. This rebellion was crushed by government troops, and German Southwest Africa was conquered by the South African Army. Now, as I I mentioned, the current president of South Africa, Jacob Zuma, is a knight of the bath. He is famous for singing a song called Shoot the Boer, which has been called an obvious incitement to violence. And indeed, Boers in South Africa have been killed by the thousands since the end of apartheid, and attacks on Boer farmers continue to this day. In general, South Africa has one of the highest reported murder rates by country to begin with. Nonetheless, British citizens immigrate to the country every year, and there continues to be UK nobles in the country like Bruce Murray, the Duke of Atholl, who is of South African nationality. He is said to have the right to raise Europe's only legal private army, which is a privilege conferred to his ancestor by Queen Victoria. This picture is of his father, John Murray, the previous Duke of Atholl, who was a South African land surveyor. So every ethnicity seems to have its own signature criminal group, but what about the Germans? Well, the most glaring example of German organized crime has to be the Nazis. The Nazi government and the German soldiers that played along were at the center of this period of restructuring the order of Europe and the rest of the world. They killed millions of their fellow Europeans, and in fact, they killed more white people than any other group has in a single war. The statistics on how many died from the Nazi and Soviet invasions and occupations of Poland are said to be notoriously unreliable, as well as contradictory and divergent. Published statistics vary from hundreds of thousands to several million Polish deaths, but generally it's been said that the people of Poland had an especially rough time during the war. Given that Poland borders Germany, this probably had some connection to the Nazi government declaring that they desired more living space for the German people. In German-occupied Poland, about 200,000 children are said to have been kidnapped, allegedly because they were considered to be descendants of German settlers. According to these accounts, these kids were put into programs that aimed to convince them that they were Germans, including giving them German-sounding names, and then putting them up for adoption with forged papers. And this was also done to a lesser extent with kids from other occupied territories. The period called the Phony War refers to the first 8 months of World War II, when Nazi German troops were allowed to overrun Poland, with neither the UK or French troops intervening in any significant way, despite the two countries already having declared war on Germany, and both governments having a military treaty with that of Poland that theoretically obliged them to assist in such a situation. This picture is of a German and Soviet military official shaking hands on Polish soil. In eastern Poland, the reported estimate of how many died from Soviet activities is 150,000, of which 65,000 are said to have been executed. 1.2 million Poles are said to have been forcibly deported, mostly to the gulags. Yugoslavia is another country that has a particularly high reported death rate for that period at 1.7 million, although this number has also been greatly disputed, and is said to be inflated with things such as unborn children. The Battle of Stalingrad is often regarded as the single largest and bloodiest battle in the history of warfare, and is said to have signified the major turning point of the war. Among the Axis coalition, over 600,000 men, including 300,000 German troops, are reported to have been killed, wounded, or captured at this one battle. Stalin had ordered that all men able to shoot a rifle in this region must fight. The Soviet government also ordered that the city ship out its grain, cattle, and railway cars as the Axis troops approached, but left most of the civilians behind. According to the reported figures, about 1,000 tons of bombs were dropped on this city and its 400,000 inhabitants in the span of 48 hours. In total, approximately 478,000 Soviet personnel are reported to have died at this one battle. Now, out of the reported total 5.7 million Soviet POWs that the Nazi government had in custody, 3.5 million of them are said to have been killed, mostly by deliberate starvation. The treatment of their cousins, the Anglo-Saxons, is known to have been much lighter by comparison. In total, 26.6 million Soviet citizens are estimated to have died in connection to the war, including 16 million civilians. So anyways, let's look deeper into the events surrounding this war, and in particular the Nazi government, to help us get a better idea of what was really going on behind the scenes. First, let's talk about some of the events leading up to the war. The stormtroopers, or SA, also known as the brown shirts, are said to have been the important muscle that made Hitler's rise to power possible. According to a biographer of Hitler, many of these stormtroopers were called beefsteaks for being brown on the outside and red within, meaning they were actually in support of communist ideologies. According to some historians, more than half of the SA and the SS in those early years could be considered beefsteaks. But as I said in the last video, National Socialism is still socialism. Fascism could also be considered socialism, based on how it's said to be characterized by dictatorial control of industry and commerce. But it doesn't really matter. Ideologies are by definition not something that you can nail down in the first place. And indeed, they often change to suit the purposes of those behind them. In these cases, the most obvious purpose was to create an excuse for members of the mafia to gain more direct control over the general population. Ideologies are the Phoenix people's bread and butter. Max Amann was Hitler's company sergeant during the First World War. He joined the Nazi Party in 1921 as their business manager, and his membership number was 3. He also led the Nazi publishing house Aher Verlag, which first published the book Mein Kampf. As I mentioned in the last video, the Catholic priest Bernhard Stempfel at least helped Hitler write the book. The Thule Society is known as the organization that sponsored the German Workers' Party, which was later reorganized into the National Socialist Workers' Party Party, better known as the Nazi Party. Among the reported members of the Thule Society were Countess Hela von Westarp, who was the group's secretary, and Prince Gustav of Thurn and Taxis, who was closely related to many royal families. Those two are said to have been killed by the communist government after the Thule Society was accused of plotting a coup. Rudolf von Stiebottendorf is considered the founder of the Thule Society, and was also a Freemason and a Sufi of the Islamic Bektashi order. He wrote a book claiming that the Thule Society had paved the way for Hitler, which the Nazi government did not view favorably. He ended up being exiled to Turkey, and became an agent of German military intelligence in Istanbul from 1942 to 1945, while allegedly also working as a double agent for the British military. He expressed the opinion that Germanic and Islamic mystical systems share a common Aryan root, which as we know probably goes back to the Assyrian Empire. It has been alleged that the likes of Hermann Göring, Rudolf Hess, and Heinrich Himmler were also members of the Thule Society. Thule Society member Anton Drexler was a political actor who co-founded the German Workers' Party, and was the chairman of the Nazi Party from 1920 to 1921 when he was succeeded by Hitler. He is said to have acted as a mentor to Hitler during his early days in political acting. The Thule Society can be connected to the earlier Guido von List Society, better known as just the List Society. Guido von List promoted an ideology called Wotanism, which he claimed was the revival of the religion of the ancient German race. Wotan refers to the deity we commonly know as Odin. Guido promoted the view that modern society was degenerate, and that it would be cleansed by an apocalyptic event that would result in the establishment of a pan-German empire that would embrace Wotanism. He also promoted Armanism, which he claimed to be the secret teachings of his belief system. His Armanism would later be classified as Ariosophy, which means wisdom concerning the Aryans. A lot of these ideas and concepts would appear later in the Nazi ideology. Eberhard von Brockhausen was a patron of the List Society and was for a time its president, and was Grand Master of the Germanen Orden. The Germanen Orden, or Teutonic Order, had several members who were also in the List Society, including its founder Philipp Staff. Rudolf von Stiebottendorf, who I just mentioned is considered the founder of the Thule Society, was a member of an offshoot of the Germanen Orden, called the Germanen Orden Walvatur of the Holy Grail. And in fact, the Germanen Orden Walvatur's Munich Lodge was called the Thule Society as a cover name. The original Thule Society, before its official founding by Rudolf, it's said to have been a German study group headed by Walter Neuhaus, who was a World War I veteran and a keeper of the pedigrees for the Germanen Orden. George Lanz von Liebenfels was a Viennese former monk in the Roman Catholic Cistercian order, who is said to have started developing his theories about blonde-haired, blue-eyed Aryans being above what he deemed the lower races after finding a tombstone of a Knight Templar. George was a student of Guido von List, and signed a declaration endorsing the proposed List Society. He also claimed to have met with Hitler in 1909. George founded the Ordo Novi Templi, or Order of the New Templars, in 1907. This order is said to have pioneered many ideas which the Nazi government later adopted. There were many other similar societies in this era, such as the Reichshammer League, founded by Theodor Trisch, who had a son by the same name who joined the SA. Eugenic programs, in a form akin to that which is said to have been practiced in Nazi Germany, had already previously been done in the US. In 1906, John Harvey Kellogg provided funding towards the founding of the Race Betterment Foundation. In 1915, John D. Rockefeller Jr. funded a stage play called The Unborn, which touched on the issue. In the early 20th century, articles appeared in newspapers which floated the idea of organized sterilization, and Rockefeller reportedly provided liberal financial assistance to eugenics research. At Cold Spring Harbor, Long Island, the eugenics movement also received funding from the Carnegie Institution and the Harriman Railroad fortune. Much of this funding went to the Eugenics Record Office, or ERO, at Cold Spring Harbor, which was founded by Charles Davenport. Davenport is reported to have maintained contacts in Nazi Germany both before and during World War II, and to have been the editor of 2 German journals related to the topic. In the US, in 1928, there were at least 376 university courses that included the topic of eugenics. The first compulsory eugenics-based sterilization law in the world was passed in Indiana in 1907. California has had the highest overall number of such sterilizations of the 32 US state governments that had eugenics programs, and between 1933 and 1977, getting an IQ test score of 70 or below was reportedly grounds for sterilization in North Carolina. And on a related note, the Indian Health Services, or IHS, is reported to have engaged in mass sterilization of Native American women through mostly surgical means, which is said to be linked to the reported Native American female birth rate in the US, dropping from 3.79 to 1.8 between the 70s and 80s. Now, during the war, several European governments are known to have cooperated with that of Germany. In Denmark, during German occupation, most Danish institutions continued to function as they had been. The government and king remained in the country, and only about 3,000 Danes are said to have died as a direct result of occupation. Vichy France refers to the government of unoccupied southern France, and technically also the French colonies. The French government at Vichy Vichy is said to have never officially joined the Axis alliance. This situation lasted until November of 1942, when Axis troops were ordered to invade the south. Philippe Pétain was the chief of staff of the government of Vichy France. He is regarded as a war hero of World War I, and had been in many high positions in the French military, including vice chairman of the Supreme War Council during the interwar period. His great-uncle, Abe Lefebvre, was a Catholic priest who had been involved in Napoleon's Grand Army. Karl Albrecht Oberg was the higher SS and police leader of occupied France during World War II, and the official head of government of France from 1942 to 1944 was Pierre Laval, who was identified as a Roman Catholic, as was Charles de Gaulle, who was considered the leader of the French government in exile called Free France, and who later became the Prime Minister and then President of France. His father Henry de Gaulle had gone to a Jesuit college, and had been involved in the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. As you can see, the flag of Free France used Catholic symbolism. That particular design is called the Cross of Lorraine. The reported estimate of how many French soldiers were captured during the short Battle of France in 1940 is 1.8 million. Most of these POWs were deported to Germany, where they are said to have labored for the Nazi war machine for the rest of the war. According to historians, their conditions weren't all that bad until the last 2 years of the war, when starvation was becoming more common and the Soviets were starting to take over in the east. POWs from the French army, noted to have been treated particularly brutally by the Nazi government, were recent immigrants from places like Poland. The Vichy government is known to have made claims that implied that French natives could be included in the master race of Nazi ideology, and it would seem that the Nazi government also played along to some extent. Vichy propaganda often depicted those French POWs as martyrs, who were suffering to redeem the French of their pre-war degeneracy. In occupied Belgium, Brussels was the administrative center of the German military government, which was headed by Alexander von Falkenhausen. Alexander was nobility, which again is implied by the von in his name. Nobility was very involved in the war, as you'll soon see, and Alexander had been a military advisor to Chiang Kai-shek. The surrender of Belgium was officially ordered by King Leopold III of the Belgians. Leopold would later be accused of having collaborated with the Nazi government from the start. As I mentioned before, the royals of Belgium are a branch of the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha clan, just like the royals of the UK. Occupied Czechoslovakia is said to have been a major producer of machine guns, tanks, and artillery for the German army. In particular, the Skoda factory at Plzeň is said to have manufactured the bulk of the various military arms produced in the country. Skoda had also been the largest arms manufacturer in Austria-Hungary during World War I. Currently, one of Skoda's successors, called Skoda Auto, has 5 factories in China. All but one are located in or near Jiangsu province. Alternatively, you could say that those 4 factories are in the area surrounding Shanghai. Anyways, the Catholic priest Joseph Tiso was the president of the First Slovak Republic, which is considered to have been a satellite state of Nazi Germany. I talked about Tiso in the last video, but it's worth mentioning again, since it connects a Catholic official with the Nazi government. I also mentioned Ante Pavelic, who was the head of the Nazi puppet government of Croatia. During the war, around 244,000 Serbs in Croatia are said to have been made to identify as Catholic by coercion and force. At the end of the war, Ante traveled to Rome disguised as a Catholic priest, and was given shelter by the Vatican, later traveling to Argentina. During this journey, he is also said to have hid in a Jesuit house in Naples. During the Spanish Civil War of 1936, Nazi Germany reportedly sent air and armored units, and helped ship in troops from Spanish Monaco in support of the Francisco Franco government. The German military in Spain was known as the Condor Legion. Italian troops were also sent, and as I mentioned before, the Catholic organization in Spain overtly benefited from the resulting government. During World War II, important materials such as tungsten were sent from Spain to Germany, with some of these materials having come from South America. According to historians, there is evidence of significant gold transactions from Germany to Spain during the war, which is believed to have largely come from looting in German-occupied territories. Also, despite the obvious strategic importance of who controlled the Strait of Gibraltar and the large land border with France, the government of Spain never officially entered the war, nor did the violence spill over into Spain. Historians do, however, say that Spain allowed volunteers to fight on the Eastern Front, like those Opus Dei members I mentioned a while back. The Spanish Circle of Friends of Europe, or CADADE, was a group based in Barcelona. This group has had associates like Klaus George Barbie, the son of Klaus Barbie, who was an SS officer, who himself had ties to the group through a member named Jordi Moda. Another name with ties to this group was the Belgian Leon de Grelle, who had been a member of the SS, was the founder and head of the Catholic Associated Rexist Party, and who had gone to a Jesuit college. Yet another name was Wilfried von Oven, who had been the personal press adjutant of Joseph Goebbels. The first president of the CEDADE was Angel Ricote, who was also a member of the paramilitary organization called the Guard of Franco, as in Francisco Franco. Next, let's look at some connections to governments and other groups in the Middle East. Alois Brunner was an Austrian SS officer who was an assistant to Adolf Eichmann. After the war, he avoided being captured and by his own accord worked for the US Army as a driver. He ended up moving to Egypt, where he worked as a weapons dealer, and then to Syria, where where he went by the name Dr. George Fisher and worked as a government advisor. The German intelligence service BDN reportedly destroyed their file on Alois in the 90s, and he is alleged to have worked for them at some point. It is also alleged that he had a working relationship with the Gehlen organization, which was an intelligence agency set up by U.S. occupation officials in 1946. That organization was named after its spymaster, Reinhard Gehlen, who had been the head of Nazi military intelligence on the Eastern Front during the war. By some accounts, Gehlen was a Knight of Malta. Alois is said to have been an advisor to the Syrian-Iraqi Ba'ath political party, the two main founders of which had gone to Sorbonne University in Paris. Rashid Ali al-Gaylani was Prime Minister of Iraq in 1933, 1940, and 1941. There are several examples of him cooperating with the Nazi government. Baghdad was an early base for Nazi intelligence operations in the Middle East. The 1941 Iraqi coup d'etat had military assistance from the German and Italian armies, and Rashid was made Prime Minister. Vichy France also supported this coup from colonial Syria and Lebanon. Amin al-Husseini was the Grand Mufti of Jerusalem, who during the interwar period was considered an important ally to the British Mandatory Palestine officials. During the war, he collaborated with the governments of both Italy and Germany, and allegedly helped recruit Bosnian Muslims for the SS. Amin was known to be close to the likes of Joachim von Ribbentrop, Heinrich Himmler, and possibly Adolf Eichmann. Antoun Saadi was the founder of the Syrian Social Nationalist Party, or SSNP. He also founded a secretive society, which reportedly aimed to unify what is called Natural Syria, which as you can see looks similar to the shape of the Neo-Assyrian Empire. He claimed that Syria was distinct from the rest of the Arab world, and traced Syrian history back to the Phoenicians, Canaanites, Assyrians, and Babylonians. He also later claimed that the creation of the State of Israel was a direct result of the incompetence of Arab leaders. Antoun spent World War II in Argentina, having visited both Italy and Berlin on his way there. Meanwhile, at least a few SSNP newspapers are known to have expressed support for the Nazis. In 1939, he had been accused by French officials in Lebanon of plotting with the German government. Johann von Leers was an honorary storm unit leader in the SS, and a high-ranking Nazi propaganda ministry official. At the end of the war, he went to Italy for 5 years and then moved to Argentina, where he was again involved in propaganda work. Next, he moved to Egypt under the protection of Hajj Amin al-Husseini, where he changed his name to Amin Omar and started identifying as Muslim. There he also became the head of the Institute for the Study of Zionism, and he was an advisor to the second president of Egypt, Gamal Abdel Nasser. Otto Ernst Raymer was a major general and the commander of the Führer Escort Brigade during the war. He has been called the godfather of the post-war Nazi underground. He founded the Socialist Right Party of Germany in 1947, which was banned in 1952 and is said to have received funding from the Soviet Union, and to have cooperated with the Communist Party of Germany. He ended up going to Egypt, where he too became an advisor to President Gamal Abdel Nasser. And on the topic of the Muslim ideology, Hitler is quoted as saying that it is much more compatible with Germans than Christianity, with its meekness and flabbiness, and also that it was ultimately not Arabs, but Islamized Germans that could have stood at the head of a Mohammedan empire. Had Berbers and Arabs won the Battle of Tours in the 8th century, the Society of the Muslim Brotherhood was founded by a man named Hassan al-Banna. Hassan's father was an imam, which basically means a Muslim preacher, and Hassan is said to have been a devout admirer of Hitler and the Nazi Party. The king of Saudi Arabia is said to have received a dagger as a gift from Hitler, and the German government is also said to have promised to send arms to the country before the Saudis became associated with the US. Of course, the Saudi royals are also known to be close with the British nobility and certain government officials. Ibn Saud, who was king during World War II, was from 1921 to 1936 considered an ally to the British mandatory officials. Now, there are also a lot of connections with Central and South America. Prior to World War II, there was Nazi official activity in Venezuela, with members of the Nazi Party buying up holdings in Venezuelan mining, agriculture, and railroading. Also during this period, Wilhelm von Faupel was a military advisor in both Argentina and Peru, where he was an inspector general of the Peruvian army. He was also a member of the German Reich's diplomatic corps, and was German ambassador to Spain. He is said to have simply disappeared at the end of the war. Alois Hudal was an Austrian titular bishop in the Catholic Church, and was the head of the Austrian-German congregation of Santa Maria del Anima in Rome from 1933 to 1963. Hudal has been linked with the rat lines, which refers to the paths former Nazi officials took to avoid prosecution after the war, mostly to South American countries, and in particular to Argentina and Brazil. After the war, there were also reportedly thousands of former Nazi officials and soldiers in Spain. According to James F. Bayernus, who was then the U.S. Secretary of State, Vatican cooperation in turning over these asylum seekers was negligible. There were also reports of a Vatican emigration operation in Italy that was based in Vatican City. George Rafael Videla was the president of Argentina from 1976 to 1981. He is known to have been a member of the Propaganda Due Lodge in Italy, and has been accused of sheltering Nazi fugitives. Juan Perón was the president of Argentina from 1946 to 1955, and then again from 1973 to 74. During his first term, the Argentine government took in many former Nazis, and before that, during the war period, Perón had taken part in a military coup in Argentina, which was done by the United Officers Group, a secretive society. Before that, he had worked in the Argentine War Ministry, and was a military observer in countries across Europe, during which time he is said to have studied the governments of Germany and Italy. He's been called an associate of Hitler and other high-ranking Nazi government officials. According to historians, Perón's first wife, Eva, opened secret Swiss bank accounts that received funds and valuables from Nazis in exchange for Argentine passports and visas. Perón's third wife and widow, Isabel Martinez, became president of Argentina from 1974 to 76. The Minister of Social Welfare during those years was José López Riga. He was a knight of Isabella the Catholic, and he is noted to have exercised authority over Isabel behind the scenes. José was a member of the P2 Lodge, and he was chief of the Argentine Anti-Communist Alliance, or AAA. The AAA was considered a death squad that killed over 1,000 people according to different reports. After Isabel and José lost their positions due to a military junta in 1976, many members of the AAA moved to Spain, where they became involved in further killings. José Riga also had connections with the Odessa, which is a code name for an organization of former SS members. In particular, José was a business partner with the network's alleged principal, Otto Skorzeny. Skorzeny had been a bodyguard to Eva Perón, who again was the first wife of José Perón, whom Skorzeny was also an advisor to. Skorzeny had also been an advisor to Egyptian presidents Mohammed Naguil and Gamal Abdel Nasser, and is said to have trained the Egyptian army with a staff of former SS and Wehrmacht officers. He had also done some work for the Israeli intelligence organization Mossad. In 2017, a collection of what looked to be Nazi artifacts was found in Argentina. They are said to be originals that belong to high-ranking Nazi officials. An old base linked to Nazi Germany has also reportedly been found in the country, near the border with Paraguay. Krunoslav Draganovic was a Croatian Catholic priest who has been connected with the rat lines, in particular when it comes to members of the Croatian Revolutionary Movement, or Ustasa, which had Nazi and Catholic affiliations, and which was headed by Ante Pavelic. Krunoslav has been called the head of the Confraternity of San Girolamo rat line. According to released CIA files, he was believed to have been instrumental in Ante Pavelic's escape to Argentina, and further documents indicated that he had worked as a spy for the CIA from 1959 to 1962. Draganovic has been accused of laundering jewelry and other valuables taken from war victims in Croatia. Here you can see the Catholic Archbishop of Zagreb, Aloysius Stepanak, meeting with Ante Pavelic. In addition to forced conversions, hundreds of thousands of Serbs are reported to have been killed under the oversight of Ante and the Ustasa government. Aloysius was declared a saint by Pope John Paul II in 1998. And while we're still on the topic of Croatia, Miroslav Filipovic was a Croatian Franciscan friar and military chaplain who was accused of participating in mass murder during the war and was allegedly executed by hanging in 1946. He is alleged to have attended planning meetings with certain other Catholic priests before the massacres. Adolf Eichmann was an SS lieutenant colonel during World War II. According to highly publicized media reports, in 1960 he was captured in Argentina by Mossad and Shin Bet agents and hanged 2 years later. According to released CIA documents, both these organizations got some of Eichmann's former Nazi associates to assist in spying on communist countries. Eduard Roschmann was a member of the SS during the war. After the war, he came into possession of a false Argentinian ID that identified him as Federico Wegener. Despite multiple extradition requests by the West German government, Roschmann was never handed over and is believed to have died in Paraguay in 1977, although some claim the body found was not actually him. Joseph Mengele was a member of the SS during the war. With assistance from the Odessa network, he is said to have received a passport under the alias Helmut Gregor from the International Red Cross before traveling to Argentina, where he worked for a farm equipment company and allegedly practiced medicine without a license. Eventually, the West German government sent an extradition request for him, but by then he had moved to Paraguay. He later moved to Brazil, where he died in 1979. Emile de Woytien was a businessman in the French aviation industry. During the years of the Vichy government, he was involved in manufacturing trainer aircraft for the Luftwaffe. After the war, he moved to Argentina, while being sought on charges of collaborationism in France. There he worked for the Industria Aeronautica Militaire, where he continued to develop aircraft, and he returned to France after the statute of limitations on his charges had passed. Operation Charlie refers to a program of intervention in Central America by the military of Argentina and the CIA. Former Nazi official Klaus Barbie and Stefano della Chaie, who was a friend of the Grandmaster of the P2 Masonic Lodge, are both said to have offered assistance to Bolivia's cocaine coup in 1980. This coup is said to have been financed by cocaine traffickers and backed up by European mercenaries recruited by Barbie. Prior to this particular coup, a DEA agent named Michael Levine had arrested two high-ranking members of the Roberto Suarez cartel, which was the primary cartel linked to the coup. The CIA is alleged to have intervened to get their charges dropped and bail reduced, and they returned from custody in the US back to Bolivia that same year. Operation Charlie is considered to have been just a part of the larger Operation Condor, and Operation Condor has been officially presented as a covert operation intended to eradicate communist and socialist influence and ideas in Central and South America, and has been linked to several governments, especially those in the Southern Cone. The US government reportedly provided technical and military support, which was often routed through the CIA. The AAA organization I mentioned is another example of Operation Condor's activities. They killed members of the Montoneros guerrilla movement, who are said to have formed out of Catholic groups, and who were destroyed during the Argentine Dirty War of the 70s and 80s. The AAA has been described as right-wing, while the Montoneros has been called left-wing. Of course, the whole left-right spectrum thing is ideological babble, which among other things, such as wasting people's time and energy, serves to divide and conquer, and this was a tactic used heavily during Operation Condor, and the Cold War in general. During the Argentine Dirty War, the Argentine Navy is alleged to have participated in death flights, with over 1,000 people having been thrown from aircraft into large bodies of water. As I mentioned earlier, the current Pope Francis has alleged ties to the Dirty War. The Special Intelligence Service was a counterintelligence branch of the FBI that was active in Central and South America during World War II. The front for this organization was a law firm that operated out of a room at the Rockefeller Center in New York City. This operation would be absorbed by the CIA after the war, thus laying the groundwork for Operation Condor. The Nationalist Liberalization Alliance, or ALN, was a group in Argentina that officially existed from 1931 to 1955. Its head was an Argentine military commander named Juan Bautista Molina, who had been Argentina's military attaché to Germany in 1933, and from then on is said to have sought to reform the Argentine government along Nazi lines, and to have presented himself as the Argentine Hitler. The ALN had been officially founded by Jose Felix Uriburu, who was the president of Argentina from 1930 to 1932. The ALN used the Andean condor as its symbol, implying possible links with Operation Condor. Also, remember how the German forces involved in the Spanish Civil War were called the Condor Legion? The Andean condor is also a symbol of Argentina, Bolivia, Chile, Colombia, Ecuador, Peru, and the Andean region of Venezuela. During the Weimar Republic period in Germany, tens of thousands of Germans immigrated to Brazil, where there were already over 1 million reported German descendants. German-born Brazilians formed the largest section of the German Nazi Party outside Germany, which was mostly concentrated in Sao Paulo. Leading up to the war, Germany was, according to several sources, the main market for Brazilian cotton, and the second largest importer of Brazilian coffee and cocoa, and the German Bank for South America established 300 branches in Brazil. Deutscher Morgen, meaning German morning, was a Brazilian newspaper with close ties to the Nazi Party. It featured ads for a large variety of businesses in Brazil, including banks and breweries like the Brahma Brewery, which is now a part of Anheuser-Busch InBev. Schering AG was a German multinational pharmaceutical company founded in 1851, which in recent years has been bought up by Bayer. During the war, Nelson Rockefeller is said to have lent money to the Brazilian Diarios Associados conglomerate to buy the Schering AG branch in Brazil. In 1937, Schering had become involved in mining and chemicals, and is associated with the beginning of the pesticide era in the 40s and 50s. Currently, there are some so-called neo-Nazi groups active in Brazil, and most of their members are said to be descended from the Weimar Republic period German immigrants, rather than the earlier German immigrants that settled in the South. So next, let's look a bit at North America. The Nazi lowriders are a prison and street gang based primarily out of Southern California and Texas, and are also known to have branches in Chicago. They are in the meth business and are allied with the Aryan Brotherhood, the Mexican Mafia, the Ku Klux Klan, the Sinaloa Cartel, and other groups. They reportedly have a condition for membership that one must be of at least half white blood but no black blood, which has been elaborated on to mean that they accept Latino members of only Spanish descent, or at least half Caucasian. In the United States, with regards to Hollywood, Jack Dragna, born as Ignacio Dragno, was the boss of the Los Angeles crime family from 1931 until his death in 1956. In other words, he was closely connected with the main propaganda machine in the US during World War II, and he was connected with the Black Hand extortion racket, which goes back as far as the 1750s. And he was an associate of John Roselli, who I mentioned was a representative of the Chicago outfit in both Hollywood and Las Vegas. So I mentioned earlier that the Nazi government offered assistance to the Ethiopian army during the Second Italo-Ethiopian War. Well, according to a few accounts, this was actually due to Italy's objections to Nazi Germany taking over Austria, and the weapons reportedly given from both Japan and Germany were actually outdated, and not of much use to their own militaries. But actually, this might sound far-fetched at first, but it's possible that this particular conflict was largely faked to assist in legitimizing the government of Ethiopia, similar to what's happening in places like Syria and Somalia today. The only thing I want to point out right now, though, is that they had some connection to Nazi Germany. In 1938, SS officer Ernst Schaefer led an expedition to Tibet with the approval and possibly financial support of Heinrich Himmler. According to a British historian, there was a warning issued by Joseph Goebbels that the chief task of this Tibet expedition was of a political and military nature. Allegedly, the actual reason was to scout a staging area for a theoretical invasion of British India, but reasons were also given that were related to the romanticized Aryan race of Nazi ideology. This expedition received funding from sources like the Advertising Council of German Industry, IG Farben, and the Reich Research Service. They met with government officials and nobility in the region, including Tashi Namgyal, who was the king of Sikkim which bordered Tibet, and Serong, who was a close aide of the Dalai Lama, and who had been the Tibetan military's commander-in-chief, and head of the Tibetan Mint and Armory. Other Europeans who were present at this expedition included several more SS officers, such as Bruno Beger, and the British officer Basil Gold, who was a knight of the Order of St. Michael and St. George and the Order of the British Empire. Here you see him with the Tibetan Prime Minister. In fact, it was the British Prime Minister Neville Chamberlain who is said to have given approval for this expedition to set out from British India. According to historians, Neville had been forwarded a letter from Himmler regarding the expedition by Admiral Barry Domville, who was later called a Nazi sympathizer and who was a former head of British naval intelligence. Barry was a knight of the Order of the British Empire, the Order of St. Michael and St. George, and the Order of the Bath. Leading up to the war, the government of Germany had many known significant connections with China. For starters, many of the older German military officials who were involved in World War II had also been involved in the suppression of the Boxer Rebellion as a part of the Eight-Nation Alliance. The Civil Code of the Republic of China, which was introduced in 1930, as well as the General Principles of Civil Law of the People's Republic of China, are both reportedly based on German civil code. Alexander von Falkenhausen was a general of the infantry in the Nazi army, and had been a military advisor to Chiang Kai-shek, who later became the first president of the Republic of China. As I mentioned, Alexander became the head of the military government of occupied Belgium. Alexander was also close with Qian Zuling, who was a Chinese-Belgian scientist born of a noble family in Jiangsu. At the end of the war, Qian is said to have appeared at Alexander's trial. Alexander was released after having been held for only 3 weeks. Chiang Kai-shek, by the way, was a Knight of the Bath, and a Knight of the Czech Republic's Order of the White Lion. According to some sources, Alexander and Chiang stayed in contact and exchanged gifts. Robert Ritter von Grimm, who later became the commander of the Nazi German Air Force, is said to have moved to China on the request of the government under Chiang Kai-shek, and helped to build a Chinese Air Force. The World War I veteran and artillery expert Max Hermann Bauer was a military and industrial advisor to the Republic of China government and Chiang Kai-shek. According to historians, he had been contacted by the president of Sun Yat-sen University in Canton and future vice premier of the Republic of China named Chu Chia-hua, who invited him to visit Chiang. And while working in China, he was in contact with a secret German military mission in Nanking. In 1929, he reportedly died of smallpox, which was very suspicious given the lack of other reported cases in the region. Hans von Secht, who during World War I had been chief of staff to Field Marshal August von Mackensen, was yet another German military advisor to Chiang Kai-shek. In 1934, he was appointed as Chiang's chief military advisor, and as the ROC's deputy chairman of the Military Affairs Council, where he was present at weekly meetings with Chiang and his top generals. Secht was reportedly close with Herbert Kitchener, 1st Earl Kitchener, who was a knight of several British orders, and who was the UK's Secretary of State for War for most of World War I. Anyways, during this pre-war period, a treaty was signed that, according to historians, stipulated that China would send raw materials to Germany in exchange for German industrial products and assistance in developing Chinese production infrastructure, which included the production of military arms. H. Kung, who you can see in this picture, was for a year the premier of the ROC and had traveled to Germany and met with several high officials. He married one of the 3 Song sisters, with Sun Yat-sen and Chiang Kai-shek marrying the other 2. Kung was also a banker and during World War II was vice premier of the ROC. During the Xinhai Revolution in 1911, Kung had been an advisor to the warlord Yan Zishen, who had gone to the Imperial Japanese Army Academy and who became the premier of the ROC in 1949. Yan was said to be an admirer of Otto von Bismarck. Wang Jingwei, who had been an associate of Sun Yat-sen, was the president of the Japanese collaborationist government based in Nanjing from 1940 to 1944, when he died from injuries sustained from an assassination attempt years prior. During his time as president, he maintained contact with high Nazi officials. Like many in Sun Yat-sen's circle, Wang had gone to school in Japan, where he is said to have first met Sun. The Indian Legion, later called the Indian Volunteer Legion of the Waffen-SS, was active from 1942 to 1945, and is said to have been largely made up of Indian POWs. At the end of the war, what was left of them was captured while trying to enter Switzerland. They were shipped back to India, where many were made to stand trial for treason and other charges, although most of the charges were ultimately dropped. Allegedly because of the threat of mass uprisings in India, the Azad Hind, or Free India Provisional Government, lasted from 1943 to 1945, and was supported by Japan, Germany, Germany and Italy. Their stated goal was to free India from British rule, both militarily and by fostering public resentment among Indians. The troops of this government reportedly fought alongside the Japanese against those of British India. This government is said to have been the product of conferences held in Tokyo. Rash Bihari Bose was a major figure among the Indian revolutionaries and was associated with several Pan-Asian groups, most of which were based out of Japan. Rash had gone to school in France and Germany, and he married a Japanese woman, became a Japanese citizen, and was a Knight of the Rising Sun. During World War I, he had been linked to the Hindu-German conspiracy, which was an alleged series of plans of collaboration discovered by British intelligence agencies. Rash chose the flag for the Azad Hind. Subhas Chandra Bose is considered to have been his successor. During the Second World War, Subhas was involved in setting up the Free India Center in Berlin, and later the Azad Hind, which was based out of the Japanese-occupied Andaman and Nicobar Islands. Subhas is said to have died in a plane crash in Taiwan in 1945, although there is some doubt to this account. And on that note, personally, I find that the amount of officials that historians tell us died for this or that reason right at the end of the war is very suspicious, when you consider that they had safe havens to run to, such as Argentina. Now let's look at some more groups who have been affiliated with the Nazi government, military, officials, agents, ideology, and so on, and see what connections can be made. The Ku Klux Klan is a secretive society whose origins are allegedly connected to the Knights of the Golden Circle, from whom their logo is said to be derived. The Greek word for ring or circle being Kuklos, as in Ku Klux Klan, and the Knights of the Golden Circle in turn had alleged connections with Albert Pike and Scottish Rite Freemasonry. So in the years leading up to the Second World War, the German-American Bund, or Federation, which was the successor of Friends of New Germany, was active in the US, and its structure was said to mimic the regional administrative subdivision of the Nazi Party. They were headed until 1939 by Fritz Julius Kuhn, who had been born in Munich and was a German infantry lieutenant during the First World War, before moving to Mexico and then the US. In 1940, the Bund and the Ku Klux Klan held a joint rally at Camp Norland in New Jersey, which was owned and operated by the Bund. The Klan Grand Dragon in New Jersey, Arthur Hornboy Bell, was involved in organizing this rally. He was investigated by the House Committee on Un-American Activities over alleged plans to merge the KKK and the Nazi movement, and both him and Grand Caliph Alton Milford Young were officially kicked out of the Klan later that year, possibly just to throw them under the bus over bad publicity. The World Union of National Socialists has been called an umbrella group for neo-Nazi organizations worldwide. This group was reportedly created out of a meeting between the head of the American Neo-Nazi Party, George Lincoln Rockwell, and the head of the National Socialist movement in England named Colin Jordan. During World War II and the Korean War, Rockwell had been in the US Navy and became a commander. His use of the corncob pipe and pictures was taken after General Douglas MacArthur, who he is said to have supported as a candidate for president. Again, MacArthur was the supreme commander for the Allied powers in Japan, 33rd degree Freemason, and was nicknamed the Gaijin Shogun. Rockwell got along well with the heads of different black nationalist movements of his time, such as Elijah Muhammad of the Nation of Islam. Also, according to Malcolm X, the KKK offered 20,000 acres of land to the Nation of Islam, and the two groups brokered a truce. And there have been further associations between the two groups since then. Savitri Devi was involved in connecting Subhas Bose with the Japanese government in the years before World War II. During the war, she was a German newspaper editor and was involved with Japanese intelligence operations. According to historians, she supported Hinduism and the Nazi ideology and synthesized the two. Basically, people who come up with new ideologies are rarely all that original. After the war, she became a founding member of the World Union of National Socialists. Matthias Coel succeeded George Lincoln Rockwell as the head of the American Nazi Party from 1967 until his death in 2014. He is said to have been influenced by the occultism of Savitri Devi and was a former U.S. Marine. He was close with Florentine Ross von Tonningen, who had been the wife of Maynoid Ross von Tonningen, who had been the head of the National Socialist movement in the Netherlands and president of the Netherlands National Bank during the German occupation from 1941 to 1945, and allegedly jumped off a prison balcony to his death after being captured by Canadian troops. And the current head of the American Nazi Party is Rocky Sanheda, although technically his American Nazi Party isn't the same organization as the one that was founded by Rockwell. He is alleged to have stated that he represents the Livonia chapter of the KKK and has publicly supported the political actor Steve Bannon. Adrian Arcand was a Montreal journalist who proclaimed himself as the Canadian Führer. He published and edited several different newspapers and is alleged to have received funding from members of the Conservative political party in Canada. The Church of Jesus Christ Christian was founded by KKK organizer Wesley A. Swift in 1946. Wesley Swift was a Methodist minister and is considered the founder of the Antelope Valley chapter of the KKK and had been associated with a militant group called the California Rangers. And the Aryan Nations, which was founded in 1970 by Richard Gerndt Butler, is considered an arm of this church which has paramilitary elements. Richard Butler had formerly been a member of the American Silver Shirts, which was modeled after the Brown Shirts in Germany and was suppressed after the Pearl Harbor event. extent. Harold von Braunhut, famous for creating the Sea Monkeys franchise, is believed to have been a member and donator to the Aryan nations. Harold had reportedly been born into a Jew family in New York. Blood and Honor is a music promotion network founded in 1987. Blood and Honor was the motto of the Hitler Youth, from where the group gets its name, and this organization is said to be politically active. Blood and Honor was founded by the musician Ian Stewart Donaldson and Nicky Crane. Crane had been a member of the British movement, which is referred to as a British neo-Nazi organization. At the same time, Crane was active in the London gay community, and his activities included being a steward at the London Gay Pride March in 1986, and appearing in gay films, and he is also said to have died from an AIDS-related illness. Combat 18, or C-18, is another group based out of the UK associated with Blood and Honor. They are considered a paramilitary organization, and are connected with recognized organized crime groups. One of C-18's founders, Harold Covington, was also a founding member of the Rhodesian White People's Party. He was in the US Army and allegedly later in the Rhodesian Army. The National Democratic Party of Germany, or NDP, has been described as a neo-Nazi organization, and as the successor to the German Reich Party. Former head of the NDP, Udo Voigt, who is now a member of the European Parliament, is the son of a former Wehrmacht officer, and is himself a former captain in the German Air Force. Adolf von Thaden was the president of the NDP from 1967 to 1971. He had been born into a Pomeranian nobility family, and was a lieutenant in the Wehrmacht during the Second World War. During the war, he is said to have been captured by Polish troops, and to have escaped to the British occupation zone where he found work and got involved in political acting. Thaden is alleged to have been an agent for MI6. The NDP is considered a part of the Alliance for Peace and Freedom, the president of which is Roberto Fiore, who is an Italian political actor and a former member of the European Parliament for Central Italy. Fiore is alleged to have done work for MI6. Don Black is the founder of the Stormfront Forum, former KKK Grand Wizard and former member of the American Nazi Party. Him and 9 other people were reportedly arrested while preparing to board a boat loaded with weapons and ammunition, intended for invading the island of Dominica in 1981 to establish a new government. This plan was known as Operation Red Dog, and James Alexander McWhirter, who was the Grand Wizard of the Canadian KKK, was also arrested in connection to this operation. His second-in-command, Wolfgang Droge, was also arrested. Droge was the founding head of the Heritage Front. Don Black's wife Chloe was previously married to David Duke, who is also a former KKK Grand Wizard. The White Aryan Resistance, or WAR, was founded by former KKK Grand Dragon of the California realm, Tom Metzger, in 1983. Members of the WAR were featured on talk shows during the 80s. The Irish Republican Army, or IRA, which has associated itself with the Catholic ideology, is said to have been in touch with members of the SS during the war, and to have made a proposal to have the German army join them in invading Northern Ireland. The Afrikaner resistance movement in South Africa has been called a neo-Nazi group, and clearly uses symbolism that bears resemblance to the original Nazis. They have stated their objective to be to establish an independent Boer state for Boer Afrikaner people only. Now, as I mentioned while talking about ethnicities, I suspect that the British Crown has had a hand in the current predicament that the Boers now find themselves in, and this is similar to when Boers aligned themselves with German Southwest Africa against British troops during World War I. Maybe this time, the Mafia has decided to use the Boers as a scapegoat for African resentment towards whites. Now let's talk some more about intelligence organizations, in particular the OSS and its successor the CIA. William J. Donovan, who was a Knight of Malta, is considered the father of American intelligence. He was named as Coordinator of Information, or COI, in 1941 by an order signed by President Roosevelt, and he set up the COI headquarters in the Rockefeller Center, one floor above an office of the UK's MI6 agency. The COI would be renamed the Office of Strategic Service, or OSS, in 1942. This organization is known to have carried out intelligence work in Europe and Asia, and to have been in contact with Catholic intelligence and Chiang Kai-shek. Donovan met often with an MI6 spy named William Stephenson, and it's been said that the OSS received a great deal of help from British intelligence in setting up its initial operations. The OSS recruited people from different fields, such as the film director John Ford, Swiss psychologist Carl Jung, and Paul Mellon, who was a bank official, and who was later an associate of I.M. Pei and Yale University as an art collector. The OSS was also reportedly associated with many nobles, such as members of the Auchincloss and Vanderbilt families, and an Alfred DuPont. Allen Dulles, who was the uncle of the Jesuit priest Avery Dulles, brother to John Foster Dulles, who would become U.S. Secretary of State, and brother to Eleanor Lansing Dulles, who would work at the U.S. Bureau of Intelligence and Research, was recruited at the start of World War II as the director of the OSS's operations in Switzerland. There he was in contact with Gero von Scholze-Gavernitz, who would later receive the U.S. Presidential Medal of Freedom for having reportedly organized the surrender of 1 million German troops at the end of the war. Dulles is also said to have organized further surrenders with Karl Wolff, who was supreme commander of the SS forces in Italy and who was promised protection at the Nuremberg trials. This is known as Operation Sunshine. Before the war, Allen Dulles had been a legal advisor to the delegate delegations on arms limitation at the League of Nations, and met with the likes of Adolf Hitler and Benito Mussolini. He had also been a partner at the international law firm Sullivan and Cromwell, which is based in New York City, and which had an office in Berlin that closed in 1934. He also became a director at the Council on Foreign Relations in 1927. Dulles would later become director of the CIA from 1953 to 1961. Allen's brother John Foster was also a partner at Sullivan and Cromwell. Clients of the firm were reportedly heavily involved in American investment into Germany in the 30s. William Dodd was the U.S. ambassador to Germany from 1933 to 1937. He reportedly stated in 1937 that a clique of U.S. industrialists were working closely with the government regimes of Germany and Italy, and that he had plenty of opportunity to witness this at his post in Berlin. According to disclosed records, in the years after World War II, the CIA and other agencies employed at least 1,000 former Nazis as spies and informants. Of course, I've already mentioned the CIA's alleged involvement with the Ratlines and Operation Condor. Emil Augsburg had been involved with the SS during the war, and afterwards reportedly worked for an American military counterintelligence agency as an expert on Soviet affairs, and later worked for West German intelligence, which I mentioned was headed by former chief of Nazi German military intelligence on the Eastern Front, Reinhard Gehlen. Frederick Buchard, who had been an SS officer during the war, later worked for MI6, and after that was suspected of working for an unspecified U.S. intelligence agency. Theodore Oberlander, who had been involved with the Wehrmacht during the war, later worked for American intelligence as an expert on Eastern Europe until 1949, and after that he got involved with the West German government. Hartmann Lauterbacher, who had been a regional leader of the Hitler Youth and an SS officer, and was involved with the Ratlines, later became an advisor to the Omani Ministry of Youth, and it is suspected that he was involved with the Allied Secret Service and the Gehlen organization. There was also Operation Paperclip, which reportedly employed over 1,600 German scientists, many of whom were former Nazi Party members. German scientists employed included George von Tiesenhausen, who had been in the Wehrmacht during the war, and is said to have created the first complete design of the lunar roving vehicle while working at NASA. Hans von Ohain, who is said to be the designer of the first operational jet engine, and who after the war was made the director of the U.S. Air Force Aeronautical Research Laboratory, where he was the chief scientist of the Aero Propulsion Laboratory, and Werner von Braun, who was a rocket engineer and became a member of the SS in 1940, and was involved with the V-2 rocket program. He ended up at NASA and was involved with the Saturn V project. The CIA's MK-Ultra program has also been connected to former Nazis and their associates, such as Hubertus Strughold, who during World War II was chief of aeromedical research for the Luftwaffe. He went on to have high-ranking medical positions in the U.S. Air Force and NASA, and is referred to as the father of space medicine. In 1928, Strughold had been a Rockefeller Foundation Fellow, and was involved in research on aviation medicine and physiology in the U.S. He is alleged to have killed German children as a result of human experimentation during the war, and to have brought his experience into the MK-Ultra program, where he is said to have used mind-altering drugs on unspecified inmates to research into possible truth serums and mind control agents. Frederick Hoffman, who is also said to have conducted human experiments during the war, later got involved in U.S. Army research into nerve agents like sarin and psychoactive agents like LSD. He also joined the CIA, where he is said to have used LSD in experiments on prison inmates and U.S. Army enlisted men, as well as rhesus monkeys. Robert Gordon Wasson, who became vice president of J.P. Morgan and Company in 1943, is reported to have went on an expedition in search of psychedelic and poisonous mushrooms in 1956 that was funded by MK-Ultra Subproject 58. The Chase Bank, which would later become J.P. Morgan Chase, is reported to have colluded with the Nazi government, which I'll get into soon enough. The Swiss scientist Albert Hofmann is said to have discovered lysergic acid dithalamide, or LSD, in 1938, while working for the company Sandoz, which was then a subsidiary of IG Farben, which was a massive, mostly chemical and pharmaceutical conglomerate that acted as a contractor to the Nazi German government. As we know, this drug would later be used in the MK-Ultra experiments, and Albert himself is said to have given the drug to unwitting patients at a Swiss hospital. So next, let's talk about some different companies. Franz Erhard Nash Folger was the central publishing house of the Nazi Party. It had been previously established by Franz Xavier Ether in 1901. Before that, Franz had been an editor of the New Free Press newspaper in Vienna. In 1918, Franz died and Rudolf D. Sabotendorf took over. If you remember, Sabotendorf was the founder of the Thule Society, a Freemason and a Sufi of the Bektashi order. In particular, he was said to be interested in Turkish Freemasonry and Rosicrucianism before getting officially involved with the Nazi Party. Not that the secretive society stuff really matters much beyond connecting certain people. Again, secretive societies are just a means to an end, and can easily be created, discarded, and thrown under the bus whenever the Phoenix people see fit. Paul Pelager was a German government advisor, who in 1937 was made the managing director of the Reichswerk AG für Erzbergbau und Eisenhütten, also known as the Goring Works, which was a giant industrial establishment that dealt with ore mining and iron. In 1941, he became the Reich Commissioner for Germany's coal supply. AGI, and in 1942 the Reich Commissioner for the Eastern Economy, which according to historians made him partly responsible for the exploitation of people and resources in Nazi-occupied lands. Paul later founded a company in 1952 that specialized in manufacturing polyurethane cast elastomers for the German giant Bayer's Vokalon line of products, and the Plager group of companies has greatly expanded since. Rudolf August Edgar, who was a member of the SS, became the president of his family's food company, also known as Dr. Edgar, in 1944. This company, which provided German troops with pudding mixes and munitions, reportedly also made use of slave labor during the war. Dr. Edgar greatly expanded during the post-war period and made Edgar and his children wealthy. Wilhelm Zangan, who was a member of the SS, had the title of Wehrrichtschaftsführer, meaning he was officially recognized as the head of companies important to the production of war materials. Zangan was also the head of the German Industry Association and deputy chair of the Reich Economic Chamber. After the war, he reportedly spent 4 months in prison on charges related to the use of slave labor, before going back to his former position at the German industrial conglomerate Mannesmann, where he became the company chairman from 1957 to 1966. So this one is already pretty well known, but the German luxury fashion company Hugo Boss designed and supplied uniforms for different Nazi Party organizations, such as the SS, the SA, the Hitler Youth, the Wehrmacht, and so on. Hugo Ferdinand Boss was a member of the Nazi Party and a sponsoring member of the SS. Henry Ford, who had published the International Jew in his paper The Dearborn Independent, received the Grand Cross of the German Eagle in 1938. The Ford Motor Company's German operations reportedly produced 1/3 of the militarized trucks used by the German army during the war, making use of forced labor to do so. Henry was a 33rd degree Freemason and had been a member of the Palestine Lodge No. 357 in Detroit. Henry Ford's son, Edsel Ford, was the president of the Ford Motor Company from 1919 until his death in 1943. He is said to have played a key role in arming the U.S.'s so-called arsenal of democracy during the war. James D. Mooney was president of General Motors overseas from 1922 to 1940, and he received the Merit Cross of the German Eagle, first class, in 1938. The German branch of General Motors reportedly controlled 70% of the German car market in 1939, when they rapidly began supplying war material for the German army. Mooney had met with members of the UK royal family a month prior to the Pearl Harbor events. During the war, Mooney was a member of the staff of the U.S. Chief of Naval Operations. American managers of both GM and Ford are reported to have participated in the conversion of certain German plants to military production. Adam Opel AG, which just before World War II was reported as the largest motor vehicle manufacturer in Europe, has been owned by GM from 1929 to 2017. Alfred P. Sloan, who was the president, CEO, and chairman of GM, claimed that GM's dealings with Opel were broken off as the war began in his memoir. But according to some historians, they were never officially broken off. Pierre Samuel DuPont was the president of GM from 1920 to 1923 and chairman of the board from 1915 to 1929. And like many members in the DuPont family, he was also heavily involved with MIT. From 1916 to 1951, he was a member of the MIT Corporation. Lamont DuPont II was the chairman of GM from 1929 to 1937. According to a book by the historian Gerald Colby, in the years before the war, GM employed a group known as the Black Legion that tortured, killed, and burnt down the homes of labor union organizers in the US, and which recruited KKK members. Meanwhile, in Germany, GM created many new jobs, which helped the image of the Nazi government in the eyes of the German people, who had been beaten down since World War I. And in fact, in 1938, unemployment in Germany was reported to be practically non-existent. The Nazi government also had an extensive welfare system, with a reported 17 million Germans receiving some form of assistance in 1939. GM, along with Standard Oil, reportedly each had a quarter share in Germany's leaded, or ethyl, gasoline production, while IG Farben had the other half, with GM having introduced the technology and built leaded gasoline plants in Germany. Now, as for Standard Oil, which was founded by John D. Rockefeller in 1870, two officials of Standard Oil's German subsidiary were Karl Lindemann and Emil Helferich, who were both members of Himmler's circle of friends. This group was also close with the BIS. Karl and Emil were both directors of Standard Gasoline, which was later renamed Esso after the initials for Standard Oil. Currently, Esso is a subsidiary of the US-based Exxon Mobil Group. John D. Rockefeller was also a co-founder of Standard Gasoline back in 1890, when it was originally called the German American Petroleum Company, or DAPG, and in 1904, Standard Oil Company acquired 50% of its shares. During the war, DAPG was listed as a defense company and given material quotas by the German government. Fred C. Koch of the Koch family was the founder of what would become Koch Industries. He is alleged to have partnered with William Rhodes Davis, a possible relative of Cecil Rhodes, to build the third largest oil refinery to serve the Third Reich. IG Farben has been described as a monopoly-seeking conglomerate that was largely modeled after Standard Oil and closely connected to Standard Oil's successor companies. IG Farben was at one time the world's largest chemical and pharmaceutical company. From the years 1933 to 1944, IG Farben is reported to have have been the biggest financier of the Nazi Party. The German pharmaceutical and chemical giant Bayer, which trademarked heroin and which acquired Monsanto in 2016, was a part of IG Farben from 1925 to 1952. Ulrich Haberland was a member of the board of IG Farben during the war, and was the chairman of the Bayer Board of Management from 1951 to 1961. Wilhelm Rudolf Mann was a factory manager at IG Farben during the war and a Nazi Party member. He is said to have personally agreed to IG Farben financing the research of SS officer and physician Joseph Mengele, which reportedly involved human experiments. Joseph is known to have moved to South America after the war, and Wilhelm became the head of pharmaceutical sales at Bayer in 1949. Before World War II, Max Warburg was on the board of directors of IG Farben as well as the Reichsbank, while his brother Paul Warburg, who was known for advocating for the U.S. Federal Reserve System, was until his death in 1932 on the board of directors of IG Farben's American subsidiary, which was associated with Standard Oil. The Warburgs have Venetian roots and are identified as a Jewish family, having originally been called the Del Banco family. Otto Warburg, born in 1859, was president of the Zionist Organization, or ZO, from 1911 to 1921. Interhandel was a Swiss conglomerate and the successor to IG Chemie, which members of the U.S. government have claimed was the front for IG Farben. Interhandel was acquired by the Union Bank of Switzerland, or UBS, in 1967. And on the topic of the UBS, like most, if not all Swiss banks that were around back then, this bank has been accused of trading in stolen gold and other assets during World War II. According to National Archive documents, subsidiaries of the Eastern Kodak Company, better known as just Kodak, traded in Nazi Germany long after the U.S. officially entered the war. Kodak's Swiss branch reportedly bought supplies from German companies during the war and paid in Swiss francs. The Kodak branch in Germany has been accused of using slave labor during the war. ITT was founded in 1920 as International Telephone and Telegraph by brothers Sosthenes and Hermann Benz. Sosthenes is believed to have first met with Hitler in 1933. In 1943, ITT was the largest shareholder of Focke-Wulf, which was a major producer of military aircraft for the Luftwaffe, and later ITT is reported to have received $5 million in compensation for Allied bombing having destroyed a Focke-Wulf factory. Another source puts it at $27 million adjusted for inflation. After several mergers, Focke-Wulf became a part of Airbus, and among other things, Airbus sells military aeronautical products. Thomas John Watson, the founder of IBM, received the second-class badge and star of the Order of the German Eagle in 1937. The Nazi government and military is alleged to have made extensive use of a version of the punch card system that IBM had developed. Franz Seraphicus Ross was a member of the SS and worked as a photographer for the Associated Press, or AP. He became a war correspondent for the SS during the war and reportedly died in 1943 from a combat injury. He's been described as one of the frontmen of the Nazi propaganda machinery. AP has been accused of hiring several reporters who worked in the Nazi government's propaganda division. Nestle is said to have acquired a contract to be the exclusive provider of chocolate products to the German army during World War II, and to have been a financier of the Nazi Party in Switzerland, and has officially admitted to acquiring companies that had been involved in forced labor during the war. BMW has also admitted to using forced laborers during the war, and is known to have produced aircraft engines for the Luftwaffe. Ferdinand Porsche, who was the founder of the Porsche car company and was a major figure behind the Volkswagen Beetle, was involved in the development of various tanks that the German army used during World War II, including the Tiger I and Tiger II. Brothers Rudolf and Adolf Dassler were members of the Nazi Party, and Rudolf was suspected of being a member of the SS. Adolf would go on to found the sportswear company Adidas, while Rudolf founded Puma. Dow Chemicals, which later merged into Dow DuPont, is said to have provided a great deal of materials like magnesium and innovations in oil refining to Nazi Germany's industries. Alcoa is a US-based international aluminum producing company, which for most of the 30s and 40s had a virtual monopoly on aluminum, and is said to have sent so much aluminum to Nazi Germany that at one point industries in the country produced 60% more aluminum products than those in the US. Daimler-Benz, best known for the Mercedes-Benz automobile brand, was during World War II involved in producing aircrafts, tanks, and submarine engines, and reportedly used slave labor. Jacob Werlein was an SS officer who worked at the Benz Motor Company in Munich and had become acquainted with Hitler in 1923. He later sold a car to Hitler and was said to be his main go-between with Daimler-Benz. Jacob went on to start a Mercedes-Benz dealership after the war. William Randolph Hearst was a prominent newspaper publisher who created Hearst Communications, which was in the 20s and 30s the largest media conglomerate in the world. Hearst visited Germany in 1934 and ended up running newspaper columns from the likes of Hitler, Hermann Göring, and Mussolini. The SS Peter Schelt, which in 2015 was renamed the Pioneering Spirit, is considered the world's largest vessel, was named after a Dutch member of the SS and officer in the Dutch SS, Peter Schelt Hirima. Hirima was the director of the Nederlandisch Oostcompagnie, which was said to be involved in the colonization of Eastern Europe on behalf of the SS. After the war, he founded a concrete construction company in Venezuela. The ship was originally named after him by his son Edward, who is the founder and head of All Seas space group which built it, and the ship has been in use by Royal Dutch Shell. According to a couple different sources, Royal Dutch Shell was a major financier of the Nazi Party through Henry Detering, who is considered the founder of the company as well as its first chairman. He oversaw several mergers in the early 20th century, as well as the purchase of the Azerbaijan oil fields from the Rothschild family, and he was a knight of the British Empire. Henry was called things like the Napoleon of oil and the most powerful man in the world. Royal Dutch Shell was officially under the trusteeship of the German government during the war. U.S. intelligence records from that era reportedly referred to Royal Dutch Shell as a Nazi collaborator that made use of slave labor during the war. A Royal Dutch subsidiary, Renania Osag, which is today called Shell Germany Oil, was Germany's second largest petrol station company in 1935, and like other oil companies in Germany, produced brandless fuel and was given material quotas for the duration of the war. The German Krupp family have been prominent in the steel, artillery, ammunition, and other armament industries for approximately 400 years, and Frederick Krupp AG was the largest company in Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. The company was a primary weapons manufacturer in Germany from the beginning of the 30 Years' War to the end of World War II, and has sold all manner of military commodities to armies on multiple sides in various wars. In 1999, Krupp merged with Thyssen AG to form Thyssen Krupp AG. Gustav Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach was the head of the family business during World War I and for most of World War II. During World War II, Krupp produced everything from U-boats to trains to the Paris gun. At the Nuremberg trials, all charges against Gustav were dropped, with the reason given being that he was bedridden and senile. His son, Alfred Krupp von Bohlen und Halbach, was a donating member of the SS and, like his father, was appointed as a military economic leader by the German government. During the war, he is said to have insisted on using slave labor at many of the company's factories, despite security concerns brought up by military officials, and became the head of the family business in 1943. That same year, he was appointed as Minister for Armament and War Production. After the war, he was sentenced to 12 years in prison and to forfeit all property, but ultimately did only 3 years and kept his property, reportedly because of the intervention of the American High Commissioner for Germany, John J. McCloy. General Electric was accused after the war of criminal conspiracy with Krupp, with accusers claiming that their partnership had served to subsidize the rearmament of Germany. AEG was a German electrical equipment company, founded in 1883, which in 1985 was purchased by Daimler-Benz. AEG is said to have donated 60,000 Reichsmarks to the Nazi Party after a secret meeting in 1933, and is alleged to have made use of forced labor during the war, during which time the company got involved in arms manufacturing. Bosch is a German multinational engineering and electronics company. During World War II, the Bosch subsidiary, Dreh-Linden Maschinenbau or DLMG, was an arms manufacturer that reportedly employed forced labor. Hans Walz, who from 1926 to 1963 was managing director of Bosch, had been a member of the SS and a member of Heinrich Himmler's circle of friends. Albert Vogler was an early donator to the Nazi Party and was the president of the Kaiser Wilhelm Society from 1941 until his alleged death from suicide in 1945. Albert was a member of Himmler's circle of friends and had co-founded United Steelworks, or VST, in 1926. This company was at times the largest steel producer in Europe and supplied material and munitions to the German military during the war. From 1935 to 1945, the CEO of VST was Ernst Ponskin, a descendant of the Ponskin industrial family of the Rhineland. Walt Disney, who co-founded the Walt Disney Company along with his brother Roy O. Disney, was alleged to have attended meetings of the German-American Bund by the animator Art Babbitt. Walt is known to have associated with the filmmaker Leni Riefenstahl, who was involved in making Nazi propaganda films. Meanwhile, Walt's company made anti-Nazi propaganda films. Knight of Malta, Joseph Kennedy Sr., who I mentioned was the father of John F. Kennedy, was involved in reorganizing and refinancing several Hollywood studios. He is alleged to have given a speech to the top 30 power brokers in Hollywood in 1939, encouraging them to stop making anti-Nazi films and to severely tone down overt representations of Jews. Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer, or MGM, is reported to have donated 11 films to the German relief effort after the German military had invaded Poland. Coco Chanel was a French fashion designer who founded the Chanel brand. During the German occupation of France during World War II, she had a relationship with the German diplomat Hans Gunther von Dinklage, who was an intelligence officer and had been the head of the press and propaganda department of the German embassy in Paris. Coco is said to have then become Abwehr, or German military intelligence agent number 7124 with the codename Westminster, presumably because she had a previous relationship with the Duke of Westminster. John Paul Getty of the Getty family founded the Getty Oil Company, which reportedly was involved in supplying Nazi Germany with oil through various routes, including 1 million barrels of oil via Russia. So next, let's look at some banks and bankers. August von Fink Sr. was the founder of the insurance giant Allianz and the private bank Merck, Fink & Company when the Nazi German government annexed Sachs Austria, the Vienna-based SM von Rothschild Bank ended up being sold to Merck Fink & Company. In 1990, August von Fink Jr. sold this bank to the London-based multinational bank Barclays. Frederick Flick was a member of Himmler's circle of friends and was the head of a major industrial conglomerate in the coal and steel industries. By the 1950s, he was the largest shareholder of Daimler-Benz. Kurt Baron von Schroeder was a reserve officer and merchant banker during the First World War, and later was a prominent fundraiser for the Nazi Party and a member of Himmler's circle of friends. He's been referred to as one of the main people to pave the way for Hitler to become chancellor in 1933. Schroeder had organized the banking firm of J. Henry Schroeder in London and J. Henry Schroeder Banking Corporation in New York, which are said to have acted as conduits for money coming from ITT to be sent to the SS organization. Schroeder had joined Bankhaus J. H. Stein in January of 1921. This bank is said to have set up Special Account S in 1936, which was managed by Schroeder and which received donations for the SS. Willy Sachs was the owner of Fitchel & Sachs, which was one of Germany's biggest automobile suppliers, and he married Eleanor, the daughter of Wilhelm von Opel, who had co-founded the automaker Opel. Willy was a member of the SS and the Nazi Party and was given the title of War Industry Leader, SS Lieutenant Colonel, and others by the Nazi Party, and he inherited the title of Royal Swedish Council from his father. He is said to have gone on hunting trips with Hermann Göring. After the war, he received the Order of the Federal Republic of Germany, and his company is said to have contributed greatly to Germany's post-war recovery. His son Gunther Sachs was known to be close with both Hermann Göring and Heinrich Himmler. Gunther later became known for having a relationship with Soraya S. van Derry, who was a queen consort of the Shah of Iran. This Sachs family, by the way, comes from Bavaria, similar to the Sachs banker family that co-founded the Goldman Sachs Bank, and thus there's a good chance that these two families are related. The Goldman family, who were the other co-founders, were also from Bavaria. The banker Sachs family are identified as Jews, as are the Goldmans, and they have intermarried. Aristotle Onassis, who after the war would go on to marry Jacqueline Kennedy, the widow of John F. Kennedy, by some accounts at one time had Halmerstadt on his payroll. Onassis was a Greek-born shipping tycoon who had the largest private shipping company in the world. Onassis had many connections in Argentina, where he had citizenship and is said to have established his first shipping trading company. He signed long-term contracts with big oil companies, such as Mobil, Saucony, and Texaco. Halmerstadt was the president of the Reichsbank from 1923 to 1930, and then again from 1933 to 1939. He's been called the man who financed Hitler. Halmer was a Freemason and a member of the lodge Urania zur Utskerblitzkiel. In 1929, Schadt had participated in a meeting that led to the founding of the Bank for International Settlements, the BIS, which was then officially a part of the Young Plan, which reorganized World War I reparations. Back then, it was called the Reparations Bank. I talked a lot about the BIS in the last video, and it would take quite a while to recap everything, but basically, this bank had a huge role to play in World War II, and was linked to people like Alan Dulles, Freiherr von Schroeder, Hermann Schmitz, who was the chairman of IG Farben, Montagu Norman, who was the governor of the Bank of England, and Thomas McKittrick, who was a member of the CFR, just to name a few. Halmer, by the way, was acquitted at the Nuremberg trials, and before the war, he had met with both J.P. Morgan and Theodore Roosevelt. Karl Rasch was a member of the SS and was a board member of the Dresdner Bank, which was acquired by Commerzbank in 2009. He is said to have been considered a trusted banker of the SS. During the war, Dresdner Bank controlled banks in countries under German occupation, and was known as the bank of choice for the SS. Emil Heinrich Mayer was a board member at two of ITT Corporation's German subsidiaries. He was also a director at Dresdner Bank and a member of the SS. Fritz Kranefuss was also a director at Dresdner Bank and a member of the SS. Mendelssohn and Company was a private bank in Berlin that had been founded by Joseph Mendelssohn, who was identified as a Jew. Fritz Mannheimer, who is said to have twice turned down the presidency of the Reichsbank, was the director of the Amsterdam branch of Mendelssohn and Company, which is said to have been the last Jewish-owned bank allowed to do business in Germany. Mannheimer was also an art collector, and most of his art collection was sold to Hitler in 1941, 2 years after his somewhat suspicious death. Again, art is a popular method for money laundering. By some accounts, approximately 20% of all art in Europe was looted during the war. But yeah, Mendelssohn and Company was liquidated and had its assets transferred to the Deutsche Bank during the war. The Enskilde Bank, which was tied to the Wallenberg family, during the war acquired subsidiaries of the German Bosch Group, and in 1945 the bank was accused of having collaborated with Nazis. Jacob Wallenberg was from 1934 to 1944 a member of the Swedish Governmental Commission for Trade with Germany, and was CEO of Enskilde Bank from 1927 to 1946. He was a Knight of the Swedish Order of the Polar Star. Marcus Wallenberg Jr. was CEO of Enskilde Bank from 1946 to 1958. Marcus had been the chairman of the Swedish representatives on the Permanent Swedish-British Intergovernmental Commission from 1939 to 1943. He was a Knight of the Order of the Sapphire for him and the Order of the British Empire. In the year 2000, Chase Manhattan Corporation made an official apology for one of its predecessor banks having aided the Third Reich in converting marks into US dollars from 1936 to 1941. Sigmund George Warburg of the Warburg family reportedly worked for the Z organization, which was an offshoot of MI5, just prior to the war, and reported on his regular meetings with Helmer Schacht in Switzerland. He founded S.G. Warburg & Company in 1946, which was later acquired by Union Banking Systems. Sigmund was a UK Knights Bachelor. And by the way, I noticed that the UBS, as in Union Bank of Switzerland logo, features what looks suspiciously like papal keys. I really don't want to get too much into symbolism in this video, but let's just say they certainly like to make use of it. So next let's look at some of the nobles who were involved with Nazi Germany. Prince August Wilhelm Hohenzollern of Prussia is said to have given speeches alongside Hitler and was a prominent member of the Nazi Party, where he was propped up as a representative of the former royal family. After the war, he was sentenced to 2.5 years of hard labor, but was instead released, allegedly because of time he already spent at an internment camp. Prince Alexander Ferdinand of Prussia became first lieutenant in the Nazi Air Force Signal Corps. In 1934, he was reported to be a possible successor to Hitler, for when the Führer could no longer carry the torch. Alexander was a grandson of Kaiser Wilhelm II. Franz Joseph, Prince of Hohenzollern-Amden, born in 1891, was a member of the Nazi Party and the SS, and was a commander of a Marine flak battery at the Cuxhaven Naval Base in Lower Saxony. He married Princess Maria Theresa of the Bourbon II Sicilies family. Wolf Werner von Blumenthal was appointed as managing director of the aircraft manufacturer Bachmann von Blumenthal and Company, also known as BBF, which was involved in repair operations for the German Air Force during the war. A Wolf von Blumenthal was a colonel of the 32nd Panzer Grenadier Battalion during the war. Albert von Blumenthal, born in 1889, joined the Nazi Party in 1940. According to historians, in 1945, when the war was at its end, he shot his wife and himself in an alleged suicide pact. Ernst II, the Duke of Saxe-Altenburg, born in 1871, who was a member of the House of Wedden, joined the Nazi Party in 1937, and was later granted citizenship in post-war East Germany. Josias, hereditary Prince of Waldeck and Pyrmont, was a general in the SS and had the positions of Heinrich Himmler's adjutant and staff chief, higher SS and police leader for Weimar, and High Commissioner of Police in German-occupied France. Prince Christoph of Hesse was an SS officer who had a position at the Luftwaffe Research Office and the German Fighter Squadron, and is said to have died in an accidental plane crash. Prince Philip Landgrave of Hesse, born in 1896, was a member of the Hesse-Kessel family and joined the Nazi Party in 1930, and became the governor of Hesse-Nassau from 1933 to 1943, when he was allegedly accused of contributing to the downfall of Mussolini and detained. He married Princess Mafalda of the Savoy clan. Prince Wilhelm of Hesse-Philippsthal-Barchfield was an infantry captain during the war and is said to have died on the Eastern Front. Prince Bernhard of Lippe-Westerfield, born in 1911, who was a part of the Lippe family, was a member of the Nazi Party and a mounted unit of the SS. He married Queen Juliana of the Netherlands, and former Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands is their daughter. During the war, Bernhard was reportedly a part of the London-based Allied War Planning Councils. He was also a personal aide to Queen Juliana, and for a time was Supreme Commander of the Dutch Armed Forces, and is said to have negotiated the surrender of the German army in the Netherlands at the end of the war. Prince Bernhard was a Knight of Malta, Knight of the Bath, Knight of the Order of the Rising Sun, Knight of the Iranian Order of the Lion and the Sun, and many more orders. Bernhard was a major player in the initial organizing of the Bilderberg meetings, and he was involved in the founding of the World Wildlife Fund. Bernhard's brother, Prince Ashwin of Lippe-Westerfield, was an officer in the Wehrmacht. Princess Mary Adelheid of Lippe was married to a Nazi official named Hanno Konoppath. She was involved with the Nordic Ring, which was a forum that discussed eugenics. Ernst Leopold, Prince of Lippe, was the main adjutant to the Reich Minister Walther Dare, and had several other positions in the German government and was in the SS. Armin, Prince of Lippe, who became the head of the princely house of Lippe from 1949 until 2015, was involved in the Wehrmacht during the war. Prince Frederick Christian of Schaumburg-Lippe, who was allegedly asked to become King of Iceland in 1939, was noted as an outspoken Nazi supporter, and was made an upper privy councillor and adjutant to Joseph Goebbels. In total, the Schaumburg-Lippe family is reported to have had 10 members in the Nazi Party. Now, as I mentioned earlier, former Queen Beatrix of the Netherlands married Prince Claus of the Amsberg family, who during the war had been in the 90th Panzer Grenadier Division in Italy. Before the war, he operated a large family farm in German East Africa, and he had been a member of the Hitler Youth. The Sayn-Wittgenstein noble family had territory to its name in the former Holy Roman Empire. Emil zu Sayn-Wittgenstein-Berleburg, born in 1824, was the grandfather of Anita von Kleydorf, who married Walter Werlemont. Walter was deputy chief of Germany's Supreme Armed Forces Command during World War II. Walter also married Paula Bush of the Bush family, which originated in Hesse. A modern member of this Bush family, August Bush IV, has been on the board of the massive beer beer conglomerate Anheuser-Busch InBev, and was the CEO of Anheuser-Busch before its takeover by InBev. Heinrich Prinz zu Sayn-Wittgenstein was a German night fighter during World War II, and is said to have died in 1944 due to having jumped from a critically damaged plane that didn't have enough altitude for his parachute to deploy properly. Gustav Albert Prinz zu Sayn-Wittgenstein-Berleburg, born in 1907, was a field officer in the German army, and was allegedly associated with the 23rd Panzer Division. He is said to have disappeared during Operation Bagration in 1944. Heinrich the 45th, hereditary Prince Rus younger line, was a member of the Nazi Party. Alexander von Dornberg was an SS officer, and was chief of the Protocol Department of the Foreign Office from 1938 to 1945. Heinrich Thyssen, born in 1875, was given the title of Baron by the Habsburg Emperor of Austria-Hungary in 1907. In 1938, he transferred ownership of his castle near Vienna to his daughter, Margit Gabriela Ludza Freyen Thyssen, born Amizza, die Kazen et Imperfalva. This castle is where Margit is said to have stayed for the duration of World War II, and to have hosted SS officers and Gestapo sent there for rest and recreation. Margit is said to have had a voracious sexual appetite, and to have had an affair with a Nazi Party member named Hans Joachim Oldenburg while staying at the castle, and she may have also had an affair with a Gestapo administrator named Franz Podson. Meanwhile, Heinrich's mines and factories provided the Nazi government and military with coal, steel, and U-boats. Margit took off to Switzerland at the end of the war. Heinrich Thyssen's older brother Fritz Thyssen was a member of the Nazi Party and the Reichstag, and took off to Switzerland just as the war began. Fritz was a major figure in the formation of the United Steelworks Group, which is said to have controlled 75% of Germany's iron ore reserves, and Fritz was the head of the German Iron and Steel Industries Association, the Reich Association of German Industry, and was a board member of the Reichsbank. Charles Edward, Duke of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, born in 1884, who was a grandson of Queen Victoria of the UK, was a member of the Nazi Party and the Storm Detachment, better known as the Brown Shirts. He was also president of the German Red Cross from 1933 to 1945, and was a member of the Reichstag from 1936 to 1945. Charles Edward's son and heir, Prince Frederick Josias, became an Oberlieutenant and later an ordnance officer under the German Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, who became known as the Desert Fox. His brother Hubertus was also involved in the Wehrmacht, and is said to have died in 1943 in a battle in Ukraine. The current king of Sweden is named after this Hubertus, who was his uncle. Edward VIII was the king of the British Empire for most of 1936, and is said to have had Nazi sympathies. He was forced to abdicate after having been accused of having these sympathies, although the official narrative is that it was because he married some American woman or something. He met with Hitler, and it's generally assumed that him being made the governor of the Bahamas in 1940 was because of the risk of him linking the UK royals and the Nazis in the eyes of the public. Also in 1940, German ambassador Julius von Seck-Bunkersoda claimed that Edward had leaked the Allied war plans for the defense of Belgium. He was also a Freemason and an admiral of the fleet of the British Royal Navy. Princess Alexandra of Saxe-Coburg and Gotha, born in 1878, is said to have been an early supporter of the Nazi Party, which she joined along with several of her children. She was a granddaughter of Queen Victoria of the UK and Tsar Alexander II of Russia. Her husband, Ernst II, Prince of Hohenlohe-Langenburg, was also a member of the Nazi Party, and their son, Gottfried, Prince of Hohenlohe-Langenburg, was an officer on the German Eastern Front. George, Prince of Saxe-Meiningen, who became the head of the Saxe-Meiningen in 1941, was a member of the Nazi Party. Prince Ernst Augustus of Hanover, born in 1914, was a senior lieutenant in the Wehrmacht during the war. He married a princess of the Glucksburg family, Hermann Behrens of the Behrens family, who historically have been court Jews to the dukes and princes of Hanover, was a Nazi Party member and an SS brigadier general. He was close with Reinhard Heydrich, and became chief of staff in the Nazi intelligence agency known as Sicherheitsdienste, or SD, which was later declared a criminal organization at the Nuremberg trials. Maximilian Egon II of the Fürstenberg family joined the Nazi Party and the Storm Detachment, and Maximilian's heir, Karl Egon V, was an SS Obersturmführer, the Grand Commander of the Order of St. George in Bavaria and a Knight of Malta. Heinrich Himmler, who was Reichsführer of the SS, and a top member of the Nazi Party of Germany, is said to have been named after his godfather, Prince Heinrich of Bavaria, who had been tutored by his father, Gebhard Himmler. Near the end of the First World War, Gebhard is said to have used his connections to the royal family to make Heinrich an officer candidate in the 11th Bavarian Regiment. Joseph Ernst Graf Fugger von Glott, born in 1895, became the head of the Fugger von Glott family after his father died in 1940. He was made an officer in the Wehrmacht in 1939, but because of what's called the Prince's Decree in 1940, which prohibited all of Germany's formerly reigning royal houses from participating in the Wehrmacht, he was dismissed from the military. He is said to have then joined the Kreisau Circle, which according to historians discussed how they would reorganize the German government, knowing that the German army was ultimately meant to lose. Leopold Count Fugger von Babenhausen was a chamberlain to Franz Joseph I, the Habsburg Emperor of Austria and King of Hungary, and was a knight of the Royal House Order of Hohenlohe Hohenzollern. In 1935, he was appointed as a captain in the Luftwaffe and was trained in aerial photography. He was an officer in a Legion Condor unit that was involved in covert operations in the Spanish Civil War. After that, he worked at the Central Department of the Reich Ministry of Aviation, where he is said to have been a speaker. During World War II, he occupied many high positions in the Nazi Air Force, and by the end of the war, he was a major general. Now, if we focus just on officers in the Nazi military, there were more than a few who were nobility. Maximilian von Wix was a field marshal in the Wehrmacht. Wolfram Freiherr von Richthofen was a field marshal in the Luftwaffe. Erwin von Witzelben was a general field marshal. Werner von Blomberg was the Minister of War, and was the commander-in-chief of the German armed forces in the years leading up to the war. Wilhelm Ritter von Leb was a field marshal, and was commander of Army Group North. George von Kuchler was a general field marshal, and commander of Army Group North. Gunther von Kluge was a general field marshal, and commander of the Army Group Center. Paul Ludwig Ewald von Kleist was a general field marshal. Edward von Bohm-Ermoli was given an honorary promotion to general field marshal during the war. Fedor von Bock was a general field marshal and commanded Army Group North, Army Group B, and Army Group Center. Erich von Manstein was the commander in the Wehrmacht. Franz Pfeffer von Salomon was the commander of the SA from 1925 to 1930. Heinrich Himmler spent time as his secretary. Gerd von Rundstedt was a field marshal in the Wehrmacht. Leo Gier von Sweppenberg was a general in the Wehrmacht. Alfred Ritter von Hubicki was a Hungarian-born general in the Wehrmacht. Bruno Ritter von Hauenstahl was a general in the Wehrmacht. Nicholas von Vormann was a General der Panzertruppe, meaning general in the Armored Corps. I couldn't confirm if this picture is actually him. Gustav von Verst was a general in the Wehrmacht and a commander of a panzer division. Wilhelm Ritter von Thoma was the commander of a panzer division. Maximilian von Edelsheim was a Panzer Corps commander and is said to have negotiated the surrender of all German troops on the east side of the Elbe River to the Americans. Hans Karl Freiherr von Esbach was a Panzer Division commander. Hans von Funk was a Panzer Corps and Division commander. Hans Heinrich Six von Arman was the commander of infantry divisions in the Wehrmacht. Fridolin von Senger on Edelin was a Panzer Division and Corps commander. He had gone to Oxford University and he was the father of Ferdinand Maria von Singer on Edelin, who became commander-in-chief of NATO's Allied Forces Central Europe. Richard von Weizsäcker was the commander in the reserves of the Nazi German army and later became governing mayor of West Berlin and then president of Germany from 1984 to 1994. Gerhard von Sherwin was a General der Panzertruppe. He is said to have worked in the British and U.S. intelligence section of the German War Ministry at the German Embassy in London just prior to the war. Dietrich von Sacken had different panzer commandments during the war. Hasso von Manteuffel was a General der Panzertruppe. He was released from custody at the end of 1946 and got involved in political acting in Germany. He also did lectures at West Point Military Academy in the U.S. Smilo Freiherr von Lettwitz was a General der Panzertruppe and after the war became a lieutenant general in the West German Army. In 1963, Smilo became chairman of the board for the defense industry and president of the Order of St. John. Heinrich Freiherr von Lettwitz was a General der Panzertruppe. Willibald von Langermann und Erlenkamp was a General der Panzertruppe. Mortimer von Kassel was head of the Nazi Germany Army Personnel Department and was later a General der Panzertruppe. Otto von Nobelsdorf was a General der Panzertruppe. Victor von Swelder was a General of the Infantry and was a chief of the Army Personnel Office. Rudolf Freiherr von Roman was the General of the Artillery and Infantry Commander. Gustav Adolf von Zangen was an Infantry Commander. Ernst Anton von Kreuz was a commander in the Wehrmacht. Frederick Koch was an Infantry Commander and a member of the SS. Of course, I mentioned him because he's possibly related to the Koch family. Moritz von Richthofen, who was an Infantry Commander. Gustav Anton von Wittersheim, who was a General D. Panzertruppe and Chief of Staff of the 2nd Army Group. Thomas Emil von Wicked was a General of the Infantry. Kurt von Tippelskirch was a General of the Infantry. Alexander von Hartmann was a General of the Infantry. Hermann von Hanneken was a General of the Infantry and was commander of the German forces in Denmark. Werner von Gilsa was a General of the Infantry and was military commander of Dresden. Karl Heinrich von Stolpnagel was a General of the Infantry. Otto von Stolpnagel was the head of the military government of occupied France. Walther von Brauchitsch was commander-in-chief of the Nazi army from 1938 to 1941. He had previously been chosen as a page by Prussian Empress Augusta Victoria. George von Sodenstorn was a General of the Infantry. Hans Karl von Schiele was a General of the Infantry. Max von Schenkendorf was a General in the Wehrmacht and commander of the Army Group Rear Area. Walther Fischer von Wiegerstal was a General of the Infantry. Alexander von Falkenhausen was a General of the Infantry and had been an advisor to Chiang Kai-shek. I know I already mentioned him, but it's worth stressing again. And also that he was the head of the military government of occupied Belgium. Karl von Rox was a General of the Infantry and commander of the Army Group South Rear Area. Franz von Rox was a General in the Infantry and commander of the Army Group North Rear Area. Werner von Erdmannsdorf was a General of the Infantry. Franz Ritter von Epp was the Reich Governor of Bavaria from 1933 to 1945. Dietrich von Choltitz was a General of the Infantry. Karl von Oven was a General of the Infantry. Ralph Graf Olaf von Areola was a lieutenant general in the Wehrmacht. Hans von Obstfelder was a general of the infantry. Hartwig von Ludwiger was a general of the infantry. Joachim von Amsberg was a general of the infantry during World War II, although it said he was given no actual military duties. Frederick Jobst Kammer von Kirchen-Sittenbach was a general of the mountain troops. Karl von Leser was a general of the mountain troops. He is said to have been responsible for the massacre of the Greek town of Kalavrita. Edwin von Rothkirch Untrach was the commander of the Army Group's Central Rear Area. Maximilian von Herf was a high-ranking commander in the SS. Wolf Heinrich von Helldorf was a high-ranking commander in the SS and was chief of the Berlin police. Kurt von Gottberg was a high-ranking commander in the SS. Erich von Dambach-Zaluski was a high-ranking SS commander. He was appointed as chief of bandit fighting, which basically meant putting down any resistance movements in occupied territories. Karl von Eberstein was a member of the SA, the SS, and was chief of the Munich police. Undo von Warwisch was a high-ranking commander in the SS. Konstantin von Neurath had the honorary rank of group leader in the SS. He was the Reich Minister of Foreign Affairs leading up to the war and was protector of Bohemia and Moravia during. His father was the Chamberlain of King William II of Württemberg. Karl von Fischer-Truenfeld was a group leader in the SS. Fritz von Scholz was a group leader and lieutenant general in the SS. Karl Friedrich von Puckler-Berghaus was a group leader and lieutenant general in the SS. Leo von Jena was a high-ranking commander in the SS. Adolf von Bomhard was a group leader in the SS and was head of the police in occupied Ukraine. Ludolf von Alvensloven was chair of the motorized corps of the SA and a group leader in the SS. Gustav Adolf von Wolfen was a major general in the German army and a brigade leader in the SS. Wilhelm von Wedel was a brigade leader in the SS. Otto von Wies was a brigade leader in the SS. Karl von Oberkamp was a brigade leader and major general in the SS. Otto von Schrader was an admiral in the Nazi German Navy. Hans-Georg von Friedberg was the last commander-in-chief of the Kriegsmarine, or Nazi German Navy. Robert Ritter von Grain was a general field marshal of the Luftwaffe. He previously worked for Chiang Kai-shek's government to help build the Chinese Air Force. Again, I said this before, but it's worth stating such a connection twice. And by the way, there are some exceptions to the rule of von indicating that a person was in the nobility, but I can confirm that most, if not all of these officers were. Another thing though, most of these officers were lower level nobility. Basically, they served a function similar to the heads of organized crime families, many of whom I strongly suspect are related to recognized nobility families. Or another example, Knights of the Shekels, who have often been given low-level nobility titles. Anyways, Unity Mitford, who was a daughter of David Freeman Mitford, the second Baron of Reedsdale, is said to have been infatuated with Hitler and to have been a member of his inner circle for 5 years. Unity is alleged to have participated in orgies with Hitler and other Nazi officials. Unity and her sister Diana had traveled to Germany as part of a delegation of the British Union of Fascists through the 1933 Nuremberg rally. Diana married Oswald Mosley, the 6th Baron of Ancoats, who is also alleged to have had an affair with Unity. Mosley founded the British Union of Fascists in 1932 and was its head. Unity shot herself in the head on the day that Britain declared war on Germany, but survived. Gerald Hugh Grosvenor was the Duke of Westminster in that era. Again, he was rumored to have dated Coco Chanel, who went on to date a Nazi intelligence officer and became an agent herself. In 1939, Gerald is reported to have stated at a lunch with Duff Cooper, the 1st Viscount Norwich, and his wife, that Hitler knew they were his best friends. Walter Montagu Douglas Scott, the 8th Duke of Buccleuch, met with Joachim von Ribbentrop in London and was made to resign as Lord Steward of the household by the king, reportedly because he was becoming known for being pro-German. He had traveled to Germany in 1939 to join Hitler's 50th birthday party. Wilfred Ashley, 1st Baron Mount Temple, was one of the founders of the Anglo-German Fellowship and spent time as its chairman, and met with Hitler in 1937. Next, let's focus on the Catholic organization. First of all, it's worth stating a second time that the government of Italy, headed by Benito Mussolini, established the Vatican as a nation through the Lateran Treaty of 1929, and that the Catholic and alleged Jesuit priest Bernhard Stiefel had assisted Hitler in writing Mein Kampf, and was a member of Hitler's inner circle. Mussolini, by the way, was a Knight of Malta, Knight of the Bath, and Knight of the Holy Sepulchre. The Reichskonkordat, or Concordat between the Holy See and the German Reich, refers to a treaty that was signed by future Pope Pius XII and Franz von Papen, who was then the Vice-Chancellor of the German government. This Concordat is said to be still in force today. The signing of this Concordat took place shortly after the Enabling Act of 1933, which gave Hitler the power to enact laws without the involvement of the Reichstag, and was signed by President Paul von Hindenburg. Catholic priest Ludwig Cass, who was present at the signing of the Reichskonkordat, is said to have been the main advocate in support of the Enabling Act. At the time, Ludwig was president of the Catholic Center Party in Germany. Pope Pius XII, who was pope from 1939 to 1958, had been apostolic nuncio in Bavaria from 1917 to 1925, to Germany from 1920 to 1930, and to Prussia from 1925 to 1930, and reportedly lived in Germany from 1917 to 1929. He was Cardinal Secretary of State from 1930 to 1939. This pope's real name was Eugenio Pacelli of the Pacelli black nobility family. His brother Francesco Pacelli was a Vatican lawyer who was involved in the realization of the Lateran Treaty, and his father Filippo Pacelli was a lawyer at the Sacra Rota Romana court at the Vatican, and Filippo's father Marcantonio Pacelli was a lawyer at the Sacra Rota Romana and was deputy minister of the interior at the Vatican from 1851 to 1870. Franz von Papen, by the way, was a Knight of Malta, Knight of the Holy Sepulchre, and a papal chamberlain. He was acquitted at the Nuremberg trials. Cesare Orsenigo was apostolic nuncio to Germany from 1930 to 1945. His formal authority also extended to Poland as of late 1939, and he has been widely criticized of purposely minimizing the situation of Polish Catholics in his reports to Rome. Orsenigo's primary priest assistant was a member of the Nazi Party, and Orsenigo himself was alleged to be. The German-born Jesuit Robert Lieber has been described as Pope Pius XII's private secretary and closest advisor throughout the entirety of his papacy. According to American historian Michael Fayer, at the end of the war, Lieber wrote to Alois Hudal, telling him to look at his mission setting up the Ratlines as a crusade. Lieber was also a professor at the Pontifical Gregorian University from 1930 to 1960. Hitler at least once referred to Himmler as our Ignatius of Loyola, and from 1929 until the end of the war, Himmler was the head of the SS, which was based on the Order of the Jesuits, and has been called a conflation of the Teutonic Knights, the Jesuits, and the Japanese samurai. Vladimir Ledowchowski was a page in the Habsburg court before becoming a Jesuit. He became the Black Pope in 1915 and held the position until his death in 1942. According to the writings of historian David Kurtzer, prior to World War II, Ledowchowski had worked to align the Vatican with Italy's and Germany's ambitions. The Ledowchowskis are a Polish and Austrian noble family. Norbert D. Boyens was the Jesuit Vicar General from 1944 to 1946. In 1941, he had reportedly instructed French Jesuits that the Vichy France government was the only legitimate government of France. Now, on a related note, remember how I said that I'm not totally convinced that nukes are real? Well, according to official reports, the atomic blast at Hiroshima instantly killed everyone in a 1.5 kilometer radius. Another source puts the sure death zone at 1.75 kilometers. Hubert Schiffer was one of a group of Jesuit priests that were at a mission compound that were reportedly less than 1.6 kilometers from ground zero of this blast. He and his fellow Jesuits all survived with only shrapnel injuries, and Schiffer is said to have lived for another 33 years in good health.
Well, I think that is just a rumor. Because I myself and others of us have worked in the city itself immediately after the explosion for several hours, and we felt no ill effect at all.
According to official accounts, when the war ended, it was not expected that the little boy bomb design would ever again be required, so many of the plans and diagrams related to it were destroyed. Now, before I wrap this video up, there are a few more things I want to touch on. Casinos are notoriously linked with organized crime groups, especially in the US, and this is despite them being heavily restricted by government, with only a privileged few being allowed to open one. Basically, gambling is such a profitable hustle that the mafia is particularly strict about keeping control of it. This serves as yet another example of the connections between government and organized crime. Now, banking is obviously a huge topic, but the concepts behind it are fairly simple. The most basic of all being loaning at interest, which over time takes real wealth away from people. Even if the currency being used has no intrinsic value, it can be linked to things that do, which can be taken away. As I said in the last video, things like taxes and loans at interest are more about taking wealth away from people, keeping them powerless and subservient, than it is about acquiring some currency that the mafia's agents can just type and print into existence. Although a cut of that money is certainly an incentive to people in the banking system that serve them. So at this point, I've already mentioned many people who were given high up positions in major banks, who had gone to certain universities, especially those associated with the Jesuits and the Crown. A little side note actually, based on my research, which went way beyond what I just showed as examples. Of the two, Crown schools seem more linked with banking positions, while Jesuit schools are more linked with military and intelligence. And as I've shown, many members of major nobility families have occupied high positions in banking. The European Central Bank, which is the central bank for the euro currency, and is considered one of the 7 institutions of the European Union, is based in Frankfurt, Germany. The current president of this bank is Mario Draghi, who is a member of the Group of 30, which was founded by the Rockefeller Foundation. The president before him was Jean-Claude Trichet, also a member of the Group of 30. Trichet is the European chairman of the Trilateral Commission and a member of the Bilderberg Group. Trichet is a knight of the Order of Orange-Nassau, the Hessian Order of Merit, and the Order of Prince Henry. The U.S. Federal Reserve is said to actually be a private bank, but it's not like it really matters anyways. It's all mafia. This bank was created by the Federal Reserve Act, which was proposed after a series of so-called financial panics. In other words, words, and all economic babble aside, the mafia had been making people suffer to get their way. For example, by having their agents hold on to their wealth and not create any jobs, and other things like that basically just drag people down. Anyways, Jerome Powell is the current chairman of the Federal Reserve, and he went to Georgetown. Before him, the chair was Janet Yellen, who went to Yale. Mark Carney is the governor of the Bank of England, which is considered the second oldest central bank, and the model on which most modern central banks have been based. Mark went to Harvard and Oxford, and was previously the governor of the Bank of Canada. Another thing about banking is that it serves as a way to make large payments to agents. For example, in the form of loans that for one reason or another don't end up getting repaid. Now, another thing I wanted to touch a bit more on is the drug trade. Amphetamines, and especially methamphetamine, was heavily used by soldiers during World War II. Amphetamine is said to have first been synthesized by the Romanian chemist Lazar Idlinu at the University of Berlin, and methamphetamine was reportedly first synthesized from ephedrine by the Japanese chemist Nagai Nagayoshi. In 1871, Nagai had traveled to the University of Berlin under government sponsorship and worked as an assistant to the German chemist August Wilhelm von Hofmann, who was a co-founder of the German Chemical Society and a member of the Royal Society. The German pharmaceutical company Temmler developed an easier method for converting ephedrine into methamphetamine in 1938 and proceeded to market it on a large scale under the brand Pervitin. During World War II, the German army was supplied with more than 38 million Pervitin tablets. U.S. President John F. Kennedy is said to have been given excessive amounts of steroids and amphetamines by his doctors, supposedly to treat his various health problems. He seems to have had very noble blood, if you catch my drift. Fang Weiguo was the mayor of Linxiang in China's Henan province from 2011 to April of 2015, when he was allegedly found naked and high on ice, which refers to a drug with similar but longer lasting effects than meth. So as I mentioned, Pu Yi's first wife Wanrong was heavily addicted to opium, and her eventual death in prison is linked to her going through withdrawal. This of course suggests that the government of the Qing had connections to the opium trade, and of course Wanrong got on the stuff with the approval of the emperor, and there are some examples to suggest that it wasn't that uncommon among the Qing royals, and other nobles that associated with the Qing for that matter. Now as we know, the British East India Company and the Sassoon family, who both had connections with the British Crown and the City of London, were involved with the import of opium into Qing China, a situation which the opium wars of the mid-19th century only seemed to make worse. But there were also businesses and families based out of the United States that were involved. U.S. President Franklin Delano Roosevelt's grandfather, Warren Delano, was involved in dealing opium on the Pearl River for a decade, and later became a supplier of medical opium to the U.S. War Department. Joseph Cabot, born in 1720, operated a fleet of merchant ships that traded in opium, rum, and slaves, and the Cabot family of Boston are said to have endowed Harvard University with opium money. John and Robert Forbes of the Forbes family, which includes John Kerry, were also involved in this opium trade, while the Russell family, who are said to have been America's biggest opium dealers, funded the Skull and Bones Society at Yale. As I mentioned before, William Huntington Russell was the founder of Skull and Bones, and the namesake of the society's corporate body, the Russell Trust Association. William's cousin, Samuel Russell, had founded Russell and Company in 1824, which was the largest American trading house in China from 1842 until its closing in 1891. So, the founder of Skull and Bones Society at Yale University was connected with opium. The Yale in China Society was founded in 1901 by Christian missionaries. Between 1919 and 1920, Mao Zedong is reported to have had associations with this school. According to a couple different sources, Mao oversaw the growing of opium poppies, as well as the sale of the drug in areas just outside of his control. And I've already talked about Sun Yat-sen in the last video, but to sum it up quickly, he was involved with the Triads, the Heaven and Earth Society, and received financial support from the Black Dragon Society, also known as the Amur River Society. Sun Yat-sen was a co-founder of the Kuomintang, or KMT, which is translated as the Nationalist Party of China. The KMT were involved in the opium trade. Later on, during the 1967 Opium War in northwestern Laos, members of the KMT army skirmished with rival drug smugglers, and reportedly moved shipments of up to 20 tons of raw opium at a time. During this war, they are said to have made use of infrastructure in remote areas that had been set up by the CIA. Air America, which operated from 1950 to 1976, was a passenger and cargo airline that was actually a dummy corporation for the CIA's operations in and around China. This corporation had hubs in Vietnam, Laos, and Thailand. This organization is alleged to have been involved in transporting opium from Southeast Asia, such as that grown by groups of Hmong people during the Laotian Civil War, which is considered a part of the Vietnam War. Now remember how Francis Spellman, who was Archbishop of New York from 1939 until his death in 1967, was in support of the Vietnam War, aka Spelly's War. Well, I talked about his connections to Vietnam in the last video, such as his meeting with Ngo Dinh Dien in 1950, but I didn't get into some of his other connections. For one, he was in contact with the FBI, and met with director Edgar Hoover personally. He was also a Knight of Malta, and worked with the Knights of Columbus. Being a allegedly a knight of that order also, and he was known to be close with a Jesuit named Robert Ignatius Gannon. Bellman also associated with Roy Cohn, who again was connected with many organized crime heads. William Colby, who was director of Central Intelligence from 1973 to 1976, was, according to a couple different sources, a Knight of Malta, although according to another, he actually refused an invitation to join. Colby had been a CIA station chief in Saigon for most of the war, and reportedly was close with members of Diem's family. Purdue Pharma, a private pharmaceutical company, has been involved in lawsuits related to its marketing and sale of opioids. This company was founded by Mortimer and Raymond Sackler. Both were Knights of the Order of the British Empire, and Raymond was an officer in the Royal Order of Orange-Nassau. Another member of the Sackler family, Arthur Sackler, was a psychiatrist who reportedly had a stake in Purdue. He has donated to schools and is the namesake of the Sackler School of Medicine at the University of Tel Aviv, among others. Richard Sackler is a former chairman and president of Purdue, and has donated to political actors. This Sackler family is said to have originated in Poland and are identified as Jews. Other pharmaceutical companies whose names have come up in connection to what's called the opioid crisis include Abbott Labs, which is based in the US, Johnson & Johnson, which I mentioned is connected to the Johnson family, who are possibly a distant branch of the House of Hanover, the US-based Pfizer Corporation, Swiss-based Novartis International, Medtronic, which is based in Ireland and the US, Actavis, which is based in the US, and Endo International, which is based in Ireland and the US. Now let's talk a bit about food. The term heirloom plants generally refers to open-pollinated food cultivars that mostly fell into disuse with the industrialization of agriculture, when the varieties of crops generally grown for commercial use were dramatically reduced, and the varieties that are grown on a massive scale being chosen for reasons that have little to nothing to do with promoting good health. One might even argue that part of the reason for the prominence of certain food crops, along with other factors in their cultivation, is to cause specific widespread health issues, for reasons that include supporting the pharmaceutical industry. By some accounts, the end of World War II in 1945 was roughly the beginning of widespread use of hybrid plants by growers and seed companies. These practices have resulted in the complete loss of many heirloom cultivars. The Svalbard Global Seed Vault, which is on the Norwegian island of Spitsbergen, receives funding through the Crop Trust from organizations like the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, as well as from various governments. The Crop Trust is an NGO based out of Germany, which was founded by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the UN and Biodiversity International, both of which are based out of Rome. In the US, the suicide rate of farmers is reported to be double that of war veterans, and there are similarly high rates in Australia, the UK, France, India, and elsewhere. Most of the reasons given for this only dance around the real issues, but one thing that's obvious is that these farmers are being backed into a corner. If we look at Europe, the bulk of farm taxpayer subsidies coming from the EU goes towards large agricultural groups rather than small farmers. This and other similar policies and regulations push more small-time farmers out of the industry to be replaced by larger corporate farms. In addition to killing jobs, this serves to lower the overall quality of food produced and further strengthens the mafia's control over food. Now, as an example of who the food industry is connected to, let's just start by looking at one random supermarket brand. Seriously, try this yourself. Real Canadian Superstore is owned by Loblaw companies, the executive chairman of which is Galen Weston Jr., who was born in Dublin and who went to Colonial Harvard and Columbia University. The Weston family are the majority owners of George Weston Limited, which in turn owns a reported 47% of Loblaws. The current executive chairman of George Weston Limited is Galen Weston, who is a Knight of the Order of Canada and the Royal Victorian Order. Galen went to the University of Western Ontario, which is a member of the Association of Commonwealth Universities, which is based in London. This university is also a member of the U15 group of Canadian research universities, where 87% of all contracted private sector research in Canada is said to be done. The oldest original member of the U15, and the one that hosts the most sponsored research, is the University of Toronto, which was originally called King's College and was founded by a royal charter from the UK monarch George IV in 1827. The current chancellor of the University of Toronto is Michael Wilson, who is a Privy Councillor to the Queen for Canada and a Knight of the Order of Canada. Wilson was the Canadian ambassador to the US from 2006 to 2009, was the chairman of Union Banking Systems Canada from 2001 to 2006, and is a member of the Trilateral Commission. But yeah, you get the idea. Anyways, Trofim Lysenko was a director of the Institute of Genetics at the USSR's Academy of Sciences. He and his theories in the areas of farming and livestock, commonly referred to as Lysenkoism, were propped up by the Soviet government, which forced them into practice. Lysenkoism reportedly played an active role in the death of millions of Soviet citizens from starvation. So, a lot of people already know about fluoride being added to the water supply in many countries. Fluoride in trace amounts is important for good health, but one thing that proponents of the practice fail to mention is that there are different kinds, and basically naturally occurring fluoride is not the same as hydrofluorosilicic acid, which is an industrial waste product and is derived from phosphate fertilizers, and which is the most commonly used substance in water fluoridation. Sodium fluorosilicic silicate and sodium fluoride are also used, both of which are toxic. Calcium fluoride, which in its mineral form is called fluorite, is a widely occurring form of fluoride in nature and is classified as not dangerous. Of course, I'm not suggesting that they should be adding any kind of fluoride. Of course, the cat's long since out of the bag on fluoridation, but much less talked about than fluoridation is water chlorination. Chlorine is highly toxic, and water chlorination is said to be done in order to kill disease-causing pathogens in the water supply. Of course, the same can be accomplished by simply boiling water intended for drinking, in addition to creating what are called disinfection byproducts or DNPs, many of which are considered health hazards. Chlorine, like I just said, is highly toxic and is disruptive to our gut biomes. Unlike fluoride, chlorine evaporates from water over time, a process which can be sped up by boiling. Calcium hypochlorite is said to be commonly used in water chlorination, as well as chlorine dioxide. It's also used in herbicides and laundry detergents. So now let's look at water chlorination by country, to see in what places people are privileged enough to be spared from this practice. Chlorination is reportedly done in both the US and the UK. In 1918, the US Department of the Treasury called for all drinking water to be chlorinated. Chlorination is also done in Canada. The Asian Development Bank, or ADB, is funding the use of water chlorination to purify water in places all over Asia. The president of the ADB is Takahito Nakao, who was previously a minister at the Embassy to Japan in Washington, D.C., and was an economic advisor at the IMF. All presidents of the ADB have been Japanese, and its headquarters is in the Philippines. In the poorer regions of Africa, there are many charity organizations and NGOs involved in purifying water with chlorine. The same has been done in places like India and Nepal. In 1998, most countries in the EU reportedly used water chlorination, with the exception of Denmark and Luxembourg. Luxembourg, which is bordered with Germany, France, and Belgium, has long been known as a tax haven, especially for major corporations. Grand Duke Henry of Luxembourg is descended from the Bourbon Pharma along his family's male line, and his mother is a member of the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha, the European Court of Justice, which is considered the highest court in the European Union on matters of EU law, is in Luxembourg. Jean-Claude Juncker, who was the 23rd Prime Minister of Luxembourg, is now the President of the European Commission, meaning he's the head of the executive branch of the EU, and Denmark is noted as a tax haven for particular kinds of companies, primarily LLCs. Margaret II of Denmark descends from the Glucksberg family. So anyways, who's producing all of this chlorine? Well, as you can see, companies we're already familiar with, like Bayer, Dow Chemical, DuPont, GE, and PPG, were reportedly involved in chlorine production in the 90s, and presumably most if not all still are. Ashta Chemicals, which is based in Ohio, is another company involved. Occidental Petroleum has several chlorine-producing plants, as does Pioneer. Now on the topic of government, let's just talk about voting. Put simply, does a choice really matter when it all ends up the same anyways? History already tells us about what happens to those in government who don't follow the script, and the whole ideological faction system they came up with is pure babble garbage. Voting is just to appease the people, to make them feel special and included. It's like the gladiator games in ancient Rome, which gave people a feeling of being not completely powerless by giving them a choice over the fates of people which didn't even have an effect on their own situation. Political acting is a work basically. These political actors all represent the one mafia, which oppresses everyone but themselves. Not that I'm denying the fact that some people are given more privileges than others, but overall they drag everyone down to stay in power, and government is just another front for them to do so. A platform for con artists sums it up pretty well. Now to get you thinking, here's an idea that will replace welfare and that doesn't require government. You can have an investment company, and through this company, which of course needs complete transparency for this to work, people can invest in those who sign up for this new form of welfare. And if their investment creates winners out of losers, people who put out the money get a return. It's basically a form of gambling, which in the process gives people who need it a chance to pick themselves up. So throughout this video, I paraphrased the words of countless historians, but the truth is, I don't even really trust their accounts of the past. As the saying goes, history is written by the winners, and you could say that the one mafia has been winning for a very long time. So with that in mind, let's look at a few prominent historians. Edward Gibbon is an English historian who is noted for his writings about the Roman Empire. He was a Freemason and a member of the Royal Society, and he went to Oxford University. Freemason Andrew Bell co-founded the Encyclopedia Britannica. Desmond Stewart is an English historian who has written primarily about the French royals and Napoleon. Desmond is a knight of the Order of Malta and the Sacred Military Constantinian Order of St. George, and he went to Cambridge University. Prince Cyril Tournanov was a Russian-born American historian who has written about the medieval Caucasus and the Byzantine Empire. Cyril was a knight of Malta and went to Georgetown University. Massimo Fagioli is a Vatican historian. He went to the ancient University of Bologna and has been a visiting fellow at Jesuit Boston College. Jerome Chen is a Chinese historian who formerly worked for the Chinese service of the BBC and studied under the Austrian Friedrich August von Hayek at the London School of Economics. Jerome is a member of the Royal Society of Canada. Frederick Evans Wakeman Jr., who has been called the most influential historian on China in the world, went to Harvard University. 7 of his 10 10 books were published by the University of California Press, and he was a professor at the University of California, Berkeley. Anyways, you get the idea. Now on that note, I've got some more stuff for you on China. First off, I've got to say that when it comes to China especially, I've noticed articles on these kinds of topics getting edited and deleted, especially when it comes to Wikipedia. And now even all the old tricks I figured out to see older versions of articles are starting to fail. The censorship is very real. But anyway, Shaanxi province in the north of China is considered one of the most polluted areas in the world, with reported birth defects being 6 times higher than the national average. Heavy coal mining and related heavy industries in this region are to blame. Also, working conditions in these industries are said to be very bad, with thousands dying on the job every year. So who's really behind all this mining? Well, aside from Li Ka-shing, who is a knight of the British Empire, foreign investors in the Shaanxi coal industry include mining companies from British Columbia, Alberta, Colorado, Texas, Japan, Britain, Germany, and Italy. Now, after a lot of digging and dead ends, I found some actual leads when it comes to this foreign investment. Siemens and Foster Wheeler Energy Group are reported to have been given a contract to design and equip a power station in Yangcheng, which is supplied with low sulfur coal from the Shaanxi Provincial Coal Transportation and Sales Company. The German Development Bank, or KfW, as well as the US Export-Import Bank have both invested in this plant. This plant, which is located in Shaanxi, is owned by Yangcheng International Power Company, which is said to be a joint venture of the US-based AES Corporation and 4 other groups. The non-executive chairman of AES is Charles O. Rosati, who is a senior advisor at the Carlyle Group and a former IRS commissioner. Rosati went to both Georgetown and Harvard. Far East Energy Corporation, which is headquartered in Houston, Texas, in 2003 obtained 2 farm-out agreements that covered over 1 million acres in Shaanxi, mainly for the purposes of a large coalbed methane project. The company has since reportedly filed Chapter 7 bankruptcy. In 2003, the US-based company Raven Ridge Resources was retained by Sino-American Energy to evaluate plans for its Jincheng coalbed methane and coal mine methane project in Shaanxi. Now moving on, Li Hongjiang, who was a knight of the Royal Victorian Order, was an official in the Qing Imperial Court, noted for his influence in quelling rebellions, including the Taiping Rebellion, and he signed the Boxer Protocol, which is said to have officially ended the Boxer Rebellion. Claire Lee Chenot was a commander of the Flying Tigers, also known as the first American volunteer group of the Chinese Air Forces, which existed from 1941 to 1942. During the Second Sino-Japanese War, Chenot was Chiang Kai-shek's chief air advisor. Claire, along with other US military commanders, would later claim that the reason that China fell to communist forces in 1949 was primarily due to an arms embargo carried out by the US government. So, we all know Bruce Lee, but we also know that the film industry is well known to have connections with organized crime, and that goes for both Hollywood and the Hong Kong film industry. And as I've shown, the nobility is also involved in film. So Bruce's father, Li Hoi Chuen, was an opera singer and film actor in Hong Kong, and Bruce's mother, Grace Ho, was half German and was said to be a Catholic. Grace was a possibly adopted child of Robert Houghton, whose father was the Dutchman Charles Henry Morris Bosman, and Robert is said to have carried around a certificate given to him by the governor of Hong Kong, which stated that his father was Dutch. Robert, who was a knight of the British Empire, was a financier of the Xinhai Revolution which overthrew the Qing, and he was somehow able to ride out the Japanese occupation of Hong Kong without having his business interests badly impacted. Many of the children of Robert went on to occupy prominent positions in banking, business, and government, and he had a lot of kids, reportedly more than 30. Robert was nicknamed the Grand Old Man of Hong Kong, and he was the grandfather through either blood or adoption of Bruce. So now, let's talk just a little bit about where and which people have certain privileges. In other words, where people are given advantages, opportunities, and other things that other people don't have, allotted to them by governments and other mafia organizations. So on average, people in countries like Germany, Denmark, the Netherlands, France, Norway, Luxembourg, Belgium, Austria, the UK, Sweden, you get the idea, Germanic countries, are all reported to work some of the least amount of hours per year in the world. While for example, East Asian countries are way up there, and Mexico is just ridiculous. But just looking at Europe, it's Greece and some other Eastern European countries that are reported to have significantly higher average working hours than those more Germanic countries. Meanwhile, in Germany, young people are also known to not spend as much time in schools, and that they have a strong apprenticeship culture, with many people in their mid-teens already getting on-the-job training. And not only that, one thing I did mention in the last video is the prominence of small, mostly family-owned businesses in Germany. Of course, you've got your Siemens and your Bayers, but reportedly, in 2011, family-owned industrial firms accounted for 43% of Germany's exports. Of course, in a lot of countries, a handful of families control a huge amount of businesses. The notable thing about Germany is the sheer amount of families. Also, I realized that you can't really get much out of stats on small businesses alone, since many of them could simply function as fronts for larger organizations. So now let's look into something else. Cash versus purely digital currency. You see, if you pay for things and do deals purely with digital currency, everything you do will be tracked. And if they know your every move when it comes to money. They can, for example, steal a business idea from you and do it themselves with their greater resources, and in general gives them greater surveillance and greater control over your money. And by the way, I'm not buying into the hype with all this cryptocurrency stuff. There are many things they can do to control and surveil cryptocurrencies. For example, by making it necessary to install an app that contains spyware in order to make transactions. But anyways, there are many subtle and not so subtle ways that the mafia tries to reduce the use of cash. So let's just look at where people use the most cash. In Germany, 82% of payments are said to be made in cash, which is way above most other countries. Consumer debt is also noted to be very low in Germany. Meanwhile, in China, for example, cash is said to be pretty much dead, with mobile payments taking its place. Although I don't entirely buy that it's to that extent, but they are clearly pushing for it. Japan is said to be still a very much cash-based society. In Nordic countries, there's clearly a strong push to get rid of cash. So how about a few words on migrants? Just based on pictures and video, migrants coming to France seem to be primarily black, meaning the majority most likely come from places like Nigeria, Somalia, Sudan. While with Germany, you see more North African and Middle Eastern looking people, and with the UK, you see more of a mix of both. So keep in mind how I show that the nobility of the Middle East is connected with that of Europe, and many of these African migrants are coming from places that were originally considered colonies of the UK, France, and Belgium. I think it's entirely possible that all of this was planned out well ahead of time. So let's move on to the topic of militaries. One thing to note about modern military equipment is the possibility of kill switches. Basically, a component that causes a piece of hardware to not function properly under certain conditions or when remotely activated. It's entirely possible that hardware with such components is being mass-produced today, which would mean whoever they don't want using certain weaponry can, which only tightens the mafia's monopoly on military force. Basically, one possible reason why weapons production is restricted were efforts and military hardware is being sold to places like China and India, rather than having it all built locally. Is likely because they are built with a kill switch chip. I mean, just consider the amount of talent that was exported to the US using the Boxer Indemnity Scholarship. It shouldn't be an issue at all for countries like China to produce their own weapons, which leads me to think that weapons production in that country is suppressed. In 2004, Israel Aerospace Industries signed a $1.1 billion contract with the Indian government for military hardware, and in 2012, the company announced the sale of $1.1 billion of defense systems to an unspecified Asian country, possibly China. The founder of Israel Aerospace Industries was Al Schwimmer, who was born in the US and who had worked at Lockheed Corporation. He is said to have smuggled surplus warplanes to be used in the 1948 Arab-Israeli War. The three largest defense companies are reported to be Lockheed Martin, Northrop Grumman, and the Boeing Company, all based in the US. And US-based companies are reported to have 60% of the market share of arms sales, while those based in West Europe are reported at 31%. These US companies also export the most arms, with the largest recipients of US arms being located in the Middle East and South Asia, notably Saudi Arabia, Israel, Egypt, and Kuwait. Another thing to note about the military is that a lot of taxpayer-funded military research and development goes into things that kill jobs. For example, autonomous cars like those in the proposed Ford autonomous fleet can be considered a result of a US Department of Defense grant for research into autonomous military vehicles. Of course, this will destroy a large amount of jobs such as delivery and taxi drivers. Another thing is voice recognition technology that has been developed by DARPA. I have already noticed that some delivery services use this technology when it comes to answering phone calls instead of having an actual person on the other end. And again, this killing of jobs is being funded using tax dollars. Also, robots don't need to have AI to start replacing human soldiers. They can simply be programmed just like a bot in a video game and use heat and shape recognition technology, which both already exist. The only thing they need is to make them more mobile, which they have clearly been putting a lot of resources into. The DARPA Robotics Challenge, which lasted from 2012 to 2015, had the stated aim of developing semi-autonomous ground robots that could do, quote, complex tasks in dangerous, degraded, and human-engineered environments. The Atlas robot was, and continues to be, funded by DARPA. There are other similar projects also focused on mobility that are funded by DARPA. So here's a couple other projects that have been or are currently being funded by DARPA. Sarcos, which has reportedly been a top recipient of DARPA funding for the last 3 decades, has 3 robotics projects. The Snake and Scorpion robots for surveillance and inspection, the Big Arm robots, which are intended for manufacturing, construction, and other industries, and the exoskeleton robots. The Energetically Autonomous Tactical Robot, which was a project to develop a robotic vehicle that didn't require fuel and could operate indefinitely. Combat Zones at Sea, that has the reported goal of being able to track everything that moves in a city. But yeah, there are many things that the mafia is doing to kill and devalue jobs right now. Things like excessive government regulations, and of course the strong push for automation. So let's look into who's pushing all this automation. We'll start with some of the major companies involved. Siemens, which is based in Germany, is the largest manufacturing company in Europe, and the company's industrial automation division is reported to be its most profitable. ABB Group, which is based in Switzerland, is one of the largest engineering companies in the world and is involved in robotics and automation. Emerson Electric, which is based in the US, is a multinational corporation with over 200 manufacturing locations worldwide, and one of its two business platforms is called Automation Solutions. Rockwell Automation is based in the US, and as their name suggests, is involved in industrial automation, which includes software. Another major company involved in automation is Schneider Electric, which is based in France. OC Oerlikon, based in Switzerland, is involved in automation, particularly in the fields of industrial welding and cutting. Honeywell Process Solutions, based in the US, styles itself as a pioneer in automation control. Mitsubishi Electric, based in Japan, is involved in industrial automation and creates factory robots. Yokogawa Electric, also based in Japan, has the manufacture of industrial automation products as one of the corporation's main businesses. Another Japanese company, Amro, has industrial automation as its main business. Danaher Corporation, based in the US, is involved in automation. KUKA Robotics Corporation is based in Germany and manufactures industrial robotics and other automation equipment. Fanuc is a company based in Japan that is involved in factory automation and industrial robotics. In 1982, Fanuc entered into a joint venture with General Motors, which was called GM Fanuc Robotics Corporation. And in 1987, Fanuc entered into a joint venture with General Electric, and the two companies formed GE Fanuc Automation. So basically, it's mostly companies based in Germany, the US, and Japan. And of course, the US, French, and Swiss companies could be considered Germanic. So let's keep looking, this time into governments and other organizations that are pushing automation. Siemens, which I already mentioned is heavily involved in automation technologies, has provided automation technologies for the building of facilities for the US government, as well as various other governments. Harding Technology Group, which was founded in Germany in 1945, is involved in automation and robotics, and is known for producing things such as retail checkout systems. Harding is a co-founder of the Robotics Academy Foshan, also known as the Foshan Robotation Academy and other such names. This academy is located at the Guangdong Tanjiao International Convention and Exhibition Center, which is in the city of Foshan, in the southern Chinese province of Guangdong. Reportedly, the Chinese government intends to invite every manufacturing company in South China to have some interaction with this academy, and the push for automation in China, especially in the south, has been called a government-backed revolution. The International Federation of Robotics, or IFR, is an NGO that was founded in Frankfurt, Germany. 12 national robotics associations are said to be active members of the IFR. The president of the IFR is Junji Suda, who is the president of Yaskawa Electric Corporation, and before him it was Joe Gemma, who is president and CEO of KUKA Robotics, and the current vice president of the IFR is Stephen Walt, who is the global head of marketing and sales for ABB Group's robotics business unit. ACGO is an American agricultural equipment manufacturer whose operations were originally the North American branch of the German company Goetz Alice. In 1997, this corporation purchased the German Fendt brand, which continues under the same name. Fendt is said to be in the development process of small fleet robots operating in swarms for use in the agricultural industry, a system which the company calls Xaver. So once again, we're led to Japanese and Germanic companies. Anyways, this constant push for automation doesn't make logical sense if this was just about these companies cutting their expenses and increasing production. If most people are out of work, it means that people won't have the money to buy all these products produced by automation, which ultimately makes the robots more and more useless. And if you want to talk about universal income, that would make all these company owners jobless too, as their existence would no longer be needed and the companies could basically run themselves. All it would really take is a community of volunteers to maintain the factory robots. Of course, the real reality is that it's all about them wanting to hold on to power. It's not like automation is a bad thing on its own. The problem is that these psychopaths who control just about everything are putting so much resources into automation and so little into preparing people for what's coming. In other words, what is coming is widespread poverty and death. People will realize this, but it's better sooner than later. And one way we can all prepare for what's coming is by knowing who owns what. And on that note, with jobs dying left and right, isn't it strange that some companies still continue to grow? How is it that they keep profiting while people's spending power keeps being reduced? But you know what? Even if there's something funny going on with certain companies, boycotting would still be an effective tool, because it would make these companies stick out like a sore thumb for not going under. Now, I'll let you go after a few more words. First off, researching into these kinds of things online is becoming increasingly difficult. Wikipedia is one site that I know for a fact is deleting stuff on certain topics, such as European companies operating in foreign countries. Many times while doing research for this video, I ran into sites that have been taken down, including many sites that I've visited before in the past. The situation with censorship is bad and it's getting worse, I'll just put it that way, and the shills are out in full force. On that note, don't forget to fact check me. Better yet, you could dig deeper into some of the topics that I brought up. And another thing, people who willingly serve the mafia for scraps won't get anything substantial out of it in the end, so why do it? Not only are you helping them keep people down, if you aren't one of them, no amount of bootlicking will ever change that. So there you have it. Now I encourage you to take advantage of my work putting this together and repost this video, and just in general,